mentioned that she was able to find the love of her life in this new life, making her view her past life, as Evelina Vetrova, as something almost illusory now. If it weren't for the rebirth of her brother as Liu Zihao, and how they remained close to each other in this new life of theirs plus some of the deep traumas still remaining with her, perhaps the memories of her past life as Evelina Vetrova would gradually fade away until almost everything was forgotten. It was impossible to forget everything, but perhaps if her current situation was different, there would come a day that she would wake up and treat the memories of her past life as a figment of imagination. In a sense, she was grateful that she met her reborn brother before Evelina's memories started fading away. He was a link to their past lives. Although she hated that life, she didn't want to forget it because it was a big part of who she was even now as Iris Long. Liu Zihao's eyes looked like he was somewhere far away and not standing right in front of her. She remained silent and allowed her brother to reminisce the memories of their past lives, both the glorious and tragic alike, as the crown prince and sheltered princess of the former reigning criminal family of the international underworld. Finally, his eyes became clear once again. They looked at her with their usual sharpness, but also with gentleness. I don't want you to suffer anymore. You are now Long Xiaolan, who I'm sure will be known in the future as the genius superstar. You'll take the world by storm and live your life freely, just like how you always wanted. I'm looking forward to watching you reach all of your dreams. Big brother, I wish you a happy life, little sister. And if you think that you'll be happy with Jin Liwei by your side, I do. Iris replied before he could finish his sentence. Jin Liwei gives me happiness. I know that I'll be happy with him by my side. ####. Liu Zihao sighed, a little grumpily, a little helplessly, and a little dotingly. I know. I can see it clear as day. I'm glad that you finally feel alive and free now, little sister. That you're living the life that you always wanted together with the man you love. I'm glad that he's beside you, taking care of you, supporting you, protecting you, and loving you. Then his lips curled in bad temper. But that doesn't mean that I don't have the urge to punch him in the face every time he acts like he wants to jump you like a horny dog in a rut. I know as Liu Zihao that he's a good and loyal man, but damn it, I really want to beat the shit out of him sometimes, especially when I know that he's often undressing you in his mind when he sees you. Iris giggled. Big brother. What? She leaned forward and whispered. Actually, it's not only Liwei who's horny. I also want to jump him and make love with him almost all the time. I also undress him in my mind and... Stop it. Don't say anything anymore. Liu Zihao roared. I can't hear anything. I don't hear anything. My little sister is forever a virgin in my mind. Iris threw her head back and laughed. She doubled over and laughed even harder when he glared at her. Trying hard to control herself, she forced a serious expression on her face. You're overreacting, big brother. I might have been naive when it comes to sex before I met Liwei and became sexually active with him, but I wasn't completely clueless about it, even in my past life. He opened his mouth, about to interrupt her, but she didn't let him, continuing to speak instead. I know for a fact that you're not a virgin either, big brother. That you also sleep with women, both in your past life and now as Liu Zihao. I also know that you don't form attachments to the women you sleep with and only treat them as bedmates, nothing more. You have your own arrangements, I also have mine, with my fiancé who I love very much. My point is that both of us are adults now. We both know what sex is, what it's like, and even experience it on a regular basis. Well, I don't know how often you get it, but as for me and Liwei, we certainly do it regularly. Okay, that's enough. I get it, he tried interrupting. So, I don't understand why you get so angry every time I talk about my active sex life with Jin Liwei, who is, by the way, my fiancé and my future husband. He'll be your brother-in-law, you know, and also, the father of your future human nieces or nephews. Her hand involuntarily moved to touch her flat stomach, but she caught herself in time and stopped it. Her big brother was an observant person and had extremely sharp eyes. He would surely catch her action of touching her stomach after talking about Jin Liwei fathering her future human children and then grow suspicious. Although her big brother lived the way he did, cold, detached, and rarely formed close personal or intimate ties with others except for her, she knew that he was a traditional person. It was only now that he was living as Liu Zihao that he formed close relationships with others besides her. choosing to maintain the previous ties of the original Lu Zihao with Grandpa Lu, Jin Liwei, and their other sworn brothers, and a few other people. She was glad to see that he wasn't limiting himself to these relationships, but were also expanding his connections to the people she had grown close to as Iris Long. As a traditional person, and also as a fiercely protective older brother, she knew that he would go crazy if she became pregnant out of wedlock. She decided that it was safer to act cautious around him when she still wasn't sure if Jin Liwei got her pregnant today or not. While Iris was busy with her own thoughts, Lu Zihao felt livid, yet also helpless at her. You. He was a man in control of his own emotions, yet in front of his precious little sister, he had been rendered speechless. His sister always had been straightforward to a fault, but that was part of her charm which he and their father in their past life adored. Still, sex life as a topic of conversation between siblings was still too much information. This conversation is over, he announced in a firm voice. The exhaustion that he was already feeling earlier became worse all of a sudden. It was exhausting trying to deal with his sister's honesty and straightforwardness. Despite this, he would never fault her for it. All he could do was sigh. It's getting late. I'm tired and need to sleep. You should, too. I hear that you have a full schedule tomorrow. She nodded and lifted herself on her tippy toes to kiss him on the cheek. Good night, big brother. Sleep well. Good night, little sister. He wanted to walk her to her suite, but she declined, saying that she wasn't going to her room yet. She watched him walk away and disappear as he headed to his own bedroom. When he was finally out of sight, she pressed a hand to her flat stomach, gently rubbing it. Anxiety filled her, especially after talking to her brother. Their conversation prompted her to remember something important that she needed to talk about with Jin Liwei. Hurry home, darling, she whispered into the night. Hashtag. 10:14 p.m. Jin Liwei handed his coat and tie to the butler while heading to where his baby girl was waiting for him. He wanted to eat dinner with her, but couldn't because of how busy it was at the company right now. Normally around this time of the year, he would choose to stay in the office and rarely went home. And if he needed to go home, it would be awfully late, hours after midnight, sometimes just before sunrise. But that was when he was still a glorified bachelor. Now he had a future wife waiting for him at home, and possibly a little bundle of joy inside her womb. His steps quickened as excitement filled him upon remembering the accident that happened to them when they made love in his office earlier. His long legs traversed and reached the music room in a short time. The door was open when he arrived. Tempestuous piano music gushed out of the room and drenched him as soon as he entered. The light was turned off, yet he immediately saw his baby girl playing the piano under the dim light of the moon by the window. Jin Liwei was mesmerized. He stopped in his tracks, leaned by the doorway, and just watched his woman produce such otherworldly music with every press of her graceful fingers on the piano keys. The music was chaotic, like a thunderstorm, yet still sounded harmonious and beautiful, a wonder of nature. Sometimes it was fast and urgent, foreboding and erratic. At other times it was peaceful and delicate, sweet and uplifting. It gave him goosebumps. He had never heard this music before and instinctively knew that it was his baby girl's own composition. He also knew her well enough to understand that this new composition must be her trying to make sense of her turbulent emotions caused by what happened to them in his office earlier today. She wasn't able to fully express her feelings in words, so she could only do it through the method of communication that she was a master of, music. Emotions welled inside him as he immersed himself in listening to her music. There were no words. Yet now he grasped the true depth of her anxiety and fear, and also discovered her excitement and happiness that he couldn't fully understand when they talked earlier. He thought that he understood her then. How wrong he was. Her music allowed him to understand her true emotions in a way her own words couldn't. Unable to contain himself any longer, he walked towards her, using his long legs to reach her faster. Then he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind her and nuzzled the side of her neck. Iris closed her eyes and smiled, leaning her cheek to his nuzzles. She continued playing the piano while in the arms of her lover in the moonlit night. The lovers remained in that beautiful position while the otherworldly music played with the moonlight illuminating them under its dim radiance. Jin Liwei sat beside his baby girl, admiring her beauty and her graceful fingers skipping, pounding, dancing, and caressing the piano keys. It was almost unbelievable the kind of music she could produce. The music she was currently playing made his heart tremble, ache, and elated, and also stirred his very soul. It felt very personal, as if he could directly feel her emotions like they were his own. It was like magic. She was magical, and she was his. When the last notes of her music drifted into the night, there was only silence. Only the soft sounds of their breathing and the beating of their hearts could be heard in the moonlit room. Iris leaned her head on Jin Liwei's shoulder and inhaled his familiar masculine scent. Doing so made her feel warm, loved, safe, secure, and also thrilled and excited all at the same time. No other person in the world could give her this kind of range of feelings. He made her feel all kinds of emotions that sometimes it was scary. He pulled her closer and nibbled on her earlobe, making her shiver, and then whispered, "I'm home, my love. Welcome home, darling. Thank you for waiting for me." She smiled. "I wanted to talk to you before we sleep. There's something I need to tell you." He studied her and tried to guess what she wanted to tell him based on her expression, but failed. "All right, we'll talk. I also need to ask you something." Instantly curious, she asked, "What is it?" "Later. Accompany me for dinner." Of course. Iris and Jin Liwei left the music room and headed to the kitchen together. They chatted about a wide range of topics, but didn't talk about what happened in his office. The atmosphere was warm and light. Their smiles and laughter flowed like a relaxing breeze while Jin Liwei ate a late dinner. The staff members who were serving them could sense an extra tenderness in how their master and mistress interacted with each other tonight. Most of the time, invisible yet noticeable sparks flew between the couple whenever they were together in the same room. The intense sexual chemistry was always present and unmistakable. No matter how innocent, they looked and touched each other in front of people. The staff couldn't quite put a finger on what exactly it was, but they could all sense that something significant had changed between their master and mistress. And whatever it was, it made them closer and more lovey-dovey with each other. After Jin Liwei's late dinner, the couple finally retired to their bedroom suite. Iris took care of him, assisting him out of his business suit, waiting for him to finish showering, and helping him into his pajamas, just like how he took care of her when she broke down earlier in his office. Seeing his gorgeous, muscled, naked body, Iris licked her lips and ogled him without any shame. Her desire ignited in an instant. Jin Liwei saw the fire in his baby girl's eyes. His own desires started blazing as well, the evidence of his arousal creating a tint underneath his pajama pants. However, the two seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to give it a rest tonight. And to be honest, Iris was feeling sore after being loved by Jin Liwei, who was very wild and intense while making his office fantasy come to reality earlier that day. Don't get her wrong, though. She enjoyed it immensely, thank you very much, but she needed to rest tonight, especially her lower body. Oh, and her mind too, of course. Her mind was still reeling a bit after the pregnancy scare. Fortunately, she was young and worked hard to maintain a healthy and fit body. She was confident that her body would recover quickly, so that she could once again seduce her darling and engage in another wild and intense lovemaking. If it wasn't for her high pain tolerance, she probably would have been walking with a limp for the rest of the day. It felt like she made love with a big and wild bear, but a sexy and hot one at that. Iris mentally shook herself and forced all of the lewd thoughts about her darling out of her mind. She craved for him, but her body couldn't take any more of him tonight. How unfortunate. All she could do was sigh and satisfy herself with helping him get ready for bed. It was already midnight when they finally climbed on their huge bed and cuddled under the thick duvet. "I just had you this noon, yet I want you again," Jin Liwei whispered to her ear. "Same here," she whispered back. They looked at each other. He smirked while she giggled. The two grinned at each other like idiots for a few moments before Jin Liwei's expression became serious. "I called second brother on the phone after you left my office," he told her. "He said that we should wait before letting you have a pregnancy test, because testing too early might give us the wrong results." She didn't reply, thinking about what he said. He continued, "In the meantime, I hope that you won't push yourself too hard. I won't stop you from working because I know how much you love your work. But please, love, take care of yourself when I'm not physically by your side." Okay. They both fell silent. "You said that you want to tell me something?" he asked. She nodded, then paused. "You said that you need to ask me something. And But you first. No, you first. They looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed. This went on for almost a minute. Then Iris decided to go first, but so did he. They ended up speaking at the same time. Liwei, let's get married. Love, how about we get married earlier than planned? Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Chapter title, Let's Get Married. Oh, you? They stared at each in surprise, not expecting that they had the same idea. Love, you really wanna? I mean, are you sure? Really? Iris rose and sat on the bed. He followed suit. They sat facing each other, their initial surprise replaced by wonder. Jin Liwei wanted to marry her as soon as possible. He had been wanting to do so even before he realized that he had fallen in love with her, way back when he used all kinds of schemes to trick her into becoming his girlfriend. But after facing various challenges together and realizing that he couldn't live the rest of his life without her, he became determined to do everything in order to keep her by his side forever. That included respecting and accepting her wish to wait until she was ready before they could marry, despite wanting to make her officially and lawfully his wedded wife right after his successful marriage proposal. He welcomed the accident that happened to them in his office earlier today. If the accident successfully bore fruit and she really got pregnant, then he finally had a strong reason to persuade her to marry him sooner than they originally planned. He had been waiting for something like this to push their wedding forward. Although he harbored thoughts of poking needle holes in his condoms or entering her raw before, he never put them into action because he would never betray her trust by doing those shady deeds behind her back. So when the condom broke during their intense lovemaking in his office, he was also shocked and didn't expect it to happen. He sure didn't break it on purpose. Nevertheless, he also didn't regret that he broke it. If his baby girl forgot to give Dominic Chua a raise after this, Jin Liwei decided that he would give it himself. Thanks to the fragile condom that Dom gave his baby girl, Jin Liwei now had an extra powerful ammo to make her marry him sooner. If she really got pregnant, there was no way he would allow their child to be born illegitimate and subject her and their baby to the ridicule of those idiotic people with backward mentality. He already made a mental plan on how to persuade her to agree with him, not expecting that she would also suggest the same thing. This was why he was overjoyed when he heard the words, "Let's get married," from her own lips. As for Iris, her reason for suggesting to marry earlier than planned wasn't as complicated as this. She just didn't want her big brother beating the shit out of Jin Liwei and possibly even murdering him if Liu Zihao discovered that she got pregnant out of wedlock. If she really got pregnant. Her fiercely protective big brother was the traditional type when it came to her and would never forgive Jin Liwei if he knocked her up before marrying her. In fact, it was already commendable that her brother was able to control himself and, reluctantly, accept the fact that Jin Liwei took her virginity and was living with her in addition to sleeping with her on a regular basis before marriage. Iris was thankful that her brother was now Liu Zihao, a sworn brother of Jin Liwei, and not the infamous and terrifying crown prince of the Vetrovs. If her brother was still Nikolai Vetrov, she shivered just thinking about it. Thus, in order to prevent her darling from getting murdered by her big brother, she thought that getting married earlier than planned would be the safer choice. "Let's marry before winter," Jin Liwei suggested. "So soon? What if I'm not pregnant after all?" He frowned. "You won't marry me sooner if you're not pregnant." "That's not what I mean. It's just that both of us are extremely busy right now. I already told you many times before that you're more important to me than my work. If I need to, I'll take leave from work for you. Don't forget that I'm the boss of Gene Corporation. I can create my own damn schedule if I want to. Busy or not, I'll choose you over the company at any time. Besides, if anyone dares to kick me out of Gene Corporation, I'll just become a house husband. After all, my wife is a famous celebrity, not to mention that she has her own businesses which are doing extremely well. You'll take care of me and support me if your poor husband suddenly becomes unemployed, won't you, my love?" Iris fell into a fit of giggles. "Of course, darling. I think I can manage to earn enough for both of us. And for our children, too," he added. Her giggles turned nervous, but she still nodded. "Yes, for our children, too," she agreed in a soft voice. He pulled her in his arms. "Don't worry, love. Except for Grandpa Liu, I won't let anyone snatch Gene Corporation away from me that easily. It's the company which my own grandfather worked so hard with Grandpa Liu to build from the ground up and my father maintained until it was handed down to me. I want to be the one to take care of you and support you. But at least, I now have the peace of mind that you'll be willing to become a working wife if I ever end up being a humble house husband. We'll take care and support each other, Liwei. And he inhaled the lovely scent of her hair, Orchidea Beauty shampoo and conditioner, soon to be released, and hugged her tighter. I know that marrying me now will set you back a bit after all your hard work since the year started because there are still idiots who think that you're using me to advance your career. Her expression turned serious as she listened to him. He continued, I know that you want to be recognized for your own accomplishments, and I respect that. I love and admire that about you. You're such a strong and independent woman, yet not everyone sees that. Stupid blind fools. ####. Jin Liwei snorted in derision at all his baby girl's detractors. He knew very well what an amazing, talented, and intelligent woman she was. A genius. Yet those blind fools still continued yapping away and spreading lies about his baby girl, not to mention belittling her achievements as if they had the ability to easily do the same things. Iris sighed and stroked his cheek, trying to calm his anger. She didn't pay much attention to the naysayers, most of the time treating them like fart, unpleasant but would pass by and go away after some time. The same couldn't be said for Jin Liwei, however. According to Ketchup, there were several occasions when he bullied some people, giving them a taste of his domineering power and influence, because they said something bad about her. Almost all of them were members of high society. He hadn't said anything to her about those instances. If it wasn't for the talkative Ketchup, Iris wouldn't have known about it. Despite this, she didn't tell him that she knew about his secret actions of protecting her reputation because they already had a tacit understanding not to interfere with each other's works without permission. She wasn't mad. On the contrary, she felt thankful, loved, and cared for by him. It gave her a feeling of security knowing that she could depend on him whenever she needed. Her touch calmed him down. He continued, Fortunately, your achievements this year are all phenomenal, especially when it comes to Orchidea Beauty. I'm so proud of you, love. Thanks. She smiled and patted his cheek. Despite his improved expression, Jin Liwei was still fuming deep inside because there were already some people trying to spin Orchidea Beauty's success as something directly caused by him. Ridiculous. Those narrow-minded fools just couldn't understand that she could be so successful in her own right. Even more infuriating was that those idiots were spreading their prejudiced views, wanting other people to believe that without him, his baby girl couldn't be so successful on her own. Iris pinched his cheek. Hard. Jin Liwei grunted and grabbed her hand away from his poor cheek before rubbing it with his other hand. Then he retaliated by giving her a few loud, smacking kisses on her cheek, which made her giggle again. Liwei, don't worry about those people anymore. They're not important. I remember that after you proposed to me, I asked you to wait until both my showbiz career and businesses have stabilized and reached a certain level of success before we could marry. It was a selfish request of mine. Not at all. I understand. She scooted over to him and cozied up in his arms. Yes, she agreed, sighing in contentment. Do you think that my showbiz career is stable now? And your fans and the music industry waited for you even when you had to take breaks. Is it successful now? And you're now one of the best-selling and most respected young musicians in showbiz, plus one of the top endorsers this year. Then he added, my brother still holds the #1 spot for top endorser, but you'll overtake him soon. Brother Chonglin is a superstar. He won't be so easy to beat. True, he agreed. He's a superstar and I'm proud of him as an older brother. But I believe that my wife will be a bigger superstar than him because my wife is the best. I'm not your wife yet, she retorted, giggling. You'll be, if you agree to marry me soon. Instead of replying, she made herself more comfortable in his embrace and continued asking, how about my companies? Are they stable? Would you consider them successful at this stage? Let's see. Jin Liwei's expression became serious as he went into business mode. Gold Heights is already successful when you got it, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Just checking now and then is enough. You've also been making full use of the fact that your mentor, Sir Enrique Valdez, is staying in one of your buildings, which in turn has increased the value of the company's stocks. Now Gold Heights is known as a place that even world superstars like the legendary hitmaker would choose as a residence while staying here in China. Well done, my love. The couple shared a shameless smile while the sound of a certain old man's booming laughter echoed inside their minds. Next is Planet Monkey. Your gaming company recently managed to break even and started to really make a profit. To be honest, it's the one among your businesses that I felt the most nervous about because you spent so much money buying X. Lorson's advanced technology. If he wasn't a cross-academy student like you, I would have done everything in my power to dissuade you from that particular investment. Fortunately, Supreme Ascension became a big hit among gamers. However, I still want you to exercise caution because the gaming industry is very fickle, especially for new companies. You need to keep your current gamers invested in the game and evoke loyalty from them, while also trying to attract new gamers. Iris nodded. Then there's Orchidia Beauty. What more can I say about it? It's a winner. Ulrich Bauer's products are unbelievably amazing. That's why it's such a big success, she said. Yes, and there's you, my love. Without you, there would have been no Orchidia Beauty. Bauer's products would probably continue being sold by his sister at that street market in Munich. Maybe. How about Libert? She asked next. Announcing it at such a high-profile event as Orchidia Beauty's grand launch was an excellent idea. Not to mention you and my brother will eventually release your perfume lines under its brand. It's already making waves before you even officially launch it, he said. However, we won't know for sure until then. Clover needs to sort out everything about it first. She'll have a lot of work to do because Sang Blue didn't have a good reputation and many are still prejudiced against it. A delicate but aggressive rebranding is needed for it to be successful. ####. Listening to Jin Liwei's brief analyses of each of her companies provided Iris a more objective view of them. Indeed, having the country's top businessman of his generation as a fiancé had its advantages. Despite this, she never depended on him to make her businesses successful. That was something that she was determined to do on her own and wanted to prove to everyone. However, it didn't mean that she would reject his offer of help if she needed it. She straightened so that they sat face to face. My companies are still nowhere near Gene Corporation's level, but based on the fact that I've only been a businesswoman last year, I think that they've become quite stable and successful enough. And then he raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile lifting the corner of his lips. So you plan for your companies to reach Gene Corporation's level? Or maybe you want them to surpass my company? Of course, she said, not denying it. Now it was her turn to tease him. You just mentioned that if you become an unemployed house husband, then I would need to support you as a working wife. I want to at least reach your level in both status and wealth in the business world because you're already used to being a global billionaire. I would prefer it if we could continue enjoying our current lifestyle for the rest of our lives, even if it's just me who's earning for us, you know. He chuckled. My wife is so thoughtful. So what I mean is, Iris took a deep breath before telling him, even if it's earlier than what I envisioned, I think that I'm ready to marry you now. Regardless of what others may think or say about us marrying this early, even if they accuse me of using you for personal gain, I don't want to care anymore. I don't care. For me, what's important is the two of us and our happiness. Exactly. He lifted her chin and rubbed her bottom lip with his thumb. I love you, Jin Liwei. I want to share the rest of my life with you. What's mine is yours. And everything that's mine, including myself and my body, are yours as well, he replied. Then he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. It was tender and sweet, yet filled with the promise of his eternal devotion to her. Once again, I ask you, Long Xiaolon, will you marry me? Oh yes. #####. Big sis, hurry up. There's only 1 minute left in the countdown. Ming Li, aka Little Phoenix, hollered while staring at the laptop screen. I'll be done soon. Zhou Meier's voice called from inside the toilet. She was also known online as Captain Blackstar, the founder and president of the Blackstar's fan club. Moments later, Zhou Meier's hurried footsteps returned to where Ming Li was waiting with the laptop. They squeezed together on the small bed. Zhou Meier recently moved into this old apartment from the university dorms. A fellow Blackstar informed her about the available unit after learning where she was studying. The Blackstar was the great-grandson of the landlord. She immediately grabbed the offer because the rent was many times cheaper than the dorms. The apartment was very old that there were times she thought it was haunted. Her unit was also very small, barely enough to fit a bed, desk, and a closet, but it had a kitchenette and her own bathroom. It wasn't the most luxurious, but she preferred it over the university dorms because she could finally enjoy some privacy. When she finished settling into the unit, Ming Li started coming over when the teenager had no school. Tonight would be the first time that Ming Li's parents allowed her to sleep over in the place. Zhou Meier finally gained their trust, mainly because she continued to study hard in university while working part-time to support herself despite being a hardcore fan of Iris Long. Ming Li's parents thought that she was a good role model for their teen daughter. 20 seconds left. Ming Li started squealing and bouncing on the squeaky bed. Zhou Meier was also excited, her fingers busy typing on her phone. She was chatting with their similarly excited fellow Black Stars. Online. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Kaiawea. It's here. Big sis, it's here. Ming Li almost fell off the bed in her overexcitement. SHHHH. I can't hear. Zhou Meier clicked on a link, increased the laptop's sound volume, and turned off the lights in the room. Then a video started playing on the computer screen. Passionate Flames by Jin Liwei, featuring Iris Long. ####. It was another big night in the music industry. Jin Liwei and Iris Long's newest single together titled Passionate Flames finally debuted. When the release date was first announced, many artists who were also scheduled to release their music around this time actually changed their release dates to avoid going head-to-head against Jin Liwei and Iris Long. Individually, the two of them were already tough opponents to beat. Together, they were considered to be absolute powerhouses in the current music scene. It was already expected for Jin Liwei to dominate the music charts because of his superstar status and huge army of loyal fans. As for Iris Long, her renown might have only been very recent, but her achievements so far had already outstripped Jin Liwei's when he was at her age. Special award for creating new musical techniques. The youngest and the first Chinese to win a Soleil d'Or award for Best Soundtrack at the Summit International Film Festival. Performed with legendary world-class musicians Maestro Ludovico De Luca and Enrique Valdez. Each of these were all history-making achievements. Although Iris Long's current fame still couldn't compare to Jin Liwei's, many industry experts predicted that it was only now a matter of time before she became a true powerhouse in the music industry in every sense of the word. It was no wonder that as soon as Passionate Flames was released, it quickly climbed up to #1 trending online. The music video was on fire. Literally, Passionate Flames was a catchy R&B/hip-hop song corresponding to the musical style which Jin Liwei became known for in recent years when he reinvented himself and solidified his position as a music superstar in the country. It was a sensual song, yet not vulgar. Right after watching the entire music video, the Black Stars and Jin Liwei's army of fans flooded the internet with their comments. They gushed over the music video and began discussing it among themselves with much excitement. Wow, Prince Lin Lin and Boss Iris look so amazing in this MV. Look at their bodies. Lick the screen. Yum. Prince Lin Lin has always been a great dancer, so I'm not surprised about his dancing skills. As for Boss Iris, I remember that she was also a rather good dancer back in her teen pop idol days, but she looked so tacky before, like a girl who was trying too hard to become a wannabe sex symbol. I'm so relieved watching her in this MV. She's so sexy while dancing, but still somehow managed to maintain her delicate femininity and elegance. How does she do it? It's because she's our boss Iris. Everything she decides to do, she does it like a queen. Damn, she can really move her body. CEO Jin is a lucky man. This choreography is top-notch. The best I've watched this year. That dance break. Holy. The fire. Is that real fire? Whoa. The sweat on their bodies. Those abs. Dyes and happiness. Our boss Iris doesn't lose to Prince Lin Lin in dancing. That power and strength. One amateur music critic commented, "Everyone's talking about the choreography and the dancing, but my favorite is still the song itself." This just proves that both Jin Liwei and Iris Long are such versatile vocalists. They could sing almost anything. I'm especially impressed with Iris Long. This is a completely different genre than what she has showed us so far. From the cutesy sexy dance pop during her teen years, to the classical-inspired ballads she mastered when she made her comeback, to the amazing rock classical fusion she did with Pandemonium, then the sweet love song, Shining Eyes, which remains a hit until now. Singing this R&B/hip-hop song, Her voice doesn't sound out of place at all. Now let's talk about the song composition. The music is very Jin Liwei, something that we're used to listening from him. However, the quality of lyrics are quite different from his previous songs in this genre. This song is more poetic and meaningful. It's clear that he put a great deal of effort writing the lyrics. I suspect that he was influenced by Iris Long, who is known not only for her soul-stirring musical composition, but also for her thought-provoking lyrics. In conclusion, Passionate Flames is a delightful surprise from both Jin Liwei and Iris Long. Both of them have ventured out of their comfort zones with this song and slayed it with flying colors. But is it a masterpiece? I personally don't think so. Sure, it's awesome. It's a grand piece, I'll give it that, but certainly not a masterpiece. Nevertheless, I still give this song a 4 out of 5 stars. The Black Stars and Jin Liwei's army of fans were thrilled by this amateur critic's review of their boss and Prince's new song at the beginning. They hit the like button, but when they read the last part of the review, they immediately turned berserk and hit dislike, in addition to criticizing the critic rather harshly, even though he gave the song a high rating. You say it's not a masterpiece? Are you blind and deaf? Something must be wrong with your ears, because Passionate Flames sound like a masterpiece to me. And that dancing? Epic. As more and more people watched the music video, many noticed its quality of production. The filmography of this MV is seriously lit. Movie quality, yo? There's an interesting background story and not just random dancing like other typical MVs shot in cheap studios. The budget for this must be expensive. This is Prince Lin we're talking about. Of course Bright Summit will give a superstar like him a big budget for his projects. And he's collaborating with Iris Long, JJ's current proc. That Ogre's record label is the one in charge of their collabs, so of course the quality is guaranteed. Afterwards, some hawk-eyed people who had already watched the music video many times started noticing symbols. Once someone mentioned them, the fans and even some experts in the music industry began hunting for all the symbols hidden in the music video and trying to decode them. At first glance, the music video seemed to be a passionate love story between the characters Iris Long and Jin Liwei were playing. On closer inspection, however, there were a lot of symbols that might be referring to Jin Liwei instead, even though he didn't make any appearance in the MV at all. One example was a scene where Iris burst into flames and a phoenix-shaped fire shot out of her into the sky. Her fans knew that the phoenix had become somewhat of her symbol when she made a successful comeback with her Rebirth album. The next scene added another layer of symbolism to the phoenix that came out of Iris. A mighty flood dragon suddenly rose up from an icy ocean. The dragon and the phoenix seemed to be barreling towards each other, roaring mightily like they were about to engage in an epic battle. Contrary to expectations, however, the dragon and the phoenix didn't fight, but instead wrapped around each other like lovers before flying up in the sky and disappearing in a spectacular heavenly fireworks. Do you remember the matching bangles Boss Iris and CEO Jin always wear? If you look closely, they're engraved with a dragon and a phoenix to represent their eternal love. I bet my humble but mighty slippers that the flood dragon in the MV symbolizes CEO Jin, while the phoenix is obviously our boss. OMG, I think you're right. This is freaking awesome. The dragon came out of an icy ocean. CEO Jin Liwei is known for his intimidating, icy cold expression. Yes, I think he's the flood dragon in this MV. Oh, don't forget that during the red carpet event at the Summit International Film Festival in France, CEO Jin and Boss Iris also wore a dragon and phoenix-inspired suit and dress. Yes, I remember. They've always used the dragon and the phoenix as their symbols. This particular scene only lasted for a few seconds in the music video, yet it ended up being dissected again and again as people tried to extract more meaning from the dragon and phoenix symbols. There were also other symbols these obsessive fans and experts uncovered. Whether they were intended or not, neither Iris Long nor Jin Liwei had confirmed yet. JJ's record label and Bright Summit also kept their silence about this topic for now. In the meantime, the people were having a field day trying to decipher more symbols from the music video. In just one day, the song Passionate Flames by Jin Liwei, featuring Iris Long, shot up to the top and became #1 in the daily best-selling rankings of various online music stores and streaming websites and apps. ###. Friday. A motorcade of shiny, black cars escorted two large executive vans. The vehicles moved slowly because the road was packed with excited and screaming people. Security personnel tried controlling the huge crowd while the motorcade passed by the TV station's front gates. Moments later, people from several blocks away heard a thunderous noise of human voices screaming, shouting, yelling, and shrieking. It was so loud that the air seemed to vibrate. They thought that a tragic accident occurred before realizing that the noise sounded excited rather than frightened. Back at the road in front of the TV station, Iris Long and Jin Liwei waved at their fans outside the windows of their respective vans. They were the ones being escorted by the impressive motorcade and the objects of adoration of the huge crowd. Based on past experiences, the management of the TV program Music Fest Tonight requested for Iris Long and Jin Liwei to arrive together instead of separately, because they had no confidence that their staff would be able to handle two separate instances of a huge crowd of fans going wild. In addition, the two celebrities were also told not enter the front like usual, because the management already anticipated that the crowd this time would be much larger than the previous times the two performed on the show. It wouldn't be safe for either Iris Long and Jin Liwei's teams or for their fans. Not only them, it also wouldn't be safe for any of the TV station staff or for the other arriving celebrities. Although both Iris Long and Jin Liwei liked taking the time to interact with their fans in person, they had to comply this time because Bright Summit Entertainment Company wasn't taking any chances and tightened security protocols around them in response to what happened to them during the bomb incident. The two of them were currently this year's top best-selling musicians under the talent management company, so it was only expected that Bright Summit would prioritize their safety after such a horrifying attack. The back entrance of the TV station was already secured just for them. No other artists performing at the music program tonight were given this kind of special treatment. Treating Jin Liwei as a VIP was already expected. He was a superstar, so nobody complained. What about Iris Long? She was no superstar. However, she had already gained enough prestige through winning multiple awards this year, two of them history makers. First, the Special Technical Award for creating new musical techniques, and second, the Soleil d'Or Award for Best Soundtrack in the Summit International Film Festival. As a result, many serious artists in the country's music industry now admired and respected her. There was a notable shift in the kind of music the new, young artists who just debuted were releasing. Instead of the typical, simplistic, catchy pop music designed to appeal to most of the general population, there was a rise in newly debuted artists who were releasing lyrical and emotional ballads, purely instrumental music, experimental fusion of genres, and also attempting to successfully sing sustained high notes, or even whistle notes. JJ had been recorded on tape bragging that this was all because of Iris Long's influence. His friend, the notable music critic DJ Song, had called this trend the Iris effect. Soon after, other critics and industry experts followed suit and began using the term to describe this new phenomenon in the country's music scene. This kind of shift was considered unprecedented because record labels usually wouldn't take a gamble of veering away from tried and true methods that they had been using throughout the years, especially when it came to new artists who were just debuting. But Iris Long and JJ changed all of that. JJ had given Iris Long an unimaginable degree of creative freedom, even going so far as allowing her to experiment with almost each of her music releases since her showbiz comeback. Many called JJ insane. Yet look who was laughing now and basking in the success of his proc. Their partnership had now reached a near legendary status in the music industry to the point that many new artists were choosing JJ's record label as their first choice. Unfortunately, Iris Long's blinding success story made them forget about JJ's notoriety in the music industry. Not everyone had Iris Long's guts in butting heads directly with the temperamental music producer. There had been quite a few disillusioned new artists who ran away in tears after experiencing JJ's bad temper and his honest but vicious criticisms. Given how respected Iris Long had become in the country's music industry after her comeback, even directly influencing the latest new artists' musical styles, nobody dared to protest against her receiving the same VIP treatment as Jin Liwei, who was a superstar. Besides, she was currently in a music collaboration with him. Not to mention that almost everyone in the country knew that they were eventually going to become siblings-in-law. The two VIPs and their teams were personally welcomed by director He and other staff of Music Fest tonight and escorted them to the two best dressing rooms. Along the way, Iris noticed that her female bodyguard would always hold her arm and steady her whenever there were stairs, even though she was perfectly balanced. This wasn't the only thing that she observed. She wasn't allowed to carry a single thing. Whenever she picked up something and intended to carry it, Dom and her bodyguards would freak out and snatch the guilty item from her hands as if it weighed 500 kilos. Whenever she asked for a drink, a wide variety of non-alcoholic beverage choices would arrive within 2 seconds, including some healthy fruits and snacks that she didn't ask for. Another bizarre thing was that one of her bodyguards now carried a foldable chair. "What's that for?" she asked. "This is for the mistress to sit down when you feel tired standing up," he replied. "Oh, okay, thanks." She didn't think too much about it, but after noticing more of these things, they began adding up and confusing her. It felt like Dom and her bodyguards had become extra protective of her, yet at the same time gentle to her, as if she was fragile. "Why are you all acting like this?" Iris asked Dom in a whisper. "Sir Boss instructed us to make sure that you don't strain or tire yourself," he whispered. "Huh? Why would he do that? I'm fine. You know that the doctor already pronounced me healthy." Her eyes widened as realization set in. "Oh, ehehe." Dom grinned, but his eyes quickly became moist. He looked like he was about to cry. "Boss, are you really?" "Shush your mouth. Not here." She immediately stopped him before looking around to make sure that nobody heard their conversation. "We'll talk later, okay?" Dom nodded. "What are you two whispering about over there?" Tang Yi suddenly asked. Iris smiled at her manager. "Nothing." Tang Yi looked at her for 2 seconds before instructing the makeup artist and hairstylist to start working on Iris. Fortunately, the manager was too busy communicating with the show's staff and coordinating with Jin Chonglin's team to ask Iris more questions. Iris sighed in relief, her hand subconsciously touching her flat stomach. ####. "Welcome back to Music Fest tonight," the male host said after the commercial break. Wild, loud and desperate screams could be heard clearly from the audience. "We're now down to our final performers of the night." The female host spoke next. "I think you all know who they are, yes? Yeeeesius. Hurry up. We can't wait anymore." Kai-ah-wea. Male host. "Ladies and gentlemen, performing their newly released single Together, which immediately became a hit upon its debut earlier this week." Female host. "Please welcome the current music chart toppers, Jin Chonglin and Iris Long, singing." Both passionate flames. A line of light lit up the front edge of the dark stage. Then a spotlight revealed Jin Chonglin. The audience immediately went crazy as soon as he appeared. He didn't even do anything yet, just stood there in a simple, cool pose, but the audience members were already acting as if he saved the world from the apocalypse or something. Instead of his usual flashy performance costumes, he wore a simple outfit this time. Black tank top and military green cargo pants. Nevertheless, he didn't look boring. No, not at all. On the contrary, he looked very masculine in the simple outfit. The tank top fitted his upper body like a second skin, accentuating the V-shape of his upper body and his hard muscles, and making so many panties drenched by his oozing manliness and gorgeousness. After the initial screams, the audience went quiet in anticipation for the other performer they had been waiting for as well. They held their breaths and focused their eyes on the still mainly dark stage, not wanting to miss a moment. Then all of a sudden, they heard the sound of slow, steady footsteps. Another spotlight lit up on the stage, but it wasn't like how it happened with Jin Chonglin. Instead, this particular spotlight aimed low and lit up a pair of black high-heeled ankle boots walking in time with the sound of the footsteps reverberating throughout the entire studio. Even though they couldn't see the entire person yet, the audience already knew who it was just based on the recognizable "I'm the Queen" runway walk. Kai-ah-wea. The pair of high-heeled boots continued walking, headed Jin Chonglin's way. Then the two spotlights finally converged. When that happened, the entire stage lit up, finally revealing Iris Long posing beside Jin Chonglin. She wore a similar outfit as him. Military green cargo pants riding low on her hips and black turtleneck leather tank top, which showed off the lower half of her toned flat stomach without looking vulgar. If this kind of outfit was worn by other female performers, most of them would look slutty. On Iris, however, The complete ensemble made her look tough and badass, like a boss, yet still feminine and elegant. On the stage, Jin Liwei and Iris Long, along with the backup dancers behind them, were frozen in a cool tableau. Then Jin Liwei and Iris Long made a sharp move to face the audience, half glaring and half smizing at their crazily screaming fans. Jin Liwei raised a hand and started counting with his fingers. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Trumpet sounds blared all of a sudden, mixed with an electronic beat. A muffled explosive sound effect followed when the short intro ended. The music started and everyone on stage began dancing to the smooth R&B melody blended with a catchy hip-hop beat. Jin Liwei swept a hand towards Iris Long and started singing into his headset microphone. His voice was like warm caramel, making some of the ultra-sensitive members of the audience roll their eyes to the back of their heads, on the brink of powerful mindgasms. Waking up in this world, I looked around for something I could catch a hold of. Surprised I was to find out. Iris sang next, taking over the music seamlessly from Jin Liwei, as if there was no separation in their perfectly harmonized voices. You were the one who grabbed my heart and stole right in front of my eyes. I could not even struggle at all. So why do I feel no regret at all? The music became richer as more instrumental elements were added. The beat became a little stronger, a little more urgent, a little more intense. Jin Liwei did a body roll while Iris Long tossed her long, wavy hair in the air, just in time as the stage lit up with real fire. The fiery illumination made them look wilder, dangerous, and sensual. The two were perfectly synchronized as they danced like a pair of lovers, making everyone, not just the Black Stars and Jin Liwei's army of fans, go even wilder. Jin Liwei sang to his beautiful partner, thrusting his chest in a panty-drenching hip-hop move. My heart is your possession, yet I want it no other way. Iris did the same move, looking alluring and graceful at the same time. Her voice rose higher, giving another dimension to the catchy melody. Your love is filling my heart, filling me completely. The two sang together, just the way it's supposed to be. The heat from the fire surrounding them and the intensity of their movements made them sweat. It spritzed from their bodies every time they moved sharply, making all the people watching them feel breathless. Iris dropped to the ground on her back, while Jin Liwei stood behind her. Every time he moved his hand, the part of Iris' body which was directly above it would move as well, as if his hand was holding a magnetic force. Then the monitor behind the stage suddenly lit up and showed a fire phoenix rising from the point where Iris was lying on the ground. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Jin Liwei's voice also hit the high notes, adding some growl to match the more intense melody and stronger beat. You look like a phoenix, risen from the ashes once more. I don't even care about my body burning. You fill my mind every moment. He helped Iris to her feet in a smooth dance move while she sang the next lines of the chorus. Even if you burn my life out, I will burn into passionate flames, just like my love for you, burning fiercer than ever before. The fire phoenix on the big monitor spread its massive wings and began flying around the entire studio. Amazed exclamations sounded from the audience as they applauded the high-quality projection on the big studio's walls and ceiling. However, their attention soon returned to their Prince Lin and Boss Iris, who sang and danced together on the burning stage. My heart is your possession, yet I want it no other way. Your love filling my heart, filling me completely, just the way it's supposed to be. So here we are bearing witness to love. My ring just like a collar. By this point, the two looked like their bodies had been oiled. The flames on the stage became stronger, making them glisten even more. Their fans' throats became dry as they watched the two move their amazing bodies to the beat of the music, showing the world I'm yours. So gods bear witness to our love, and no interference will result in a price no mortal or immortal could pay. Iris Long jumped and Jin Liwei caught her in a rumble-like move mixed with hip-hop. Jin Liwei, for you are mine, my love. Iris Long, and like my ring has told the world before. Both, I belong to you and only you. Their voices rose higher together, then higher, and higher, higher, still higher until the final highest note. Their pitches rose in a total of 5 semitone increments, making their fans burst into tears and goosebumps. Jin Chonglin's fans were especially proud of him because this was perhaps the first time that they heard him sing such high and sustained notes before. He really went above and beyond for this second music collaboration with Iris Long, who was known for her impressive whistle notes. After the deceptively simple, yet highly demanding harmonized vocal acrobatics of the pair, the music changed as the hip-hop element took over and the song entered a dance break. The backup dancers retreated out of sight, leaving only Jin Chonglin and Iris Long alone together on the stage. Then rain started pouring from the ceiling, immediately drenching the two of them. The once blazing fires surrounding them weakened to sputtering embers, yet didn't completely go out. At the same time, the huge monitor behind the stage lit up once again, and a thunderous roar reverberated as a mighty flood dragon rose from the flooded floor. Iris Long and Jin Chonglin danced under the pouring rain. Water splashed with their every step and spritzed with every turn. They thrust their hips and chests, rolled their bodies, and tossed their heads. Jin Chonglin even did a somersault while Iris Long twisted her hips in a belly dance hip-hop fusion move. Just a few moments ago, they impressed everyone with their vocal mastery. Now, they were impressing everyone with their superb dancing skills. A high-pitched roar sounded, and the flames on the stage began burning fiercely once again. The fire phoenix flew back to the stage, and the mighty flood dragon welcomed it with a deep, triumphant roar. As the projections of the two immortal creatures met and wrapped around each other like lovers, Iris Long and Jin Chonglin performed a series of powerful synchronized moves before ending the dance break. By this time, plenty of the audience members had already fainted from overexcitement and overstimulation. One was even twitching on the floor and foaming in the mouth, but still had a big smile on her face due to the happiness of witnessing such an epic performance. Already anticipating such alarming scenes from past experiences when Jin Chonglin and Iris Long performed on the show before, the TV program had increased the number of first aid responders stationed in the studio. The people who fainted were quickly carried away and taken care of. However, a handful of them woke up in the middle of being carried away. They fought the first aid responders who were helping them because they wanted to return to their seats in order to watch the performance until the end. The responders were speechless but didn't stop them because they too wanted to finish watching the amazing performance as well. Back on the stage, the performance had now reached climax. The projections of the Fire Phoenix and the Flood Dragon roared together before flying upwards. Then fireworks exploded around the stage as the two immortal creatures disappeared. The stormy rain had stopped and was replaced by a gentle drizzle instead. Even the blazing flames around the stage appeared softer. Then suddenly, a rainbow projection lit up in magical sparkles just above the performers on the stage, eliciting another wave of amazed exclamations from the audience. Jin Chonglin and Iris Long sang the final lines of the song together, their pitches lighter and sweeter, yet still sounding passionate. Their powerful and intense dance moves also transitioned into slower and smoother movements. My heart is in your possession, yet I want it no other way. Iris Long looked directly into the camera and sang her heart out, conveying the words to the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. She knew that he was watching her on TV right now. Jin Chonglin sang with her, but all she could think about was the older brother, Jin Liwei. Her man, her lover, the one who always lit the passionate flames inside her. Filling me up completely, just the way it's supposed to be. The song finally ended. Iris lifted her wrist and kissed her LX bangle, her lips touching the engraved dragon. The diamond ring on her finger sparkled under the spotlights. ####. Jin Corporation. A standing ovation followed Jin Chonglin and Iris Long's epic performance. The roaring applause was perfectly transmitted through the huge flat-screen television mounted on the wall. Jin Liwei smiled as his baby girl looked directly at him through the TV screen and mouthed the words, "This is for you, darling," before waving and bowing to the audience. Of course, he already knew that her passionate and sensual performance was for him. Before the bomb incident, she tried rehearsing the song and dance in front of him, but her sexiness always made him snap and lose control. He grabbed her and pushed her down the floor to make love with her before she could even finish. After many instances of it happening, he suspected that she was doing it on purpose to seduce him, not that he was complaining. Now that he watched the full performance, complete with the amazing stage effects, blood rushed towards his lower region. There was no one as beautiful, talented, and sexy as his baby girl for him. Watching his brother Jin Chonglin singing and dancing such a sensual and passionate song with his woman, Jin Liwei couldn't help but feel jealous. However, she already took the time before to reassure him that he would be the only one she would be thinking all throughout the performance, so there was no need for him to feel jealous of his own brother. Besides, she was the one who suggested the idea of adding the phoenix and dragon symbolisms into the music video and the live performance to honor their relationship, even though the song was written by Jin Chonglin. The creative team behind the making of the music video thought that it was an excellent idea, so in the end, Jin Chonglin gave in because he too admitted that it was indeed a great idea. He still sulked a lot after that, though. Jin Liwei appreciated the inclusion of the phoenix and the dragon. He already long treated them as the symbols representing his love he shared with her. His thoughts behind it might be over the top, but he didn't care. For him, she was the Phoenix Queen showing everyone her magnificence while he was the Dragon King always protecting her. Their love was eternal. The inclusion of these symbols into the music video made him feel like he was also a part of the song, and in turn, lessened the jealousy he felt at his younger brother for writing such a sensual song and dragging his baby girl to help him sing it. He leaned back on his opulent leather seat in front of his massive office desk. His full attention was on the post-performance interview. He frowned, thinking that the hosts were taking too long asking questions. His baby girl was drenched. If they wouldn't give her something warm to cover herself up, then they should at least hurry up and end the interview so that she could return backstage. If his baby girl fell ill after this, he would make sure to sue the crap out of the TV program. His frown deepened when his eyes fell on her semi-exposed flat stomach. He almost didn't let her perform tonight because he was too worried about her possible condition. They still didn't know whether she was pregnant or not. This song required her to sing and dance at the same time. And the dancing was quite intense too. What if she was really pregnant and ended up overexerting herself? Worried, they called his second brother, Dr. Wang Yingjie, and expressed their concern. He assured them that Iris would be fine because she was young, healthy, and fit, and regularly worked out. In his opinion, her body would be able to handle the performance as long as she didn't do it too hard or too long. Also, he said that as long as she felt fine, then she would most likely be just fine. However, he suggested that he would personally check on her the day after the performance to make sure that she was really all right. Maybe they could even try getting her a pregnancy test. Although Wang Yingjie thought that it was still too early. Only upon receiving Wang Yingjie's assurance did Jin Liwei feel comfortable enough to let his baby girl perform on the stage tonight. But he still informed Dominic and his subordinates to take extra care of her and to let her rest as much as possible. He would always worry about her regardless of whether she was pregnant or not. Sensing the uneasiness in his boss, Su Tian served him a cup of hot, calming herbal tea. He also watched the second master and Miss Long's performance on TV, temporarily pausing their remaining tasks for the day. They originally planned to finish early today, so that Jin Liwei could watch tonight's episode of Music Fest tonight in the comfort of his own mansion and also be the one to welcome his baby girl home this time after so long of returning late. Unfortunately, a serious issue in the marketing department came up in the afternoon. All the executives had to gather together in a meeting in order to resolve it. In the end, Jin Liwei's original plan of going home early had to be scrapped. As the one in charge of the marketing department, Rose Young apologized for the issue before immediately proposing some solutions to the problems. She was competent in this way. Still, she only apologized briefly but didn't say that it was her fault. The meeting extended into the evening and only just finished. If Jin Liwei didn't drive his fellow executives with an iron fist, he might have missed Music Fest tonight. Rose Young suggested that they eat dinner together, but Jin Liwei refused and returned to his office to switch on the TV. There was no way he was going to miss his baby girl's performance. Back to the present, Music Fest tonight finally ended. Jin Liwei sipped his hot tea, already feeling calmer now that his baby girl's performance was over. She looked all right. What a relief. Ketchup, monitor your mom. Any sign of pain or discomfort from her, immediately order her security team to send her directly to the nearest hospital. Understood. Aye aye, Daddy. Meow. Afterwards, Jin Liwei switched off the TV and faced the documents on his desk once again. Su Tian was also about to return to his own tasks. However, Jin Liwei didn't resume working. He stared at the documents for almost a minute before sighing and pushing them away. These can wait until tomorrow, he said before standing up. Su Tian was at a loss for a moment before quickly recovering. Understood, President. Let's go home. Yes, President. They left the office and was about to enter the elevator when Jin Liwei suddenly stopped and turned to Su Tian. Oh, I almost forgot. Coordinate with Dominic regarding the schedules of both Xiaolan and I. Find a good, auspicious date for a wedding before winter when both of us are free, preferably by next month. I want Xiaolan to be my legal wife as soon as possible. Su Tian tripped on his own feet and almost smashed his face on the wall. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. The next morning. Oh, so I'm not pregnant after all, Iris said. She felt a pair of strong arms tightening around her waist. She turned and looked at her darling's face, who was holding her on his lap. They were sitting on the couch in their bedroom suite's living area. This time, she couldn't read his expression. The test came out negative today, but that doesn't mean anything at this point. Wang Yingjie replied, looking at his third brother who was hiding his emotions behind an unreadable expression. Nevertheless, as one of his best friends, he could vaguely tell what his third brother was feeling. He sighed and continued speaking. I already told the two of you that it's still too early. We'll do this test again after your missed period, if you miss it. Is that all right with you, Xiaolan? Yes, of course. She paused and tilted her head to the side. But ever since I woke up from coma for the first time, there are times that I have irregular periods, especially when I become too busy working. I was told that it's because of stress or perhaps some remaining hidden damage from the accident. Will that be a problem? Wang Yingjie thought for a moment before answering. No, I looked at your medical records. You're healthy and fit unless you're in an accident that leave you injured like what happened during the bomb. Anyway, let's just do the pregnancy test again about a couple of weeks after the date that the two of you had unprotected sex. He turned to Jin Liwei. That's the day you called me, right? And Jin Liwei nodded, remembering that he indeed called his second brother after his baby girl left his office after their wild and intense lovemaking, which resulted in the torn condom. All right. Wang Yingjie took out his phone and looked at his schedule before making an appointment with the couple for the next pregnancy test. With that done, he started organizing his medical equipment and stuffing them in a shiny, metal-wheeled luggage. At the same time, he was advising Iris not to overwork herself while they weren't sure yet if she was really pregnant or not. Afterwards, the couple walked with Wang Yingjie to the grand foyer to see him off. He bid them goodbye and drove off in his own car. A yawn broke his usual serious expression. He performed a 9-hour surgery, which only ended earlier that morning. He hadn't slept a wink yet. Although exhausted, he still dropped by his third brother's place after leaving the hospital in order to fulfill his promise to check on Iris. Jin Liwei had been pestering him almost every day ever since the couple had an accidental unprotected sex. Wang Yingjie was a surgeon and an extremely busy one at that, not to mention that the hospital that he worked at was one of the biggest and busiest in the country. He didn't have a lot of free time. In addition, he wasn't an OBGYN. Despite this, he still granted his third brother's request just because they were sworn brothers, the best of friends. To him, doing this much was nothing because it was for family. Iris had her own OBGYN, but at this stage, Wang Yingjie understood why Jin Liwei would consult him instead. Both Jin Liwei and Iris were public figures. People always wanted to know what was going on in the couple's private lives. If it was discovered that Iris Long became pregnant out of wedlock, it would incite another scandal for her, even though she was already engaged to Jin Liwei. There were always malicious people out there waiting to pounce on the smallest opportunity to pull Iris down and tarnish her increasingly glowing reputation, especially since she had offended a lot of people during her teenage years in the past. Wang Yingjie was family, her OBGYN wasn't. In short, an outsider. This was why Jin Liwei preferred for him to conduct the pregnancy test on Iris. The couple could have just used a regular home pregnancy test, but given the couple's preference for accurate results, Wang Yingjie didn't mind stepping in for the role, even though he was a surgeon and something like this wasn't his specialty. He also knew that the couple trusted him more than any other doctor in the world. I can't wait to sleep on my bed, he talked to himself, so as not to fall asleep while driving. I still have another long surgery scheduled tonight. Another yawn. He smirked, remembering how his third brother almost half-carried Iris every time she walked. Wang Yingjie had no doubt that if Iris really got pregnant, there was an extremely high chance that Jin Liwei would tie her to his waist and carry her all around, not letting her walk or do anything strenuous until she gave birth to their first human baby. His third brother had an innate controlling nature, while Iris, as far as Wang Yingjie observed, was a headstrong and independent woman who liked to do her own thing. It was a wonder how these two fell in love with each other without constantly butting heads. If Iris really got pregnant, it would be interesting how she would deal with an ultra-protective, times a trillion, Jin Liwei. She might just go crazy and scratch his face off. Wang Yingjie chuckled before another yawn assaulted him again. He drove on the road fighting sleep, but in a good mood. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Zheng ancestral residence. 3 figures, 2 females and 1 male, sat around a low table in silence. Their straight backs, impassive expressions, and their obvious pride in their noble roots only magnified the ancient aura of the place. The lady in traditional clothing was performing a tea ceremony. Her practiced movements were cultured and elegant. A delicate aroma of tea soon wafted in the room as she served a tiny cup each to all of them. They sipped their tea in silence, enjoying the exquisite taste of one of the most expensive and rarest teas in the world. Zheng Suyin put down her teacup on the table without making any noise. Then her cold eyes fell on her son sitting in front of her. The custody battle starts in a few days. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Nevertheless, Long Hui still answered after putting down his own teacup on the table. Yes, mother. I need to personally appear in court, or else the judge will dismiss the case. Long Ming also placed down her teacup. The elder turned to Long Hui. Young Master Hui, you and that boy's mother have already separated before marrying. Zheng Suyin, thank goodness for that. That kind of lowly woman isn't fit to be my daughter-in-law. Long Hui's jaw tightened. His hands under the low table clenched into tight fists. However, his face remained expressionless. He was quiet, not replying to his mother's harsh words. Long Ming nodded, agreeing with Zheng Suyin. Young Master Hui, that woman and her boy have been living with young Miss Xiaolan. It also looks like they are close to that Scarlet Woman. Wei Lan. Scarlet Woman? Zheng Suyin snorted. There is no need for euphemisms when describing that homewrecker, Elder Ming. Wei Lan is a slut. A big slut. Very true. Long Ming nodded and took another sip of tea before putting her cup down once again. Young Master Hui, we all know that Wei Lan is a bad influence. Now that she's close to that female bodyguard and her boy, it's not surprising that she already corrupted them to turn against you. Her boy. Long Hui's voice was low and threatening. That's my boy too, Grand Aunt Ming. Son, don't follow your father's footsteps. Illegitimate children aren't worth it. They're nothing but innately damaged fruits born from immorality. They'll never be as good as pure fruits like you, a legitimate child, born from a proper and legal marriage. Zheng Suyin lectured her son. Long Hui frowned. His already clenched fists tightened even more. Damaged fruits? What do you mean by that, mother? Are you saying that my son Long Jun, your grandson, is damaged? Watch your tone. Is that how you speak to your own mother? Grandson, I will never admit an illegitimate child born from such a lowly woman as my grandson. Bam! The two women flinched when Long Hui slammed both his hands on the table, causing the china tableware to jump, clinking and clanking in a dangerous manner. Nothing broke, but some tea spilled on the table. How dare you act like that in front of your mother and grandaunt? Have you forgotten your manners? After siring a bastard, Zheng Suyin was enraged. But Long Hui was even more enraged. Whether you like it or not, Long Jun is my son. Half of him came from me. He's my flesh and blood, so I will never abandon him. I'll fight to the end to get him from Jiang Yingyu. I'll raise my own son because I'm his only father. Nobody else. Not Jin Liwei, and certainly not that snake Lin Yian. He was breathing heavily after saying his piece. The two women looked shocked seeing him lose his temper. Zheng Suyin was the first one to recover. She raised her chin and managed to look down on her son, even though he was towering over them right now. Are you done? Long Hui finally realized the disrespect he showed to his parent and elder. However, he didn't apologize. He meant what he said. Long Jun was his son. He wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting his son just because Long Jun was illegitimate, even his own mother, Zheng Suyin. In this aspect, Long Hui was very similar to his father, Long Tingfei. Ahem. Why don't you sit back down, young Master Hui? Long Ming said in a diplomatic tone. Aya, both of you are mother and son. There is no need to clash against each other. We are all on the same team here. Long Hui sat back down and lowered his eyes. He still didn't apologize, but it was obvious that he already calmed down. Zheng Suyin sniffed coldly, but didn't force him to apologize. Long Ming sighed in relief. All of them took a sip of tea, ignoring the spillage on the table. Silence once again descended in the room for almost a couple of minutes. Long Ming cleared her throat, interrupting the uncomfortable silence. Young Master Hui, I commend you for your kind and honorable heart. Such a responsible man to think of your child. Indeed, you are the only one worthy to become the next head of the Long Industries and the clan. She watched as the tight expressions of both Zheng Suyin and Long Hui eased up after hearing her compliments. Indeed, the two of them were mother and son. Long Ming inwardly released a sigh of relief. Young Master Hui, I understand your strong sense of responsibility towards your child. However, I also agree with your mother to a certain extent. That child is, without a doubt, a ba. Was born out of marriage. Long Ming corrected herself after receiving a fierce glare from Long Hui. She felt indignant that a brat like him would disrespect her, an elder, but this wasn't the time to act on her own feelings. Thus, she swallowed her own pride for the greater good of the Long clan. To her and their allies, Long Hui was the eldest son of Long Tingfei from the first marriage. Therefore, he was the rightful heir and the only one suitable to become the next head of the clan and the family business. You know how it is in our circles, she continued. Even if you have acknowledged that child, he would never be accepted by everyone, especially those who are from our fellow aristocratic clans. That poor child would be bullied and made fun of for being a ba, illegitimate. And when your wife gives birth to your legitimate child, his position will only become even more precarious. Also, it's unfair to your wife to bring a child from the outside. Your fiancé is from a respectable and aristocratic family like ours. It's a great disrespect to her and her family to force her to raise a child that isn't hers. Zheng Suyin nodded, impressed at the elder's persuasive words. She stayed quiet, allowing Long Ming to talk sense to her son. Long Hui also remained quiet. His expression showed that he was in deep thought, pondering over his elder's words. A furrow formed between his brows. Encouraged by his expression, Long Ming appealed to Long Hui's paternal emotions in order to force her points home. You love your son, don't you, young Master Hui? Then isn't it best to protect that poor child from suffering? It is enough that you acknowledge him as your flesh and blood son and give financial support so that he could at least live a good life and have a decent future. There is no need to bring him to our side and allow him to suffer from being bullied because nobody but you accept him. Long Hui's frown deepened. The two women waited for his response. After waiting almost 5 minutes, Zheng Suyin ran out of patience. Son, your grandaunt is right. Drop the custody case. ####. His mother's words woke Long Hui from his self-absorption. What the hell was he doing? Was he seriously considering Elder Long Ming's suggestion to protect his son by leaving him alone? If Jiang Yingyu was the only one raising their son by herself, then perhaps he would agree. But then, if that was the case, he wouldn't have left her in the first place. He would have married her and live a happy life raising their son together while also working on getting her pregnant again. The problem was that she wasn't raising their son by herself. Xiaolan and Jin Liwei were there interfering with their lives, hiding them, and also influencing them to distance themselves from him. How hateful. Not to mention that fucker Lin Yin. So what if he was an agricultural tycoon who was wealthier, more influential and stable than him? That was only right now. Once he became the next head of Long Industries, he would be closer in defeating that cheating motherfucker in terms of wealth and status. Lin Yihan was nothing more than a snake who stole another man's woman and child. How immoral. His mother's words echoed inside his head. Drop the custody case, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Never. He would fight to the bitter end until he gained custody of his son. He would never become like his father who left his children alone, contenting himself with giving them generous financial support. And most importantly, He would never allow another man except for himself to become a father figure to his son. He already accepted Jin Liwei as his son's godfather, but that was before he fell out with his sister Xiaolon. Now all he wanted to do was punch Jin Liwei in the face for claiming to be his son's papa. As for Lin Yihan, absolutely no fucking way. He would never allow that snake to obtain Jiang Yingyu or his son. No, mother. I won't drop the custody case. Long Hui's tone was final. You. Zheng Suyin was once again enraged. Long Ming was surprised that her persuasion didn't work. She was certain that just a few seconds ago, he was already on the verge of agreeing with her. Discontent filled her. The bastard child must not live with the young master. He would only become a hindrance to the young master's path of becoming the next head of the Longs. A firstborn illegitimate child would never be accepted because he would threaten the position of the true legitimate heir later on. This must not happen. However, it would also not be good to lose the custody case if the young master was really determined to go through with it. Losing was not an option, especially since both the Longs and the Zhengs cared so much about face. If the young master had to do something, he needed to emerge victorious. Zheng Suyin and Long Ming looked at each other. They knew with just a glance what each other's thoughts were regarding the matter. Son, mother, I've already made up my mind. It's useless to try to persuade me otherwise. Zheng Suyin closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm her anger. When she opened her eyes, her cold expression had returned. Fine. Since you're so insistent on taking responsibility for that bastard child, then so be it. Long Hui exhaled the breath he didn't notice that he was holding. Young Master Hui, are you confident in winning the custody case? Long Ming asked. Of course my son is going to win. There's no way that he's going to allow himself to lose face in such a trivial case. Do you really think that a lowly slut like that bodyguard with such a poor background will win against my son, the firstborn and the true heir of Long Industries? Long Ming didn't reply but instead looked at Long Hui instead. Long Hui's anger was once again provoked when his mother called the mother of his child a slut, but he tamped it down. Although he now hated Jiang Yingyu for cheating on him with that fucker Lin Yihan and for choosing to be on his sister's side rather than stay with him, he still couldn't forget her amazing body and the way she whimpered with passion whenever he slammed himself inside her again and again. For a moment, his mind was filled with vivid images of him pouring his seed inside her, impregnating her so that she would never forget that he was the man who fathered her child. Only him, Long Hui. His current fiancée was nothing compared to Jiang Yingyu. He couldn't even experience 10% of the pleasure Jiang Yingyu usually gave him with her body whenever he fucked his current fiancée. He always had to close his eyes and imagine that it was Jiang Yingyu he was fucking in order to come. It came to a point that using his hand while fantasizing about Jiang Yingyu felt more satisfying than fucking his fiancée. Before he knew it, he had a raging erection in his trousers. Fortunately, the table obstructed the view of his lower body from his mother and grandaunt. Well, are you not confident? His mother's words interrupted his lewd thoughts. He mentally shook his head to clear his mind. If it's against Jiang Yingyu alone, I'm confident. But she has Xiaolon and Jin Liwei backing her. They're no easy opponents. Long Ming. True. Jin Liwei is a powerful man. The Jins might originally be merchants. Zheng Suyin. Merchants are nothing but lowly commoners. Long Ming. Yes, they were commoners, but now they rule the country's business world. And as their head, Jin Liwei is akin to an emperor. Zheng Suyin and Long Hui scowled at the description of Jin Liwei as an emperor, but they couldn't refute Long Ming's words. This was the modern times. And indeed, Jin Liwei was the reigning emperor of the country's business world. ####. It's not only Jin Liwei who I'm concerned about. Xiaolon is also. Long Hui was about to reveal to his mother and grandaunt that his half-sister was a cross-academy student and therefore had the backing of the legendary school of geniuses, but stopped himself in time. His pride didn't allow anyone to view his youngest sister, who he was currently at odds with, as more superior than him, even to his mother and allies. This was important information, but he just couldn't bring himself to reveal it for fear that Long Ming would turn her back on him and support his half-sister instead to become the next head of the clan and the family business. That little slut is what? Continue what you're saying, son, Zheng Suyin prompted him. Long Ming also waited for him to say more. However, he only shook his head and swallowed the words that he almost blurted out. Nothing. Forget it. Just know that Jiang Yingyu has a strong backing, and it won't be easy for me to get custody of my son. Zheng Suyin looked at him with obvious disapproval. Long Ming sighed in disappointment. Long Hui ignored them. His mind was already made up. Even though the odds were against him, he would still fight for his son's custody. Seeing the determination in her son's eyes, Zheng Suyin's cold heart softened, but only for a little bit. Indeed, if that lowly female bodyguard had the backing of Jin Liwei, then it would be difficult for her son to get custody of that bastard child. As much as she disapproved of the bastard, she wouldn't allow her son to lose against that female bodyguard of poor breeding. If her son couldn't win in court, there were other ways to get what he wanted. Her eyes flashed with a scheming light. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. That weekend, Long Hui dropped off his fiancée at a cosmetic clinic for her monthly body maintenance appointment. As he watched her disappear in the inner rooms of the clinic with the cosmetic nurse, all he could think about was how Jiang Yingyu had such an amazing fit and muscled body without resorting to costly and artificial procedures like his current fiancée. He mentally scolded himself upon realizing that he was thinking of Jiang Yingyu yet again. With a scowl on his face, he left the clinic and headed to the main lobby downstairs using the elevator. The cosmetic clinic was located inside a high-end commercial building. There were other business offices from across different fields in the building, ranging from physicians, dentists, lawyers, private tutoring services, etc. Once Long Hui arrived in the lobby, an unwelcome face greeted his sight, worsening his mood even further. Lin Yihan just came out of a business partner's office when he saw Long Hui. He stopped in his tracks. Then he saw the man glare at him before walking away. "Wait," he called out, but was ignored. "Mr. Long, wait." He ran after him. Long Hui finally stopped and turned back at Lin Yihan. His glare intensified. "I want to talk to you," Lin Yihan said after catching up to him. "I don't want to talk to a cheating snake like you." "I never cheated, Mr. Long. Please, let's talk." The two men stood in front of each other. Long Hui continued to glare, as if doing so would murder the man in front of him, while Lin Yihan stood there in a calm and non-threatening manner. Their face-off caught the attention of passers-by. Long Hui was handsome and had a certain coolness about him associated with wealthy young masters. There was something delicate about his features, but it did nothing to lessen the intensity of his glare. On the other hand, Lin Yihan was tall and thin. He wasn't as good-looking as Long Hui, but his gentle expression and amiable aura made him more attractive to other people. There was a sense of stability and comfort in him. Even though Long Hui was trying to kill him with his eyes, Lin Yihan didn't allow himself to be provoked, maintaining his calm instead. The two ignored the other people's sneaking glances at them. Lin Yihan waited for Long Hui's response. 5 minutes, Long Hui finally replied. Lin Yihan nodded. "Thank you. Follow me." He led Long Hui outside the commercial building to the CAF on the other side of the street. Various high-end boutiques sandwiched the classy CAF. A waiter welcomed the two of them and led them to a nice table by the windows. "Oolong tea for me, please," Lin Yihan ordered without looking at the menu. The waiter jotted down his order. Long Hui looked at the menu. He also planned to order a drink from the tea section. Then he read that all the tea used in the CAF were from the brand Serenity Premium Tea. Serenity Premium Tea. Sounds familiar. Then he remembered. Serenity Premium Tea was the tea brand his youngest half-sister was endorsing. In addition, it was owned by the scoundrel sitting in front of him, Lin Yihan. He looked at the fucker and glared once. Again. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" the waiter asked Long Hui. "Coffee. Black," he replied with gritted teeth. Even though he wanted to drink tea, there was no way he was going to drink the tea from this fucker's company who tried to steal his woman and child. The waiter left to prepare their orders, leaving the two of them in an uncomfortable atmosphere. "Speak. I don't have time to waste on a cheating snake like you," Long Hui said. Lin Yihan sighed at Long Hui's provocation. He didn't lose his temper. "Mr. Long, I heard that you saw some photos and videos of Miss Jiang and I together with little June at the mall. I want to tell you that we met each other that day by coincidence. There was nothing dishonorable about our chance meeting. Please remove your suspicions about us. I have no immoral intentions towards Miss Jiang and your son," he explained. Long Hui didn't reply. At the mention of Jiang Yingyu and their son, He became too overcome by jealousy to listen in a rational manner to Lin Yihan's explanation. He just continued glaring at Lin Yihan instead. Lin Yihan could sense that his words weren't getting through Long Hui, but didn't give up and continued explaining. He remembered Jiang Yingyu's heartbroken expression when the couple broke up because of the incriminating photos. Guilt consumed him, even though he knew very well that it wasn't his fault. He was innocent alongside Jiang Yingyu. Long Hui was just misunderstanding everything. If only the man would listen to him, then this painful issue would hopefully be resolved. I'm telling the truth. There's really nothing between Miss Jiang and I. We only consider ourselves as friends because of our respective relationships with my brother Liwei and your sister Xiaolan. Tell me, Lin Yihan, when was the last time you saw Yingyu? Lin Yihan hesitated for a bit before deciding that honesty was the best policy at this point. He had no reason to lie anyway. Earlier this week, my brother Liwei and Xiaolan invited the rest of our brothers and her friends to their place for dinner. It was just a regular gathering between friends. The ugly green monster growling inside Long Hui gave a raging roar. He only heard that Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu saw each other earlier this week. The rest of Lin Yihan's words were drowned by his poisonous jealousy. You motherfucker. He was interrupted when the waiter arrived with their drinks. Oolong tea for Lin Yihan. Coffee for Long Hui. The waiter left them again. Lin Yihan picked up his cup and inhaled the tea's aroma. He nodded, pleased at the CAF's brewing quality of his company's tea. He appeared calm on the outside, but in actuality, he was anxious deep inside. Long Hui's repeated accusations couldn't help but affect him, yet he was still trying his best to remain calm. With a sigh in his heart, he sipped the hot tea in the hopes that it would relax him in this tense situation. As for Long Hui, he didn't touch his coffee at all. His hands were tightly clenched on his lap, trying to stop himself from swinging his fists towards Lin Yihan's calm face. After sipping his tea and placing his cup down, Lin Yihan began speaking to Long Hui again. He continued trying to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding and that nothing was going on between him and Jiang Yingyu, but to no avail. Long Hui was adamant in believing that the two cheated on him. Thus, Lin Yihan changed tactics and began talking about the custody case instead. Your son, little June, is a wonderful child. He deserves all the happiness that could fit in his life. Although he's still a young child, something like this, a custody battle between his parents, will certainly scar him one way or another. This time, Lin Yihan's words managed to penetrate Long Hui's thick head. What are you trying to say? Long Hui asked in a tone filled with suspicion. Please think of your son. The kid still wants you. You're his father. Don't make it too hard on your son and to Miss Jiang. There's no need for a custody battle like this. It'll just hurt all the parties involved and worsen the situation. Long Hui remained quiet, but his expression showed that he was finally listening. So Lin Yihan continued. How about you have a proper conversation with Miss Jiang, he suggested. I think it's better to talk everything out face to face about your relationship, your plans regarding your son, and try to resolve all the issues between you. Perhaps you may even reconcile. Even if that's not possible, at least you'll stop treating each other like enemies. Although it's not common here in our country, it's still possible to have a joint custody or co-parenting arrangement just like in the West. Silence. Nobody spoke for 5 minutes. The atmosphere was so tense that the waiter who was headed their way to ask them how they were enjoying their drinks so far stopped himself and turned around instead. Are you done? Long Hui finally interrupted the uncomfortable silence in a flat tone. Yes. I've listened to what you've said. Now listen to me. All right. Long Hui leaned forward and narrowed his eyes before speaking in a low growl. My issue with you and our son is none of your fucking business, Lin Yihan. You're the one who destroyed my family first. Don't act like you're doing everyone a favor by trying to persuade me to believe in the lies you concocted with you. Both of you are cheating snakes. I'm going to take my son away from that cheating slut no matter what. Go stay in your farm with your potatoes and pigs. Don't bother me again. He stood up and left without looking back. Lin Yihan was left there alone with a dark expression. His usually gentle eyes were now simmering with cold fury. He could tolerate it when Long Hui continually provoked him. However, when Long Hui called Jiang Yingyu a cheating slut, something snapped inside Lin Yihan. Such a good woman. Such a good mother. Such a good person was far from a cheating slut. It was fortunate that Long Hui immediately left after saying his piece, because if he didn't, Lin Yihan would have probably beaten the shit out of the unreasonable son of a bitch. Before this, he had hoped to persuade Long Hui to reconsider his decision to separate with Jiang Yingyu. Now, however, Lin Yihan didn't want such an asshole to return to her side. Long Hui didn't deserve such a good woman like Jiang Yingyu. Lin Yihan's protective nature now completely blanketed itself over Jiang Yingyu and little June after his failed conversation with Long Hui. He hadn't realized it yet, but he already started treating the mother and son as his responsibility. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Ampalu, there's my boy. Come and give your beloved great-grandpa a kiss. A familiar booming voice echoed in the grand foyer. A little boy ran towards the sprightly old man who caught him and tossed him up the air. The delighted child's laughter made everyone smile. An orange cat ran around the toddler and the old man, meowing loudly, while a fat gray cat reluctantly huffed and puffed its way towards the visitor to pay respects to an elder. Little Junjun, did you miss Great-Grandpa? I want to know. Yesh. Ha. Great-Grandpa missed you too, my boy. Were you a good boy? Yesh, Impalu. Junjun, good boy. Grandpa Lu nodded. He looked very pleased with the child's answers. When little June gave him a wet kiss on the cheek, the old man became even happier. Carrying the toddler, Grandpa Lu walked inside the grand foyer, followed by ice cream and popcorn who finished paying their respects to him. He was too preoccupied enjoying his great-grandson that he ignored Iris and the others until they greeted him. He greeted them back, but his expression showed his disinterest on them. At the moment, all he cared about was his beloved great-grandson, little June. When Iris came into the picture, Lu Zihao was tossed aside and Iris became Grandpa Lu's new favorite grandchild. He doted on her while also teaching her his genius ways of shamelessness in the business world. It was fortunate that his former favorite grandchild, Lu Zihao, didn't mind nor felt jealous, but instead also doted on Iris as an older brother. But when little June came into the picture next, Grandpa Lu found his new favorite. This was a great-grandchild after all, a higher level than a grandchild. If only he could have more great-grandchildren to dote on. Then Grandpa Lu could live the remainder of his precious years with happiness. It was so frustrating that his grandchildren were so slow in giving him great-grandbabies. Was it so hard for those pinheads to make babies? What was wrong with them? He wanted to know. Bless Jiang Yingyu for coming into their lives and sharing little June with them. Now Grandpa Lu had a taste of what it was like to have a great-grandbaby. As he expected, it felt awesome. Old man, you're so old already, and yet you still have the guts to toss a child in the air and carry him. What if you break your back? Don't complain to us, then. A devilish voice teased from behind Grandpa Lu. What did you say, you punk? Who are you calling old? I want to know. Don't get overconfident just because you gained some muscles. Bah. I'm telling you that this old man is still many times stronger than you. You're still 100 years too early to talk to me like that. Lu Zihao emerged from the shadows. Nobody in the foyer noticed his arrival, not even Iris. His movements were silent, and even his large, muscled frame would disappear in the dark if he wanted it. He entered the foyer after Grandpa Lu. His lips were curved in a devilish smirk. Big brother. Iris greeted him with a smile. She was happy that he came home again. They hadn't seen each other since the last time they spoke. He nodded at her, his eyes becoming gentler. Jin Liwei tightened his hold around her waist and pulled her closer to his body before also greeting his fifth brother with a nod. The couple was free today until mid-afternoon. Then they needed to return to their respective work. Later, they ate lunch in the indoor forest. The people present were Iris, Jin Liwei, Dom, Jiang Yingyu, little June, Grandpa Lu, and Lu Zihao. Everyone was having fun chatting while eating. They mostly talked about Iris' latest hit song with Jin Chonglin, Passionate Flames. There was one person who looked distracted, though. The others noticed, of course, but they pretended that nothing was amiss. After lunch, little June fell asleep earlier than usual for his afternoon nap. Playing with his great-grandpa and cat cousins tired him. Grandpa Lu carried the toddler just as the nanny arrived, carrying little June's sleepover luggage. All right, we'll get going now, Grandpa Lu announced. His booming voice didn't boom as usual so as not to wake up the child. Good thing the boy is fast asleep. He'll probably cry and won't want to leave you if I take him with me while he's awake. Jiang Yingyu felt reluctant. It must have been obvious from her expression because Grandpa Lu patted her shoulder. Don't worry, and you, my girl. Grandpa Lu will take care of your son. It'll only be for a few days. Why, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Why are you still calling me, sir? Is this old man still a stranger to you? I want to know. Call me Grandpa Lu. Why, yes, Grandpa Lu. Jiang Yingyu replied in a shy tone, her cheeks turning a lovely shade of pink. Good, very good. They all walked Grandpa Lu and the sleeping little June to the front entrance. Jiang Yingyu's eyes were red and moist, although the rest of her face looked impassive. She was fighting tears because this would be the first time that her son would be sleeping over for a few days in another place by himself without her. In addition, the anxiety of tomorrow and the next few days loomed in her heart, almost making her feel suffocated. Grandpa Lu gave her a firm, yet encouraging look. The lawyers will pick you up here tomorrow. Don't you worry, and you, my dear. Nobody is allowed to take little Junjun away from you without your consent as long as your Grandpa Lu, is still alive. Iris stepped forward and patted Jiang Yingyu's back. I can't accompany you to court because I'll attract too much attention, but you'll have our lawyers to protect your interests and little Jun's. You can depend on them. All you need to do is be brave and don't let yourself be bullied. Don't cower when facing Longhui. ####. Hearing their words of support, Jiang Yingyu nodded. The uneasiness in her heart subsided for a bit. Bravery wasn't something that could be trained in an instant. But for the sake of her son, she would fight a painful battle against the man she used to love. It would probably crush her even more than she already had. But she was willing to bleed just so her son could have a happy life and bright future. She looked around and saw warm and loving people. This was family, regardless of whether they were connected by blood or not. They were now her son's family and hers as well. If something ever happened to her, Jiang Yingyu knew that they would love and take care of her son as if he was their own, especially little Jun's godparents, Xiulan and Sir Liwei. Little Jun belonged with these loving and supportive people, not the self-serving and toxic environment of the Long clan. Thank you, everyone, she told them in her sincerest tone. #########. Inside the car, Clover held Jiang Yingyu's cold, sweaty hands and squeezed it. You'll be fine, sissing you. You're not alone. Jiang Yingyu smiled at her friend, who took the time to accompany her today. She was very grateful to Clover, who just showed up earlier that morning and announced that she would be coming to court with her. Clover should be very busy with her preparations for her France mission and would be flying in a couple of days, but she still dropped everything to share Jiang Yingyu's burdens today. Their friends, the other members of the girl squad, also wanted to come but were unable to do so even if they wanted to. Iris was a popular celebrity. She would attract too much attention if she came. Her presence might negatively affect the custody case and attract unwanted scrutiny from unnecessary people, so it was better that she didn't come. Dom was Iris' personal assistant, so he needed to accompany her at work, especially right now that her 2 music collaborations with Jin Chonglin became big hits. She was being flooded with new work offers in showbiz. In addition to this, she also had companies that needed her attention, her studies, and also her music compositions. Dom needed to be there in order to make her daily life run smoothly so that she could put her entire focus on her work. According to Clover, Mimi was supposed to come as well, but when she took a look at this friend's zombie-like appearance, Clover became frightened, so she discouraged Mimi and told her to rest at home instead. Clover even asked Yang Jihui to keep a close eye on Mimi because she might sneak out and follow them to court. As for Long Jinjing and Xin Fei, the 2 of them were the CFO and COO of Orchidia Beauty respectively. With the company's current fast-growing success, they had their hands full in managing its operations and keeping it in the right track. After all, their president-CEO had a tendency to take the crazy, unconventional methods towards success. Iris' high-risk, high-rewards approach would always scare the shit out of both Long Jinjing and Xin Fei, so the 2 of them needed to provide the company a sense of being grounded to balance everything out. This meant that the 2 had to dedicate a lot of time working in the company. Jiang Yingyu understood her friends' busy schedules, so she dissuaded them from taking a leave of absence in order to accompany her today. She didn't expect that Clover would ignore her and just show up. Endless gratitude filled her. Miss Jiang, we're here, Hong Xiaoqiang announced beside her. She was sitting in the back seat between Clover and Iris' lawyer, who was now hers as well. The 3 of them looked out of the window and saw the imposing building of the courthouse. Jiang Yingyu's heart began jumping inside her tight chest. She paled and cold sweat began soaking her clothes. "Breathe, sis," Clover told her. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, willing her tense body to relax even for just a little bit. Their car drove slowly until it reached the front driveway leading to the courthouse. "Huh? Why are there so many reporters outside the courthouse?" Clover asked, pointing at the building's main entrance. Attorney Hong frowned when he saw the crowd of reporters. "Maybe they're here for another case?" Jiang Yingyu replied, her tone uncertain. "I hope you're right. We want this custody case to reach a conclusion as swiftly as possible. Media attention will just turn it into a circus and might even complicate things," Attorney Hong said. They were hoping that the reporters didn't come for them, but for another case also happening today. Although Little Jun's father was the eldest son of Long Tengfei, the current head of Long Industries and the aristocratic Long clan, Long Hui wasn't well known or influential enough in his own right to garner this much media attention. Only Little Jun's aunt and godmother, Iris Long, had the star power to attract attention from the media. The car stopped. The driver and his partner alighted from the front seat and opened the door for them. When Attorney Hong stepped out, the reporters recognized him and quickly ran towards them. The lawyer frowned upon seeing their reaction to their arrival. "Oh no, it seems that the reporters really came for us," Clover said from behind. Jiang Yingyu became even more nervous. It was fortunate that her training as a bodyguard allowed her to maintain an impassive expression. Attorney Hong blocked Jiang Yingyu and Clover from stepping out of the car, while the driver and his partner formed a protective barrier in front of them. Despite this, the reporters still shouted questions at Jiang Yingyu. "Miss Jiang, is it true that you're refusing to give custody of your son to the father, Mr. Long Hui, because you're asking for an enormous amount of child support?" Jiang Yingyu flinched. The other reporters threw similar questions at her. All their questions were nothing more than a guise to accuse her of using the custody case to fatten up her own pockets. What the hell are they asking? Clover was aghast and then enraged. Following Attorney Hong's gestures, both Jiang Yingyu and Clover also alighted from the car. The reporters tried getting close, but the two bodyguards protected them. "Stay calm. Don't say anything and follow behind me. I'll do all the talking," the lawyer whispered to Jiang Yingyu. She nodded. "Clover, I think someone set you up and deliberately called all these bloodthirsty wolves today to ask you these disgusting questions." Nobody in their group replied, but their expressions showed that they agreed to her words. They made their way to the courthouse, slowed down by the reporters crowding around them. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang answered some questions while dodging most. He even threatened to sue a handful of the most aggressive reporters for asking malicious questions. While they were midway to the courthouse's main entrance, they heard another car stopping a few meters behind their car. They all turned their heads and saw the rear passenger door open. Out came Long Hui in a dashing business suit. He looked handsome, but his expression was cold and grim. Seeing him so well-groomed and polished, Jiang Yingyu's heart stirred for a couple of seconds before the pain he caused reminded her of why she should stop loving him. Her heart felt like it was being twisted into pieces again. "You already killed this love, Yingyu," she inwardly talked to herself. Long Hui looked up and their eyes met. It was as if time froze at that moment. The people and the noise around the two of them disappeared and became muted. All they could see was one another. But it only lasted for a moment before they returned to reality. Long Hui sneered at her, his hatred clear in his expression. Jiang Yingyu pressed her lips together and looked away. She felt someone squeezing her hand and looked up to see Clover giving her a smile of encouragement. The majority of the reporters changed their targets. They left Jiang Yingyu's group and surrounded Long Hui next. Only his lawyer and driver accompanied him. "Mr. Long, how do you feel that your ex-fiancée is withholding your paternal rights to raise your own son because she wanted you to pay an extravagant child support first?" Similar, less aggressive questions were asked of Long Hui. The difference in the reporter's treatment between him and Jiang Yingyu became clear. What the hell? Clover was once again enraged. "It's obvious that they're bullying you, sissing you. I bet it's that asshole who invited all these reporters himself in order to humiliate you and pressure you." "How devious." Jiang Yingyu didn't reply. She was too busy trying to contain her emotions and hiding them behind an impassive expression. The group stayed where they were. Moments later, Long Hui, his lawyer, and the reporters reached them. The two groups had a face-off, delighting the reporters. Camera shutters clicked non-stop, and the questions were thrown from all directions to both parties. "Where's my son?" Long Hui asked. "He's safe," Jiang Yingyu replied in a soft but firm tone. He curled his lip. "He'll be safer with me. My son is a boy. A boy needs to learn how to be a man from his own father, so I should be the one raising him." Her impassive expression cracked and revealed a frown. She didn't reply, but it was clear from her face that she disagreed with him. Long Hui's lawyer whispered something to him. He gave a last look at Jiang Yingyu before turning away. He and his lawyer left and reached the courthouse's main entrance first. Right at that moment, a third car arrived unnoticed. However, Jiang Yingyu's group focused on it, catching the attention of the reporters. A driver opened the rear passenger door and two figures stepped out of the car. The first one was a middle-aged man with severe falcon-like features. He was followed by an elderly gentleman who looked amiable at first, but his sharp eyes and penetrating gaze revealed his formidable nature. Both men looked intimidating. Why does it seem like the first one who came out of the car looked familiar?" a reporter wondered. "Yeah, I think so too. I'm pretty sure I've seen that fellow before." Curious about the commotion, Long Hui and his lawyer paused before entering the courthouse. They turned around and looked at the new arrivals. The falcon-looking middle-aged man and the formidable elderly gentleman began walking side by side. "Oh wait, I remember now. Isn't that Kong Huizhong, Jin Corporation's lawyer?" exclaimed a reporter. You're right. It's Attorney Kong. What's he doing here?" Long Hui's expression darkened, but he didn't look surprised. Kong Huizhong's appearance meant that Jiang Yingyu also had Jin Liwei's tacit backing in addition to his half-sister Xiaolan's support. Kong is Jin Corporation's corporate lawyer, but he also handles the Jin family's legal matters, his lawyer explained beside him. "Although I know that your son is CEO Jin's godson, I'm still surprised that he sent his own lawyer today for this custody case." Long Hui didn't answer. He agreed to Elder Long Meng's suggestion to invite the media in order to intimidate Jiang Yingyu. Yet her side countered with Jin Liwei sending his own lawyer to try intimidating him instead. Memories of his fist fight with Jin Liwei and his half-sister injuring him with a fucking orange flashed in his mind, intensifying his hatred of them. They were the reason why his position as the heir apparent was destabilized, why Lin Yihan became close to Jiang Yingyu and cheated on him, why he broke up with her and had to fight against her for the custody of their son, and why his life had become so fucked up right now. It was all their fault. Kong Huizhong's appearance diverted the reporter's attention away from Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui. He was, after all, the famed lawyer of the country's #1 company, Jin Corporation. The reporters once again changed their targets and surrounded Kong Huizhong. But before they could get too close, the elderly gentleman's piercing eyes beside him made them stop in their tracks. An invisible barrier naturally formed between Kong Huizhong with his elderly companion and the reporters. The pair started walking. The reporters followed them, but maintained at least a meter's distance. "Hey, is it just me, or that old man also looks familiar?" one of the reporters asked. "Nope, I don't recognize him," replied a young reporter in his 20s. An older gentleman piped in. "No, it's not only you. I also feel like I've seen him before." The reporter with the most experience among the group focused his eyes on the elderly gentleman walking beside Kong Huizhong. He observed that Jin Corporation's famed corporate lawyer acted in a respectful and humble manner in the elderly gentleman's presence, as if his status was lower. His eyes narrowed at this thought. Something stirred in his memory. Then a light bulb went off in his head. "Deng Gui," he exclaimed, pointing at the elderly gentleman. His expression and tone showed his shock. "Who? What? Why is everyone reacting like this? Who's Deng Gui?" Hearing his name, the elderly gentleman turned his head and looked at the reporter's various expressions. He saw shock, disbelief, confusion, and cluelessness. His sharp eyes didn't miss anything. He didn't say anything, but continued walking steadily beside Kong Huizhong. The reporter who first recognized him recovered from his initial shock and called out, "Sir, are you His Excellency Deng Gui?" The elderly gentleman stopped and then looked directly at the reporter before nodding. "Indeed, I am Deng Gui." Then he resumed walking. His admission caused an uproar among the reporters. "Oh my God, it's His Excellency Deng Gui. I don't know who he is," muttered a young reporter, but he was already on his phone searching for information about Deng Gui. His Excellency Deng Gui served as a jurist at the International Court of Justice. He's one of the most respected figures in the field of international law. What is a renowned figure like him doing here? I thought he's already retired. Yes, he's already retired. Though I heard that he still occasionally handles some legal matters for his friend Sir Liu Jianhong. He's with Attorney Kong. Maybe they have some important business to attend in the courthouse. Perhaps something that concerns international diplomatic relations in the corporate industry. Oh, that makes sense. Hurry, let's follow them. This is bigger than a mere child custody case. At the entrance of the courthouse, Long Hui and his lawyer watched this scene. Long Hui's expression showed amazed surprise as he listened to his lawyer describing Deng Gui's identity and his numerous lifetime achievements. Then he frowned. Why is such an illustrious figure with Kong Huizhong? We both know that Attorney Kong came today to assist Jiang Yingyu in the custody case. His lawyer paused upon realizing this point before saying with hesitation, I don't know. He wasn't aware of His Excellency's connection to Sir Liu Jianhong. Unlike the reporters who were privy to this information because of their extensive insider network. Long Jin and his lawyer opted to watch the new arrivals and satisfy their curiosity instead of their original plan of entering the courthouse ahead of everyone else. Back on the walkway leading to the courthouse's main entrance, the reporters followed Deng Gui and Kong Huizhong while maintaining a respectful distance from them. Their aggressive attitude towards Jiang Yingyu earlier was nowhere to be seen. They thought that the two famed lawyers would head straight to the courthouse, but, contrary to their expectations, they walked towards Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang and his client instead. The two unlikely groups greeted each other as if they were close. Even the falcon-like Kong Huizhong's usually severe expression became kind as he nodded at Hong Xiaoqiang and the two ladies. As for His Excellency Deng Gui, he looked grandfatherly as he chatted with the other group with a smile on his face. He even patted the shoulder of Jiang Yingyu. Those who were watching this scene felt confused. The reporters edged closer, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ahead of them at the courthouse's main entrance, Long Hui and his lawyer began to have a bad feeling after seeing the two famed lawyers interacting with their enemies. After chatting, the two groups, now one, began walking together to the main entrance. The three lawyers, Hong Xiaoqiang, Kong Huizhong, and the renowned Deng Gui, all walked together around the two ladies in a protective manner. Their cold, serious expressions and confident steps showed everyone that they meant business. People automatically made way for them, intimidated by their formidable collective aura. The reporter with the most experience among the group who first recognized Deng Gui mustered up his courage and shouted a question. Your Excellency Deng and Attorney Kong, may we know what kind of business do you have in the courthouse today? Nice question. His fellow reporters were encouraged by him and began following his example. They also began shouting out their own questions. Your Excellency Deng, Attorney Kong, why are you walking with Attorney Hong? How long have you been acquainted with each other? How are you connected with each other? Have you worked together before? The impressive group stopped walking and faced the reporters. The three lawyers looked at each other before Kong Huizhong stepped forward after getting a nod of approval from both Deng Gui and Hong Xiaoqiang. Kong Huizhong faced the crowd of reporters with his usual severe expression, looking like a falcon eyeing his prey. Then he addressed them. I, Kong Huizhong, and His Excellency the Venerable Deng Gui, are honored to be assisting Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang and his client, Miss Jiang Yingyu, in the custody case regarding Miss Jiang's young son, Long Jun, starting today. Silence fell as everyone made sense of his words. What? In this remote and isolated part of Russia, the heavenly bodies in the sky could be viewed in their full, shining glory without the hindrance of bright city lights in metropolitan areas. The air was fresher here, the surroundings greener. This vast expanse of land comparable to the size of a small European country was the private territory of the most powerful criminal organization in the world, the Vetrovs. Situated in its most hidden and fortified area lay the highly secretive Vetrov estate. It was a grand residence, no, a palatial fortress fit for a royal family. Its grandeur and beauty would make a person who saw it for the first time speechless in amazement. To Evelina Vetrova, however, this beautiful place was a dull, boring, monotonous, lonely, and hopeless prison. It was a cage that she could never fully escape from in this lifetime. Invisible chains tied her to this place, so that no matter how far she went in other parts of the world, one pull from her parents, the reigning king and queen of the international underworld, and she would be back in her prison. The desire for freedom always burned fiercely in her heart. Unfortunately, her wings had been clipped since the day she was born. There was never any chance for true escape. She dreamed about it, of course, and enjoyed the sweet taste of true freedom in her imagination. She even thought of trying to escape, but if she did, there was no doubt that her family and their formidable organization would eventually find her, if their enemies didn't kill her first. Despite all of these, Evelina was still allowed to leave the estate as long as she received the rare permission of her parents, like when she visited her school's campus in the Swiss Alps a few years ago. Cross Academy was a wonderful and breathtaking sanctuary, but she had been unable to fully enjoy it because of her strict entourage who monitored her every move and restricted her from meeting unnecessary people, effectively preventing her from making any friends, and blocked her from visiting places they deemed as a risk to her safety. There were also times when her parents brought her out of the estate to visit other criminal families who they considered to be their allies. Keyword was allies, not friends. In addition to not having true freedom, the Vetrovs, the most powerful criminal family in the international underworld, had no true friends either. Their allies constantly changed. Betrayals were the norm. Allies for today, mortal enemies tomorrow. Evelina thought that a life like this was not worth living at all. She could feel herself dying little by little deep inside each day. Only her music made her feel alive. Also, she felt the most free while roaming the online world and entertaining herself by hacking the toughest systems in the world. And most importantly, spending time with her big brother Nikolai made her feel truly loved. She could also feel that her father loved her, but as the king of their organization, Armin Vetrov was extremely busy and was rarely at home to spend quality time with her. As for her mother, Evgenia Vetrova was more like a cold machine programmed to prioritize their organization over anything else rather than a flesh and blood mother who cared for family bonds. True freedom might be impossible for the Vetrovs, but a secret outing once in a while was still doable. Tonight was special because her parents were both out for business in Southeast Asia. They would be gone for a couple of weeks, when her big brother received an emergency call from the U.S., which he needed to personally resolve as soon as possible. She would be left alone in the estate accompanied by her cold bodyguards and similarly emotionless servants. All of them were, simply speaking, her jailers. Seeing her dejected expression, her big brother had an idea. "Evelinka, do you want to come with big brother to America?" he asked. "Of course. Let's go," she answered without thinking. Thus, they made a plan. A secret plan that would get both of them into big trouble if discovered by the estate's key personnel, and worse, by their parents. And as the man and the one who cooked up the idea, her big brother would surely suffer a painful punishment. Even with the consequences, the siblings still went ahead with their plan. Her big brother sent his most loyal subordinate who swore his loyalty to him, not to their parents, to help Evelina sneak out of her bedroom. Due to her big brother's meticulous preparations, assisted by her hacking skills, her escape that night went very smoothly. She saw her bodyguards and other staff laying unconscious as she escaped. She wondered what method her brother used to immobilize them because most of the people working in the estate had been raised and trained by the organization since they were young. All who managed to survive until adulthood became deadly experts and were immune to the most common tranquilizers, narcotics, and poisons. Even painkillers were useless to them. Her curiosity about this matter only lasted for a short time. Since they were sneaking out, they had to be extremely careful. Fortunately, Evelina's physical abilities were on a higher level compared to the average people living normal lives because she had been forced to train by her mother. As a result, she was able to keep up with her brother's subordinate as they zigged and zagged here and there to avoid detection from the estate security. Nevertheless, sweat still beaded on her skin, and her breathing and heart rate sped up as they followed the escape route her brother devised. Compared to her, her brother's subordinate looked the same as always. He was not sweating or breathing hard at all. Indeed, even though she was stronger than normal people, she was weaker compared to the battle-hardened machines working in their Vetrov organization. This was mainly due to the fact that she resisted training unless her mother sent someone to literally drag her and force her to train. If she wasn't her father and her mother's daughter, Evelina was certain that she would die. Theirs was a dog-eat-dog world. It was survival of the fittest. Natural selection. The strong prevailed while the weak died. Finally, Evelina and her big brother's most loyal subordinate managed to escape from the estate. They reached a dense forest where more of her brother's subordinates waited for them and led them deeper into the woods. The light drizzle and chilly gusts of wind didn't affect the lovely smile on Evelina's face now that she was out of the estate. Her smile was as bright and beautiful as the twinkling stars in the Russian summer night sky above, perhaps even more so. Her emerald eyes shone with great anticipation and excitement. There was a skip in her footsteps as she ran with enthusiasm, surrounded by her brother's armed subordinates who protected her from wild animals like bears and wolves and other dangers in the forest at night. Her golden hair flew behind her, waving like triumphant banner of freedom. Almost, she whispered, her voice disappearing with the wind. Later, Evelina and her brother's subordinates reached a clearing where a row of bulletproof, military-grade off-road vehicles were parked. Regular luxury cars were inconvenient in a remote place like this where most of the roads were unpaved. Her big brother, Nikolai Vetrov, was already there speaking with his other subordinates. By just a glance, anyone could tell that he was the leader. He radiated power and danger. His cold expression betrayed no emotions to his own subordinates. He had green eyes like her, but his were darker and more of an olive color, while hers were like bright emeralds. Sometimes, his eyes would become so dark that they appeared black, especially when he was in a deadly, predatory mode. Unlike her blonde locks, he had black hair. These dark features made it easier for him to blend into the shadows. Except for their green eyes, which differed in shade, the siblings didn't resemble each other at all. Evelina Vetrova looked like an angel with the shining halo of heavenly radiance, while Nikolai Vetrov looked like a demon prince whose inner darkness was fathomless. Nevertheless, as soon as her big brother saw her, his emotionless eyes lit up and filled with gentleness in an instant. Evelina ran faster and then threw herself at him. He caught her easily, as if she weighed nothing. Ready? She nodded, almost trembling with excitement. All right, let's head to America. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The Vetrovs had their own fleet of private aircraft to suit their various needs. At the moment, the siblings used one of Nikolai's own private jets. He explained to Evelina that it was a new one and that he was careful not to let their parents know about it. Unlike his straightforward sister who had no qualms revealing her thoughts, which often got her into trouble with their mother, Nikolai was a secretive person. Even Evelina didn't know the extent of all his secrets. As usual, they used passports with fake identities. The Vetrovs were the most wanted figures in the world. They couldn't just openly use their real identities to travel everywhere. As an added precaution, they planted their own people in different airports from all over the world so that they could bypass regular customs screening. Nikolai and Evelina arrived in Boston, Massachusetts early morning. They were driven to a mansion Nikolai rented beforehand. If he was traveling alone, he would have stayed in a hotel, but since he brought his beloved sister along this time, he decided that it would be safer to stay in a private property instead. After eating breakfast ordered from a popular Chinese restaurant, Liu Zihao left the mansion in a hurry to inspect the problem he came to resolve. He left a team of his subordinates to protect Evelina. She was allowed roam outside as long as she stayed with the bodyguards Nikolai assigned for her. She had been to the U.S. a handful of times before, but never to Boston yet. This was her first time. She was excited to explore the city and enjoy the sights. Her bodyguards wore regular, civilian clothes so as not to attract attention. Only 2 of them followed beside her while the rest monitored her from a distance. However, they would arrive by her side in a flash if she ever fell in danger. They drove her to the nearest commercial area filled with shops, restaurants, and other tourist attractions. She wasn't really interested in shopping, so she mostly tried foods that she hadn't tasted before. Wearing a long, flowing, floral dress, she attracted people's attention of all ages and genders whenever she passed by. Wow, that babe looks hot. Is she a model? She looks like a movie star. Comments like these were common, but she didn't notice. She was too preoccupied enjoying the unfamiliar place. Tired of walking, she asked her bodyguards to drive her to the world-famous Ivy League university nearby. It was the oldest institution of higher learning in the U.S. As a cross-academy alumnus who even revolutionized the legendary school's computer department into a completely new direction, she was curious about the other top schools in the world below the academy's level. She was one of Cross Academy's youngest graduates in recent history, having been scouted to enroll during her teens. There were younger graduates than her, but those notable figures dated back more than 100 years ago when the educational systems in many countries weren't as standardized yet compared to today. The academy was able to recruit those genius individuals back then and directly groom them without any prior formal education. When they arrived at the campus, Evelina began walking around. Most of the students she saw were around her age. As she strolled, she heard all kinds of conversations from looming deadlines, to exams, to upcoming parties, to public protests, to campus events, and a whole slew of other topics. Amazing, she breathed. The university was completely different from Cross Academy. For one thing, it felt more crowded. There were many times more students, even if it was summer. Thus, it felt more alive and vibrant. Evelina couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as she watched the students gathered in their own groups, chatting about their shared interests and simply spending time together. How nice. Aside from the other hackers she befriended online, she really didn't have any close friends. Even those hackers were just people she occasionally chatted with and had never met in person. She was tempted to walk up to one of the group of students and try chatting with them, perhaps even make some friends, but with the bodyguards monitoring her, she knew that it wasn't wise. She knew her limits. If she pushed it, even her doting big brother would harden and send her back to their Russian estate before she could fully enjoy this temporary freedom. Sighing, she turned away with great reluctance and continued walking around. Some distance away, a particular group of students were eyeing the beautiful young woman. Whoa, that girl is gorgeous. She looks around the same age as us. Do you think she's a student here? I don't know. She doesn't look like it. From the way she's looking around, she should be a visitor. Those two guys walking beside her look hot, too. Do you think one of them is her boyfriend? What kind of boyfriend would walk a little behind his beautiful girlfriend like that? If I had a girlfriend as hot as her, I'll be all over her and stick to her like glue and leave no space between us. I know, right? But man, how could a human being be so beautiful? Is she for real? Do you think she got anything done on herself? Nah, she looks natural to me. The group of students who were also friends continued talking about the beautiful woman until she disappeared from their view. By the way, where's Liam? Is he still coming with us to eat lunch? Yeah, he should be. Don't know why he's still so busy when he already graduated and got his bachelor's degree this past spring. Because he enrolled in some classes this summer to get a head start for his accelerated MBA degree this coming fall. Damn overachiever. Yeah, I heard that he plans to complete his MBA in just 1 year and return to China to help run their family's company. He's, like, super rich in their country. Oh, I remember something. I heard that the babe who's always following Liam around. What's her name again? Lily or Daisy, something Flower. Rose, if I remember correctly. What about her? Yeah, her. I heard that her family is running the Singapore branch of Liam's family company. A girlfriend of one of the group members crossed her arms over her chest and snorted while rolling her eyes. That girl's too thirsty for Liam. I mean, can't you be any more obvious? Popping up wherever he is. We all know that Liam hates it when girls throw themselves at him and try too hard to get his attention. He even becomes grumpy whenever I and the other girlfriends hang out with you. I swear that guy has a phobia of girls or something. True. Liam really has a strong aversion to females. Incorrect. Liam only has a strong aversion to females who go gaga in the eyes chasing after him. If you're one of the rare females who isn't attracted to him, then he'll be okay with interacting with you. The girlfriends in the group pouted. Although they were in a relationship with Liam's friends, they still felt attracted to him to some degree. They were able to hang out with the group because they held themselves back and didn't act on their attraction. There were girlfriends before who tried seducing Liam while still in a relationship with his friends. They were now exes. The guys in this group of university friends followed the code, bros before hoes. If Liam continued to be an overachiever, he would certainly become the next head of his family's multinational company with a net worth in the billions of dollars. Although they were only university students right now, they were already thinking about their futures. Befriending someone like Liam who would become a formidable figure in the business world in the future would, without a doubt, benefit them in the long run. When given the choice of staying loyal to Liam or hooking up with some hot girls at this stage of their young lives, of course they would choose their Mr. Moneybags friend. Was there even a need to think about something so obvious? They sacrificed so much in order to enroll in this world-class and prestigious university, so they were all ambitious and determined to succeed. Thus, they never hesitated to dump girls who tried using them to get close to Liam, no matter what a hot fuck they were. The guys and their girlfriends continued chatting under the cool shade of a centuries-old tree, waiting for Mr. Moneybags. Oh, Liam just texted. He says that he still need to talk to his professor, so we should go ahead to the square. He'll meet us in the restaurant when he's done. That's great. It means we can spend more time with you, guys, one of the girlfriends said. You always make us girls leave when you're with Liam. I think I'm getting jealous of him. Everyone laughed before the group headed to the square outside the campus, which was also a popular entertainment hub among the students. It was a vibrant community featuring eclectic yet cheap shops and lots of good food. When they arrived at the square, it was bustling with life even though it was summer. People milled around looking for a place to eat lunch. There were fewer students at the moment compared to the regular fall and winter terms when new students would join the university life every start of the academic year. The group headed to their favorite Italian restaurant. But on the way there, they encountered a crowd consisting of students, locals, and some tourists. Someone placed a piano on a mini park by the street a few weeks ago. Anyone could play it. Some music students used it for busking to earn some spare change, and also hoping for someone to discover them and hopefully make them rich and famous someday. At the moment, it looked like someone was busking again. The group stopped by to watch for a bit. Indeed, a music student was playing an original song. The song sounded okay, but it was nothing amazing. People came and went. Not many people stayed for the entire performance. The group arrived near the end of the song. There was a smattering of applause when the performance ended. A couple of tourists even each gave a dollar bill to the performer. The group was about to leave and head to the Italian restaurant when they saw someone familiar. Hey, it's that gorgeous lady from earlier. Look, they all turned their heads and watched as the blonde lady with beautiful green eyes appeared and walked towards the piano. Her long floral dress rippled gently in the breeze, making her look like she was floating instead of walking. Everyone was mesmerized by her, their eyes following her every move. She spoke to the music student who just finished his lukewarm performance. When she smiled, the music student couldn't close his mouth and kept staring at her. Moments later, he gave up his seat and they exchanged places in front of the piano. Oh, was she performing? The people already started clapping even when she hadn't done anything yet. The beautiful woman smiled at the audience, making them catch their breaths, before placing her hands over the piano keys. Her smile deepened. Then she started playing. Scott Joplin's The Entertainer started playing under her graceful hands. Many recognized the popular classic ragtime piano piece. The easy, catchy tune made them bounce on their feet and put smiles on their faces. However, they were a bit surprised that the beautiful young woman would play a ragtime piece. Looking at her elegance, flowing beauty, and aristocratic air, they thought that she would play one of those intricate piano pieces fit for high-class concertos. Instead, she played a very relatable piece that almost everyone could appreciate. A minute into the performance, someone stepped out of a crowd. He looked like a student, too, and started tap dancing to the tune, eliciting another wave of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. People whipped out their phones to record the fun impromptu performance. The group of friends also joined. They had now become engrossed with the street performance and had temporarily forgotten that they were supposed to wait for their friend Liam at their favorite Italian restaurant in the square. When the performance ended, everyone gave a loud standing ovation. Well, they were already standing in the first place. Cheers, whistles, and loud clapping. The crowd had grown thrice its original size since the beautiful woman took over the piano. Encore! 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 Don't go yet. We want more. Evelina Vetrova paused for a moment. She only played on a whim, unable to stop herself upon seeing a piano. She only planned on playing one piece before leaving, but the crowd's applause and request for more made her happy. Her bodyguards weren't happy by all the attention she was getting, though. They were already walking towards her, ready to take her away, so she made a quick decision. Smiling quickly at the guy who tap danced, she returned in front of the piano and started playing again. Her favorites to play on the piano were the great classical pieces from the best masters in history, but today's vibrant and youthful atmosphere made her decide against playing the usual. This was why she chose to play Joplin's The Entertainer, to match the casual and fun environment. What should I play next? While walking around the university earlier, she overheard all kinds of conversations from the students. They were all studying hard in order to reach their dreams, hoping to be successful one day. Everything was hard for them right now, but they were holding on for that chance to be big someday. With that in mind, Evelina decided on the piece that she was going to play next. Her left fingers bounced on the piano keys and produced a deep bass sound before tapping the same hand on the wooden top of the piano for a beat. She repeated these curious actions 8 times for the intro before her right hand joined and started playing a familiar tune. Everyone recognized the music. Someone started singing along with the piano music. "Buddy, you're a boy. Make a big noise. Playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday." Others joined in. They even started stomping their feet and clapping their hands in the same beat as the music. We will rock you." Soon, everyone was singing along to the catchy song. The crowd was no longer mere spectators, but active participants of the performance instead. More people gathered, their attentions caught by the energetic spectacle. They squeezed their way into the already packed crowd and became even more amazed upon seeing that the one playing the popular rock music on the piano and stimulated all these people was a beautiful, elegant, and classy young woman. It was like being in a concert. Everyone was having so much fun. This was the first time Evelina felt such exhilaration while playing the piano. Her heart raced inside her chest, pumping blood throughout her whole body, filling her up with what seemed like endless energy, and making her feel oh so alive. She felt like she was on top of the world, as she performed with what she was most passionate about, music. The audience's enthusiasm fed her to perform better, even revising her cover of this classic rock anthem song as she played it, improving the arrangement in the process. So this is what it's like to perform in front of a big audience. She loved it. Rock music wasn't her strongest forte due to her training in classical music, but which music lover hadn't heard of this hit song by one of the best-selling bands in the world? Even her music mentor, the hitmaker Enrique Valdez, held great respect and admiration to all of the band's members. The song was one of the top greatest hit songs of all time. It was energizing. This was why Evelina decided to play this particular song in this occasion, instead of choosing from her extensive repertoire of intricate classical pieces. More than this, the song's message resonated with her, especially in this kind of youthful environment. Like all these university students who were around the same age her, she also had her own big dreams. Unlike them, however, she would never be able to achieve those dreams in this lifetime, no matter how hard she tried. There was no escape for her. Her fate had already been sealed the moment she was born as Evelina Vetrova, the sheltered princess of the reigning criminal family in the international underworld. Looking at all the students having fun while singing along with the music she was playing, Evelina thought that they were all so lucky. They had the freedom to strive for their dreams. There might be hardships, but at least they had the chance. Unlike her, Evelina tossed these hopeless thoughts out of her mind. She wanted to focus on the performance. She wanted to enjoy it. There might not be a chance for her to achieve her dreams, but at least for now, she was able to have a taste of what it felt like to perform in front of an audience cheering and clapping for her, loving her music, and making her understand what it felt like to be truly alive. We will rock you." She threw her head back and tossed one of her hands up in the air, a sign of victory, feeling the music and the crowd's energy with her own body. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Jin Liwei walked with a sense of purpose, looking straight ahead with a cold and indifferent expression. He had an appointment to meet the friends he made in university for lunch at their favorite Italian restaurant in the square. On his way there were too many people who tried catching his attention, wanting to chat with him, but he pretended not to see them, especially if he had no idea who the hell they were. How annoying. He wasn't being rude. No, he didn't think so. He just didn't want to waste his time on useless talk with strangers. What was the most precious currency in the world? Gold? Dollars? Euro? No. It was time. Time was extremely precious, not only to people working in the business industry, but literally to everyone alive. You could earn all the money you lost, and more if you had the drive, capability, and health, but you could never earn back the time you lost in your life. All you would have left were regrets. Time waited for no one. That was why he felt extremely annoyed when a certain girl blocked his path and delayed him from meeting his friends sooner. "Hello, Big Brother Liwei," Rose Young greeted him. "What is it? Be quick about it." "I'm in a hurry," he said, his tone as cold and indifferent as his expression. "Hey, Liam. What's up?" "Oh, wow. So this is the famous Liam all the girls in our university are talking about. We're going to have a party at my place tonight. You're welcome to join us, Liam. Rosie is going to be there." A furrow formed between Jin Liwei's brows at Rose Young's companions. They were too annoying, just like her. However, he couldn't just simply ignore her. Because her family was an integral part in running Jin Corporation's Singapore branch. His father also had a bit of a friendship with her father, Romeo Young, although they weren't close. It was the type of superficial friendship developed from regular business cooperation. Thus, Jin Liwei nodded at Rose Young's friends as a greeting so as not to waste his saliva talking to them. They seemed pleased, though, that he acknowledged them. They all batted their eyes at him and thrust their chests forward, deepening the furrow between his brows. "I just want to congratulate you for graduating and getting your bachelor's degree. What a great accomplishment. Uncle and Auntie and Grandmother Lee must be so proud of you." "I'm also very proud of you," Rose told him while giving him a sweet smile. He nodded. "Thanks. I heard that you also got accepted in the MBA program. Wow. You're such a big inspiration to me, Big Brother Liwei. I wish to follow in your footsteps, but I know that I can never reach your level. You're so smart." They were speaking in Mandarin, so Rose Young's mostly American companions couldn't understand them. They didn't mind, though. They were too busy ogling Liam Jin, who was voted as the hottest Asian student in the campus. Not only was he extremely smart and a straight-A student, but he was also quite athletic. His professors bragged about him as if he was their own son. And most importantly, especially to the girls, he was rumored to be ultra-rich. Girls, like them, could smell a rich guy from a mile away. Liam Jin was prime meat, and they all wanted to have a taste of him, but Rose Young already had her eyes set on him. The two also seemed to be familiar with each other, something like family friends. Rose Young was a tough opponent and someone that they didn't want to mess with. The last girl who became enemies with her ended up dropping out of university, never to be seen or heard from again. Who knew what kind of methods Rose Young used to drive the poor girl out of such a prestigious university that was so difficult to get into? Whatever. Rose Young was rich and frequently treated them to shopping and expensive restaurants. Although they didn't like her as a person because she looked down on them sometimes, they liked her money and how generous she spent it. Therefore, she was a good friend. Rose Young continued chatting with Jin Liwei, blind to the fact that he wasn't interested in having a conversation with her. She was basically just talking to herself. His replies could be counted in one hand. "I need to go now. Bye." Jin Liwei interrupted her in the middle of her self-conversation. He didn't wait for her reply before leaving. "Big Brother Liwei, wait. Where are you going?" He ignored her. "I want to treat you for lunch as my congratulations for getting into the MBA program." "Wait, Big Brother." His mind had begun to automatically filter out all the annoying noises in the background, so he no longer heard her. He walked quickly, almost jogging, because he was already 10 minutes late for his meeting with his friends. He hated being late. Thanks to his burst of speed and long legs, Rose Young was unable to keep up with him. She had no choice but to give up and let him go. However, she didn't look disappointed. On the contrary, she had a smug expression on her face. After all, she was the only female student in the university who he was willing to talk to. He was notorious for ignoring all the girls who tried talking to him. That made her special. Back to Jin Liwei. He already reached the square and was about to text his friends when he heard something from a distance. We will rock you." His usual cold and indifferent expression registered interest. "What's going on? Is there an event in the square today?" he wondered. It seemed like he wasn't the only one interested in what was happening. There were other students headed towards the origin of the sounds. They couldn't see it yet, but they could hear that there must be a lot of people gathered to produce such a loud singing group. I'll take a look at it quickly before meeting with my friends." When Jin Liwei arrived at the scene, the performance had already ended and most of the crowd was in the midst of dispersing. The people looked elated as they gushed about the exciting performance they just witnessed, with some still continuing to sing "We Will Rock You" by themselves. Jin Liwei and the other New arrivals felt disappointed that they missed the show, but didn't dwell on it too much. After all, they hadn't experienced the performance firsthand, so they didn't know what they missed. Hey, Liam. He saw his friends and their girlfriends on the other side of the street waving at him. After joining the group, he greeted them with a nod before keeping a distance from the girls. His coldness became more pronounced in the presence of the girls. Everyone could only give a wry smile at his cold reception. They were already used to it, anyway. Did you just arrive, Liam? Yes. Sorry for being late. Nah, don't worry about it, bro. We were watching an amazing street performance just now. The pianist was the bomb. That babe's so gorgeous and talented. I wanted to talk to her and ask for her number or something. But too bad her guy friends pulled her away before anyone could even have a chance to approach and speak to her after the performance, said one of his friends who didn't have a girlfriend just like him. Jin Liwei was no longer interested in the performance he missed, especially after hearing his friends raving about the female pianist's appearance. The pianist must have relied on her good looks to attract the audience's attention. Why else would his friends focus so much on her appearance instead of the actual performance? He didn't know that his friends already finished discussing the amazing performance among themselves before he joined them. So, now they were talking about the performer's stunning beauty instead. He was the type of person who didn't give a damn about how a woman looked like. There were so many females who kept on trying to seduce him with their beauty, but he remained unaffected. He appreciated intelligence, abilities, and skills more than personal appearance. But even if someone was intelligent, talented, and skilled, it wasn't a guarantee that he would be attracted. Jin Liwei was already an adult, yet hadn't felt lust yet since the day he was born, unlike men his age who could only think about the next girl they wanted to fuck. Sure, he would wake up in the morning with a hard-on now and then, but those were natural male physiological responses and not because he was having wet dreams about a certain woman. He hadn't yet met a woman, or a man, who could stir his sexual desire. He was already beginning to think that he would never feel sexually attracted to another person for the rest of his life. Perhaps he was someone called asexual. Not that he cared much. His thoughts were interrupted by his friend. Hold on. I took some photos and videos of the hot pianist. I'll show you. No need. Let's go to the restaurant now. Jin Liwei interjected, but his friend was already checking his phone. I'm sure I took several photos and videos, but why are they all gone? Was I mistaken? Or did I accidentally delete all of them? You're so silly. Don't you know how to use your own phone? Here, I also took some photos and videos, huh? Wait, where are they? Why is there none? Those who recorded the street performance earlier all checked their phones. There were no photos or videos. They all mysteriously disappeared. This is so weird. Did all of us press the wrong button or something? Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Inside a car driving away from the university, Evelina closed her laptop and placed it on the seat beside her. A delicate sigh escaped from her lips. Although she felt exhilarated and touched that so many people enjoyed her performance earlier that they even recorded it, she had no choice but to hack into their devices and delete all the photos and videos they took of her. A handful of them had even already posted the recordings on social media, but fortunately, she was able to remove the photos and videos before they had a chance to spread on the internet. There was no helping it. She was a Vetrov, and the Vetrovs weren't allowed to leave any evidence of their identities behind. They had an enormous number of enemies always waiting for the opportunity to take them down. And she, the least trained, because she hated it, effectively making her the weakest in combat among the Vetrovs, was the easiest and most scrumptious target in the organization. It was fortunate that not a lot of information was released to the outside world about her, primarily due to her family's painstaking protection. Once again, unwillingness to live this kind of secretive, purposeless life with no freedom threatened to overwhelm Evelina, but she forced the feeling down to the deepest recesses of her heart. It would only make her depressed if she nurtured this kind of feelings. At least, she had music, computers, and the internet as a temporary escape to her dreary life. And most importantly, she had her big brother. If not for his love and care, she might have already given up life a long time ago. Leaning her head against the window and watching the scenery passing by, Evelina remembered the wonderful feeling of performing earlier. She had never felt so alive. It was what she had always dreamed of. A sad smile darkened and lightened her expression at the same time. She might not be able to achieve her dreams, but at least she had the opportunity to have a taste of it today. Also, she saved all those recordings she deleted from the crowd's devices for her own use, so that she could view them later and relive the amazing feeling of performing in front of an enthusiastic audience. This is enough, she forced herself to believe, and then closed her eyes. The next day, Jin Liwei didn't have any classes, but still busied himself by spending the entire morning in the emptiest library in the campus to work on his assignments in peace. He had been very absorbed in what he was doing when he realized that he was missing one of the books in his required reading list. Sighing, he consulted the librarian before heading to the upper floors to hunt for the lone textbook. There was a distinct old and stale smell in this part of the library due to the lack of air circulation. He didn't mind it, though. In fact, he felt comforted by it. He thought that he would be the only one here today, but was surprised to hear the presence of another person. There was someone singing in a light voice at the topmost floor. He was one floor below. Frowning in disapproval, he climbed the stairs to reprimand whoever it was who had the gall to disrupt the peaceful silence. This was a library, not a damn karaoke bar. The sound of singing grew clearer when he reached the top floor. His irritation changed into interest when he realized that the singing actually sounded nice. No, it wasn't just nice. It was actually quite beautiful. Although it sounded light and soft, the voice was crystal clear and the melody flowed like a calm, mystical river. The high notes all reached the right spots as well. Jin Liwei didn't speak Italian, but he could recognize the language once he heard it. The person who he still couldn't see from his position was singing a heartfelt Italian aria. He wasn't familiar with the song, nor could he understand the lyrics, but it didn't matter. He could feel the passion, yearning, and loneliness through the singer's interpretation as if they were his own. The disapproval he felt earlier had already disappeared, replaced by a need to listen to the song until the end. Not wanting to startle the singer, he stayed put in his current position by the top of the staircase. He leaned against a concrete column and closed his eyes, enjoying the beautiful Italian aria. Time passed by, and the two figures remained in their own positions. One sang, the other listened. Both were aware of the other's presence, but chose not to disturb or acknowledge each other. They couldn't see what the other person looked like because of the tall bookshelves separating them. But right at that moment, the two felt a connection because of the song. The one singing always appreciated someone who listened to her song. The one listening appreciated the rare someone who could make him stop and listen despite his busy schedule. When the song ended, Jin Liwei was dazed. This was the first time that he felt so relaxed since he started studying in university. It had been such a long time. Even a good full-body massage was incomparable to the relaxation he was experiencing right now because of the song. Was the mysterious singer a hypnotist as well? Don't you know that it's rude to eavesdrop on someone? A calm female voice spoke in a British accent all of a sudden. Jin Liwei wasn't surprised by the foreign accent. The university catered to many foreign students from different countries all over the world. He was one, too. The voice was soft and had a lovely lilt to it, yet was still clear enough for Jin Liwei to hear from several meters away. He was unsure from which specific bookshelf the voice's owner was located, but from the looks of it, she was on the other side of where he was supposed to search for the textbook that he needed. "Don't you know that it's rude to make a noise inside a library?" he retorted. A light, lovely chuckle tinkled like crystal bells. It made him shiver with an indescribable feeling that he had never experienced before. He was too confused by the feeling of his lower abdomen tightening that he didn't notice that his heart skipped a beat. In the end, he concluded that what he was feeling was annoyance. Right? I was originally annoyed before her singing distracted me. Yes, I'm annoyed, he inwardly told himself. Was my singing so horrible that you treat it as noise? The female voice asked in a curious tone. Jin Liwei frowned. He didn't like to waste his time explaining himself to a stranger, but for some reason, he couldn't bear to let her think that her singing was horrible. You misunderstand. You sang well. She didn't immediately reply, making him think that she had decided to ignore him. He was about to head to the opposite direction to start searching for his book when she finally replied. Thank you. You're welcome. He didn't realize that there was a faint smile on his lips. With that, the two no longer spoke to each other. They went their separate ways and had tossed this incident to the back of their minds. Behind a bookshelf, Evelina Vetrova knew when the man she spoke with earlier left the floor with her great hearing. She closed the book in her hand and returned it to the bookshelf before standing up from the step stool she was sitting on. Are you done, my lady? her bodyguard asked beside her. She nodded. I want to take a walk outside. I need some fresh air. Understood. Please wait for a moment. Another bodyguard appeared from seemingly out of nowhere, and the two partners did a thorough check on the vicinity before escorting her down to the main floor. Her appearance caught the attention of the librarian and the handful of people studying in the library. She was just too beautiful and eye-catching to miss. Back on his desk, Jin Liwei also looked up and followed everyone's gazes. He caught a glimpse of an attractive blonde woman before she disappeared outside. Something flickered inside him, but nothing too significant for him to notice, so he didn't think much of it and resumed his studies. Later in the afternoon, Jin Liwei met with his friends by the river closest to the university's business school. They planned on driving to downtown Boston to find something fun to do and maybe eat dinner along the way, or even hang out in a pub later in the evening. His friends were currently in a fierce arm wrestling competition. The winner would be riding with Jin Liwei in his limited edition luxury sports car. The others would have to squeeze themselves in their other friends' more normal and older cars. While his friends were roaring like battle-crazed gladiators, Jin Liwei was busy working on something on his laptop. He was checking on the performances of his stock portfolios and other investments. Although he was being groomed as the successor of Jin Corporation, it wasn't a guarantee that he would become the next president-CEO after his father. In the end, it would still all come down to his own skills, abilities, and accomplishments. Jin Corporation prioritized skills, abilities, and accomplishments over blood ties. This was evident in the fact that there was currently nobody from the Liu family who held high positions in the company despite Grandpa Liu's influence. Also, most members of the Liu family inherited a my-pace personality. They were usually happy-go-lucky fellows who liked to do things their own way and didn't care much about what other people thought of them. As a result, only a few of them were interested in working at Jin Corporation. Most of them chased after their own dreams and happiness, like Jin Liwei's fifth brother. Liu Zihao was currently living in Toronto and studying in a Canadian university. However, his grades were barely passable because he was spending most of his free time traveling all over Canada and during vacations in other countries, in search for the most thrilling and dangerous ski slopes in the world. It wasn't only skiing that Liu Zihao was crazy about. Any extreme sports like parachuting, streetcar racing, free ice climbing, to name just a few, were all up Liu Zihao's alley. He had no interest whatsoever in working at Jin Corporation. Ever. Just the thought of working a corporate job was enough to make him shudder in fright. Unlike his devil-may-care fifth brother, Jin Liwei's goal was to succeed his father and become the next president-CEO of Jin Corporation. Running a business was what he was most passionate about, and of course, preserving the legacy of grandfather Jin and grandpa Liu for generations to come. He was born to reign over this massive business empire. That was why he spared no expense in honing himself as a successful business leader. Not only were his school marks top-notch, but his other accomplishments were all impressive as well. He already built a considerable wealth on his own, even before formally entering Jin Corporation. If he planned on becoming the company's next president-CEO, he must go above and beyond Jin Corporation's already high standards and dominate the entire competition in order to leave no doubt in everyone's minds that he was the perfect person for the job. Back to the present, Jin Liwei made some changes on his investment portfolios according to his own personal forecast of the market. To the side, the arm wrestling competition between his friends was heating up. It was the final round. Everyone in their group was too preoccupied to notice a little girl about 5 to 7 years old running in their direction. She held a leash with both of her hands and was being pulled by an overexcited golden retriever puppy. Before the guys could even realize what was happening, the puppy and the girl had already both crashed into Jin Liwei and a couple of their other friends. Jin Liwei's laptop and a few other objects like soft drink cups and chips lay in a heap on the concrete ground. The laptop screen cracked a little, but the device seemed to be still working. As for the girl and her puppy, it was a good thing that Jin Liwei managed to block her head from hitting the bench with his arm, while the puppy was caught by his friend beside him. However, the crash was still painful. It was no surprise that the girl and the puppy began wailing and crying together. The group of guys had no idea what to do, and so they began to panic. They looked around for the girl's parents or guardians, but they couldn't see anyone. Fuck, what should we do? Watch your language. She's a kid. Oh shit, my bad. Oops. Sorry, I'll just shut up now. They tried comforting the crying little girl and her puppy. Someone told lame jokes while another made funny faces. Surprisingly, they were effective and the little girl started giggling while still crying. Then she told them that her puppy made her run so fast that they lost her parents somewhere. They had no choice but to accompany the little girl and the puppy while looking for her parents. A few minutes later, her frantic parents finally found them. Thank you, big brothers. The friends felt good and proud of themselves after helping an adorable little girl. Except for a certain cold-faced guy everyone chatted with. The girl and her parents and played with the cute puppy. Let's give her a candy or something. They all patted their pockets and bags looking for a treat, but failed to find anything. Disappointed for their lack of preparation, all they could do was wave at the family goodbye. But then a certain cold-faced guy whipped out a neat pack of mints and wordlessly handed it to the little girl. For me? She asked. Jin Liwei nodded. Thank you, handsome big brother. He nodded again, stiffly this time, because he didn't know how to interact with children. His friends teased him for being a surprise Mr. Nice Guy, but he ignored them to check his laptop instead. For some inexplicable reason, an Italian aria sung by a beautiful voice began playing in his mind as he examined his cracked computer. When the family left the area by the river, the little girl was scolded by her parents, making her very sad. It wasn't her fault that she and her puppy got lost. Little Max was the one who started chasing a squirrel, not her. She just followed him so he wouldn't get lost and cry by himself. Her parents both worked in the university. Her father was a professor while her mother worked as an events organizer in the campus. It was a habit to take a walk around the campus as a family whenever her parents were off work. The scolding was interrupted when they met a couple of her parents' colleagues along the way. After telling her to stay put and to behave, her parents began chatting with their coworkers. The little girl felt bored, so she started playing fetch with little Max using a small tree branch, while also trying to open the candies the handsome big brother gave her earlier. The candy was square and white. It didn't look appetizing at all, but she still popped it in her mouth and then immediately spat it out. Ah, spicy. She started spitting to relieve the mint's cold burn on her tongue. That big brother looked handsome, but he's so evil. He gave a nasty candy to a little girl like me. Bad man. Humph. Bleg. While she spat and cursed the deceptive big brother, little Max saw another squirrel and began chasing after it again. The little girl didn't think before chasing after her puppy as well. She didn't know how far they ran, but when she looked around, her parents were nowhere to be seen. Once again, they got lost. Stupid Max. Mommy and Daddy are going to scold me again. This area was unfamiliar to her. It looked empty and scary. Are you lost? Ah. The little girl was startled upon hearing an unfamiliar voice suddenly speaking. However, her alarm was quickly replaced by awe at the beauty in front of her. Wow, you're so pretty. Are you Angel? She asked. The beautiful lady chuckled, her voice sounding as beautiful as her. The innocent little girl didn't notice the dangerous-looking men standing nearby who were watching her as if she was an enemy, while she and her puppy approached the beautiful lady without any care in the world. The lady was sitting on the grass with her back against a tree trunk. She had a laptop on her lap. The little girl sat beside her, shoving the equally awestruck puppy to the lady. Evelina smiled at the little girl, but most of her interest was on the puppy. She reached her fair hand and began petting its soft fur. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that her bodyguards were about to step forward to wrench the dangerous creature away. She quickly gestured for them to stay back without the little girl or the puppy noticing. Couldn't those men see that the girl and the puppy were harmless? Although reluctant, the bodyguards stayed back, but their vigilance increased. There was no doubt that they would spare neither kid nor dog if they harmed her. It was fortunate that these men were her brother's subordinates. Compared to the ones working under her parents, her brother's loyal subordinates had at least a fraction of emotions remaining within their killing machine selves. The bodyguards were too skilled in concealing their killing intent that the young dog failed to detect any danger from them with its natural senses. What are you doing? The little girl asked Evelina. Playing with my computer. Do you want to try? The little girl nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. Evelina showed the little girl some of the basic games on her laptop. Then she searched for some American children's shows available on the internet and allowed the girl to watch an episode of her choosing. About 20 minutes later, the girl's parents found finally them. They thanked Evelina for her kindness in accompanying their daughter. Evelina watched them with curiosity and a little envy. So that's what a normal family is like. The little girl was reluctant to part with Evelina's laptop. Evelina also felt reluctant to part with the puppy who already fell in love with her. She always wanted a pet, but her mother forbade it, claiming that it would make her weaker and more soft-hearted than she already was. Her dream pet had always been a kitten, but she found puppies cute, too. Bye, beautiful lady. Thank you for letting me borrow your computer. The little girl pulled Iris and pressed a kiss on her cheek. Oh, right. Here, you can have this. A pack of mints was shoved into her hands. Before Evelina could decline, the little girl and her puppy had already run away while chased by her exasperated parents. All Evelina could do was chuckle and wave goodbye to the nice family while touching her kissed cheek. Her bodyguards appeared beside her when the family disappeared from view. My lady, Boss Nikolai called and instructed us to bring you back. He wants to eat dinner together with you. All right, let's go back to my brother. As they walked away, Evelina shook the pack of mints. She took out one and placed it in her mouth. Nice and refreshing. Her footsteps became lighter as she smiled. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. An Italian aria and a pack of mints. Two very different people unknowingly received something from each other. Upon receiving what belonged from the other, they had no idea that both their fates had been sealed at that moment, that they had been tied by destiny. Unfortunately, the fate of the other one was doomed for an early and tragic death. Thus, their destiny couldn't be fulfilled right away. However, their tied destinies couldn't be broken by death alone. Love may not have started when their paths crossed for the first time, but her song and his pack of mints had done their job in connecting their fates together. It might take some time, but they would surely meet again, with one transcending death, to fulfill their destiny because her death is only the beginning of her life and his love. Everyone was shocked at Kang Huizhong's revelation. He, the famed corporate lawyer of Jin Corporation and personal attorney of CEO Jin Liwei, was playing assistant in a mere custody case for a toddler? Not only him, but even His Excellency Deng Gui, the former jurist of the International Court of Justice, previously presided over cases involving conflicts between sovereign states and various organizations on the world level. And now someone in the top leagues like him was handling a child custody case? What in the world? Wasn't this supposed to be a simple case? The parents involved weren't even married, so the case shouldn't be too complicated. If it wasn't because the reporters were paid to bully Jiang Yingyu and tarnish her image in the media, the reporters wouldn't even bother covering such a small case like this. Then why did two big-shot lawyers suddenly involve themselves in this custody case? Were the reporters missing something? Perhaps the child was actually royalty? It's Iris Long. She must have asked her fiancé CEO Jin to invite attorney Kang and His Excellency Deng to help her friend. Remember that attorney Hong, who's representing Jiang Yingyu in this case, is originally Iris Long's personal lawyer. Also, the child involved is not only her nephew, but her godson as well. CEO Jin is the godfather. That makes sense. Only someone with CEO Jin's status and influence could move big shots like His Excellency Deng and attorney Kang to waste their time in a small family case like this. Iris Long is a very lucky woman to have CEO Jin as her future husband. If this was the ancient times, she would be marrying an emperor. Yeah, but speaking of the two opposing sides in this case, I just find it intriguing that Iris Long is supporting the child's mother instead of the father. Long Hui is her brother, you know. Even if they're only half-siblings, you'd think that blood is thicker than water, but by the look of things, Iris Long and Long Hui have become enemies because of Jiang Yingyu and her child. Now I feel motivated to follow this custody case and cover how it will turn out. The court hearing hasn't even started yet, but so many things happened already. Same here. I just feel sorry for Long Hui now. I initially thought that he'll win custody of his son without any problems because he's the heir of the Long clan and Jiang Yingyu is only a mere bodyguard. But with the appearance of His Excellency Deng and attorney Kang supporting Jiang Yingyu, things aren't looking good for him. He needs to have a secret weapon of the same caliber as the two big-shot lawyers if he has any chance of winning this case. I can believe if there's someone in the same caliber as attorney Kang in this country, but His Excellency Deng? Are you kidding me? If His Excellency claims to be number 2, nobody in our country would dare claim to be number 1. The reporters made their own conclusions based on their observations just now. Their original mission to make it difficult for Jiang Yingyu today was already forgotten, as they focused on the appearance of the big guns protecting Jiang Yingyu's side in this case. They all glanced at Long Hui standing in front of the courthouse's main entrance with his lawyer. Long Hui's expression turned darker when he saw the way the reporters were looking at him. Useless bunch. He shouldn't have bothered listening to Elder Long Meng. He ended up only wasting his money on these incompetent fellows. But more than the reporters, he was concerned more about the appearance of Kang Huizhong and especially Deng Gui. Even he could sense his own lawyer's anxiety now that they knew for sure that they would be dealing not only with the tough Hong Xiaoqiang, but also with the two big-shot lawyers. Long Hui felt worried. Extremely worried. However, the worry was only secondary to the hatred he felt for his youngest half-sister Sholan and her fiancé Jin Liwei. His hatred for them was only growing more intense every time they did something to oppose him. So they decided to play dirty by using their status and influence to bully me. He felt indignant and mentally cursed the couple's dirty tactics, forgetting the fact that he also employed dirty tactics by hiring reporters to bully Jiang Yingyu. In his mind, it had nothing to do with him. It was all Elder Long Meng's idea. All he did was pay the money. After glaring at Jiang Yingyu's group, he turned and entered the courthouse with his sweating lawyer. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The tension was very high in the courtroom. Both Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui, the main characters in this custody battle, had grim expressions on their faces. Most of the talking was done by their respective lawyers. Normally, small cases like this were done in a small courtroom and received judgment on the same day. If concluding on the same day wasn't possible, then the case would be extended. It would all be up to the judge and how long he or she would take to make a decision. This time, however, the original venue of the hearing was moved to a bigger courtroom all of a sudden. The judge presiding over the case also granted special permission to a select number of major news outlets, allowing them to document the hearing. All of these were done a few minutes before the hearing's official start time. It was all because of the appearance of Deng Gui. The courthouse felt that they needed to show appropriate respect to such an illustrious figure in the field of law, and most importantly, they wanted to impress him. It was like a bunch of fans welcoming their idol. Nevertheless, the judge still managed to maintain an air of impartiality as he officially started the hearing. But with the media's presence, what should have been a simple proceeding became more like a performance between the lawyers and the judge. Accusations were thrown against each other. Skeletons in the closet were exposed. Malice were being shot like a flamethrower. There was a moment when everything became too much for Jiang Yingyu, and she just broke down, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. The lies about her cheating, she could still take. But the accusations of her being a bad mother? Of prioritizing her own desires over her son's? Too much. Long Hui was being too much. At that moment, she truly realized that it was really over between them, that he had completely changed, and that the Long Hui in front of her right now had become a total stranger. No, an enemy. When the photos and a video of her and Lin Yihan were shown, the reporters stirred with renewed interest. Jiang Yingyu was sure that the media would blow this out of proportion and drag Lin Yihan's name in the mud. With her, she stopped crying. Her heartbroken expression was replaced by fury. She shot a cold glare at Long Hui. He really dared to drag an innocent man in their ugly battle. Poof! The last remaining small shred of love for him was finally killed in her heart. The custody hearing lasted for several hours, but still failed to reach a conclusion on the same day. After several heated back and forth between the two conflicting sides, the judge ended today's session and scheduled the next one tomorrow. Jiang Yingyu's team found an empty waiting room to congregate after the first court session ended. Long Hui and his lawyer also did the same thing, finding another room in the opposite direction. Hong Xiaoqiang's side. This has turned into a media circus as I feared. I did my best to speed things up, but the judge appears like he wants to prolong this custody case. It's because some stupid idiot invited the media, Deng Gui said, huffing in irritation. If the media wasn't already present here in the first place, the case would have proceeded normally and most likely ended today, even with my appearance and involvement. Not everyone could recognize me anyway. Only certain people could. Even among the reporters earlier, only one of them was able to recognize me, but when he did, it snowballed, and everyone else ended up focusing on me instead. Kang Huizhong nodded. Indeed, The media's involvement in this case has complicated things. Now it looks like we also need to deal with public opinion. It shouldn't affect the judge's decision. He looks competent enough, but it would certainly affect you, Miss Jiang. I'm afraid that you need to prepare yourself for the worst when it comes to the public's opinion of you, especially now that Mr. Long showed the photos and videos of you and Mr. Lin spending time together with your son. The media will certainly use those misleading evidence and insinuate a false narrative about your relationship with Mr. Lin. I'm sure that Mr. Long's side will also feed that false narrative. The nerve! What an asshole! Clover roared. Her face had already long turned red in anger. Sis Xingyu may not have a romantic relationship with eldest brother Yin, but he's still many times a better man compared to that jerk. If we weren't in court, I would have already channeled my inner momsy and beaten that asshole with my mighty boots. All the things he and his lawyer said, who's also an asshole by the way, were all disgusting. I really can't believe that such a malicious person is my boss brother. You really can't trust blood relations. Just look at how boss and fifth bro how act more like the true siblings than that asshole. He must never get little Junie boy. I don't want our baby Junie turning into an asshole like his father when he grows up. I won't allow him to take our son away from me, Jiang Yingyu replied in a surprisingly calm voice. It was a huge contrast to her emotional breakdown earlier during the court session, but I won't deprive him of his right as the father either. If he wants to see his son and become part of little June's life, I'll let him. I can give him at least that despite all the hurt and humiliation he caused me. Without him, our son wouldn't be born into this world. Clover sighed and grumbled. You're too kind, Sis Xingyu. But it's your decision. If that's what you want, I'll support you. After discussing their strategy for tomorrow's court session, they left the courthouse through a nondescript side entrance where they were whisked away by their waiting cars, causing the reporters waiting at the other entrances to miss them. Inside the car, Jiang Yingyu felt numb physically, mentally, and emotionally. Long Hui, her former boss and the man she fell stupidly in love with and who fathered her beloved son, painted her as a promiscuous, gold-digging, cheating slut during the court hearing. The anger was there inside her, but she was too exhausted to feel it. Before she knew it, her eyes had closed and she fell into a restless and dreamless slumber. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. At Lin Yihan's farm villa mansion. Eldest bro, this... Oh shit. Umo couldn't help but curse as he watched the evening news on TV. Lin Yihan's lips pressed into a thin line as he watched several photos and a video clip of him and Jiang Yingyu at the mall together with little June, whose face was blurred out, being shown on the evening news. The custody battle was actually featured as a major news story tonight, and the implication was clear. The news wanted people to believe that he had an affair with Jiang Yingyu while she was still engaged to Long Hui. His usual gentle expression was nowhere to be seen. It looked stormy instead. So stormy that Umo didn't dare make any jokes to lighten the atmosphere like he usually would in normal situations. However, when the news showed a short video clip of Jiang Yingyu sobbing in utter heartbreak in the courtroom, Lin Yihan's stony expression cracked, revealing concern, sympathy, and also unwarranted guilt. He felt sorry for her. Then he felt furious at the asshole who made her cry like that. When the news showed the face of Long Hui next, Lin Yihan lost his temper and threw the remote control hard. It struck the antique vase on top of the coffee table, breaking both the vase and the remote control into pieces. He imagined that the broken vase was the son of a bitch's face, which made him feel a little better, but failed to decrease the growing fury he felt. Not caring about the next portion of the news story about the involvement of big-shot lawyers Deng Gui and Kang Huizhong, Lin Yihan grabbed his phone and called Jiang Yingyu's number. It kept on ringing and going into voicemail. He tried calling her 7 times, but she wasn't answering. Lin Yihan stood up and walked out of the living area. Eldest bro, where are you going? Umo called after him. I'm getting my coat and keys. I'm driving to third brother's place. I need to talk to Miss Jiang and see with my own eyes how she's doing. Oh, okay. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. When Lin Yihan and Umo arrived at the mansion later that evening, Iris was accompanying Jin Liwei in the kitchen for his late dinner. Jin Liwei just returned home from work. Iris and the others already ate dinner earlier. Since Lin Yihan and Umo hadn't eaten yet, they also joined their third brother. Lin Yihan was restless. Where's Miss Jiang? How is she feeling? Is she okay? No, what a stupid question. She obviously won't be okay. Ingyu is already asleep in her room when I got home, Iris replied. Clover said that she looked exhausted and terrible, which is understandable given what she went through during the court hearing today. Her expression became dark. She hissed. I heard about the baseless accusations thrown at her. How dare he? That man is not my brother. I have no brother who's a stupid and malicious craven. Jin Liwei's expression became colder, but his hand resting on her shoulder was gentle as he began massaging her tense muscles. Don't worry, love. Jiang Yingyu is the mother of our godson and your friend, not to mention that she's part of our household, our family. Nobody touches anyone from our family and gets away with it. Iris nodded. His words calmed her down, but couldn't relax her completely. Then she turned to Lin Yihan, who hadn't touched his food yet. Eldest brother, you've been dragged into the mess created by my bro. I mean, by Long Hui. Don't worry about me, Xiaolon. Lin Yihan's smile didn't reach his eyes as if he was forcing it, but his usual gentle expression was back. I'm a grown man. I can handle something like this, no problem. I'm more worried about Miss Jiang. She may look strong and tough on the outside, but she's actually very soft-hearted and delicate on the inside. The three raised their eyebrows at his statement and glanced at each other with a meaningful look, but didn't interrupt him. Umo wisely decided to keep his mouth shut and not crack a joke at this time. It seemed that their eldest brother had been paying a rather close attention to Jiang Yingyu. He was even able to grasp her real personality with great accuracy despite only occasionally interacting with each other. Was he always this observant? Wang Yingjie was usually the most observant among the brothers when it came to people's characters and relationships, but it seemed that in the case of Jiang Yingyu, Lin Yihan had become quite observant as well. Did the two grow closer to each other without the others noticing? Lin Yihan continued speaking, not noticing the weird looks the others were throwing at him. All of these are very unfair to Miss Jiang. It frustrates me that I'm also being used as a weapon to hurt her and to ruin her image to the public. She's such a good person and a good mother. She doesn't deserve something like this. I want to help her. I wanted to do something. But I'm afraid that if I do, I'll just be feeding the fake rumors about us having an affair. I don't want to cause her any more pain than she's experiencing now. Damn it. I want to smash Long Huey's face with my fists. The others were surprised at his outburst. Indeed, he looked frustrated and helpless at the same time, but there was also determination mixed in there. Like Wang Yingjie, Lin Yihan rarely lost his composure. Wang Yingjie was an extremely busy doctor, so he thrived under pressure, even in literal life and death situations. That was why Wang Yingjie was already so accomplished in his profession despite his relatively young age among doctors with the same specialty as him. As for Lin Yihan, he was the eldest among the five and had long took it upon himself to become the source of stability for his brothers. He was also fiercely protective of those he considered family and suspicious of anyone popping up in their close, tight-knit circle all of a sudden like when he met Iris for the first time back then. He may look amiable and gentle, but he didn't trust anyone easily, so it was a big surprise to Umo, Jin Liwei and Iris that he would react this strongly about Jiang Yingyu's current situation. Iris opened her mouth about to say something, but Jin Liwei gave a gentle squeeze on her shoulder, silently telling her to stay quiet. She frowned, displeased that he stopped her, but upon seeing his expression, she understood his silent message. Although reluctant, she nodded and didn't share any opinion out loud regarding Lin Yihan's involvement in the mess that was the custody case. The dinner became somber after that, so Umo steered the conversation to a much lighter topic. Later, Iris and Jin Liwei retired to their bedroom suite after bidding the others good night. Lin Yihan and Umo decided to sleep over at the mansion because it was already very late, and Lin Yihan's farm was quite far from Dragon Palace homes. When the couple reached their bedroom, they began talking about the custody case while Iris helped Jin Liwei out of his suit and get him ready for bed. The furrow between her brows indicated that she was worried for her friend, Jiang Yingyu. Jin Liwei kissed the space between her brows until the furrow disappeared. We'll win this custody case. Our lawyers, including Sir Deng, have formed a formidable team. We should trust in them, he reassured her. She sighed, smiling a little. Yes, we should thank Grandpa Lu for inviting his longtime friend Sir Deng. No, if we try thanking him, he'll just scold us and tell us, how dare you treat your grandpa like a stranger? Bah. I'm only doing this for the sake of my beloved great-grandbaby, not for you rascals. And also, what's wrong with you dunderheads for being so slow in giving me more great-grandbabies? I want to know. Get to work now. I'm not getting any younger. Iris was a little startled when Jin Liwei imitated Grandpa Lu's usual words in a monotone voice and a deadpan expression that she honestly didn't know how to react at first. Then she doubled over and pressed her face against his chest as she laughed so hard until her stomach ached. The corners of Jin Liwei's lips lifted into a soft, doting smile. He wrapped his arms around her shaking body from too much laughing and pulled her closer. Feel better? Lifting her head to look up at him, she smiled and nodded. Her eyes were watery from laughing too much. Then her expression became serious again. I trust in our lawyers. And I trust in us to protect our godson. I'm just worried about you. And now eldest brother is involved as well. They're not like me who constantly has to deal with negative publicity in the media. I think I should. Love, I agree that we should be protecting little June and make sure not to let that stupid idiot take our godson away from Jiang Yingyu. She's also your friend, so I understand that you're worried about how she's coping with the stress. But remember that she's already a grown woman. We can't always interfere on her behalf. We have already lent her all the tools she'll need to win this custody battle and live a good life with little June. Still, there are some things that she needs to face by herself. She'll never get over Long Hui if we always shelter her. He'll forever be a devil in her heart, casting an inescapable shadow over her and little June's lives in the future. Iris was quiet, feeling conflicted by his words, but she understood that he made sense. It was just that this was the first time in her 2 lives that she had real, close friends. She couldn't bear to see any of them suffer. You're her friend, not her guardian or provider, Jin Liwei continued. He lifted her chin with his fingers and made her look at his eyes. Don't worry about her. My wife's friends are not weak cowards. Trust in your friend. She'll get through this with her own strength. We just need to be there for her and let her know that she's not alone. Yes, you're right. I should trust my friend more. Jin Liwei was satisfied that his baby girl understood his point. But what about the cheating allegations between Ying Yu and eldest brother? Iris asked. Those misleading photos are really damaging. Should we? Love, just as I want you to trust your friend, I also trust in mine. Eldest brother is amiable, but he's no weak man. You heard him at dinner. He cares for Jiang Yingyu. To what extent, I don't know, but rest assured that he'll do everything for the people he cares for. And it seems like Jiang Yingyu is now one of those people, just like us. The cheating allegations involve the 2 of them. Let's see how they handle it first. If they're unable to solve it by themselves, we'll step in. How's that? She sighed, but still nodded. I don't think we would need to step in, to be honest. Eldest brother likes keeping a low profile, but he's not without his own influence. Also, don't be fooled by that gentle expression. Remember that he's a gun and shooting expert. He also has a vicious side to him, surprisingly. Being eldest brother doesn't just mean that he's the oldest among us. It also means that he's the one we accept as our leader that we 5 brothers accept and respect. Your husband has no weak and cowardly friends, he said in a proud manner. Iris felt calmer after hearing Jin Liwei's reassurances. Indeed, it took a bit of time before she felt fully accepted by Lin Yan. He was always nice and kind to her, but she sensed that he still kept some distance from her until he felt assured that she truly loved Jin Liwei. After that initial hurdle, Lin Yan now treated her like family, like one of his own. This kind of loyalty was what she admired the most among the 5 brothers, and what she also wanted with her friends, the girl squad. If Lin Yan really started caring about Jiang Yingyu and began to treat her like family, then Iris would feel less worried for her friend. Nevertheless, she still intended to take action if things didn't work out like what Jin Liwei said. She agreed to let Jiang Yingyu face the hardships being thrown at her right now, but Iris didn't plan on leaving her friend alone to face everything by herself. For now, however, she would follow her darling's suggestion and trust in both their friends. Indeed, she and her darling had no true friends who were weak cowards. Smiling, she tried giving Jin Liwei a playful pinch on his hip, but failed because it was all hard muscles. So she gave him a playful bite on his chest instead. It was still all hard muscles, but her teeth had a stronger grip than her fingers. He grunted more from pleasure than from pain. Calling us husband and wife. We're not married yet, she reminded him. We will be. Soon. Are we eloping? If you want. She tilted her head to the side, seriously thinking about it. But before she could form a decision, he added, I prefer that we don't, though. I admit that I had thoughts before of tricking you into eloping with me, but I love you too much to do that to you. I want to give you your dream wedding as much as possible, even if we have to rush it. Our wedding is an extremely special occasion. It's a celebration of our love. It shouldn't be something careless. Oh, Iris felt touched, then concerned. But I don't know what my dream wedding is. I never thought that I'd be marrying someone I love. A distant look glazed over her eyes, as she remembered her past life circumstances. She was Evelina Vetrova, who had no freedom. There had been several marriage offers for her, but they were all from signs of other criminal families. She rejected all of them, but her words carried no weight in the Vetrov family because of her refusal to contribute to the organization's activities. If it weren't for her big brother who intimidated and threatened her suitors, their mother would have probably married her off too. The best candidate the moment she turned 18. And the best candidate would always be the one whose family could provide the best benefits to the Vetrov organization. Since she was basically a useless deadweight in terms of her contributions to the organization, all she was good for was for marriage connections. Thus, she never had any delusional dreams of marrying a man she would one day fall in love with. To her, there was no other man in the world who could be better than her brother. Never did she expect that she would fall so deeply in love with someone after her death in her next chance in life. Jin Liwei was not a better man than her brother, but she realized now that her brother was not a better man than Jin Liwei either. Both men had their own strengths and flaws. They were different from each other that there was no use in comparing them. She loved both of them in different ways. Now that Jin Liwei broached the subject of her dream wedding, she realized how foreign the concept was to her. She knew what it was, of course, but it still felt alien. What could she say to him? He wanted to give her what she thought of as a perfect wedding, but had no idea of what she wanted. Upon hearing his baby girl's reply, Jin Liwei couldn't help but frown. No dream wedding? Never thought that she would marry someone she loved? He heard from someone before that all women had a dream wedding regardless of whether they ended up marrying the one they loved or not. Was it not the same for his baby girl? It must be because she was special. His baby girl was so special that she was different from other women. Yes, that must be it. The realization made him relax. Don't worry, my love. I'm here, aren't I? I don't have one either. So we'll just have to construct our dream wedding together. Lin Yihan couldn't sleep despite feeling at home at his third brother's place. He felt restless. If his second brother wasn't so strict about their health, then Lin Yihan would probably have looked for a cigarette to smoke right now in an attempt to relax. It was already past midnight. Living in a farm trained him to sleep early and to rise early. But sleep was proving to be elusive tonight. Sighing, he tossed the covers away and climbed off the bed. Then he started walking around the dimly lit hallways, hoping that by tiring himself, he would be able to sleep. His third brother's mansion was huge, but he knew its layout like the back of his hand. All of them brothers treated each other's homes like an extension of their own homes. Just as all his brothers were welcome at his home, he was also welcome in theirs. They were family, after all. His mind drifted to different kinds of thoughts, but most of them were about Jiang Yingyu's custody battle for her son Little June against her ex, Long Hui, and of course, the cheating allegations between him and her. The stress was getting to him, so he could only imagine what Jiang Yingyu was going through. The woman must be suffering. Lin Yihan thought that a man who could hurt his lover, ex or not, like that wasn't a real man at all. This isn't working at all. I won't be able to sleep if I keep thinking like this. I need to clear and relax my mind. Wanting to do just that, he planned on stepping outside in the hopes that the cold late autumn weather could blast the stressful thoughts out of his mind. But when he stepped outside the nearest balcony at the end of the hallway, someone was already occupying the place. Mr. Lin. Jiang Yingyu greeted him in a surprised tone. Miss Jiang, he replied with a nod. I didn't know that you're here. I arrived late in the evening with fourth brother Emo Xiaolan, said that you were already asleep. She nodded but didn't reply. Instead, she returned to looking at the dark, hazy, night sky. Lin Yihan couldn't see her clearly in the dark. Only the dim lights from the hallway illuminated the balcony. The moon and the stars were hiding behind thick, dark clouds. Wanting to take a closer look at her to see if she was all right, he headed to where she was and stood beside her in front of the ornate balustrade. He noticed her stiffening when he got close to her, but felt relieved when she didn't move away. They didn't speak to each other, but just stood there, gazing at nothing in front of them. The silence was awkward at first, but as minutes ticked by, it gradually felt comfortable until they felt themselves relaxing bit by bit. I came because I wanted to see if you're okay, Lin Yihan said, breaking the silence first. Jiang Yingyu didn't reply immediately, because she didn't know which words were the most appropriate to say. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm okay. Don't lie, please. Anyone who goes through what you're going through right now certainly won't feel okay. Her breath hitched, and her lips trembled a little. There was now a watery shine in her eyes which shimmered even in the darkness. She tried to blink the tears away to prevent them from falling. On the way home from the courthouse earlier, she felt numb and exhausted. But after waking up from a dreamless and restless sleep, she began feeling the emotions again. The heartache was there, but it had now changed from a hopeless, yearning hurt to an enraged one from the total destruction of her first love. You're right, Mr. Lin. Not okay, she finally admitted with a shaky voice laced with anger. Her hands gripped the balustrades in front of her, channeling her angry heartache into the inanimate object. I have to apologize to you, Mr. Lin. I just saw that our photos have been shown on the news. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. Not mine either. It's not our fault. There's nothing we should feel sorry about. She finally faced him. But because of me, you got into this mess. I told you it's not your fault. We met at the mall by coincidence. It's nobody's fault, except for the malicious people who took the photos and video and intended to frame the two of us as a cheating couple. It's their fault. But the biggest fault lies in the person you love who's using those misleading evidence to hurt you and to destroy both of our reputation. I don't love that person anymore. He studied her face. His eyes had already adjusted to the darkness, so he could now see her expression. Are you sure? Why, yes. Yes. He hurt me so much that all my love for him has been battered out of me. How could he do this to me? Even if he stopped loving me and doesn't want to be with me anymore, why does he need to hurt me this much? He could just leave me, but why do this? Why, Mr. Lin? Why? Lin Yihan pulled her to his embrace. The front of his shirt got soaked immediately from her angry, gushing tears. Then she started beating his chest in her current emotional state. As a muscular and physically strong woman, all of her hits packed a hard, solid punch, making him wince in pain, but he did his best not to groan or complain. Instead, he tightened his arms around her and pulled her closer. His chest might be bruised black and blue, but his heart felt more painful as it squeezed in response to her sorrowful sobs. He didn't say anything, just allowed her to cry her heart out in his arms. While he comforted her with his silent warmth, his cold eyes glinted in the darkness with a fury that he was barely able to control. I'll never treat my woman like this. Never destroy her like this. Jiang Yingyu's hits gradually weakened until they stopped. She continued crying, releasing all of her hurt, fury, and frustrations. Without noticing her own actions, her arms had wrapped around Lin Yihan's thin waist, and she clung to him. They remained embracing for how long? They didn't know. Only when they felt themselves shivering a little did they realize that they had stayed outside the cold night for too long. She pressed her hands against his chest and pushed him away upon realizing the position they were in. Heat spread over her entire face and neck. He let her go and stepped back. Then he turned and faced the dark emptiness of the property grounds below them in order to give her time to get her bearings. He didn't want her to feel too awkward or uncomfortable around him after their embrace. From the corner of his eyes, he could see that she was wiping her wet face with the sleeve of her shirt. It's getting cold. Should we head back inside? He suggested after some time. Why, yes. Let's go. She walked ahead of him, moving so fast that she was almost running. In her rush to put a distance between the two of them, she ended up stubbing her toe against the metal leg of a chair in the balcony. Ow! What happened? Lin Yihan rushed towards her. Jiang Yingyu groaned both from the pain and embarrassment. How could she be so clumsy? She wished a hole could open in the ground and swallow her up. Are you okay? He asked. I'm okay. She replied in a weak voice while massaging her hurt toe inside her winter slippers. Let me see. No, it's all right. Really. The pain eventually went away after a couple of minutes. However, Lin Yihan still insisted on holding her arm to support her as they returned inside the hallway together. Once they were inside, He suddenly knelt down and reached towards her foot. Mr. Lin, there's no need. It's okay now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let me see. No, I'm really. Let me see. His tone was firm, leaving no room for arguments. Jiang Yingyu closed her eyes in embarrassment before finally allowing him to take a look at her toe. He removed her cozy slipper and lifted her foot to get a better look, forcing her to hold on to his shoulder for balance. His touch was light and gentle, yet goosebumps formed on her skin. She held her breath and felt her entire body tensing. Her heart began beating quickly inside her chest. She attributed all of these reactions to mortification. It's red and swollen, he said. We should apply an ointment or something. Wait here. I'll ask one of the household staff. I know that some are still awake at this time. Mr. Lin, there's no need to bother anyone. I have an ointment in my room. I'll apply it myself. He looked up at her while still holding her foot. Are you sure? Yes. I have a lot of medicinal ointments and creams. Many of them are for pain relief because I train a lot, so I frequently suffer from sore muscles, cuts, and bruises, and she shut her mouth upon realizing that she was blabbing. Ah, so embarrassing. I see. That's good. Lin Yihan took her slipper and began putting it back on her foot. I'll do it, Mr. Lin. There, it's done, he said, placing her slippered foot back down on the floor. Then he rose and stood in front of her, a gentle smile on his face. Jiang Yingyu blushed and avoided looking directly in his eyes. She would just feel more embarrassed. It's late now, Mr. Lin. We should, go back to sleep, she stammered. Yes. Have a good night, Miss Jiang. Good night. Nobody moved. They remained there standing in front of each other. She looked tense while he looked calm. I'll walk you to your room, Miss Jiang. Please show the way. What? No need. I can find my own way. Yes, I can do that. All right. He didn't push it. I'll be going first, then. Please try to rest as much as possible. She nodded. After giving her another gentle smile, he turned around and started walking away. Wait. He stopped and looked back at her. Thank you. What? He didn't hear because her voice was too soft and she wasn't looking at him. She forced herself to look directly in his eyes and spoke in a louder and sincere voice. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I feel so much better now, so thank you. His gentle smile deepened. You're always welcome, Miss Jiang. Glad you feel better. And please, don't treat me like a stranger. We're friends now, aren't we? She was a little startled at his question and thought about their current relationship. At first, she treated Lin Yihan as her boss friend. Jin Liwei became her boss when she started to work as a member of Dragon Palace Home No. 10 security team, and also because her relationship with Iris had turned from being employer-employee to being friends. Then she started seeing Lin Yihan more because Jin Liwei's sworn brothers often dropped by at the mansion to hang out. She couldn't say that her connection with Lin Yihan was close, but they certainly weren't strangers anymore. So were they friends now? After thinking about what they had to go through right now in regards with the cheating allegations against the two of them, Jiang Yingyu felt that it had indeed made them a little bit closer to each other. Yes, we're friends, she replied. His gentle smile turned into a full-blown grin, looking very pleased by her answer. Yes, we're friends. Have a good night. Yes, good night. He left. Jiang Yingyu felt confused about her whole interaction with Lin Yihan. There was embarrassment for losing control of her emotions and her clumsiness, and also happiness. For what? I gained a new friend. That's why I'm happy. She returned to her bedroom and applied ointment to her toe before having the best sleep for the first time in weeks. The custody battle between Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui for their son, Long Jun, raged on for the next few days. The media. Attention surrounding the case intensified with the involvement of His Excellency Deng Gui and Jin Corporation's Kang Huizhong, even though they only played assistant roles to attorney Hong Xiaoqiang. Some members of Jin Corporation's board of directors and a handful of Jin clan's branch families were unhappy that their corporate lawyer had involved himself in a mere child custody case. They felt that Kang Huizhong was cheapening himself by playing second fiddle to a lawyer of a much lower status than himself, Hong Xiaoqiang, in such a small case which was also turning out to be messier and uglier by the day. They were worried that all the negative publicity surrounding the case would sully Jin Corporation's sterling image and reputation. As a result, they demanded an emergency meeting with Jin Liwei in order to complain about Kang Huizhong's involvement in the custody case. They wanted him to pull Kang Huizhong out of the case as soon as possible. Jin Liwei was angered when he received the demand for a meeting. He rejected it immediately. It seems that those fellows have gotten too comfortable in their positions, actually demanding an emergency meeting from me. Su Tian, have I been too kind to them lately that they actually now have the gall to demand that I come to their beck and call just because they want it? I think it's high time to remind them who's the president CEO in this company, Jin Liwei said behind his huge wooden desk in his office. Su Tian couldn't help but swallow in response to his boss' glacial expression. He was already mentally lighting candles for those people who dared complain and demand an audience with the president CEO for such an insignificant matter as Kang Huizhong's involvement in a small, outside case. Jin Corporation didn't own Kang Huizhong. He had every right to work on other cases outside the company if he wanted. It seemed that the board of directors and those branch families had forgotten about this detail. Jin Liwei may have requested Kang Huizhong to take the custody case, but the lawyer had the freedom to reject it if he really didn't want to involve himself in the custody case. Kang Huizhong was extremely loyal to Jin Liwei, so he had no qualms accepting the request, even though he felt that it was a little insulting given his status as a famed corporate lawyer. However, he changed his mindset after learning that His Excellency Deng Gui was also joining the team. If such an illustrious and highly respected lawyer on the world level could involve himself in a small family case like this, Kang Huizhong had no reason to complain. In fact, he had begun to treat the custody case as a great honor because he got to work alongside such a prestigious lawyer as His Excellency Deng Gui, whose name had been etched in the history books of international law. Back in Jin Liwei's office, Su Tian recalled his previous training to stay calm and impassive in front of his boss' frightening aura. It had been while since Jin Liwei unleashed this kind of hellish King Yama-like aura, evoking fear, dread, and caution to all who worked at Jin Corporation. Being in a relationship with Iris had mellowed his intensely overbearing aura, making him a little more approachable to others. Su Tian cleared his throat. President, you are without a doubt the head of our company. You have the right to enforce disciplinary actions to those who have stepped out of line. Jin Liwei nodded and gave Su Tian instructions on how to respond to those who demanded a meeting with him. Those people would feel the full brunt of his authority as Jin Corporation's president-CEO shortly. For those who complained, he ordered Kang Huizhong and his law firm to drop them as clients. Most high-level employees and shareholders, including almost all members of the board of directors and the relatives from the branch families who worked for Jin Corporation, received free legal services from Kang Huizhong's law firm, courtesy of the company. This was only added to the unwritten employee benefits after Jin Liwei became the president-CEO. As people who worked in the business industry, there were many legal matters that they didn't need to worry about because Kang Huizhong's law firm always took care of everything for them. The attorney's law firm was one of the best, if not the best, in the country when it came to handling clients in the corporate world. Being dropped as clients by a first-rate law firm would be a huge embarrassment to them. Also, upon hiring another lawyer, they would need to start paying premium price to legal services that they previously enjoyed for free. Even though they were wealthy because of their high positions in the company, it still didn't feel good to dish out the money for previously free services. It wasn't only this. Jin Liwei also cut down other unwritten employee benefits they previously enjoyed. Not all, of course. He didn't want to push them too far into rebellion, but just enough to remind them that he still had the highest single active authority in Jin Corporation as the president-CEO. After Su Tian implemented Jin Liwei's instruction, those who complained grumbled among themselves but didn't dare oppose the punishments. Indeed, they had almost forgotten how tyrannical Jin Liwei could be once provoked. Having their various benefits canceled hurt, but they couldn't complain because the perks weren't included in their written contracts. Now they had to start pleasing Jin Liwei again, hoping that he would return those benefits to them soon. They had no choice. King Yama had returned. Jin Liwei was pleased that nobody dared to complain to him again after handing out the punishments. He thought that the matter was already over and was about to focus on his work again when he was interrupted by a full VIP call, the highest level in his business contact list. It was an extremely furious Grandpa Lu. Super duper to the highest level, very important person. VVIP is not enough, so I had to think of a new acronym more befitting of Grandpa Lu's awesomeness. Grandpa Lu was happily tucked away in his Mediterranean-style mansion home in the suburbs doting on his first great-grandchild, little June. The child was kept busy every day in order to distract little June from feeling homesick and missing his mommy, mama, papa, cat cousins, and everyone at Dragon Palace Home Number 10. However, Grandpa Lu's great-grandfatherly bliss was interrupted when one of his spies in Jin Corporation informed him about some members of the board of directors and Jin branch families complaining about Kang Huizhong's involvement in the custody battle. Because it involved his beloved great-grandbaby little June, he was instantly enraged. He immediately called Jin Liwei on the phone. Hello? Hello? Is this Liwei, my boy? What's taking you so long to answer the damn phone? I want to know. Yes, Grandpa Lu. This is Liwei. How may I help you? And I actually picked up your call on the first ring. Jin Liwei answered in a calm tone while lowering the volume on the speakerphone because the old man's booming voice was many times louder than usual in his anger. Answering the first ring is still too long. You should answer my calls before the bloody phone even rings. I'm your beloved grandpa, you pinhead. Or have you forgotten? Jin Liwei smiled at Grandpa Lu's unreasonable demand, but was able to stop himself from chuckling, or he would suffer a long round of scolding. All right, Grandpa Lu. Although I'm not a psychic, so I don't know when you'll call me. I'll do my best to answer your calls before the phone even rings next time. Huh? Why are you taking those stupid words of mine so seriously, you rascal? Don't you know that your grandpa is just joking? Bah, you're so boring. I pity Shulan, my girl, for having to deal with the likes of you. It's because she loves me and accepts me for who I am. Jin Liwei replied, proud as a peacock. Bahaha. Well, you are my grandson after all. You know when to strike early to bag the girl before other flies and cockroaches start buzzing around her. I'm sure your grandfather Jin in heaven is also very proud of how you got yourself an excellent wife. Jin Liwei puffed out his chest, a smug expression on his face, looking prouder by the second. My wife is the most excellent woman in the world. Yeah. One's wife should be the best in all husbands' eyes. If not, then you romanced the wrong lady. And, yes, as a husband you should, huh? Wait a minute, you rascal. Why are we suddenly talking about romancing your wife? I want to know. This isn't the reason why this old man called you. How dare you distract your beloved grandpa? I have important business to talk to you. You're the one who started talking about this subject, Jin Liwei thought, but didn't say out loud. All right, Grandpa Lu. May I know the reason why you called me? Your grandpa called you because of the urgent matter concerning the well-being our little June. Nobody is more important than my beloved great-grandbaby. Jin Liwei's expression instantly became serious. He already knew what Grandpa Lu meant and his purpose for calling, but still listened patiently while the old man spoke in his booming voice. This old man heard from my birds in the company that some pea-brained idiots are harping and complaining like smelly chimpanzees farts about that boy Kang Huizhong's involvement in little Junjun's custody case. How dare those nincompoops meddle in the matters concerning my beloved great-grandbaby? And how dare they complain about that boy Kang Huizhong's involvement in the case, when I, Lu Jianhong, even asked my friend who was a former jurist in the damn International Court of Justice to also step in? Are they looking down on this old man and my friend? I want to know. They're all asking for a bloody spanking. Well, how come you're not doing anything yet? How could you allow those chimpanzees butts to order you around like that? Are you still the president CEO, or are you just a useless decoration for show? I want to know. Grandpa Lu's harsh words didn't offend Jin Liwei at all. He continued to stay calm, yet serious. Don't worry, Grandpa Lu. I already handled this issue. Those people won't dare oppose Attorney Kang's involvement in little June's custody case anymore. He explained to the old man how he canceled the expensive unwritten perks those people had been enjoying for many years. The cancellation of those perks will surely hurt them and force them to try pleasing me again in order to coax me into returning the perks in the future. Huh. Good, very good. But not enough. As long as I, Lu Jianhong, is still alive, nobody is allowed to put the welfare of my great-grandbabies at a disadvantage. Give me a complete list of all the names of those idiots. What are you going to do with the list? I'll fire all of them, that's what. I own half of the company, so I have the power to do that. Watch me do it. Jin Liwei sighed and massaged his temples. Grandpa Lu, I know that you're angry right now. I'm furious. I know. I am too. You don't sound like it. It's because I'm controlling myself. Humph. Jin Liwei continued speaking with patience. Grandpa Liu, firing the majority of the members of the board of directors will damage the people's trust in our company. We could get away with that if we're still a national company, but we're now a multinational corporation and… Fine. I'll just fire 1 or 2 then. No, make that 3. Make an example out of them. All right, Grandpa Liu. You'll receive the list in 5 minutes. That same day, those chimpanzees butts were all regretting their decision of making a big deal out of Kang Huizhong's involvement in the child custody case. Not only did they reawaken King Yama, but they also summoned the rare, explosive, volcanic rage of the Emperor Emeritus, the true power behind the company, and ended up suffering the full brunt of both authorities. While the retired and the reigning emperors of Jin Corporation reminded the people under them who were in charge, silencing those who got too comfortable and brazen, the custody battle in court had become uglier, messier, and more public due to the media spinning things out of control. Long Hui's camp continued feeding the cheating allegations between Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan, painting their immoral affair as the main reason for Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu's breakup. The photo and video evidence only made the allegations more believable. Jiang Yingyu's camp denied the entire matter, of course, citing that it was Long Hui who distanced himself from her first. She was tired of playing nice. The custody case had become less of determining which parent was the best in raising the child and more on destroying each other. Given the formidable legal team representing Jiang Yingyu, Long Hui decided to recruit more lawyers, but still came short when compared to the trio's combined backgrounds and accomplishments. Nevertheless, his camp only became bolder, throwing allegations on top of allegations in a ruthless effort to discredit her. Their efforts were certainly effective because public opinion sided with Long Hui and criticized Jiang Yingyu. She was painted as a loose woman who became pregnant before marriage in order to trap an heir. Then when she bore him a son, she had the audacity to use the child to blackmail her ex-lover for more money and benefits by withholding his paternal rights. Not only that, she even cheated on him with an agricultural tycoon. Truly, her appetite was voracious. Absolutely disgusting. This was the kind of woman that the general public hated. However, the situation took a sudden turn when Jiang Yingyu's legal team presented an unexpected evidence. It was a video and an audio recording of Long Hui barging into the Gold Heights condo unit where they were living in before. The surveillance video was taken from the front door area, so the view of the scene in the living room was limited, but it was enough to prove the authenticity of the audio recording. It showed Long Hui arguing with Jiang Yingyu because of her suggestive photos with Lin Yihan together with their son at the mall. Jiang Yingyu's first concern was for their child, Long Jun. She wanted to bring their son to Iris Long's penthouse upstairs so that the two of them could talk. The problem was that Long Hui wasn't listening at all, even going as far as to curse and insult his own sister, her fiancé Jin Liwei, and especially her mother Wei Lan, for corrupting Jiang Yingyu and their son, Long Jun, into distancing themselves from him. The evidence made many of the people watching upset. It showed Long Hui trying to wrench their son from Jiang Yingyu's arms in a rough manner. Loud sounds of crashing due to the struggle made the scene appear more violent. However, the viewers could only focus on the frightened and pitiful crying screams of the child as his parents fought over him. Dada, dada, Soi, Junjun good boy. Jiang Yingyu, who had maintained a rather tough exterior in the next court sessions after breaking down on the first day, started tearing up again upon hearing her son's cries. It was painful for a mother to listen to her child's distress, whether it was already in the past or not. It wasn't only her who became upset. The audience in the court felt for the poor child. What kind of monster could scare such a young child to scream and cry like that? He was only a toddler, a baby. Looks of condemnation were thrown at Long Hui, making him stiffen in his seat beside his lawyers. He was also upset at the video and audio recording, but for an entirely different reason than everyone else. He was upset because he had no idea that there was a surveillance camera in the condo unit. Knowing that the unit was gifted by his youngest half-sister made him indignant and intensified his hatred for Iris even further. It was her fault. Everything was her fault. Because of her, his life was falling apart. Before everyone could recover from the shocking video, Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang delivered an explanation of the evidence laced with pained anger, condemning Long Hui's abusive behaviors, not only to Jiang Yingyu, but to their son as well, and the trauma he might have caused the poor child, while at the same time highlighting Jiang Yingyu's protective actions, effectively painting her as a good mother who always prioritized her son no matter what. This passionate speech was calculated to perfection, from the specific words chosen to the tone of delivery, including the deliberate pauses and the swelling emotions until the end. It was proofread, edited, and polished many times, not only by Hong Xiaoqiang himself, but also by his two big-shot assistants, Kang Huizhong and the illustrious veteran lawyer Deng Gui. All of these events were broadcast by the media. Public opinion sided with Long Hui, but after this new video evidence, it split, with more people siding with Jiang Yingyu instead. The general public's impression of Jiang Yingyu was still low and unpleasant, mainly because most people would judge the woman first and find fault with her over the man in a broken relationship, especially if her social status was lower than the man, and also because she still hadn't proven to everyone yet that she really didn't cheat with Lin Yihan while still in a relationship with Long Hui. However, Long Hui's violent treatment of her, and most especially their son, as shown in the new video evidence, was too much for most people to handle. So even though Jiang Yingyu still had to bear the label of a cheating woman, she was now viewed more favorably than the abusive Long Hui. Most also had to agree that based on the video, Jiang Yingyu portrayed herself as the better parent for their son. The judge seemed to agree. The custody case finally concluded on the fourth day of the official court sessions. Full custody was awarded to the mother, Jiang Yingyu, and limited visitation rights given to the father, Long Hui. And of course, he was ordered to provide child support every month until his son became a legal adult. Long Hui didn't resent paying child support. Not at all. It was his responsibility as a father, after all. In fact, he still regularly sent money every month to the bank account Jiang Yingyu set up for their son, even when they were currently at war against each other. Jiang Yingyu set up the bank account shortly after she started working as Iris' bodyguard back then. Long Hui knew that it was his youngest half-sister who advised Jiang Yingyu to open a separate bank account for little June. When they were all still in good terms with each other, he thought that her advice was an excellent idea. Well, to be honest, he still thought that it was an excellent idea, but he would never admit that now because his hatred for Iris and everyone on her side had reached an all-time high at the moment. Yes, he had no problems paying child support. He already decided since the beginning that no matter what the outcome of the custody case was, he would always provide financial support to his son. The best-case scenario for him was to, of course, win full custody of his son, but unfortunately that didn't happen, resulting in his pride taking a huge hit that left him reeling with so much negative feelings. After the judge announced the final result of the case, he still experienced a moment of disbelief even though he already expected it. Utter humiliation filled him, especially because he was the one who launched this custody battle in the first place. Yes, he knew that he would be the one at a disadvantage, not Jiang Yingyu, because of the power combination of Iris and Jin Liwei supporting her. But he still went ahead with it because his life was so shitty right now that he wanted the chance, no matter how small, to hurt Jiang Yingyu and punish her for choosing to stand on his sister's side rather than with him when he desperately needed her love and support during this difficult time that his status as the successor of the business and the clan was becoming more and more unstable. Jiang Yingyu's team didn't ask for an exorbitant amount of child support. Her request was actually quite reasonable, catching the media watching the entire proceedings off guard because they expected that she would milk him for all he was worth, like how his father Long Tengfei had been so tragically milked by Wei Lan when they divorced back in the old days. The amount she asked for was so reasonable that the judge took it upon himself to increase it in his final verdict. Unbeknown to others, Jiang Yingyu didn't want anything from Long Hui at all. When she quit her job as his bodyguard, broke up with him, and then left him after getting pregnant with their child, she also didn't want anything from him. She loved him, but the Long clan had humiliated her, hurt her, and trampled on her dignity too much. If giving up on him back then was a sign of weakness, then she would readily admit that she was a coward. She didn't have the strength to fight for her love for him. Her own pride also didn't allow her to beg him for help. However, things were too difficult for an unmarried, single, pregnant, and recently unemployed woman that time. so she had to force herself to swallow her own pride and accept Long Hui's goodwill offer of a lump sum money to help throughout her pregnancy, the birth, and the first year of their son. She refused to accept anything more than that. Things changed when they got back together again after becoming close to Iris and Jin Liwei. Iris had persuaded Jiang Yingyu to allow Long Hui to act on his responsibilities as a father to their child. That was when Jiang Yingyu began accepting money from Long Hui, which he deposited directly to Little Jun's bank account. All cash gifts given to Little Jun from others were also deposited into the account. The compensation she received from winning in the American libel case against Wu Qianxi was also all deposited as a trust fund for Little Jun. Jiang Yingyu didn't plan on touching her son's money unless it was absolutely necessary. She and her son were living comfortably with Iris and Jin Liwei while she worked as a member of Dragon Palace Home No. 10 security team. There was no need to touch the child support Long Hui was regularly sending. Little Jun would be able to access all of the money after reaching the legal age of majority. This was why she originally didn't demand child support in the custody case. If things went her way, she would have asked the judge a grand total of 0 RMB for child support, but she was blocked by her lawyers, eventually persuading her to ask for something. The money was for her son, anyway, not for her. Long Hui wasn't aware of this. He just thought that the reasonable amount of child support requested was so like Jiang Yingyu. A wave of nostalgia and longing for her began crawling through the stormy sewer of negative emotions inside his heart. If only Xiaolan didn't get between us. I know that I would have still won you back when you left me after you got pregnant. If only Xiaolan wasn't stealing the position of successor from me, we would have all still continued living in peace and happiness. Perhaps we would have already been married now, maybe even got you pregnant again with our second child. If only Xiaolan didn't exist, my life would have been perfect. His heart turned cold. Yes, this is all your fault, Xiaolan, he whispered. As people shuffled out of the courthouse, the former lovers turned enemies had another face-off. Camera flashes and the reporters' shouted questions rained down at them like lightning and thunder. Both groups were protected by their own respective teams of bodyguards, holding the reporters and curious passers-by at bay. Jiang Yingyu's team of bodyguards were especially impressive as they were her own colleagues working under Jin Liwei as part of Dragon Palace Home No. 10 security. Iris and Jin Liwei increased the number of bodyguards protecting her during the court sessions because there had been instances when she was almost assaulted by angry civilians who believed the cheating allegations against her and Lin Yihan, condemning her as an immoral slut who was unfit to be a mother. The new evidence against Long Hui changed this to some degree and her image somewhat improved. However, there still remained some people who were unsympathetic and unswayed by the new evidence, continuing to condemn her due to the cheating allegations. The new evidence only showed that Long Hui wasn't suitable to raise their son because of the proof that he would become rough and violent in front of the child when angered. It did nothing to prove that the cheating allegations were false. No matter how many times Jiang Yingyu swore that she didn't cheat on Long Hui, the fact of the matter was that she had no evidence to prove it, while Long Hui had the photos and video as evidence to show that she cheated on him. To the more critical members of the general public, this was enough for them to condemn Jiang Yingyu. Despite the attack on her image and reputation, Jiang Yingyu only stood straighter, held her head up high, and looked straight ahead. She didn't break down anymore for the rest of the court sessions, except for the first day, and when the new evidence was shown in court where her son's heart-wrenching cries were played for everyone to hear. A sense of strength that had nothing to do with her muscular physique began emitting from her. It wasn't too distinct yet, unlike Iris' natural, "I'm the queen" aura which could be overwhelming to others sometimes. But Long Hui immediately noticed the change in Jiang Yingyu because they were former lovers. He didn't like it at all, preferring the previous timid Jiang Yingyu who looked at him with her innocent eyes filled with love for him. Even when she left him after becoming pregnant back then, he could still see the love for him shining in her eyes. It was why he always had the confidence of winning her back and gradually persuading her to follow him to the Long clan and live happily ever after together with their son. Wasn't their love story like in the fairy tales? She was the poor maiden who made the handsome prince fall in love with her. He was, of course, the prince who swept off her feet. They were supposed to have a happy ending after overcoming various obstacles, but because of the great villain, aka his half-sister, Xiaolan, The poor maiden was corrupted, and their love story ended up becoming a tragedy instead. Ignoring the questions being thrown by the reporters around him, Long Hui spoke to Jiang Yingyu in a mocking tone. Are you happy now that you won? Jiang Yingyu didn't back down this time. Her tone was cold. All you think about is winning and losing. I don't view anything concerning our son as black and white like you do. My number one priority will always be little June, not about winning or losing. If I could give my son a happy, safe, and fruitful life, I don't care if I lose again and again. Unfortunately, you can't give that happy, safe, and fruitful life to our son because you're a typical Long who only thinks about protecting your high pride. You're crazy if you think I'll allow you to take little June to the Long clan, where he'll only be bullied for the rest of his life. I didn't give birth to my son just so he'll suffer. I'll protect him, he hissed. Her voice only became colder. You don't have the ability. You. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang stepped in front of Jiang Yingyu and blocked Long Hui, while Attorney Kang Huizhong and His Excellency Deng Gui pulled her away. Their group's security team was very tight and professional because the reporters were unable to get a clear view of Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui's current confrontation. Her group then started to leave. Long Hui was angered by her attitude. He wanted to follow her, but his own lawyers pulled him back, so all he could do was raise his voice and continue taunting her. I don't have the ability to protect my son, you say? You mean that you do? She stopped and turned to face him. Again. Yes. He sneered. Who gave you that kind of confidence? All right. Xiaolon. And that mother of hers. He was about to say slut, but stopped himself in time because of the reporter's presence. She didn't respond immediately, but just continued looking at him instead. Her voice was soft when she finally replied, but he still heard her loud and clear. Yes, Xiaolon and the Viscountess taught me to be confident of myself, and I'm thankful to them. I'm still a work in progress, but I intend to be a stronger woman in order to be a better mother to our son. He snorted in derision. You think that you're untouchable now just because you have Xiaolon backing you? Do you really believe that she'll always be there to protect you? Huh, don't delude yourself. She's only doing this to spite me and to damage my position in the clan. She's only using you and my son to hurt me. I pity you, Long Hui, she replied after a long pause. Then she turned on her heels and left with her team of formidable lawyers and impressive bodyguards. I pity you, Long Hui. The words echoed in Long Hui's mind, infuriating him, but he couldn't rashly act out in front of the people and media. Pity me? How dare you? You don't have the right to pity me. I'm a Long. You're just nobody. That's right. You're just a nobody, Jiang Yingyu. Don't be too full of yourself just because you have the support of Xiaolon and Jin Liwei. One day, they'll abandon you too, just like how I abandoned you. Your only worth now is being the mother of my son, Long Jun. After shooting a last glare at the direction where her group disappeared from view, he also left with his less formidable and less impressive team of lawyers and bodyguards. ####. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Yingyu felt relieved that the custody case was finally over. Although Iris, Jin Liwei, the lawyers and the others kept on reassuring her that everything would be fine, she still couldn't stop herself from worrying. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang sat beside her in the back seat, while Attorney Kang Huizhong and His Excellency Deng Gui rode in another car. Good job on not letting yourself be provoked by Mr. Long's taunts back there, he said. I'm done with him. Good. He nodded. It's a big shame that he doesn't realize that he should be thankful to you that he still received limited visitation rights after we presented the evidence of him barging in the condo and fighting with you in front of your son. If you hadn't emphasized to the judge that you won't deprive Mr. Long of his paternal rights, I'm certain that instead of visitation rights, he'll get a restraining order instead. His lawyers must know this, too, but decided not to tell him because they already lost anyway. Thank you, Attorney Hong. I really appreciate all the hard work you, His Excellency Deng and Attorney Kong, put into helping me retain custody of my son. I'm aware that it's because Xiaolon asked you, but I'm still very thankful. He gave her a kind smile, but his expression became serious again. Although the judge's ruling is legally binding and therefore theoretically absolute, we live in a society where people do things that they're not supposed to do. For one, Mr. Long might appeal the custody ruling, so prepare for that. I don't think that he'll file an appeal, she replied. Why do you think that? Because his pride took a massive hit today. I have not only you, Attorney Hong, to defend me, but there's also His Excellency Deng and Attorney Kong. If he doesn't have anything substantial to prove that he's a better parent than me besides the fake cheating allegations, he knows that he'll lose again. His high pride won't be able to handle another public defeat in the same battle. And most importantly, I'm sure that the Long elders wouldn't tolerate another custody battle because it would make the clan lose face, especially since my son's status is not legitimate. Her expression darkened, but she continued, Long Hui won't push it too far because he doesn't want to risk losing too many supporters in the Long clan. That's why I don't think that he'll appeal the custody ruling. I see. That's good, then. One less worry for us, Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang said. Another thing is that you shouldn't be complacent just because the law sided with us today. You should keep a close eye on Mr. Long when he exercises his visitation rights for your son. We never know what may happen in the future, so please be careful. Jiang. Yingyu frowned and was about to tell the lawyer that Long Hui would never hurt their son. Then she remembered how he roughly tried to wrench little June from her when he barged in the condo. Although it was in the heat of the moment and his rough actions were directed more at her than at little June, she decided to heed the lawyer's advice and not risk her son's safety, just because she trusted in Long Hui's character as a father. Trust in his character? I don't know him anymore. He changed so much. No, maybe that's his real self and I never really knew him from the start. She closed her tired eyes and allowed herself to rest. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang didn't bother her and read some documents instead. A ringing phone interrupted the silence. Jiang Yingyu opened her eyes and glanced at her phone. Her heart started beating fast when a certain name flashed on the phone screen. She answered the call before she could examine why her heart was racing all of a sudden. Hello. Miss Jiang, it's me. Yes, I know, Mr. Lin. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. The next day, the mansion was lively and cheerful with the return of little June. Popcorn went crazy and howled, meowed, nonstop because he missed his human cousin so much. The energetic orange cat ran in circles around little June and rubbed himself against his cousin like crazy, acting as if they had been separated for 5 years instead of just 5 days. On the other hand, Ice Cream acted like the regal cat that she was, greeting her human cousin with a quick meow and a brief rub as if saying, Oh, you're back? Hello. Moving is so exhausting. I need my beauty rest again. But little June didn't understand the meaning of Ice Cream's actions. All he knew was how delighted he was to be back home. His laughter filled the front foyer, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. All right, Corn Pop, that's enough. You running around in circles is making your great-grandpa dizzy. Are you actually a dog, not a cat? I want to know. A booming voice interrupted the lovely scene. Grandpa boss, his name is Popcorn, not Corn Pop. Eehee. Dom, who just appeared, corrected Grandpa Lu. Little June's head turned to the new arrivals. His smile widened, but then tears started gushing out of his eyes all of a sudden. Mommy itty thigh. Wah-ah. Jiang Yingyu's eyes also watered and caught her smiling crying son who barreled towards her and jumped into her embrace. Welcome home, little June, she whispered, hugging him close. Little June's arms wrapped tightly around Jiang Yingyu's neck, almost choking her, but she didn't mind because it meant that her son missed her, too. Just imagining if Long Hui won custody and took their son away from her was enough to make her feel faint. Or maybe that was because her son was actually choking her, making her a little lightheaded. The little guy inherited her strong physique. A pair of smooth, delicate, lovely hands, made even smoother, more delicate and lovelier thanks to Orchidia Beauty moisturizing lotions and creams. Reached from behind and gently loosened the child's arms. Hello, little June. Iris greeted and kissed the top of her godson's head after preventing him from choking his own mother. Little June stopped crying and looked up. Mama. Then he saw the tall figure beside her. Papa. Iris and Jin Liwei didn't take little June from Jiang Yingyu yet, allowing her more time with her son. Afterwards, they all headed to the family living area for some morning refreshments. It was the weekend, so Jin Liwei didn't go to work. Iris also kept her schedule free today because little June was returning home and also because the couple was already busy preparing for their upcoming wedding. Only a few people knew about it. Their assistants, Dom and Su Tian, who coordinated and found an auspicious date before winter and cleared their bosses' respective schedules, knew about the wedding, of course. Jin Liwei's sworn brothers, Lin Yihan, Wang Yingjia, Yu Mo, and Lu Zihao, including his blood brother Jin Chonglin, also knew about it. Similarly, Iris' friends, the other members of the girls' squad besides Dom, Mimi, Clover, Long Jinjing, and Chen Fei, were also informed about the upcoming wedding. Clover already flew to France a couple of days ago, but would return for the special occasion. They were told to keep it a secret, especially Jin Chonglin, whose every word coming out of his mouth had the potential to make into the national headlines. Even the couple's parents, including Grandpa Lu and Grandma Li, weren't aware of it yet. Iris and Jin Liwei would be meeting with a discreet wedding planner later in the afternoon. But for now, they intended to spend time with their family, especially their godson, who they missed very much. Lively chatter and laughter filled the living area. Little June ran around and played with his cat cousins while the adults watched him with doting smiles on their faces. Even the household staff had similar expressions because they also doted on the adorable little guy. Ketchup even caught some of them slipping extra treats to little June behind Jiang Yingyu and Iris' backs. Of course, the virtual white cat tattled on his human cousin and the household staff to her mommy and daddy just because she was a naughty chatterbox who loved exciting drama. Iris and Jin Liwei only laughed upon hearing about it and didn't reprimand anyone. However, Jin Liwei complained about the kind of treats his staff was giving to their godson. I should give everyone a raise so that they could buy something better for little June. Iris agreed with him. Back to the present, nobody was talking about the ugly and messy custody battle. They didn't want to ruin the beautiful moment. Little June was tired running around, so he plopped his butt down on the plush carpet and turned the TV on by himself using the remote control. He was about to press the numbers of his favorite children's channel, which he knew by heart, when a familiar face appeared on the TV, which was currently on a news channel. Anko Han. Anko Han. Anko Han. He pointed at the TV and started bouncing in excitement, catching everyone's attention. Isn't that Yihan? What's that boy doing on TV? Does he want to follow little Chonglin and Xiaolan, my girl in showbiz? Grandpa Lu's booming voice asked. He looked around and saw the unsurprised expressions on the others' faces. You already knew about this, don't you? You pinhead rascals. How dare you not tell your beloved grandpa about this? I want to know. Grandpa Lu, how about we watch and listen to the news first? Jin Liwei suggested. Fine. Jiang Yingyu watched the TV, her gaze drawn to Lin Yihan whenever he was shown. Lin Yihan had called her yesterday on her way home from the courthouse to inform her about his plans for today, so she wasn't surprised seeing him in the news. Nevertheless, she still couldn't help but feel anxious, especially because it was related to her. She didn't notice that she was gripping her own hands so hard that they had turned white. The news story was about Lin Yihan suing certain reporters, including a number of tabloids and even a major news outlet. And most importantly, he was also suing Long Hui and his lawyers for defamation due to the cheating allegations made about him and Jiang Yingyu. Tycoon Lin Yihan, who is among the top domestic producers and international exporters of tea, grains, and other agricultural products in the country, has officially filed the lawsuit for defamation with his lawyer this morning against Long Industries deputy CFO Long Hui and the following people. The news anchor reported. It's about time that he took action. I was wondering why that boy wasn't doing anything. He wasn't such a pinhead after all. Grandpa Lu continued commentating on Lin Yihan's news story with his booming voice. The others also continued watching the news despite Grandpa Lu's distracting loudness. They were already used to it, anyway. Being an agricultural tycoon might not sound as glamorous as a global corporate billionaire like Jin Liwei, but Lin Yihan was also influential in his own right, only in a more understated way. After all, the agricultural sector was integral to the entire country, providing the citizens' most basic need, food. It was a given that Lin Yihan had built his own list of impressive connections. And now he was showing what he could do with the power he had that many chose to overlook until he decided to wield it, like right now. Jiang Yingyu thought that the news story would end after reporting Lin Yihan's defamation lawsuit against Long Hui and the others, but she was mistaken. The news also covered Lin Yihan's own evidence that he gathered to prove that he didn't have an immoral affair with Jiang Yingyu while she was still engaged with Long Hui. He was able to obtain several surveillance videos on the same day the pictures and videos used in the cheating allegations were taken. The first clips showed that he indeed met Jiang Yingyu and little June by coincidence at the hospital when she brought her son for a pediatrician appointment. The surprise at meeting each other was clear as day on their faces. Also, Lin Yihan wasn't alone at that time. He was with Wang Yingjie, who the news anchor introduced as one of the youngest yet already successful and accomplished surgeons in the country. What the news anchor didn't mention was that Wang Yingjie was also a scion of a powerful family with deep roots in the country, similar to Feng Wan's background. Feng Wan was the leader of the posh ladies who were Iris fans and also PR officers of the Black Stars. These families preferred to lie low to the point that not many were aware of how powerful and influential they really were. Even though Wang Yingjie wasn't the heir, but only a son of a branch family, his current promising career as a successful surgeon had gained him enough respect from his entire clan, allowing at least some level of influence in his own right. After the clips from the hospital, another set of short surveillance videos were shown. This time, the place was at the mall. In contrast to the suggestive photos and video which had already long spread like wildfire since Long Hui revealed them in court, the real surveillance video clips showed that both Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu maintained appropriate distance from each other and polite behavior for the entire time that they were together. It was also obvious that Jiang Yingyu's main focus was her son. This only meant that the photos and video used in the cheating allegations were carefully chosen with malicious intentions. In addition to the surveillance videos, Lin Yihan also provided the results of a lie detector test he took on his own volition. Mr. Lin Yihan was asked by the examiner several questions, including the most important, which is if he had an affair, both past and present, with Miss Jiang Yingyu. He denied it, and the polygraph test indicated that he was telling the truth, meaning that he really didn't have an affair with Miss Jiang, the news anchor reported. Although lie detector tests weren't 100% accurate, Lin Yihan's test result was treated with more reliability because he was able to invite the chief of police himself to personally supervise the polygraph test procedure. Iris raised an eyebrow upon seeing the chief of police, remembering that the man was the husband of Madame Si Xinhua, one of the Black Star's posh ladies with Feng Wan. I told you that eldest brother doesn't need our help. He has his own power, and it's nothing to scoff at, Jin Liwei said after noticing her reaction. Iris nodded, feeling relieved that Lin Yihan finally took action to combat the cheating allegations between him and Jiang Yingyu. She would have chosen the faster, more thorough, more ruthless, and not so legal method of hacking if it was her, but she was nonetheless quite impressed by the method he chose, which was a more proper and legal way than her idea. She tapped her fingers on Jin Liwei's thigh. This is good, but not enough. Eldest brother needs to show more. But I trust in him. I'm sure that he still has more up his sleeves. Indeed, Lin Yihan had more. Right after a personal statement by the chief of police giving his official seal of authenticity to Lin Yihan's polygraph test results was shown, the news story continued. This time, the focus shifted to Long Hui. Long Industries deputy CFO Long Hui, eldest brother of multi-award-winning musician Iris Long with the same father but different mothers, had accused his former fiancée and the mother of his son, Miss Jiang Yingyu. The formerly engaged couple fought in a heated custody battle which garnered wide media coverage because of the cheating allegations between Miss Jiang and agricultural tycoon, Mr. Lin Yihan, and also because of Miss Jiang's impressive legal team, which includes His Excellency Deng Gui, former head jurist in the International Court of Justice, and also attorney Kang Huizhong, the official corporate lawyer of Jin Corporation. Yesterday, the custody battle for Mr. Long and Miss Jiang's son finally concluded with the judge deciding to give full custody of the child to the mother, Miss Jiang, and only limited visitation rights to Mr. Long. But before that, final verdict yesterday, Mr. Long had accused Miss Jiang of cheating on him with Mr. Lin while she was still engaged with him, citing that it was the main reason why they fought and separated, eventually forcing him to file an official custody request for their son. However, new evidence imply otherwise. Jiang Yingyu's full attention was on the TV. Her body was actually leaning forward as if doing so would allow her to listen more clearly to the news. She was also curious like the others about this new evidence the news anchor was reporting on. New evidence has come to light indicating that Mr. Long and his new fiancée, Miss Mao Qiuyue from the Mao family, owners of Mao Textiles, are actually the ones who cheated first while Mr. Long was still engaged with Miss Jiang. The evidence alleges that Mr. Long's maternal family, the Zhengs, and the Maos have been in close contact with each other with the intention of matching Mr. Long and Miss Mao in marriage, even though Mr. Long was in a relationship with Miss Jiang. Dada. Little Jun turned to his mother while pointing at Long Hui on TV. Mommy is Dada. Jiang Yingyu didn't hear her son because she was shocked at learning that Long Hui might have cheated on her while they were still engaged. Although all her love for him had recently been killed in her heart, the betrayal still stung. Look here, Junie boy. Dom distracted little Jun by showing his favorite baby cartoon program on his phone. Come, let's watch. Together. Then he carried the child to the other side of the room while the two cats followed them. Back to the other group in front of the TV. All had ugly expressions on their faces while continuing to watch the news. Son of a bitch, Jin Liwei cursed under his breath. Iris squeezed his hand, silently agreeing with him. She glanced at her friend and saw the betrayed expression on Jiang Yingyu's face. Still, Iris was pleased that Jiang Yingyu wasn't crying for Long Hui unlike before. It was good that her friend had finally realized that Long Hui wasn't worth even a drop of her tears. The man had the audacity to accuse Jiang Yingyu of cheating with Lin Yin when he was actually the one who cheated first? What scum? Assured that Jiang Yingyu looked fine, Iris turned to her darling beside him and asked in a curious tone, "Is this eldest brother's work?" "It should be," Jin Liwei replied. "I think I remember hearing that he hired a private detective a few days ago." "He didn't ask for your help?" "No. Eldest brother is the type who tries to solve his own problems by himself first. It's only when everything fails that he'll ask me or our other brothers for assistance. Actually, it's not only him. All of us brothers are like this." She nodded. It's quite impressive that the private detective he hired was able to dig all this evidence in just a few days. "He works fast," he said. "I'm faster," she replied, pursing her lips. "I can uncover all of these and more. In just a couple of hours, maybe even faster because I have ketchup." The corners of his mouth lifted into a proud, doting smile. "I know. My wife is the best." She couldn't help but smile, too, and also didn't correct him when he referred to her as his wife. They would marry in a few weeks, anyway. She would become his wife, and he her husband soon enough. "Let's sit back and just watch this time," he added. "Eldest brother can handle this well enough without our help. I'm sure that he'll be able to clear not only his own name and reputation, but Jiang Yingyu's as well, so don't worry. Besides, we don't have the time to constantly worry about others' problems at the moment. We have a wedding to finish planning, not to mention that both of us are still busy with a mountain of work commitments for the remainder of the year." She sighed at his reminder of their work obligations. Indeed, both of their schedules were filled almost to the brim. If they didn't make it a point of keeping at least one day a week completely free, they wouldn't be able to spend any quality time together at all. Despite this, Iris loved keeping herself busy with work, especially with her music and companies. It made her feel gloriously alive with a sense of purpose, something she lacked in her past life. Thanks to Jin Liwei, she was improving on how to maintain the right work-life balance. He was also extremely busy running the country's #1 company, and yet he would drop everything and rush to her whenever she needed him. His love and commitment to her made her fall in love with him more deeply. Their lovey-dovey segue was interrupted by a furious, booming voice. Grandpa Lu, who had been keeping unusually quiet since the news story shifted its focus to Long Hui, finally exploded. "Ga? Yingyu, my girl, how could you fall in love with such a loser? I want to know. The only good thing that Dum Dum did was provide the sperm to make my cute, beloved great-grandbaby, little Junjun. I must admit that he has excellent ability in that area, but that's where it ends. Did his balls got cut off? Because a real man wouldn't do those stupid things to the mother of his child. Humph. This old man is so angry." Jiang Yingyu didn't know how to respond to Grandpa Lu, so she remained quiet instead. She looked down at her lap and clenched her hands into tight fists. On the other side of the room, little Jun was startled by his great-grandfather's angry, booming voice. "Huh? Grandpa Lu." Dom quickly distracted the child once again and managed to prevent little Jun from running back, where Grandpa Lu and the others sat in front of the TV. When little Jun became absorbed by another cartoon, Dom quickly carried him out of the living area so that the adults could talk freely without needing to worry about the child. Popcorn followed them out while ice cream stayed and headed straight to her mommy's lap. Iris, Jin Liwei, and Jiang Yingyu allowed Grandpa Lu to vent his Anger long after the news program already moved on to another story. Watching the old man get angry at Long Hui for betraying her, Jiang Yingyu felt better. When Grandpa Lu finally calmed down, Iris suggested that they play a game of chess to take their minds off of Long Hui until lunchtime. However, before the butler could set up the chessboard and the pieces, Jin Liwei's phone dinged. It was a message from Ketchup. "Hi, Daddy. I saw all of you interested in the news about Uncle Yihan and that good-for-nothing scumbag Long Hui. So I compiled the latest news updates online for you." Meow. Iris peeked at his phone, and they read the first headline together. Mao Qiuyue bought Deputy CFO Long Hui's love in exchange for 5% Long Industries shares. The first article was about the Mao family providing financial assistance to Long Hui so that he could purchase 5% Long Industries shares under his name to add to the 2.5% he already owned before for a total of 7.5% shares. This was the same shares that Xiao Yu failed to purchase for Iris due to the seller's prejudice against her caused by her past reputation as a good-for-nothing, self-important, spoiled brat. The article also implied that the real reason Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu separated was not because she cheated on him with Lin Yihan, but because he wanted more Long Industries shares and Mao Qiuyue's family could give it to him. His final decision was to abandon Jiang Yingyu and essentially sell himself to Mao Qiuyue in exchange for the 5% shares. Long Hui was the one who chose money over love, not Jiang Yingyu. After skimming through the article, Iris and Jin Liwei clicked on the next one. It was a tabloid story consisting primarily of intimate still photos of Long Hui and Mao Qiuyue taken from property surveillance cameras from cafes, restaurants, parking lots, and most damning of all, hotels. The date stamps on some of the still photos were from when Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu were still engaged. Granted, those photos were from cafes and restaurants, not hotels, so there was no concrete proof at this point that the two had sexual relations, but it was already apparent that Mao Qiuyue was already acting clingy to Long Hui even then. She could be seen always hugging his arm and pressing her watermelon-sized plastic boobs to his side. Long Hui's expression didn't show any emotion, but it was a fact that he allowed the woman to press herself against him in an intimate manner when he was still engaged to another woman during that time. These photos were a huge contrast to the evidence Lin Yihan provided earlier, where it showed in the hospital and mall surveillance videos that he and Jiang Yingyu kept an appropriate distance from each other at all times. The other photos of Long Hui and Mao Qiuyue were taken after he and Jiang Yingyu separated. He was already engaged to Mao Qiuyue at this point. They were shown engaging in intimate acts such as hugging and kissing at hotel lobbies and hallways, and even parking lots. The tabloid promised that they're more scandalous photos, but they were unable to post online because they couldn't pass censorship rules. This statement only fired up the readers' imaginations as to what kind of scandalous photos were not shown. Iris reached over and scrolled down to the bottom of the story for the readers' comments. As expected, the majority was condemning Long Hui. They're from the Slippers Army," Iris mumbled after seeing a number of mighty slipper emojis in the comments. Ketchup had informed her a few days ago that Joe Mayer, Captain Blackstar, planned on organizing a group, mostly from the Slippers Army, to head to the courthouse in order to support Jiang Yingyu, who the Black Stars remembered as Iris' former bodyguard and now friend. And also, they planned to attack Long Hui by throwing stinky mighty slippers at him, especially after the audio and video evidence of him being violent towards Jiang Yingyu in front of their son was revealed. Fortunately, Feng Wang, Mrs. Love Phantom, and her friends, the other posh ladies, JJ numbers 1-3 fan, managed to stop Joe Mayer in time. They reasoned that it wouldn't be good for Iris' image if her official fan club, the Black Stars, got involved in the custody case, which was already receiving wide media coverage. Iris was relieved upon hearing about it, and silently thanked Feng Wan and the other madams. However, it wasn't because she worried about her image, but because she didn't want her fans to get into trouble with the law, especially because the group originally planned on attacking Long Hui in front of the courthouse. Back to the present, she and Jin Liwei continued reading the other news articles and the readers' comments. Public opinion was finally shifting to favor Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan. People began drawing their own conclusions, with the most popular one being that Long Hui made the fake cheating allegations against Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan in order to hide his own affair with his current fiancée, Mao Yue. It could be seen that Lin Yihan's actions was already beginning to bear fruit. Although public opinion was generally still mixed at this point, those who felt confused about who to believe were leaning more towards Lin Yihan because, first of all, he looked gentle and trustworthy. Allowing himself to be interviewed and telling his own side of the story with his own voice on TV was working wonders. Second of all, the fact that he was an agricultural tycoon and was actually wealthier and more influential than Deputy CFO Long Hui, and yet still acted polite and humble won him a lot of brownie points from the viewers. He wasn't flashy at all and looked like a regular person. If the news didn't reveal that he was actually rich, then the people wouldn't even know that he was the one producing the food they were eating every single day. Third of all, a few shooting athletes, both active and retired, came forward to voice out their support for him. Their appearance prompted some to dig up Lin Yihan's past achievements as a pro shooting athlete who won some national competitions before. If he didn't retire in order to focus on his agricultural business, he would have competed in the Olympics and perhaps even brought honor to the country. Right now, he was a licensed coach who sometimes mentored young aspiring shooting athletes. His students and their parents also stepped forward to vouch for his good moral character. His name and reputation, which were dragged through the mud during the cheating allegations, were quickly becoming squeaky clean again. In extension, Jiang Yingyu's own name and reputation were also undergoing the same cleansing, all thanks to Lin Yihan. The next day, the stock prices of Long Industries crashed overnight. Long Hui was summoned for an emergency meeting with all the executives, board of directors, and other important shareholders. He knew that he was in trouble, especially after what they were saying about him on the news. His current image and reputation were in tatters after the cheating allegations shifted from Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyue to him and Mao Yue instead. A hysterical Mao Yue called him this morning, yelling and crying because she was also being bashed everywhere, just like him. She was accused of being a homewrecker. Fortunately, he was able to calm her down by promising to comfort her with a night-long fuck session tonight before heading to the company. He almost didn't want to go to work, but had no choice because he didn't want to lose his position to compete in the battle for succession. Upon arriving at the company, he was welcomed by looks of judgment and contempt. His jaw tightened as anger filled him, but he controlled himself and walked faster while looking straight ahead and not meeting anyone's gaze. "Good morning, Deputy CFO Long." Some people still greeted him. To him, however, it sounded like they were mocking him, so he only nodded at them stiffly with a cold expression before walking away even faster. Wow, what a jerk. And I thought so highly of him before. How the mighty has fallen. Yes, he's President Long's eldest son, but it turns out that he's not automatically given shares. He has to buy the shares but can't afford it. So he pimps himself out to a rich woman. What's the difference between him and a gigolo? It's no wonder that he lost custody of his son. I feel so sorry for Miss Jiang. She really suffered the most during the custody battle just because she came from a normal background and got pregnant outside marriage. To be honest, I also condemned Miss Jiang before, but now that I know that it was actually Deputy CFO Long who cheated first and did her wrong, I really feel bad for her. It's so unfair that she had to suffer fake cheating allegations with an innocent man when she was actually the one who was cheated on. Poor woman. These people spoke in whispers, but Long Hui still managed to hear them. He wanted to lash out at them, to scold them, to punish them for bad-mouthing him. Endure, he told himself. Focus on your goal, to succeed father and become the next head of the clan, and most importantly, Long Industries. Once you successfully obtain your goal, all of these nobodies who dared disrespect you today will one day need to bow their heads down to you. Then you can kick them out of the company. He immediately felt better after his pep talk to himself. Ignoring the employees gossiping about him, he hurried to the conference room upstairs, encountering some of the board members and executives along the way. Most of them still greeted him like usual, but he could see that they were looking at him differently. Some ignored him completely, while a handful of his closest colleagues reached out to him and tried to console him. "I'm all right. Please don't worry," he reassured them, trying to present a confident front. "I saw your father, the president, earlier. His expression didn't look good. Scary. I hope that you prepared a good explanation today. I'll try to help you out as much as I can in the meeting later. Just be ready because you're going to have it tough." Long Hui took a deep breath before nodding. He managed to look calm on the outside, but the truth was he was shaking on the inside. "Eldest brother, how are you?" A familiar voice greeted him from behind. He turned and saw his half-brother, Long Jian, looking fresh and polished in his crisp business suit. Long Jian just arrived together with the COO. Long Hui greeted the COO before his brother. "I'm all right. Are you really?" "I was overcome with worry when I saw the news." Long Jian's tone was filled with brotherly worry, but Long Hui saw mocking in his eyes. Long Hui gritted his teeth but forced himself to smile, knowing that his brother was the COO's current proc. "Thank you, brother. Don't worry too much about me." Long Hui wanted this half-brother of his to leave him alone, finding him more and more annoying by the day because Long Jian always performed all of his assigned tasks well, even going so far as to achieve results beyond what was expected of him. The COO couldn't stop praising him. Even Long Tengfei couldn't hide the approval and pride in his eyes whenever he looked at his second son. However, Long Jian didn't leave him alone. "I heard that there are some board members who are demanding your resignation. Please be careful, eldest brother. They're out to get you," Long Jian whispered to him. To others, like the COO who was listening to their conversation, it sounded like Long Jian was giving a kind warning to his brother. But Long Hui knew that Long Jian was enjoying the precarious situation he was in. "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind," he forced himself to say with a smile, only barely managing to stop himself from hissing. After a few minutes of faking a close brotherly bond in front of the COO, Long Jian and his mentor, the COO, finally left him alone. Then he saw the two elders, Long Jufeng and Long Meng, who just arrived. The elders were also shareholders, so they had the right to attend the meeting. Long Jufeng snorted in derision when their eyes met before heading to a group of other shareholders. On the other hand, Long Meng gave him an encouraging smile and approached him. "You're your father's eldest son, so don't worry about being fired. You should be fine," she assured him. "I heard that some board members want my resignation," he said, finally showing a hint of anxiety to his allied elder. Long Meng didn't reply immediately, but that was enough for Long Hui to confirm that Long Jian told the truth earlier about some board members wanting his resignation. His anxiety intensified until he almost felt like suffocating. "Calm down, young Master Hui," Long Meng told him in a low but firm voice. "You'll be fine. We have our own allies in this meeting, you'll see." He nodded and took a few deep breaths until he finally managed to calm himself again. Indeed, the most important thing for him to do at the moment was to keep his composure. He needed to demonstrate to everyone that he had the ability to keep a cool head in times of overwhelming pressure, which was an extremely important requirement to become the head of the company. Everyone filed inside the large conference room and took their seats. The meeting was scheduled to start in 5 minutes. But not everyone was present yet. There were still people arriving. Long Hui sat between Long Meng and his superior, the CFO. Directly opposite them sat Long Jian and the COO. They sat close to the head of the table where his father would be sitting once he arrived. Soon, everyone had arrived except for the president-CEO, Long Tengfei. Long Hui took this time to mentally practice how he was going to defend himself against the attacks he expected to be thrown at him shortly. 2 minutes before the scheduled time for the meeting, the door opened and Long Tengfei entered. His right-hand man, Chao Guang, followed closely behind him like always. However, it was the unexpected figure walking beside Long Tengfei that surprised many in the conference room. Long Hui's expression immediately turned ugly when he saw who it was. It took a few seconds before he was able to smooth out his expression to an impassive one. Fortunately, almost everyone's attention was on the unexpected new arrival, so they didn't notice his unbecoming expression. However, Long Jian noticed and smirked before he, too, smoothed out his own expression. "Good morning, President Long." Long Tengfei nodded. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Xiaolan." Long Jian was the first one to greet Iris who arrived with their father. She flashed everyone her brightest smile, almost blinding them with her breathtaking beauty. It didn't matter if it was male or female. They all found themselves affected by her. She looked fresh and glowing in a vibrant violet business dress. The dress itself was simple and conservative, yet when Iris wore it, it transformed into a high-fashion runway showpiece. Her accessories were minimal and her high heels were lower than usual. Her entire outfit was very business appropriate, but for some reason, it felt like she was dressed to perform in a grand concert. "Good morning, Big Brother Jian," she greeted back. "Oh right, I should call you Deputy COO Long when we're in the company. Please excuse me. Long Jin waved a hand. Big brother Jin is fine. There's no need to be so formal between us. We're siblings, after all. Yes, we are. Long Hui clenched his hands under the table as he watched his half-brother and half-sister chatting with each other and acting as if they were very close. What grated him was that the two were acting as if he didn't exist when he was the eldest brother. What is the young miss doing here? Long Ming whispered beside him, so that nobody other than him could hear her. She's also a shareholder and has the right to attend this meeting, he replied, immediately knowing the answer despite being surprised at her sudden, unexpected appearance just a few seconds ago. All right, I've forgotten that she owns 5%. Long Ming glanced down and saw his clenched hands under the table. Young master, please don't worry too much. The young miss might be a shareholder, but what does she know about the inner workings of the company? She doesn't understand the work culture here, so she only holds very little power on her own. She won't be able to do anything against you here. You're right. Iris went on to greet the other people. Most greeted her back with politeness for the reason that she was a shareholder, if not because she was the president CEO's daughter. Some, however, didn't bother to hide their displeasure at her presence. They were the old-fashioned people who still held negative impressions of her from her past reputation as an unreasonable, selfish, conceited, spoiled brat. The previous owner of the 5% shares who refused to sell to her, eventually choosing to sell to Long Hui instead, belonged to this particular group. Iris' expression didn't change. She didn't give a whit about these people. Two looked extremely excited to the point that they were almost visibly vibrating with happiness. Iris tilted her head to the side, feeling confused by their reaction because she didn't remember meeting these two people before. What she didn't know was that they were actually black stars, so of course, it was only expected that they were soaring in exhilaration upon meeting their boss Iris, their queen goddess, in the flesh. If they weren't in an important business meeting right now, they would have already fangirled and fanboyed over Iris and asked her to sign autographs and take pictures with them before bragging about the unforgettable experience to their fellow black stars online. In fact, they were already making plans on doing exactly that after the meeting. Finally, Iris greeted Long Hui and Elder Long Ming, saving them for the last. Others didn't bother thinking too much about the order she greeted everyone, assuming that she did it randomly. To Long Hui and Long Ming, however, they believed that she did it intentionally to mock them and tell them that they were at the bottom rung of importance to her. Well, they were half correct. Iris indeed greeted everyone at random, but left Long Hui and Long Ming for last, because she didn't want to ruin her mood so quickly and affect her interactions with the others. Xiaolan, sit beside your brother Jian, Long Tingfei said before taking his seat at the head of the table. Iris obeyed and sat beside Long Jian, not noticing the disappointed expression on Long Jufang's face, who initially intended on inviting her to sit beside him instead. Long Tingfei checked his wristwatch and announced, "It's time. Let's start the meeting." Everyone knew why the meeting was called today, so nobody beat around the bush. Our company's stock prices crashed overnight. We need to discuss strategies on how to recover as soon as possible, the CFO said. Isn't it because our deputy CFO did something scandalous that our stock prices crashed? A board member said in a sardonic tone. He's the one who caused the problem in the first place, so he should be the one to take responsibility and solve it. And what do you suggest my deputy do to solve the problem? The CFO asked. Simple. Present his resignation. I object. Long Ming glared at the board member. What a ridiculous suggestion. Ridiculous? This is the simplest and the most effective solution. I guarantee that our stock prices will recover quickly once he resigns. Want to bet? You. Long Ming was furious. Grandaunt Ming, please calm down. Now it was Long Hui's turn to whisper calming words to the elder. The table erupted in great noise as people started talking over each other. One group supported the board member's idea and demanded for Long Hui's resignation, while another group was in support of him and tried to defend him from the attackers. A neutral group tried to mediate and calm everyone down, but to no avail. Enough. Long Tingfei banged his hand on the table, instantly stopping the ruckus. Then he turned his strict eyes on his eldest son. Deputy CFO Long Hui, do you have anything to say for yourself? Yes, President Long. I do. Please allow me to explain myself. All right, go ahead. Long Hui stood up and headed to the presentation area. He was aware that all eyes were on him like stabbing knives. However, he managed to keep his composure and look calm on the outside. His father was looking at him with an unreadable expression as always, but Long Hui could sense his father's disappointment in him. Next were his half-siblings. Long Jin managed to look concerned for him, effectively presenting himself as a good brother to those observing. Iris, on the other hand, wore an unreadable expression very similar to their father's. But Long Hui could imagine the real mocking expressions hiding beneath their fake masks. He took a few deep breaths and finally started speaking. Before anything else, I would like to apologize for all the inconvenience my actions have caused the company and all of you. First order of business was a heartfelt apology in order to garner sympathy so that they would be more receptive to his explanation and lenient on his current unfortunate situation. He was able to maintain a delicate balance of remorse for his carelessness and determination not to let it happen again and become a better person. Great acting skills. It's making me a little envious. I have to take acting classes just to improve, but look at him. He's a natural, Iris commented in a low voice. Long Jin's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he was able to stop himself from laughing out loud. Little sister, all of us here didn't get to where we are today without learning some sort of acting skills. It's one of the most important tacit skills needed to climb the corporate ladder and to keep one's position. Oh, really? So you're good in acting too? Of course. Not to brag, but I'm an excellent actor. Better than Long Hui. Remember that I'm not a legitimate child like you or him. So I have to work 100 times harder just to get to where I am today. Acting skills is very important in order for me to reverse the preconceived notions of people about me being an illegitimate son of the company president. She nodded. Hearing Long Jin say it like that, Iris thought that he was actually quite an impressive man. After her rebirth as Iris Long, she never felt completely at ease with Long Jin because her intuition told her that he wasn't exactly how he appeared to be. There was cunningness behind his handsome smile. Another thing was that he had a horrible, ill-behaved mother who often got into fights in public, particularly with Wei Lan. However, they had become more comfortable chatting with each other ever since they allied together when Long Jin bowed his head to her and Jin Liwei and asked them to help his mother, Zhu Ning, who was currently still in police custody after being framed for the mall bombing. It was actually Long Jin who informed Iris about the meeting today and urged her to come in order to start their plans of kicking Long Hui out of the Battle of Succession. In addition to this, Long Jin had already started feeding her important information about the inner workings of the company. If that's the case, then I guess I need to really improve my acting skills because I now have my own companies, she said. Yes, it's a good skill to have, Long Jin replied. Iris thought more about it and realized that indeed some acting skills were needed in business. Even her tyrannical darling needed to be on his best behavior when meeting fellow CEOs of other multinational companies, even when he didn't like them. She remembered Grandpa Lu complaining about it during one of their lessons. I once punched a CEO in the face back in the days because he was a complete asshole who harassed female secretaries. Our company lost billions in a potential partnership because of it, but what do I care? Why should I pretend to like someone when I don't just to get ahead? Why? I want to know. Your grandfather Gene. I wish you met him. He would have loved you too. Always called me a hothead. Bah, I'm not a hothead. I'm just true to myself. That's why I left all the people matters to your grandfather Gene, because he said that I'm no good with it. That I'm too temperamental, too shameless. Huh. Of course you have to be shameless to make lots of money. But don't get me wrong, Shilon my girl. I'm not saying that your grandfather Gene kissed everyone's asses to make connections with important people. That would be funny if he did, but he didn't. That scoundrel looked so proper and upright, but was actually a sly fox inside. Bahaha. He was the most cunning person your grandpa Lu knows in my entire life. We always get the best business deals because of his god-level craftiness. And now I dump Gene Corporation to your Liwei, so that this old man can enjoy his retired life having lots of fun and waiting for you pinheads to make me lots of great grandbabies. You're all so slow. What's taking you so long? I want to. No. Liwei my boy is also good at handling people matters which I hate. Bah? He's very similar to his grandfather Gene in many aspects. In fact, that boy is also a sly fox inside. So you better be careful, my girl. Oh wait. Too late. You already fell for his trap. Bahahaha. Iris couldn't help but smile, remembering Grandpa Lu's booming voice as he complained about this aspect in business which he hated, dealing with people he didn't like. Although she had no clue what the old man meant by his last sentence about her falling into Jin Liwei's trap, she didn't mind because she liked listening to his stories of grandfather Jin and also about her darling. Her attention returned to the meeting just as Long Hui was finishing his very well-rehearsed, yet natural-sounding defense of himself. Basically, he admitted that it was negligence on his part that he allowed the custody case of his son to become so public that it began to affect Long Industries' image, but cleverly insinuated that the media attention was due to his relation with his sister Iris Long, who was a famous celebrity. He said it in an almost careless way, as if it was just an afterthought and not deliberate at all. Indeed, a natural actor. If he enters showbiz, he might even win a Best Actor award. Iris muttered, making Long Jian fight a grin. His acting was even more impressive because the old-fashioned group, who didn't think highly of her, looked like they believed him. They now turned their accusing eyes on Iris. She ignored them. "He's blaming you, little sister. Are you angry?" Long Jian asked while looking very entertained. "No. I already expected that he'll try something like this because that's the kind of person he is. In his own eyes, he's innocent. If something goes wrong, it's other people's fault." The two stopped talking because the COO quietly reprimanded Long Jian. In the end, Long Hui was able to move some people with his heartfelt speech. There were a number of men in the room who experienced something similar to him, separated with a lover, and tried to fight for a child's custody, but lost. Family situations like this were always messy, so they could relate to him. Long Hui also defended the cheating allegations between him and Mao Qiuyue, insisting that it was untrue. His maternal family, the Zhengs, were close to the Maos. He only interacted with Mao Qiuyue in a brotherly capacity when he was still engaged with Jiang Yingyu. But when they separated, Mao Qiuyue comforted him during his painful heartbreak, eventually causing him to fall for her. According to him, it also wasn't true that the Maos bought him in exchange for the 5% Long Industries shares he recently acquired. He reasoned that Mao Qiuyue insisted on helping him even when he declined her offer numerous times until she eventually managed to persuade him. "I know that everything looks bad now, and I'm sorry for that. But as Long Industries' deputy CFO, and also as the president CEO's eldest son, I will do everything that I can to solve the problem of our company's stock prices crashing. My resignation is not the answer. In fact, it's the worst thing to do in this situation because it'll only signal to everyone that we're admitting defeat. I humbly suggest that the best course of action is to work together as a team, as family, because that's what we are, in order to remedy our current problem. I'm ready to work day and night every day of the week until we solve this and our company's stock prices recover." Long Meng clapped her hands. Long Hui's supporters and allies followed suit. However, most chose not to clap because they wanted to gauge Long Tengfei's position first in this matter. It was difficult for them to know what their company head was thinking based on his expression, which remained unreadable. "Go back to your seat, Deputy CFO Long Hui." Long Tengfei finally spoke again. Long Hui obeyed and returned beside Long Meng, who gave him an encouraging smile. He also felt hopeful because his father's tone didn't sound like he was about to fire him. Perhaps he was also able to move his father with his speech. He was hoping he did. The conference room descended into silence as everyone waited for Long Tengfei to speak first. "I agree that Deputy CFO Long Hui's resignation is not the best course of action in this situation," he said. Long Hui released a big sigh of relief. Elder Long Meng also did the same thing, but he still played a big part in causing our current predicament. Long Tengfei continued. "So he will be duly punished. I'll hand out his punishment later, but for now, we should all think of solutions on how to make our stock prices recover as soon as possible." People began talking again as they offered different solutions, but most of them were shot down as ineffective. A hand rose up. "Go ahead, Deputy COO Long Jian," Long Tengfei said. "What's your proposed solution?" "My suggestion is simple. Let my sister, the celebrity Iris Long, do her magic. We are having a serious business discussion here that will affect the fate of our company. It's not the time for making jokes." Long Meng rebuked Long Jian. She never treated him kindly because of his illegitimate status. It wasn't only him. Long Jinjing also suffered the same ill treatment from Long Meng and the other elders. including Long Jufeng, who was now supporting Iris, but only because she was a legitimate child. Others nodded, agreeing with Long Ming. But there were a handful of people whose eyes lit up upon finally realizing what Long Jin meant. Included in these sharp people were the two secret black stars. They looked at Iris in excitement. It was already obvious by their smiling expressions that they would wholeheartedly support whatever Long Jin was about to propose, because it was related to their amazing boss Iris. They almost cheered out loud before controlling themselves upon remembering that they were in an important business meeting. Grandaunt Meng, Long Jin said. Long Ming snorted, not liking that he was calling her grandaunt. For her, he wasn't qualified to be family, and therefore had no right to call her as grandaunt. However, she didn't correct him because they were in front of Long Tingfei, who everyone in the clan knew was protective of all his children, legitimate or not, even though he wasn't an outwardly affectionate person. Long Jin ignored the elder's obvious disdain towards him and continued speaking. I'm not making jokes. I'm serious about my suggestion to allow my sister Xiaolan, or as the rest of the country knows her, the popular celebrity Iris Long, to help solve our company's current crisis. Explain, Long Tengfei said in a strict tone, yet there was also underlying encouragement in his voice. It seemed that Long Tengfei already had an idea of what Long Jin's proposal was all about, but still chose to ask for the benefit of those who hadn't realized it yet, like Long Ming. Indeed, Long Tingfei was an astute businessman. He wasn't the president-CEO of Long Industries for nothing. President Long, and also everyone, Long Jin spoke in a clear voice. My sister, Iris Long, is not just a simple shareholder in our company. Please remember that she's also the appointed celebrity brand ambassador of Long Industries. She hasn't been very active in her duty yet, but haven't we signed a few promising new clients as soon as it was announced that she became our brand ambassador? They reached out to us to make a business deal, but introduced themselves as Iris Long's fans. That's why they chose to partner with us in the first place. Even outside our company, my sister's endorsements are all very successful, and at this rate, I'm sure that she'll become one of the top celebrity endorsers in the country by next year. This only proves that we made an excellent decision to appoint her as our brand ambassador. My point is that we should make use of Iris Long's star power to turn our current predicament around. Why did our stock prices crash in the first place? It wasn't because of a failure we did as a company, but because of Deputy CFO Long Hui's shall we say, increasingly unpleasant image in the media these days. Long Hui's composed expression cracked when Long Jin singled him out by name in front of everyone. He glared at his half-brother, but was ignored as Long Jin continued explaining his proposal. In short, the main cause of our current problem is image. Our company's image has been tarnished alongside Deputy CFO Long Hui's, not just because he holds a high position, but also because he's the eldest son of our president-CEO. If you think about it, it's not surprising that our stock prices crashed, because people are going to think that everyone in the company, especially the president, is tolerating Deputy CFO Long Hui's unpleasant behaviors just because he's the company head's son. Enough. Stop spouting all that nonsense. Long Ming angrily interrupted Long Jian. Didn't you listen to the young master's explanation just now? He already said that not everything being reported in the media about him is true. Stop targeting young Master Hui. What kind of brother are you? Long Jian's eyes turned a degree colder. The elder never acknowledged him as part of the Long family, and yet she was demanding him to act like a brother to her young Master Hui whenever it suited her. Earlier, Long Jin was the one who looked entertained when Long Hui cleverly blamed Iris for his current problems caused by the media. But now, it was Iris who felt entertained watching Long Hui glaring at Long Jin, while Long Ming was scolding him in front of everyone for targeting his own brother. She found it funny that the two and their allies were always trying to find fault in her and Long Jin during this meeting in order to shift a part of the blame away from Long Hui when it was clear as day that he was the one who fucked up first. Iris had a strong urge to munch on popcorn and enjoy the entertaining show in front of her. Madam Long, my deputy is only stating facts as he should. It's true that it was Deputy CFO Long's mistakes that caused our company's stock prices to crash overnight. Please take a moment to view our current situation with a logical mind instead of letting your emotions take over you, madam. I know some people in your clan have issues with my deputy, but I request that you don't bring that here in the company, family issues have no place in business. The COO intervened and defended Long Jian. If not for the fact that Long Meng was older than him, he probably would have already harshly scolded her. Long Meng felt humiliated but wisely shut her mouth and didn't argue with the COO. It was because the COO was the next most powerful person in Long Industries after Long Tingfei, while she was only a small-time shareholder. Long Jian nodded a silent thanks to his mentor, the COO. Once again, he couldn't help but compare the COO to his own father. The COO defended him readily from Long Meng in front of everyone, while Long Tengfei chose to remain silent. However, his resentment against his father was no longer as intense as before. The COO and his wonderful close-knit family had taught him to live in the present and look forward to the future rather than dwell in the past and wallow in regrets. Without the shackles of intense resentment, he now began to see that Long Tengfei wasn't as free to do whatever he wanted as Long Jian first thought. His father was both the clan head and the president-CEO of Long Industries. Long Tengfei had to be careful not to rock the boat too much and worsen the discord within the clan, especially regarding all of his children. He wasn't the best father in terms of creating close bonds with his children. In fact, he was very awkward in this aspect, but had been gradually improving after marrying his third wife, Yang Jiahui. This was why Long Jian didn't expect anything anymore from his father in terms of paternal affections, or in this case, defending him from Long Meng in front of everyone. He could only rely on himself, and he believed himself capable of doing so. Nevertheless, it was still a great feeling that the COO stepped forward to defend him. Warmth and gratefulness filled him, and also strengthened his goal to succeed his father and become the next head of Long Industries. I swear I'll become a better leader than father. I know I can do it. I'm sure that the COO will be proud of me, and maybe father, too, even for just a little. While Long Jian felt fired up and was even reaffirming his final goal of winning the battle of succession, Iris was taking it easy on the seat beside him. She was actually continuing to crave for some popcorn to munch on. Never had she expected that this meeting would be so entertaining. At first, she only forced herself to attend when Long Jian informed her about the emergency meeting last night. Since they were currently allied together in a plot to kick out Long Hui in the battle of succession, of course she agreed to come even though she would rather continue preparing for her wedding instead. She personally didn't want anything to do with the messy Long clan, which was a cesspool of prejudice and narrow-minded people, but had to involve herself for the sake of her godson, little Jun. Watching the show playing in front of her was making Iris want to clap her hands in applause for everyone's performance. Particularly, Long Jian was doing an excellent job. Indeed, he wasn't lying when he told her earlier that he was a better actor than Long Hui. There was no sibling love between her and Long Jian, but as allies, she also needed to provide him support when he was putting the first step of their plan into action by recommending her today. "Excuse me, Father, President Long." She interrupted the tense atmosphere, deliberately calling Long Tengfei father before correcting herself and calling him with his official title, in order to remind everyone in the meeting that she was the daughter of the company's president-CEO. "May I speak?" "Yes, you may, as long as it's relevant to our current discussion," Long Tengfei said. "Thank you, Father." Then she swept her eyes across every single person sitting around the conference table. "I know that I'm only a brand ambassador, so I'm unable to make big decisions on my own. But like what my brother Jin mentioned to you just now, I have proven myself an effective endorser. People believe in the brands that I endorse. They trust in my seal of approval and believe that whatever product, brand, or company that I choose to lend my name to will be of high quality. The best example that I can provide you is my own company, Orchidia Beauty. I don't know if all of you are aware, but my small, humble company broke records for selling out everything in just 5 seconds on its launch. And that trend continues to this day as we sell out all of our restocks and new product launches. Minnie Mouse twitched when they heard her describing Orchidia Beauty as a small, humble company. The new company could sell out its entire inventory within a day or two and had to constantly expand its manufacturing capacity every time. Its owner was the multi-award-winning musician Iris Long, who was engaged to marry billionaire CEO Jin Liwei. Plus, it had a superstar top endorser, Jean Chonglin. Which part of Orchidia Beauty was small and humble? Aren't you just bragging? Iris heard Long Ming muttering with her great hearing. She could choose to ignore the elder but decided not to this time. Grandaunt Ming, you may describe what I'm doing as bragging, but I prefer to call it what it is, stating facts. Everything I said about my company just now is all 100% true. Not giving the elder a chance to retort, Iris continued speaking. The reason why I'm saying all of this is to show all of you that I already have a proven track record of success in the area of using my image to boost a product, brand, or company of my choosing. And as the officially appointed brand ambassador of Long Industries, and also as the President CEO's daughter, I pledge to all of you today that I will do my utmost best to help improve the company's image by using my status as a celebrity who has already built a considerable following in the country, she announced with confidence. As the Deputy COO, I believe that my sister is the most effective solution for our current crisis, Long Jian said. I support her. I, as the COO, also support Miss Long. The two black stars followed suit. We support. I support as well, Long Jufeng said. A chorus of I support sounded from around 3/4 of the meeting's participants, some readily, some reluctantly. A small number like Long Meng, who were Long Hui's biggest supporters in the battle of succession, voiced out their opposition to the proposal because they didn't want Iris taking center stage in solving the company's current crisis as much as possible. The remaining people kept silent, still undecided. Long Tengfei glanced at his fellow executives. Almost all of them supported the proposal, just like the COO. He nodded and announced, "The majority has spoken. Xiaolan, I expect you to perform your duty as the company's brand ambassador well." She smiled. "Yes, father. I will." Deputy COO Long Jian, since this was your idea, you'll be in charge of it. I want you to work closely together with the PR and marketing departments on how to best use your sister's celebrity status to improve our company's image. I want results within 1 month. Great results. We can't afford to lose any more of our stock's value for longer than that. If your plan doesn't work, we'll immediately move on to a contingency plan. Understood, President. Leave it to me. 1 month is more than enough, Long Jian replied with a smile before glancing at Long Hui, who looked like he swallowed a whole frog. Deputy CFO Long Hui, Long Tengfei said next. Yes, President. Long Hui managed to hide the anger in his voice. It's your carelessness which landed our company in this predicament, so you need to bear responsibility for it. But for now, we'll attempt Deputy COO Long Jian's plan of using your sister's celebrity status first and see how it goes. Recovering our company's stock prices takes priority over anything else, so I'll delay your punishment. You'll be in charge of devising our contingency plan in case Deputy COO Long Jian's plan doesn't work in a month. I expect a solid plan from you. Don't disappoint me anymore. Long Hui's lips pressed hard together into a thin line at the reminder of his punishment. He didn't know how his father would punish him, but he hoped it wouldn't be too harsh. But at least, he wasn't being fired, so this was good news. This was a chance to redeem himself. Determination shone in his eyes. Understood, President. I'll start devising several contingency plans right away, he promised. Long Tengfei nodded. The meeting continued for an additional half an hour before Long Tengfei signaled its end and dismissed everyone. Long Hui and Long Meng left first, before anyone could speak with either of them. Iris chatted with some people who were curious about her, including Long Jufeng, and especially the Black Stars, who could barely maintain their professional composure in front of her. After signing autographs and taking pictures with her two fans, she followed Long Jian, who led her to his office so that they could begin devising their strategy to use her status as a celebrity brand ambassador to recover the company's image and stock prices. But before that, they talked about Long Hui. I'm very disappointed that Long Hui wasn't fired or forced to resign or even punished, Long Jian said. Iris sat on the couch opposite him and sipped the hot tea his assistant served them a few moments ago. Father said that his punishment is only delayed. He'll be punished in due time. I know, but still, I was expecting him to suffer more from today's meeting. Instead, he got off scot-free. Father is being too lenient on him. Of course, Father will be lenient on him. What do you expect? That's his first son and the one he had been grooming to become his successor since his birth. It's only now, when Father has aged and married Aunt Jiahui, that he has given all of us siblings a fair chance to prove ourselves as potential successors. In the end, it's only the three of us who are competing because big sister Jinjing is perfectly happy working at my own company, or Chidia Beauty. Long Jian clicked his tongue. Jin Jing is a very sensible girl. How about you? Why are you even joining in the battle of succession, anyway? I can sense that you're not as hungry for Long Industries as I am, or Long Hui. You should be like our sister Jin Jing instead, and be satisfied with your own company. It's doing well anyway. Extremely well. Why don't you leave us alone? Iris shrugged, choosing not to reply, and sipped her tea instead. She had her own reasons that he didn't need to know. Long Jian didn't mind that she refused to answer. Each of them had their own secrets, their own personal plans. They were only allies for now, after all. There was no need to act like the best of friends all of a sudden and spill everything to each other. Once they achieved their goal of kicking out their biggest competitor in the battle of succession, Long Hui, then their alliance would naturally dissolve. By then, they would revert back to being opponents going head-to-head against each other. I'm feeling a little tired. I've been so busy lately. Do you have chocolates or something? I need a quick boost of energy, she said all of a sudden. Chocolates? Are you still a kid or what? Long Jian said in a mocking tone, but still rummaged through a drawer and tossed her a few coin-shaped chocolates. Thanks. She quickly opened one and popped it inside her mouth, chewing in bliss. You know, don't be so disappointed that Long Hui got away scot-free today, as you put it. As they say, the higher someone soars, the deeper the fall. This is only the beginning. His image and reputation will only worsen. Remember that he has a pending defamation lawsuit filed against him by my fiancé's sworn brother. All right, the agricultural tycoon, Lin Yan. He doesn't look all that impressive. She narrowed her eyes at him while popping another chocolate into her mouth. Don't underestimate any of my fiancé's brothers. Whatever. Long Jin shrugged before eyeing the chocolates disappearing inside Iris' mouth. Hey, toss me a chocolate. Iris turned away and continued eating. He scowled. Those are my chocolates. Give me one. You gave them to me, so they're mine now. Go get more for yourself. Those are the last ones. She pursed her lips and tossed him one coin-shaped chocolate with great reluctance before rushing to finish the remaining ones. What a kid, Long Jian grumbled before popping the chocolate into his own mouth. Iris' blissful expression while eating tempted him, but it turned out that the chocolate didn't taste particularly special. He snorted at her in disdain after quickly swallowing the childish treat. After this brief chocolatey intermission, they talked about their plans' next steps. I want Long Hui to fall down so deeply that he'll never have a chance to recover, Long Jian said. It's only in that way that he'll cease being a threat to us in the battle of succession. Although Iris hated how Long Hui was acting, especially in his treatment of her friend Jiang Yingyu, she disagreed with Long Jian. Long Hui was, after all, still the father of her godson. If he regrets his stupidity, makes amends to those he hurt, and backs out of the battle of succession on his own volition, let's just leave him be. Long Jian frowned, clearly not agreeing with her stance. However, he didn't oppose her out loud because he needed her if he wanted to kick out Long Hui from the battle of succession sooner. His individual influence in the Long clan was insignificant. He didn't want to rely on Long Xiaoping, who was trying to rally support from minor members of several small branch families in the clan. Long Xiaoping was Long Jian's #1 supporter in the clan in the hopes that his own small branch family would rise in a position of influence if Long Jian successfully became the next head. He also worked as a spy, updating Long Jian and Zhu Ning about the latest news within the clan. In recent years, he had gathered a small number of supporters for Long Jian, but all of them were from minor branch families who were tempted with the same ambition of gaining influence among the Longs. Unfortunately, Long Xiaoping's efforts were still far from enough to rival Long Hui and Iris' positions in the clan, especially since most of the clan members were still old-fashioned and prejudiced against illegitimate children. If Long Jian wanted to increase his chances of triumphing in the battle of succession, he needed to do it in a field that he was the most confident in, the company, Long Industries. His swift climb in the corporate ladder was a testament to his talent in business leadership, not to mention that the COO had taken him in as a proc, making it easier for him to access resources to improve himself and showcase his abilities, skills, and achievements to everyone in the company, especially to his father. Despite his excellent work performance, he had been working at the main headquarters and obtained the position of deputy COO position for only a few months. He needed more time and accomplishments in order to match the influence Long Hui had in the company, which the other obtained a few years earlier than him. Thus, Long Jian decided to ally with Iris, the other legitimate child, and the one who threatened Long Hui's position the most. This was the quickest way to achieve his ambition of succeeding their father as the next head. Let's not talk about the extent of how we want Long Hui to suffer after we defeat him, he said. We can decide on that later. Right now, we need to make sure that our plans play out smoothly first. Iris nodded. She was about to leave after fleshing out their plans when he stopped her. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to warn her. Be careful of Long Hui's maternal family, the Zhangs. They're not simple. They had been lying low since father divorced Zheng Suyin to marry your mother due to shame, but I heard that they're becoming more active in high society in the past few weeks. Even Zheng Suyin, who disappeared from the public eye for years, was seen outside recently meeting with old friends. Now that we're targeting Long Hui, I'm sure that Zheng Suyin won't let us off and will do everything in her power to support her son. I think I'm fine because nobody sees me as a threat for now, but that's not the case for you. You're a legitimate child just like Long Hui, not to mention that father dotes on you the most. Iris protested on his claim that Long Tengfei doted on her the most, but he ignored her and continued warning her. She could only nod. All right, I understand. Thank you, big brother Jian. I'll be careful of the Zhangs. He nodded, satisfied. Then he hesitated once again. What is it? She asked, already standing and ready to leave. Don't forget our deal, little sister. I'm not doing all of these for you. My mother is still in police custody. Could you ask CEO Jin if there are any updates regarding my mother's case? Is there a chance for her to be released from jail soon? Oh, all right. I'll ask Liwei, she replied. Even though Jin Liwei had no interest in helping Zhu Ning because the woman once threatened her and Wei Lan, his future mother-in-law. It was actually Iris herself, or more specifically her hacker abilities, that would help clear Zhu Ning's name from the accusation of being the mastermind of the bomb incident. Thanks. Long Jian looked relieved. Then he escorted her out of his office where Dom and her bodyguards were waiting. In the next few days, Iris began working hard as Long Industries' brand ambassador under the mission of improving the company's reputation and recovering the stock prices. She worked closely with Long Jian, who was in charge of the assignment, and also with the company's PR and marketing departments. They completed a series of advertisements and program commercials in a hurry. Since time was tight, Iris took charge of the advertisements and commercials. She chose a simple approach, yet her creativity still managed to inject a fresh and appealing vibe to the rushed projects. She even went the extra mile and quickly composed an original commercial jingle within a day to complement her ads for Long Industries. With the addition of fulfilling her active duty as brand ambassador for Long Industries, Iris' already full schedule became even fuller, making her even busier than Jin Liwei. Despite this, she still stubbornly instructed Dom to free one day per week to spend quality time together with her darling. Long Jian brought her to various meetings and conferences, using her celebrity status to charm not only business partners, but also the general public. Even when he and his team were pushing her this way, Iris' professionalism prevented her behavior to be viewed as ingratiating. And also, instead of her usual eye-catching celeb outfits, she wore chic business dresses instead. Long Tengfei was very satisfied by her professionalism. He, along with the COO and fellow executives plus the other important shareholders, were closely watching Iris' work performance. It wasn't only the way she dressed properly or interacted with others as brand ambassador without overly flattering anyone that impressed Long Tengfei and the others in the company. They were also impressed by her original ideas and how she managed to work harmoniously with Long Jian and their team from the PR and marketing departments as if she had been working with them for years. There were some people like Long Tengfei, Long Hui, and others who planted spies in the team in order to monitor Long Jian and Iris. The two were actually aware of the spies but didn't call them out, allowing them to spy because they had nothing to hide during meetings. Long Tengfei and the others discovered that the two siblings had strong leadership skills and were both ambitious and aggressive when making and implementing their plans. Everyone in Long Industries were looking forward whether the Long Jian and Iris Long duo would be able to reverse the company's stock price crash caused by Long Hui. A secret betting pool was even set up, pitting the sibling duo against their eldest brother, Long Hui, who caused the stock price crash in the first place. Not everyone was optimistic that Iris Long, using her position as a celebrity brand ambassador alone, would be able to rescue the situation because Long Hui's reputation was worsening with each passing day due to Lin Yihan's pending defamation lawsuit against him. The ads and commercials were released after a week. Contrary to the pessimistic expectations, the company's stock prices twitched on the way to recovery just a day after Iris Long's ads and commercials were released. Thanks to the Black Star's loyal support, Iris' original commercial jingle for Long Industries quickly went viral, making the simple advertisement concept memorable. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Jin Corporation. Su Tian knocked on the door before opening it. President, lunch has arrived. Come in. Jin Liwei replied, while continuing to type on his computer in front of his desk. Su Tian led the subordinates from Dragon Palace Home Number 10 inside. Iris sent them to deliver lunch. This scene was already a regular occurrence, so nobody was surprised anymore. In fact, Jin Liwei, Su Tian, and the receptionist downstairs would start worrying if Iris ever failed to send lunch and wonder if Jin Liwei did something to piss her off. Only when Jin Liwei was away from the company during lunchtime or went to a business trip would Iris not send lunch to him. Jin Liwei continued working on his desk, while Su Tian and his subordinates set up the hearty and nutritious dishes on the table in the office. There were enough for both Jin Liwei and Su Tian. A couple of minutes later, Jin Liwei paused his work and sat down for lunch with Su Tian. A soft smile lingered on his lips as he looked at the mouth-watering food on the table. Ever since Iris started sending him lunch, he no longer skipped his meals no matter how busy he was working. It was a far cry to his previous busy bachelor lifestyle before he met her, when he would prioritize work over regular meal times. The subordinates retreated outside the office, leaving Jin Liwei and Su Tian to enjoy their lunch. They already ate at the mansion before delivering the food to their boss. Jin Liwei couldn't help making an appreciative noise as he took a first bite. An image of his baby girl popped inside his mind, deepening his soft smile. Even though Iris didn't cook the dishes herself, he loved that she would personally discuss his lunch meals with their chef at home every night. He also learned something interesting recently from the chatterbox Ketchup. According to the dramatic and talkative white cat, her mommy had been in contact with a special nutritionist for quite some time now to tweak Jin Liwei's meals for a specific purpose. When asked for the reason why, Ketchup could only pout and say that she had no idea because her mommy locked the information away. Curious, he directly asked his baby girl one night. "Oh, that. Don't worry about it too much. I'm just taking my experiment of making your semen taste sweeter to the next level. So we're trying to make you eat different food combinations," she told him in a straightforward tone, as if she was talking about something mundane like the weather instead of the taste of his semen. His eyes darkened in an instant while a bulge grew and stiffened inside his pants. "Is that so?" he breathed, his voice low and husky. Iris nodded, not noticing Jin Liwei's lusty reaction below the belt. "In addition to the first experiment, I'm also conducting another similar experiment. Maybe it's not accurate to call it an experiment. It's more of a preventive healthcare method using nutrition I specifically requested for you." He nibbled on her earlobe, pulling her closer as they lay on the bed. "What is it? Tell me. You're 11 years older than me." He stopped nibbling, and a small furrow formed between his brows. "Is that an issue?" "For me, no. I think that even if you're 20 years older or more than me, you'll still be able to make me fall in love with you." He nodded, the furrow between his brows disappearing as a smug smile lifted the corner of his lips. "But I heard before that as a man ages, his sperm volume declines, and so does the quality of sperm," she continued, as straightforward as always. "I asked both second brother and Dr. Ching, and they both said it's true." His frown returned. "Love, I'm only in my early 30s. I'm also healthy and fit. You don't need to worry about that for now. The earlier we start preventive care, the better," she argued. "That's why I consulted with a nutritionist and designed meals for you in order to increase your semen volume and sperm quality." "How long have you been doing this?" "Around the time I started sending lunch to your office." This surprised him. It had already been a few months since she started regularly sending lunch to him at the company. Once again, his frown disappeared before another smile bloomed on his lips. It was a playful smile. Thank you for taking care of my sperm, he whispered directly to her ear as he resumed nibbling on it. She giggled. Well, your sperm are mine too. So of course, I'm going to take good care of them. And I'll leave them in your care then. I'm sure that they're going to make strong and beautiful babies with you. She rarely blushed, but this time, she did. But at the same time, an already familiar flash of anxiety dampened her giggles. Jin Liwei knew that she worried about being a mother, so he would often mention having human children with her to make her more comfortable with the idea. It seemed that it was working because she no longer went into full panic mode whenever the topic of human babies was broached. Jin Liwei gave a quick peck on her lips, distracting her from her anxiety. They looked at each other, their gazes lingering and becoming more magnetic. He leaned forward for another kiss, longer this time, and then another, deeper. A soft sigh escaped from her lips as her arms crept up from his hard, muscled chest and wrapped around his neck. He shifted and pressed her under him on the bed, probing her lips open with the tip of his tongue. She moaned as he delved deeper inside her mouth. Unfortunately, a ringing phone interrupted them just when things started to get hot. It was Iris' phone. They tried ignoring it at first, but the caller was very persistent. After the fourth call, Iris couldn't take it anymore and broke the kiss before. Pushing him off her, Jin Liwei tried kissing her again, but she turned her head away. All he could was sigh and move off her, but not before giving her breast a last light squeeze over her clothes. He was already cursing whoever was calling his baby girl so late at night and interrupting their sexy time. She crawled to the bedside table and answered the phone. Before she could even say hello, Jin Liwei heard a booming voice even when the call wasn't set on speakerphone. He released another sigh and stopped cursing. After all, the old man was labeled as full VIP on both his and Iris contacts. Maybe we should block him when it's late at night, he muttered under his breath. Iris heard him with her great ears, causing her bright eyes to shape like crescent moons in laughter. However, she didn't reply to him as she concentrated on speaking with Grandpa Liu. Back to the present, Jin Liwei continued smiling as he ate while remembering what happened that night. He savored the delicious food in front of him. As a loyal husband, of course he was going to eat everything his wife sent to him. After all of these were specifically designed to take care of his precious sperm. They must be transforming and becoming super healthy and strong right now. Perhaps one had already swam to the finish line and successfully united with his wife's egg cell. Hopefully, his smile widened. Sitting opposite him, Su Tian also ate the delicious meal. However, his eyes would sneakily glance at his boss who was smiling like an idiot in front of him. He fought a shudder when he heard his boss chuckling. Yes, it was a chuckle, not a giggle. How could a manly man like CEO Jin Liwei giggle? It was a chuckle. Although this kind of scene always happened whenever Miss Long sent lunch to the office, Su Tian still found it difficult to get used to his boss acting like a love-struck teenager. All Su Tian could do was focus on enjoying his food to prevent himself from being too weirded out by his own boss. Later, they both finished eating. Su Tian began serving his boss hot digestive tea while reporting at the same time. President, 3 more local TV stations and 2 radio stations agreed to air Miss Long's commercial for Long Industries. Good. Continue asking other stations. The more, the better. Understood, President. I've also successfully arranged for 30 big billboards for Miss Long's ads in different cities. I'm working on obtaining more. Jin Liwei nodded. President, should we also help spread the online ads on the internet and increase their visibility? No need. Xiaolon does a better job on anything related to the internet. Just focus on helping her out with the stations and the physical ads. Understood. Super duper to the highest level, very, very, very important person. Su Tian continued reporting about the tasks Jin Liwei assigned to him assisting Iris' mission as Long Industries brand ambassador. Usually, Jin Liwei wouldn't help Iris get ahead on her showbiz work without her permission even if he wanted to because she preferred to use her own efforts in her career, but this was a different matter. The brand ambassadorship was an important step in her plan of winning in the Long clan's battle of succession. The couple already agreed to work together in this matter because these were all for their godson, little Jun. Jin Liwei leaned back on his chair and sipped hot tea while listening to his assistant's reports. Afterwards, Su Tian cleaned up the table while Jin Liwei called his baby girl who just finished guesting and performing Passionate Flames on a TV show with his brother, Jin Chonglin. "Hi, love. Did you receive the lunch I sent you?" he asked. His baby girl had recently become busier than him that she barely had any time to eat at home. So he also began sending meals to wherever she was working. Sometimes, their chef at home would cook for her, but more often than not, Jin Liwei would instruct Su Tian to contact a restaurant near where she was at and deliver food directly to her. "Yes. Thank you, darling. I shared the food with Brother Chonglin and his team. We are currently eating inside my dressing room," Iris replied. Jin Liwei frowned. He could hear the chatter on her side. "My brother is inside your dressing room? Chase him out. Tell him to eat inside his own dressing room." Hey, I heard that, big bro. Am I still your brother?" Jin Chonglin's voice complained. "Jin." Liwei's frown deepened. "Speakerphone." "No. Brother Chonglin is sitting beside me, so he could hear your voice," replied Iris. "He's sitting beside you? Tell him to move. Call Dominic to sit beside you instead." Iris sighed. "Don't be like that, darling. He's your brother and my future brother-in-law. We're family, not to mention that he and I are working a lot together this season." "Yeah, I'm your brother. We're family. Listen to your wife and stop always drowning in vinegar, big bro. It's uncool." Jin Chonglin's voice sounded louder, so he must be leaning close to Iris. Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly, prompting Su Tian to become extra cautious in his movements. Then he asked his baby girl in a low tone, "Am I uncool?" "Don't listen to Brother Chonglin. It's true that your jealousy sometimes annoys me to the point that I want to punch your handsome face, but that doesn't make you uncool. You always do things for my sake, so to me, you're the coolest, darling." The first part of her answer about wanting to punch his face made him sullen, but his expression instantly brightened at the last part. "She says I'm the coolest," he chuckled to himself, as a wide smile stretched his mouth, showing his perfectly white teeth. A few steps away, Su Tian was almost blinded by his boss smile. Millions of fans worshipped Jin Chonglin's famous killer smile that could literally cause death due to heart attack, but Su Tian thought that his boss smile was even deadlier, especially because it was rarer, thus making it more potent than the younger brother's smile. Su Tian patted his poor heart and thanked his lucky stars for being born as a straight male. If not, he probably would have already dropped dead because of his boss' lethal smile. Back to Jin Liwei. He left the table and began walking in front of the ceiling-high glass windows behind his desk overlooking the modern city outside, while continuing to chat with his baby girl. When she told him that he was the coolest in her heart, he felt appeased and stopped being jealous of his own brother. "What time will you be at home?" he asked. "Very late. Past midnight," she replied. "I'll be attending a party hosted by Bright Summit with Brother Chonglin tonight, remember? I'll pick you up later." "No need. You better sleep ahead of me because you have to wake up early tomorrow as usual." "I'll pick you up," he repeated in a firmer tone. "Fine." She was about to change the topic when a certain feline chatterbox interrupted them. "Excuse me, Mommy and Daddy. Ketchup has something important to report." "Meow." "Go ahead, Ketchup," Jin Liwei said. The noise level on Iris' side decreased. It seemed that she moved to a quieter place. The negative content about that good-for-nothing Long Hui in the media are gradually disappearing since this morning. At this rate, most will be gone in 6.8 days. Meow. Jin Liwei frowned. He imagined that his baby girl must be frowning as well. "Explain. Who did it?" "Long Hui." "No, Daddy. That good-for-nothing scum already tried removing the negative content about him online several times before, but I, the cute and mighty Ketchup, stopped him." "Eehee. Meow Ketchup is a good kitty. Right, Mommy?" "Yes, you're a good kitty," Iris' voice agreed. The couple heard the white cat's smug purr on the phone. "I, the mighty and cute Ketchup, plan to once again stop the attempt of removing the negative content about that good-for-nothing scum online, but it turns out that it's not him who ordered it. That's why Ketchup hesitated and made a report to Mommy and Daddy first. Ketchup needs further instructions before taking action." "Meow. It doesn't matter who ordered it. Just stop them," Iris said. "Long Hui needs to have a taste of his own medicine. He's the one who tried ruining the name and reputation of Yu and eldest brother in the media first. This is retribution for what he did. Ketchup understands. But Mommy, the person who ordered to remove the negative content about that good-for-nothing scum online is listed in our family list. Ketchup is programmed not to interfere with the affairs of anyone whose name is included in our family list without Mommy or Daddy's permission." "Family." Both Iris and Jin Liwei frowned and wondered who it was. "Who is it?" Jin Liwei asked. "It's Grandpa Long." Meow. The couple went silent after learning who ordered the removal of the negative content about Long Hui in the media. Iris sighed. "To be honest, I can't say that I'm surprised. On the contrary, I kind of expected Father to help out Long Hui in some way. He is still Father's eldest son, after all." Jin Liwei didn't speak, but the cold expression on his face prompted Su Tian to quickly make an escape from his office while carrying the empty lunchboxes. "Father also helped remove negative content about me in the media before, even when we weren't on speaking terms that time," Iris said. She was aware that Long Tengfei secretly helped clean her name in the media when she just woke up from coma. She also discovered at that time that Long Tengfei did the same thing many times before for the previous Iris Long, who had no idea about the various things her father did for her in the shadows. It doesn't feel good that Long Hui's retribution in the media is so short-lived, but I can't really blame Father for wanting to protect his son. Jin Liwei remained silent. "Then what should Ketchup do next, Mommy?" "Still awaiting further instructions." Meow. "For now, don't interfere, HM? Sorry, Darling and Ketchup. I need to go. The director wants to talk to us right now. I'll talk to you later." But Jin Liwei and their virtual kitty baby bid her goodbye before Iris hung up in a rush. Although the call ended, Ketchup continued talking to him. "Mommy says don't interfere, so Ketchup won't interfere and let Grandpa Long clean up for that good-for-nothing scum. Is Ketchup correct, Daddy?" Meow. "No. Go and interfere," Jin Liwei said in a cold voice. Meow. "But Mommy said, your mom has a kind heart. She may be fine with letting Long Hui off the hook in this situation because of your grandfather Long, but not me. I can never forgive the insults he threw at your mom and at your grandmother Long. And of course, the way he mistreated your aunt and you while trying to take your cousin Jun away from us. Long Hui needs to pay for how he hurt them. Even if it's my father-in-law, your grandfather Long, who's helping him out, I still won't let him off the hook." Ketchup understands. "Daddy, please give Ketchup specific instructions on what to do next." Meow. "Allow your grandfather to remove the worst content about Long Hui from the biggest and most popular media outlets, but don't let him touch the ones from the smaller and less popular sources. The intensity will decrease, but at least it won't completely disappear. Make sure to keep the negative publicity going." "Aye aye, Daddy." Meow. The virtual white cat immediately went to work while Jin Liwei remained standing in front of the glass windows. He looked at the view outside with cold, unseeing eyes, as his mind remembered all the horrible and hurtful things Long Hui said to his baby girl and about his mother-in-law. His eyes narrowed, his jaw tightened, and his hands clenched into tight fists. He stood there like a tall, formidable mountain while emitting a dense and heavy aura of cold fury. Behind him, the door to the office opened, and Su Tian peeked inside with great caution. The poor assistant immediately felt the stifling atmosphere and withdrew, closing the door once again, not daring to enter at this time. Is the president still drowning in vinegar because of second Master Chonglin? He wondered. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The next few days saw a sharp decrease in the negative headlines about Long Hui, while at the same time, Iris Long's actions as Long Industries' celebrity brand ambassador became more visible to the general public. Tang Yi and Bright Summit didn't hold her back, allowing her to spend a lot of time for Long Industries because it was also contributing to her own popularity. Her ads and commercials were almost everywhere in the country. As a result, the stock prices of Long Industries started recovering at a great rate. They were almost about 75% back to their former value before the crash, and it hadn't been a month yet. It had only been less than 2 weeks since then. Long Jian and Iris team insisted that the stock prices were recovering because of their efforts. However, there were others claiming that it was due to the improving name and reputation of Long Hui in the media. Although there was still some nasty content about him circulating out there, the worst ones had already disappeared. Both sides, Long Jian Iris Long Duo and Long Hui, were fighting for the credit of rescuing the company's stock prices. Inside Long Jian's office at Long Industries, Long Jian sneered. He didn't even do a damn thing. It was Father who secretly saved him from the media and wiped his ass. And he has the gall to steal the credit from us? Shameless. Iris popped a mini mochi inside her mouth. Every time she worked with Long Jian, she would always ask him for treats, prompting him to ridicule her for acting like a kid, which she always ignored. Today, he bought her mochi after they finished attending a PR event. What do you expect? Long Hui is desperate, she said with a shrug, eating another mochi. He has been waiting for the two of us to fail, underestimating my impact in the business world. He never expected that a simple campaign from me as a brand ambassador would be so effective in recovering the company's stock prices. Long Jin snorted in disdain as he looked at her pigging out on mochi. To be honest, I also didn't expect that you'll be so effective. Before our team could even contact the stations, they were already airing your commercials. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Did you ask for CEO Jin's help? I didn't ask Liwei, but he did lend a hand on his own accord, she said in a nonchalant tone. So that's why. He nodded in understanding. Long Jin thought that it was all thanks to Jin Liwei that their plans were going smoothly so far. Never could he imagine that most of the work were done by Iris herself, and that Jin Liwei was only assisting her. Iris knew how Long Jin thought of her, but she didn't care, allowing him to continue thinking this way. It was better for him to underestimate her and view her as a lesser threat than Long Hui, because even though they were currently allied, she still couldn't fully trust him. Both of them were aiming for the same thing after all, to win the battle of succession. After their meeting, she left Long Industries and hurried to her next work commitments. Her schedule today was packed to the point that she barely had any time to rest. Even while traveling from one location to another, she continued studying and working inside the executive van. By evening, she met with Enrique Valdez at a five-star restaurant inside a hotel to finally discuss their music collaboration. The legendary hitmaker already felt tired traveling all over the country's tourist spots, so he decided that it was time to settle down in his penthouse unit at one of Iris Gold Heights condominium buildings. Then he contacted Iris and urged her to start working on their collaboration. Iris was very excited and had lots of ideas about what kind of music she wanted to create with the legendary hitmaker. In her past life as Evelina, Enrique Valdez was also her music instructor, so she already felt comfortable interacting with him, especially when it was about music. Of course, he didn't know that she was already his student in the past. All he knew was that Iris was very easy to get along with despite his intimidating taciturn personality. Despite their connection in her past life, this would still be the first time that she would be creating music with him for the purpose of releasing it to the world. This was one of her ultimate dreams, to share her music to as many people as possible. What was even more amazing was that she was collaborating with the best of the best, the legendary hitmaker Enrique Valdez. A superstar, she still had much to learn from such an illustrious figure in the music industry because Enrique Valdez had continued to improve a lot since their time as an instructor and student in her past life as Evelina. Geniuses never stopped learning and striving for their idea of perfection. Inside the restaurant, the ambience was elegant and classy yet understated. The beautiful cello melody of Saint Saëns's Le Cygne, the Swan, played in the background. Both Iris and Enrique Valdez remained silent while eating their full-course dinner in order to appreciate the lovely classical music. They were in a private room because not only was Iris a popular celebrity in China, but Enrique Valdez was also a global superstar. Although this was a high-class restaurant and most of its guests wouldn't react like mindless fans upon seeing them, the two still decided to enter the restaurant incognito to prevent any unnecessary fuss. They preferred to have a peaceful dinner while discussing their music collaboration. Iris had fond memories of this restaurant because it was where she had her first meeting with JJ and auditioned with Phantom of Your Love. It was also where she met Madame Feng Wan and the lady's three posh friends who were now her loyal fans and important officers in her fan club, the Black Stars. Remembering that time, Iris couldn't help but smile. That moment was when her dream of performing her music to the world finally felt achievable. So many things happened since then. It felt like yesterday, but also felt like a lifetime. After a silent but comfortable dinner, Iris and Enrique Valdez enjoyed hot tea and began their discussion. She shared her ideas to him while he listened in silence. "Your music is evolving," he commented after a pause in the conversation. "You're now shifting from darker and soulful tones to a more romantic style, starting from when you collaborated with Chonglin." She nodded, smiling. "I just feel very inspired right now." "I can see that. But based on shining eyes and passionate flames, you still have a lot of room for improvement." There's still a sense of awkwardness and immaturity in the romantic aspect of your music. Iris paid rapt attention to Enrique Valdez's words. They were discussing ideas for their music collaboration, but she also treated this as a precious lesson time with a world-class music instructor. Indeed, after listening to Enrique Valdez's opinions about her latest music with Jin Liwei, she agreed with him that she still had much to learn and improve in developing her repertoire of musical styles, techniques, and execution. If she was a normal person, she would have felt dejected after an ultra-big shot like Enrique Valdez criticized her work. However, she wasn't normal. She was a certified genius like him. So instead of dejection, she felt energized, challenged, and inspired. "Reflect on what I told you," he told her. "Yes, teacher. I will. Thank you. For our music collab, I'll let you take the lead as to what kind of music you want to create. What I want people to remember when they hear our music is you first, not me. Understand?" Her eyes lit up, feeling even more motivated. "Yes, I'll do my best. It might be you taking the lead, but that doesn't mean that I'll let you do whatever you want. If what you present me is crap, I won't give you Enrique Valdez's seal of approval. Disappoint me, and I'll abandon this collab and maybe even drop you as my student." His mesmerizing hazel eyes narrowed, observing her reaction. She didn't back down and looked at him directly in the eyes, showing him her determination. "The master arrived about 10 minutes ago. He is with Sir Zaheo and the 3 guests in the home office." Iris thanked the butler again before she and Dom followed him to the home office, where people were waiting for her. It was already late in the evening, past dinner time, but her day wasn't finished yet. She and Dom hurried home after another busy workday because of the important appointment tonight. After a few minutes, they arrived at the home office. The butler opened the door for her and Dom before announcing their arrival to the people inside. A streak of orange shot towards Iris and jumped into her arms like a rocket. Popcorn meowed loudly like a needy child while rubbing his sleek body against Iris' chest and face. A slower, fat, gray cat huffed and puffed her way towards Iris, looking as if she was climbing Mount Everest instead of walking on a flat floor. But no matter how exhausting the 10-meter trek from her daddy's lap to her mommy's arms, Ice Cream persevered because of her filial love to her parents. Iris chuckled helplessly while watching her eldest, who was almost wheezing, just to greet her. She was tempted to walk over and shorten the distance between them in order to relieve the gray cat's suffering, but she forced herself to wait because Dom recently complained about the vet scolding him once again due to Ice Cream's weight during the cat's latest health appointment. Meow. Ice Cream collapsed on Iris' feet after finally reaching her and didn't move. Iris smiled and shook her head. Then she handed popcorn to Dom before scooping up the exhausted gray cat into her arms. While she comforted the panting Ice Cream, Jin Liwei also reached them and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. "Hi, love," he whispered directly to her ear. "Welcome home." "I'm back," she replied, tilting her head up to receive his light kiss on the lips. Dom also greeted Jin Liwei with an "eh" at the end, but refrained from his usual boisterous chatter after seeing the rest of the serious people in the office. He focused his attention on petting popcorn instead. Iris leaned against Jin Liwei, but a threatening aura made her stiffen. She shifted her eyes and peeked behind Jin Liwei. That was when she saw a glacial Lu Zaheo watching them with expressionless eyes, causing her to hug Ice Cream more tightly and eliciting a complaint from the fat, gray cat. To others, her big brother looked like he was wearing a slight devilish smile. But to her, it wasn't just devilish, but an actual devil's smile. Only she was aware of how frightening her big brother was acting right now. Jin Liwei noticed her reaction, but didn't know that it was caused by his 5th brother. Instead, he thought that maybe she was just tired from working so hard almost every day, so she was seeking comfort from the warm and furry Ice Cream. Thus, he comforted her by kissing her on the forehead. "Don't worry. I already told everyone to make this quick, so that you could rest earlier tonight," he told her. "Okay." She smiled, and they walked together to where the others were waiting. Hong Xiaoqiang, Iris lawyer, Kong Huizhong, Jin Liwei's lawyer, and Xiao Yu, Iris financial manager, all stood up and greeted her. Lu Zaheo didn't speak, only acknowledging her with a nod while his slight devil's smile continued to hang on his lips. Iris sighed at his hidden, intimidating expression which only she could sense. Jin Liwei gestured for everyone to sit. He and Iris sat together on one couch. Dom sat on the same couch beside Iris. Ice cream curled on Iris' lap and began sleeping while Popcorn walked around and sniffed at the others, trying to get them to play with him. Lu Zihao sat by himself near the window. Kong Huizhong also sat by himself, while Hong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Yu sat together on the couch opposite Iris and Jin Liwei. Jin Liwei gave an eye signal to the lawyers. Hong Xiaoqiang cleared his throat and passed copies of a document to everyone. Attorney Kong and I drafted a prenuptial agreement for CEO Jin Liwei and Miss Long Xiulan after taking into account your specific requests. He looked at Lu Zihao after saying the last part of his sentence. Then he addressed everyone again. Please take a look at your copies. We'll go over the draft together, make changes if applicable, and verify everything before we finalize the agreement. Both Iris and Jin Liwei looked unenthusiastic when they announced their rush wedding. To their friends, a prenuptial agreement wasn't in their plans. Jin Liwei didn't like it at all, while Iris didn't mind whether they had a prenup or not. However, Lu Zihao interfered and forced them to get a prenup. Jin Liwei ignored him at first, but Iris eventually caved from her brother's pressure. It was a challenge for Iris to persuade Jin Liwei to agree to Lu Zihao's insistence on the two of them getting a prenup. We don't need a prenup because I'll never let you divorce me after we're married, he told her that time. So it's useless to get one. I know, but Big Brother will keep pestering us if we don't. He can be very persistent. Let's just get one and be done with it. Okay, darling. We could just forget about it once we're married, she said. In the end, Jin Liwei relented and contacted their lawyers to arrange the prenup. Since both he and Iris didn't care about it, Lu Zihao took over in suggesting clauses for the agreement. The couple allowed him because if not for him, they would probably get a standard one suggested by their lawyers because they couldn't care less about it. Let's begin. ####. Chapter title: Prenuptial Agreement. Lu Zihao's suggestions for the prenuptial agreement were heavily favorable to Iris. The most prominent clauses he suggested were as follows. Iris would receive $10 million for every child she had with Jin Liwei. If Jin Liwei ever cheated on Iris, he would pay her $50 million as compensation. In the event of a divorce, Jin Liwei would need to pay hefty child support to all of their children, which would equal to 65% of his total monthly income. As a billionaire on a global level, this was a huge amount of money every month. Also, he would need to pay $900 million in alimony to Iris. Lu Zihao actually wanted at least $1 billion, but Kong Huizhong, Jin Liwei's lawyer, strongly opposed when the amount reached the billion-dollar mark. However, Lu Zihao didn't back down and wouldn't allow anything lower than $900 million. After the divorce, Iris would get full custody of their children, while Jin Liwei would only be awarded with limited visitation rights. This arrangement was just like the results of Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui's custody battle for Little June, that both Iris and Jin Liwei's expressions turned dark upon hearing it. There were other clauses in the prenuptial agreement, but these were the major ones that elicited the greatest reactions from not only the couple, but also Dom and Xiao Yu. Hong Xiaoqiang and Kong Huizhong saw their reactions, but kept their expressions professional and neutral while continuing to painstakingly read and explain each of the clauses. Kong Huizhong was especially feeling conflicted at the content of the prenup. As Jin Liwei's lawyer, of course he would prioritize his own client's interests over anyone else. This kind of prenup, which placed his client at a severe disadvantage, made him extremely unhappy. He attempted to block and change almost all of the clauses in order to make them more favorable to Jin Liwei, but unfortunately, Lu Zihao was surprisingly a force to be reckoned with during the drafting of the prenup. He knew exactly what he wanted and was determined to get it, only allowing very minor adjustments to his suggested clauses, no matter how hard the lawyers tried dissuading him. Jin Liwei's lawyer felt confused. Wasn't Lu Zihao a sworn brother of Jin Liwei? As someone who had been working closely for Jin Liwei throughout the years, Kong Huizhong was privy to his clients' relationships, so he knew just how close all 5 sworn brothers were to each other. Even Lu Zihao's grandfather, the business genius Sir Lu Jianhong, didn't discriminate by blood and treated all sworn brothers as his own grandsons. So why then was Lu Zihao so adamant on favoring Iris Long in the prenuptial agreement? Shouldn't he be backing his own sworn brother instead of an outsider? Shouldn't it be bros before hoes all the time? Kong Huizhong mulled about it numerous times, but still failed to understand Lu Ziheo's purpose for doing this. He even suspected that Lu Ziheo and Iris Long were having an affair. Maybe there was an insidious plan of stripping Jin Liwei of all his wealth and then divorcing him so that Iris and Lu Ziheo could get together in the end. However, Kong Huizhong eventually discarded this speculation. As a successful lawyer, he was also quite adept at reading people. Although not always accurate in his analyses, he could still sense whether some people were hiding something from him. And just by observing the interactions between Lu Ziheo and Iris Long, he couldn't detect anything romantic between them at all. On the contrary, Iris and Lu Ziheo acted more like a guilty child and a strict father rather than secret lovers having an affair. Weird, the lawyer thought, as he detected the parental quality on how Lu Ziheo treated Iris. It was a completely different kind of overprotectiveness from a lover. It was simply a father's overprotectiveness. Kong Huizhong had no other way to explain it. He looked at Iris and Jin Liwei, who both had expressions that looked like they ate something sour and bitter at the same time. Iris' expression didn't look like she was faking it. "Big brother, what is this?" Iris exclaimed, unable to hold her dismay any longer. Then she glared at the lawyers. "I don't want this agreement. Tear it up. It's so unfair. Just draft a standard prenup. I don't need all those ridiculous clauses. 10 million per child. 50 million in the case of cheating. 900 million alimony." "Wow," Dom gasped. He lifted the document closer to his face, his hands trembling a little. "Wait. Did it say that it's all in US dollars? This is a mistake, right? It's in yuan, right? Not American dollars, right? Mr. Chua, we didn't make a mistake. Everything is really in American dollars," Hong Xiaoqiang told him in a serious tone. "Oh." Dom's voice became weak. 2 seconds later, he started hyperventilating. Iris and Popcorn both freaked out after seeing Dom like that. Ice Cream continued sleeping on Iris' lap, dead to the world. "Dom? Dom! Ambulance! Liwei, call an ambulance! Oh no! What's happening to you, Dom? Don't die! Meow! Meow! Meow!" Dom wasn't just an assistant to Iris anymore, but was now her best friend as well. Seeing her best friend unable to breathe in front of her made her panic. As for Popcorn, Uncle Dom was his most precious slave number one who understood him and his sister Ice Cream better than anyone else in the world, even better than Mommy and Daddy. Like his mommy, he also began panicking and crying for his Uncle Dom not to die. He began slapping his Uncle Dom's increasingly pale face with his fluffy paws in an effort to revive him. "Calm down, love. Dominic will be fine," Jin Liwei said, holding Iris in a firm embrace. Xiaoyu stood up and left his seat. Then he pushed down on Dom's back until the guy's head was hanging upside down between his legs. "Breathe, boy." For some reason, Xiaoyu had a sense of déjà vu as Iris continued to panic and demand for an ambulance behind him. Xiaoyu remembered the time when he first visited Iris Long in her newly renovated Gold Heights penthouse after she recovered from waking up from coma. During that time, she shocked him so much with her profitable, self-directed investments worth $500 million RMB that he froze and became speechless, causing her and her silly assistant Dom to panic and think that he was having a stroke. Seeing Iris panicking and demanding for ambulance right now reminded him of that moment back then. Nostalgia hit him after the sense of DJ VU time sure flew swiftly. Never did Xiaoyu imagine the heights Iris would reach right now, not only in showbiz, but also in her business career. And it didn't look like she was stopping anytime soon. He had indeed made the right decision to follow her. Managing her wealth fulfilled his career aspirations and made him a happy man, and for that, he was thankful to her for the opportunity. While his mind thought this way, Xiaoyu continued helping Dom to calm down and breathe properly. He looked a little awkward doing so because he was usually stern and stiff. "Calm down, little sister," a devilish voice said in an almost lazy manner. "Your assistant is just hyperventilating. It's not that serious. He won't die." Lu Ziheo sat on a single recliner. One elbow rested on the seat's arm while he leaned his head on his fist. Despite the ruckus happening in front of him, his expression didn't change at all. There was even a hint of an entertained glint in his shadowed eyes. Iris pursed her lips at him, giving him an unhappy look, as if telling him that it was his fault for causing her assistant to hyperventilate. She had already started calming down, thanks to Jin Liwei's firm but gentle reassurances. Popcorn had also stopped meowing loudly but still continued slapping his Uncle Dom's pale face with his fluffy paws while Ice Cream remained dead to the world asleep on her mommy's lap. The exhausted, fat, gray cat had no idea that her Uncle Dom was causing such a commotion and made her mommy and brother panic so much. But even if Ice Cream were awake right at this moment, she probably would have just given her Uncle Dom an annoyed look that said, "Quit being so overdramatic. You need to calm down and let me have my beauty rest in peace." About 10 minutes later, Dom finally stopped hyperventilating. Hong Xiaoqiang handed him a glass of water. "Phew, that was so scary. I thought I was gonna die. Oh, heart attack, stay away from the gorgeous me. I'm still too young. Let me live longer and experience a world-shaking romance first. Dear future lover, where are you? I almost died before meeting you." Dom cried dramatically while fanning himself with his hands. Iris released a breath of relief upon seeing color returning to Dom's skin. He was even cracking jokes again. "How are you feeling? Are you all right now?" she asked. "Yes, boss. Don't worry. I'll be fine in a minute," Dom replied, and then turned to everyone and apologized for interrupting the important meeting. "That prenup was just too shocking that my delicate heart couldn't take it." Iris heard the last sentence Dom mumbled. She sighed in understanding. Like him, the prenup also shocked her. Not just shocked, she was also upset. She couldn't help but throw a look of complaint at her big brother who was lounging on the recliner by the window like a devious emperor who had everything in the palm of his hands. "Now that your assistant is fine, let's continue discussing the prenuptial agreement," Lu Zihao said. "Big brother, I already said that I don't want this prenup." Is that so?" The slight devil smile on his lips turned several degrees colder. Iris pressed herself closer to Jin Liwei. Her heart shook, but she forced herself to look at her brother straight in the eyes. "Big brother, I know that you're doing this for me, and I'm very thankful for that. But I don't want this kind of unfair prenup. I love Liwei, so I can't bear to place him in such a disadvantageous position like this." The brother and sister had to stare down. Iris looked like she was going to succumb to Lu Zihao's intimidating pressure, but she managed to resist and show her determination. "There will be no wedding without a prenup," Lu Zihao said in a voice so cold and low that it was almost a whisper, but everyone still heard him. Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly before glaring at his fifth brother. He looked like he wanted to grab his sworn brother's collar and shake him. Iris held his arm and squeezed it, silently telling him to calm down and not fight. "Xiaolon and I will marry regardless of what anyone says," Jin Liwei growled. "We don't need other people's permission, not even yours." Are you sure about that, third brother?" Lu Zihao's devil smile widened, but his eyes remained cold as he looked at Iris. "Do you dare marry without my blessing?" Iris bit her lip, feeling torn. She hated seeing the two most important men in her life butting heads like this. "Big brother, please. Liwei and I love each other. I want to marry him. I'll marry him." Dom, Xiao Yu, and the two lawyers watched from the sides. The scene really looked like a father who was disapproving the marriage of his daughter and her boyfriend. It felt very weird, especially since Lu Zihao and Jin Liwei were supposed to be close. Lu Zihao looked at Iris with intensity for a few seconds before releasing an almost imperceptible sigh. The coldness in his eyes also receded a little. "Fine, marry if you want. You're no longer a child, but I still prefer that you marry with a prenup. The security will make all of us feel at ease. Tell me, which part of the agreement did you not like?" "Everything," Iris said. "The payment prices," Jin Liwei said. Iris looked at him in confusion. "You only want to change the prices?" "N." Jin Liwei nodded. "You want to lower the prices?" Lu Zihao asked. "No." Iris scrunched her delicate brows. "What do you mean? Don't tell me you want to increase the prices." "N." Jin Liwei nodded again. Lu Zihao raised both eyebrows, his devil's smile becoming bright. Dom gasped dramatically while Xiao Yu and the lawyers looked at Jin Liwei like he had gone insane. Iris also felt the same way as them. "What? Have you gone crazy?" Iris couldn't help but glare at him. "N," he agreed with a soft smile. "Crazy in love with you." "Aye." Dom, who had been hyperventilating just a few moments ago, was now flushed red with excitement and hugging popcorn while ng like a creepy person. Iris was about to scold Jin Liwei for his insanity, but upon hearing his words, Her heart immediately melted into a warm puddle, and a stupid grin spread on her beautiful face. She batted her shining eyes at him and pressed her body in his embrace. "You crazy man," she told him in a sweet voice. "Why do I love you so much? Because we belong together." She giggled and rested her head on his shoulder and started nuzzling his neck. The couple had now completely forgotten the other's presence while immersed in their own little world. Dom was already used to Iris and Jin Liwei always acting lovey-dovey, but Lu Ziheo's expression turned dark as they watched the couple on the verge of making out indecently in front of them. The three guests, Hong Xiaoqiang, Kang Huizhong, and Xiao Yu, averted their eyes from their employers. They felt awkward and wished that they could escape this cruel attack of the dog food. "Hey," Lu Ziheo called out. No reaction. His expression turned darker. "Hey," still no reaction. He stretched out one long leg and banged it down hard on the coffee table in front of him, causing everyone to jump at the loud sound. "Ay cabello." Dom was so startled that he tossed the equally alarmed popcorn, who ran away and hid under Jin Liwei's desk nearby. "Meow." Ice Cream lazily opened her eyes on her mommy's lap, glaring and grumbling a complaint at the loud sound for disturbing her beauty sleep before changing her position and returning to sleep, dead to the world once again. Xiao Yu and the two lawyers whipped their heads at Lu Ziheo and looked at him with caution. Their eyes shifted to the coffee table made of sturdy wood, but now had a long crack from where Lu Ziheo hit it to almost the other end. However, the three guests remained quiet and didn't comment. The loud, jarring sound burst the love-filled bubble the couple was immersed in. They turned their heads at the same time and discovered that it was Lu Ziheo who disturbed them. Jin Liwei threw a cold glare at his fifth brother, while Iris looked unhappy and embarrassed at the same time. Lu Ziheo retracted his foot from the cracked table. His dark expression was gone, replaced by an emotionless one. "Third brother, weren't you the one who told us to make this meeting quick? And now it's you and little sister who are prolonging it. It's getting late. We should finish up." Then, as if finally noticing the crack he made on the poor table, he added, "I'll replace it." Both Iris and Jin Liwei didn't care about the broken table. They were annoyed at being disturbed, but Lu Ziheo's words reminded them of the important meeting. Sighing, the couple straightened themselves and prompted the lawyers to continue. "CEO Jin, you mentioned that you want to increase the prices in the prenuptial agreement." Kang Huizhong addressed Jin Liwei. His hawk-like features appeared sharper than usual, barely able to hide his disapproval at his client's words. However, he was still a professional, so he maintained a neutral tone while asking, "Could you clarify the specific changes you want to make?" Jin Liwei nodded and began explaining. Simply speaking, he didn't mind the severely unfair prenuptial agreement at all because he believed that they wouldn't need to ever use it. Besides, he already expected that his fifth brother Lu Ziheo would come up with the most ridiculous prenup clauses in order to protect the most important woman in their lives, Long Xiaolan. He already accepted the special sibling bond between his baby girl and fifth brother for quite some time now and understood that it had become much more precious than their own brotherhood. In fact, he understood it extremely well because he, too, viewed his baby girl as the most important and precious existence in his life above anyone else, including the family who raised him and his own sworn brothers. She was now his family, and he also wanted to protect her even from himself, so he didn't mind the prenuptial agreement drafted according to Lu Ziheo's suggestions. "I know that I'll never cheat on Xiaolan, nor will I ever allow the two of us to divorce after we marry," he said to everyone. "Even if she wants to divorce me in the future, I'll do everything in my power to persuade her otherwise and to win her love again so that she'll stay with me forever." In short, the possibility that I'll cheat or divorce Xiaolan is zero. Even so, if the impossible ever happens and I become retarded for some reason and ended up cheating on her, then I deserve the worst punishment for my crime and need to give Xiaolan full compensation for hurting her. Iris took his hand and squeezed it as she looked at him. She initially wanted to make the quip, "I'll castrate you if you ever cheat on me," but stopped herself upon seeing his sincere and serious face. She remained silent just like the others and let him finish what he was saying, not expecting that he would drop a huge bombshell next. "That's why I want to change the prices in the prenup. Make it so that if I ever make the mistake of cheating or divorcing Xiaolan, she'll get 100% of my total wealth." A mild Filipino expletive typically used when someone is startled. Cabello means horse. Jin Liwei's declaration made Iris and the others speechless. Even Lu Zihao couldn't hide his amazed disbelief. Liwei, you. Iris didn't know what to say to him. All she could do at that moment was give him a complicated look. He clasped their hands together and then looked at her straight in the eyes. Long Xiaolon, neither my entire wealth nor any wealth in the world is enough to measure my love for you. Not only are you the love of my life, but you are my life. No matter how much money I earn or how many properties I obtain, they can never compare to you because you are my most precious wealth. What do I need riches for if I don't have you beside me? What's mine is all yours. If the unthinkable ever happens and we separate, life will become meaningless to me. So I don't care. Go ahead and take everything from me if you leave me, because I know that I'll never be able to live without you. Iris suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Her chest felt tight as emotions swirled within her, causing her eyes to water. She wanted to say something, but was afraid that speaking would make her lose control and burst into tears, so she bit her lip instead, trying to hold back her emotions from making her into a mess in front of everyone. Jin Liwei wrapped his other arm around her and pulled her in a tight embrace before pressing a firm yet gentle kiss on her forehead. They embraced for quite some time as Iris tried her best to control her emotions. The others watched them in silence, giving them a moment to themselves. It was already very late in the evening, but nobody complained. Sitting by the window by himself, Lu Zihao also watched the scene in silence and didn't interrupt the couple. He wasn't so evil as to ruin the emotional moment for his sister. Deep inside, even he was moved by Jin Liwei's words and decision about the prenup. He knew that the man loved his sister, but didn't expect that Jin Liwei would readily give up his everything, including his life and billions worth of wealth for his sister. A proud harumph sounded within his consciousness. There were no words, but he felt a smug, "I told you so." That's my third brother, from the original Lu Zihao's remnant. The feeling was faint, almost illusory, but he felt it as if it was his own. It was becoming more and more difficult to differentiate his own emotions from the remnants inside him. He didn't like it one bit because it made him feel like he was losing control of himself, of his life, and of his fate. Although he was now living as Lu Zihao in this second chance in life, he still considered himself as Nikolai Vetrov, the fallen crown prince of the former reigning criminal organization in the international underworld. Taking Lu Zihao's identity was just a means to achieve his final goal, revenge. However, his relationships with Lu Zihao's sworn brothers and that noisy old man who always pestered him for great-grandbabies was causing him great confusion. He tried distancing himself from everyone because he didn't want the remnant's feelings to distract him from his final goal and veer him away from his road of revenge. Unfortunately, it didn't work because those sworn brothers and that noisy old man were all close to his sister, and he couldn't stay away from her for too long. So he had no choice but to interact with them, too. Watching his sister in the arms of another man left a phantom bittersweet taste in the back of his mouth. It was at that moment that he finally realized that his beloved sister may not necessarily need him anymore. She now had a devoted man by her side who would love and protect her, and even willingly offer his entire life and everything just to make her happy and safe. An imperceptible sad sigh escaped from Lu Zihao's lips. He turned his head away from the scene of his sister being embraced by her lover and looked at the night sky outside the window instead. The others were too absorbed in watching the lovers' touching moment to notice his lonely image by the window. This is for the best. I made the right decision to leave my sister to this man. He'll be able to take care of her and keep her safe when the time comes that I'm no longer able to do so myself. Not to mention that he can make her happy in a way that I never could. His eyes dimmed, as an air of loneliness covered his figure like a blanket unnoticed by the others. The usual devilish aura surrounding him was nowhere to be felt. It was as if he absorbed all of his presence within him and made himself invisible. Yes, this is how I should be. I belong to the shadows. If this was before, he would have thought this with great confidence and even pride. Now, however, there was just sadness while he tried persuading himself that basking in the light and love like his sister wasn't meant for a corrupted man like him who had blood staining not only his hands, but also his entire body and his very soul. Still, he wouldn't admit that. He was sad even to himself. Emotions like sadness had no business affecting someone like him. Minutes ticked by in complete silence. Even the usually vocal cat Popcorn was silent and didn't bother anyone. Nevertheless, the affectionate cat was the only one who sensed that something was wrong with his Uncle Hao. So he jumped and curled on the man's lap and began rubbing his sleek, warm, fluffy, orange body to comfort his lonely uncle. Lu Zihao didn't react at first and just looked down on the orange cat rubbing itself all over him. But after a few moments, his hand began stroking the cat's warm fur. Popcorn purred. Lu Zihao began to feel better, the loneliness gradually dissipating, replaced by warmth. In the end, both Iris and Jin Liwei came to an agreement to change the clauses in the prenuptial agreement. They decided to keep the clause saying that she would receive $10 million for every child she gave him. She wanted to remove it at first, but Jin Liwei was adamant on keeping it, even wanting to increase it to $100 million per child, but she managed to stop him. Just like you, no amount of money could measure the worth of our kids, but I still want to give you something for every bundle of joy you bless me. Don't deny me this privilege, love, he told her. She sighed. You're so annoying. But fine, I'll just save the money and invest it until our kids grow up. Then I'll give it to them when they're responsible enough to handle it on their own. With that, the 10 million per child clause stayed. Next were the cheating and divorce clauses. Instead of being heavily favorable to Iris and severely disadvantageous to Jin Liwei, they changed it so that both would pay the same price if they ever violate the clauses. The new clauses were as follows. If any of them cheated on the other, the violator would give up his or her entire wealth to the other. In the event of a divorce, both of them would transfer 50% of their total wealth to their children. That wealth would belong to their children, and they wouldn't be allowed to touch them. Their lawyers, Hong Xiaoqiang and Kang Huizhong, would be the legal financial guardians for their children when that happened, so that Iris and Jin Liwei wouldn't have any access to their children's wealth. As for the remaining 50% of their wealth, they would donate everything to various charities of their choice, not including the ones belonging to them, namely Iris of Hope and the Jin Corporation Foundation. Hence, both Iris and Jin Liwei would be left with nothing and need to start from scratch if they ever divorce. The child custody clause was also adjusted to take into account the children's preferences. If a child was too young to make his or her own decision, then it would be up to a judge to determine an appropriate custody arrangement. They also made similar changes to the other minor clauses in the prenup. Iris and Jin Liwei were very satisfied at the changes, especially because they made them together. Dom looked at them in awe, his eyes sparkling. He still couldn't wrap his mind around the contents of the prenup, which handled money and other assets worth billions of dollars, as if they were nothing. Can't relate, he thought. Given how many salary raises and bonuses he received since he started working as Iris' assistant, he was now actually quite rich in his own right, especially in comparison to people around the same age and social class as him in his mother country, the Philippines. Nevertheless, he still acted in the same way like he always did from when he started working for Iris. It was one of the many important reasons why Iris appreciated him so much, because he didn't let everything get into his head and still managed to remain humble, albeit still overdramatic as usual, no matter how high his salary had become. The Chua family wasn't wealthy. Dom would say that they belonged in the lower bracket of the middle class. Nevertheless, most of them were educated and were working modest but successful careers, especially the younger generation. It was actually Dom and Clover who were treated as the most successful ones among the Chuas, giving tremendous pride to all of them. Both Dom and Clover regularly sent money and packages to the Philippines every month, helping out not only their parents and immediate family, but also their other relatives. As a result, the entire Chua family's quality of life had greatly increased ever since. The siblings started working for Iris long. Iris didn't know it, but she was now being worshipped by the entire Chua family and their relatives in the Philippines. To them, she was their great benefactor who gave such amazing career opportunities to both Dom and Clover and in turn, improved the entire family's social station. Dom was the right-hand man of an extremely talented musician, polyglot, and now businesswoman like Iris Longmeaning. He also basked in her success. Similarly, Clover had been promoted and became the COO of Iris Perfume Company, which would be launching in the near future if things went well. How proud could the Chuas be? Super duper. No matter how they thought about it, everything was due to Iris Long's generosity. If she ever visited the Philippines, the entire Chua family would guarantee to treat her like royalty. Back to the present, Dom continued to feel amazed at the prenup. Although billions of dollars worth of wealth were mentioned, there was no greed in his eyes at all. His loyalty to his boss and best friend Iris ensured that he would always support her no matter what, even if he couldn't relate to the things she was doing. As for the others, Liu Zihao felt like he was going to have a headache when he heard the changes his sister and her lover made to the prenup he originally suggested. He made the suggestions as extreme as possible in order to provide his sister with maximum security for the rest of her life, and also as a warning to Jin Liwei not to hurt her. It wasn't only him who felt flabbergasted at the new changes. Even Xiao Yu and the lawyers could barely maintain their professional demeanors. Yes, the prenup became fair to both parties, making Kang Huizhong, Jin Liwei's lawyer, relieved for his client. But still, what the heck? Liu Zihao's original version of the prenup was extreme, but it turned out that the weird couple was even more extreme. If they ever divorced, both would basically become broke. Even their children would automatically become richer than them. Hi, they're truly a perfect match, Xiao Yu and Hong Xiaoqiang thought. The prenuptial agreement revisions were finalized. It would take effect once the couple signed it, and all procedures were completed before the wedding. The prenup is done. Although I'm sure that it would never activate, Shilan and I are still pleased with the revisions. Well done, Jin Liwei said. The lawyers, Hong Xiaoqiang and Kang Huizhong, nodded their heads, silently accepting his praise, even though they thought that the couple was completely crazy for the extreme changes they made to the already extreme prenup. Continue with the next order of business, Jin Liwei added while glancing at his gold wristwatch. It's almost midnight. I want this meeting concluded as soon as possible. Xiaolan needs to rest. I'm fine, she told him. No, I know you've been feeling tired lately. You need to take ample rest, or I'll worry. She smiled at him. Okay, you too. And the two looked at each other, their gazes so sticky sweet that Dom descended into another fit of excited while the others could only avert their eyes and try hard not to choke from the excessive dog food. As for Liu Zihao, he was more interested in the fact that the meeting wasn't over yet. He thought that they would only discuss the prenup tonight, but it turned out that there was more. He was the only one among them who looked surprised. It seemed that the others knew about the next topic of discussion. Curious, he stayed silent by the window and decided to observe until the end while stroking the purring popcorn. This time, Xiao Yu took the lead. Miss Long Xiaolan and CEO Jin Liwei have decided to combine their matrimonial finances and properties into a single wealth management system, which we will call LX Holdings. Because each of them has considerable assets and some liabilities on their own from many different sources, we are unable to immediately combine everything without performing due diligence. We need to decide which ones you want to include in your matrimonial holdings. Please be advised that this might take a long time as we need detailed information about your wealth portfolios, so we might not be able to finish setting up LX Holdings before your wedding, the financial manager told them. That's fine. As long as everything is set up correctly in the end, it doesn't matter if it can't be completed before the wedding, Jin Liwei said. But I want it completed within a year. If you can do it sooner, that would be better. Understood, CEO Jin, Xiao Yu replied. Your financial manager and I will work hard to finish everything within that time frame. Then he looked at the two lawyers. I'll have to trouble Attorney Kang and Attorney Hong to assist us with the legal portion of the process. Kang Huizhong nodded. No problem, Hong Xiaoqiang answered. The next hour consisted of them discussing Xiao Yu's proposal on the best way to combine the couple's selected finances and properties together. For now, the couple decided to do the following. All their matrimonial assets so far would automatically transfer to LX Holdings once it was set up. This included their jumbo jet, LX Air. Jin Liwei also added the massive luxury yacht currently docked in the French Riviera, named LX, which they used during the Summit International Film Festival earlier in the season. Their other more minor purchases together, such as matching jewelry, furniture, appliances, etc., would also be transferred. Add Dragon Palace Home Number 10, too. Jin Liwei told Xiao Yu. Iris protested against it. No, you bought this property years before we even met. It's yours, so it shouldn't be included in our matrimonial holdings. This has become our main home, so of course we should include it in our matrimonial holdings. Or do you want to buy another property together where we can move and make into our new main home? I don't mind. We can just keep Dragon Palace as our vacation home. Move into another home? Iris wasn't keen on the idea. She had become very comfortable living in Dragon Palace Home Number 10, even more than her Gold Heights penthouse where they would stay for only a few times per month for convenience sake due to her irregular showbiz workplaces. For her, Dragon Palace Home Number 10 was home, and she didn't really want to move into a new one. She would love to buy other properties together with him, but those would be their vacation homes, not Dragon Palace. Jin Liwei had a sense of what she was thinking based on her expression. He was pleased that his baby girl had become attached to his house. Before she came into his life and made him crazy in love with her, the place felt like a cold necropolis. Then she moved in, breathing life and love into it. Now it was their home, a warm and loving home for their family. In the end, he was able to persuade her to include Dragon Palace Home Number 10 into their matrimonial holdings. Then I should include my Gold Heights penthouse, too. No, he was the one who protested this time. She frowned. Why not? Didn't I gift you the entire Gold Heights company? Your penthouse is under Gold Heights. And since I gifted the company to you, it belongs to you alone. Iris tried reasoning with him, but he insisted that gifts were different to matrimonial assets. She eventually conceded to him, not wanting to waste any more time arguing. Jin Liwei was satisfied, but he wasn't done shocking everyone yet. He threw another bombshell. I have another gift for you. Iris felt curious, but also wary because he had the tendency to go all out when gifting. What is it? I'll give you 5% of my own Jin Corporation shares. My wedding gift to my wife. She blinked her eyes, unable to react in time. Gasp. Xiao Yu and the two lawyers failed to maintain their professional expressions from too much shock. Dom pretended to faint on the couch, while Lu Zihao froze and looked at Jin Liwei with a complicated expression. Jin Liwei turned to his lawyer. Did you take note of that? Kong Huizhong was unable to respond right away from shock, so Jin Liwei asked him again. The lawyer cleared his throat and smoothed out his expression. Sir, this is a big decision which doesn't involve you alone, but also the company, Jin Corporation. Have you thought about this matter carefully? Jin Liwei threw him a cold look. I can give my own shares to whomever I want. And Xiaolan isn't just anybody. She's going to be my wife. Iris was concerned. Liwei, this is my wedding gift to you. But don't reject it, love. Iris bit her lower lip before reluctantly nodding. Okay, thank you, darling, she said, deciding to accept it because she felt too tired to argue. You're welcome, love, he replied, feeling pleased. I'll also give you a wedding gift then. 2.5% Orchidia Beauty and 2.5% Planet Monkey shares. Love, you don't have to. I accepted your wedding gift, so don't you dare reject my wedding gift to you, Liwei. Seeing the determination in her eyes, the corner of his lips lifted into a soft smile. All right, I'll accept your wedding gift. Thank you, love. She smiled as well. Although the total worth of these shares from my two companies are lesser and can't compare to the 5% shares from Jin Corporation, that's only for now. I'm optimistic that they'll continuously increase in value with time. Maybe one day, they'll even reach equal value with Jin Corporation's shares. Who knows? Maybe they'll even surpass Jin Corporation. I believe in you. I'm looking forward to that day. Iris didn't give him shares of her other companies, Gold Heights and Libert, formerly known as Sang Blue, because both were originally his gifts to her anyway. She knew that he wouldn't allow her to return anything that he had already given her. Take care of the transfer procedures, she told her financial manager and lawyer. Xiao Yu and Hong Xiaoqiang nodded. The two didn't mind the transfer because they both tacitly agreed that Jin Liwei would be a great asset to both businesses as a shareholder. They predicted that just by Jin Liwei becoming a shareholder, Iris' two companies would increase in value just for the fact that he was the Jin Liwei. His influence in the business world, both domestic and international, was undeniable. The name Jin Liwei alone held great power. On the other hand, Kong Huizhong wasn't. Feeling so great at Jin Liwei's decision to transfer 5% Jin Corporation shares to Iris Long. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything because it wasn't his business what Jin Liwei wanted to do with his own shares in the company. Although the lawyer had come to respect Iris, especially after interacting with her more when he joined Jiang Yingyu's legal team during the child custody case, he still didn't trust her that much. Yes, he knew that her company, Orchidia Beauty, was all the rage right now and were selling their products like hotcakes across the country, but to Kang Huizhong, Iris Long was still nowhere near Jin Liwei's level. She's not good enough for CEO Jin Liwei. This was what Kang Huizhong honestly thought. Even so, he still obeyed Jin Liwei's instructions and planned to take care of the procedures to transfer 5% of Jin Corporation's shares to Iris Long. The meeting continued for a few more minutes, but when Jin Liwei noticed his baby girl yawning and her eyes becoming heavy, he finally ended the meeting and dismissed everyone. They all left the home office together. The butler came and led Xiao Yu and the two lawyers on the way out. It was almost midnight now. Both the cats were asleep. Jin Liwei took the heavy ice cream from Iris while Lu Zihao handed popcorn to Dom. Even Lu Zihao didn't notice how extra gentle his movements were in order not to wake the cat. "Do you resent me for forcing you to get a prenup?" he asked the couple, but his eyes were on his sister. Iris shook her head. "I know that you only did it for me. Thank you for caring about me, big brother." Jin Liwei nodded, agreeing with her, and then gave his fifth brother a look of acknowledgement. At first, he was unhappy that Lu Zihao meddled in their affairs as a couple, but since he and his baby girl ended up feeling satisfied with the prenup in the end, he didn't intend on blaming or resenting his sworn brother. However, he couldn't say that he was thankful to him like his baby girl for what happened. Lu Zihao walked over to them and tapped the tip of Iris' nose with his finger. "Go rest. You're almost asleep on your feet." "Yeah, I'm so tired," she mumbled. "I'll carry you to our bedroom," Jin Liwei said. "No, darling. You carry ice cream. Dom can't carry both cats. He'll wake them up if he tries. I can still walk. Don't worry about me." Lu Zihao looked at his sister's exhausted and sleepy face before turning to Jin Liwei. "I'll carry that fat cat. You carry my sister. She needs to rest soon." Jin Liwei immediately gave ice cream to Lu Zihao before carrying Iris like a princess, not giving her any time to protest. "Good night, big brother," Iris mumbled while wrapping her arms around Jin Liwei's neck. "Good night," Lu Zihao replied, and then addressed Jin Liwei. "Take care of her." "Always," Jin Liwei answered. Lu Zihao nodded, satisfied. The couple left first. "Where do we drop off the cats?" Lu Zihao asked. "In their room. Please follow me." "Big brother boss," Dom said, and then added, "You're so gentle to your niece and nephew." "Ehe." Lu Zihao's expression went blank for a few seconds, not understanding what the guy meant before realizing that he was talking about the cats. Then Lu Zihao's roguish persona activated, flashing his devilish smile to Dom. "Huh, you think so?" "Kia." Dom felt like he was going to hyperventilate again, but for another reason this time. Inside the dim bedroom, the early morning temperature felt a little chilly, but beneath the duvet, things were getting steamy. Iris gasped as a hot mouth sucked her breast while a big hand slowly trailed down her abdomen to the growing dampness between her legs. Her eyes were closed and her movements languid because she still felt quite sleepy after the 4 a.m. alarm rang. Although she was a deep sleeper, she usually had no problems waking up early with an alarm clock if needed. Recently, however, she was so busy and exhausted that it was becoming more and more difficult for her to wake up and get out of bed so early in the morning. Thus, the ever-helpful Jin Liwei came to the rescue and decided to help her wake up in a very special way. A soft moan escaped from her lips when his hand finally reached her damp core. Her legs instinctively opened wider, giving him full access. Jin Liwei's fingers gently rubbed her, making her wetter, until her juices coated his hand. Swirling his tongue on her taut nipple, he looked at the sleepy beauty, kneeling under him. When he sucked hard on the delicious nipple and slid 2 long fingers inside her at the same time, her eyes popped open while releasing a cute cry. Then his fingers began moving in and out as he watched her breathe faster and whimper. The soft and sexy sounds coming out of her lips made the fire in his loins burn hotter, completely waking him up. Both of them were naked when they slept last night. He originally planned on making love with his baby girl last night, but she fell in deep sleep as soon as her beautiful head touched the pillow. So his unspent desire from the consecutive nights that he was unable to make love with her was now dying to be released as soon as possible. His erection felt harder and bigger than usual. He wanted to take her hard and fast, but controlled himself because his baby girl might not be able to take his raging desire so early in the morning. After their unforgettable wild romp in his office at Gene Corporation, he remembered her saying a few days later that it felt like she made love with a big, wild bear. He took it as a compliment. "Nice and gentle today, Liwei. Nice and gentle," he chanted in his mind, trying to rein in the lusty beast howling inside him. It was because his intense lovemaking might completely deplete her energy that she needed in order to fulfill her busy work schedule. "Liwei," Iris moaned. Then she pulled his head from her breasts, wanting to kiss him on the mouth. Of course, Jin Liwei granted his baby girl's request. He covered her mouth and gave her a thorough kissing, sweeping his tyrannical tongue inside her mouth and bullying her sleepy tongue, urging it to wake up and duel with him. It was a great contrast to the gentle in and out movements of his fingers down her hot and wet core. Judging from his soaked hand and her flushed expression, he could tell that her sleepiness was disappearing quickly. He continued his pleasurable ministrations until her body started stiffening. "Oh." She closed her eyes tightly and hugged Jin Liwei closer to her as wave upon wave of heat and pleasure engulfed her entire body in a sweet rush. He swallowed her cries and sucked her delicious lips, causing them to swell a little. His fingers down below felt her inner contractions as she climaxed, but he didn't stop moving them in order to milk out all of her pleasure and intensify her orgasm. "Huh, Liwei, you're too much," she said in a weak voice after her orgasm finally subsided and her body grew lax. "My baby girl, I'm not done yet," he whispered to her ear in a husky voice before licking her earlobes and making her shiver. She turned her head to the side instead of replying and squinted at the digital clock on the bedside table. Knowing what she was thinking, he gave her ear a gentle bite. "Don't worry. We have time," he said. But she shut up when he pressed his hot, throbbing erection against her thigh. "I need you, love." "Okay." He pecked the side of her delicate neck before getting off her to quickly take a condom from the bedside table drawer. Iris felt her sleepiness disappearing completely, replaced by excitement after hearing the sound of the tearing foil. She watched him sheath his hard length, which stood proud and free, with a condom. The tip of her tongue licked her lips in anticipation, her eyes admiring and not leaving his erection. They never stopped using condoms even after the accident during their wild office romp, when he tore a condom and ejaculated inside her. Although he was looking forward to getting her pregnant, he didn't want to force his wish on her when they hadn't received confirmation yet of whether she was really pregnant or not. Wearing condoms during this period was a show of his respect to her, while helping her overcome her, in his opinion, a logical fear of becoming a mother to their future human children. Only when they were 100% sure that she was pregnant would he forego wearing condoms. "It's cold. Let's stay under the sheets," she told him when he returned to her. And he covered both of them with the thick and warm, yet lightweight duvet while settling himself on top of her. Iris opened her legs wide, reached a hand below, and then grabbed his erection. A smug smile brightened her flushed face when she heard him hiss in pleasure. Then she guided the tip of his hard length to her hot, wet, and aching entrance. They both groaned when he slid his entire length inside her in one smooth motion. "You feel so good, baby," he said in a low and sexy voice. Iris wrapped her legs around his waist, pushing him deeper inside her. "You also feel so good, darling." Jin Liwei sat on his haunches, leaning forward a little, and then began thrusting his hips slowly. The light in the bedroom was dim and the duvet cast a shadow over their connected selves, but his eyes had already adjusted in the dark and could clearly see his baby girl's sexy body writhing under him. "You're so beautiful," he told her and gave her a hard thrust to punctuate his sincere words. "Ah." Iris held on to his arms, her eyes drooping close, as she savored the pleasure he was giving her. "Open your eyes, baby. Look at me. I want you to look at me while I make love with you." Her eyes fluttered open, and she gazed up at him with moist eyes. She bit her lower lip, trying not to be too loud and overuse her vocal cords because she needed her voice in tip-top shape later today at work. Fortunately, Jin Liwei knew her schedule as if it was his own, so he didn't sweet-talk her into making all the loud, sexy noises that he loved hearing from her when they usually made love. Nevertheless, he didn't want her to be completely silent either. Her soft and cute mules were actually quite hot, too, almost causing his self-control to snap. While supporting his weight with one arm on the bed, he reached his other hand to the swollen button of pleasure just above her filled entrance, and began pressing and rubbing it gently with his fingers. Liwei, her body arched upwards from the pleasurable shock. Men. Jin Liwei gritted his teeth as he tried hard to maintain a slow, steady rhythm while making sure not to rub her with his fingers too hard. Sweat beaded on his skin, some dropping on his baby girl moving sensuously under him. The duvet slid from his shoulders, exposing him to the chilly morning air, but he didn't feel it. All he could feel was their burning connection and the sweet friction between them. His heated eyes looked down and watched his hard length going in and out of her. The wet, sucking sounds of their flesh slapping together over and over again only fueled his endless desire for her. While Jin Liwei's temperature continued to burn hotter, Iris felt the chill in the air, which made her shiver and her nipples tighten. She grabbed the duvet and covered her darling's wide, muscled shoulders above her while at the same time pulling his body down on her until their abdomens and chests were pressing together. A satisfied moan vibrated in her throat when his burning temperature warmed her chilled breasts in an instant. She ran her hands all over his back, lightly grazing her nails on his skin, and then feeling delighted when her touch made him tremble. "Seductress," he said. "Only for you." Her answer made him groan. A vein throbbed in his forehead and huge droplets of sweat fell from his skin as he struggled with his control. He groaned again and said in a strained voice, "Love, baby, I need to." "Go on." She encouraged him, understanding the difficulty he was going through right now. His eyes darkened with even more desire. "I won't go too hard." Before she could reply, his hips picked up speed. He used his left forearm to support his weight on the bed in order not to crush his baby girl under him, and then wrapped his other arm around her waist. Then with just his hips, he started pounding into her again and again. Iris cried out and held onto his shoulders. He kissed her hungrily, swallowing her moans, as he continued to ram his hard length inside her hot, wet, pulsating core. True to his word, he wasn't as rough or as hard like usual, yet his speed was enough to send her to the brink. He felt her bite his shoulder as she climaxed for the second time today. "Oh fuck, baby." He couldn't help but curse because her inner contractions felt so fucking good, yet he didn't stop moving. Tears flowed down the sides of Iris' eyes as she sobbed softly against his shoulder. Every time his hips slammed into her, a jolt of pleasure electrified her entire body, causing her to yelp. Jin Liwei sucked her lower lip and murmured, "You're so delicious." Iris whimpered, feeling helpless because her orgasm hadn't even finished yet, but she began feeling another wave of pleasure building inside her after hearing his lewd words. All she could do was resign herself for another delicious ride. A wild growl sounded deep in Jin Liwei's throat when he felt her inner contractions not stopping and even becoming more intense. His eyes closed while he summoned all of his self-control in order to focus on speed without becoming forceful. Iris felt like she was drowning in lava. She couldn't feel anything else other than him and the way he was moving in and out of her, pumping her with so much pleasure that she almost couldn't take it anymore. His fast rhythm didn't feel rough like usual, but it was still intense. "Liwei, oh no." She released a moaning cry as her body stiffened and began trembling with yet another climax. Jin Liwei grunted in response. His buttocks tightened as he felt very close to the peak. So he gritted his teeth and continued thrusting his hips in a fast rhythm until his body bucked and everything exploded and a low, hoarse roar thundered in his throat. Despite the condom's protection, Iris still felt the heat of his gushing release inside her, causing her to moan again. Both of them were gasping when they finished. Jin Liwei slid out of her before lying beside her on the bed, feeling too lazy to discard the used condom right away. They embraced each other, basking in the afterglow of their lovemaking. "We need to get up," Iris said after a few minutes. Liwei, we're going to be late." "Did I succeed in waking you up?" She giggled. "Yes, you did." He gave her a smug smile. "Good morning, love." "Good morning, darling." Later, the freshly showered and dressed Iris and Jin Liwei ate breakfast together with Dom and the cats. The atmosphere was lively with the two chatterboxes Dom and Ketchup gossiping about random topics. Popcorn was his usual energetic self, trotting here and there and stretching his agile body to aid the digestion of his breakfast. On the other hand, Ice Cream felt grumpy because everyone refused to give her more food. How dare they starve her? Humph. She was almost able to persuade her mommy by acting cute, but her strict daddy ruined all of her efforts and scolded her because of some rubbish the evil vet said about her. Now her mommy was acting strict, too. Ice Cream wanted to throw a tantrum, but she was scared that her daddy would get angry at her. Whatever. If they didn't want to feed her, then so be it. She would just continue her beauty sleep. Snore. Snore. Iris smiled at the sleeping Ice Cream, thinking that her eldest looked so adorable. Of course, her other cats, the energetic Popcorn and the talkative Ketchup, were extremely cute, too. They were all so delightful. And most importantly, they were all hers, and Jin Liwei's. A dumpling held by a pair of chopsticks suddenly appeared in front of her lips. She looked at her darling. Eat. You have another long day today, Jin Liwei told her. She nodded and smiled at him before opening her mouth and eating the dumpling he fed her. Then they took turns feeding each other. Boss, Sir Boss. Both of you are glowing today. Eehee. Dom commented after a pause in his conversation with Ketchup. Silly Uncle Dom. Mommy and Daddy are always glowing because of the power of their love. Meow, Ketchup quipped. Iris chuckled at the two chatterboxes while Jin Liwei shook his head, feeling a little helpless because his youngest kitten's manner of speaking was becoming more and more similar to Dominic Chua. But I'm serious, Boss, Sir Boss. The two of you are really glowing today. It makes you extra attractive than you already are. Eehee. What happened? Did you and Sir Boss have a good night's sleep? Not really. Liwei and I slept past midnight, so we only had less than 4 hours of sleep. I don't feel like I slept enough, Iris told Dom. My gorgeous self is so envious. I also slept past midnight, but look at me. I look like a drunk panda with my dark circles. And my eye bags. I could use them to store coins. Dom pretended to cry. Boss, how could you and Sir Boss still look fresh, glowing and fabulous even with not enough sleep? It's so unfair. Wait, did Auric develop a new nighttime beauty product? Iris shook her head. Then what's the secret? Don't tell me it's DNA. I'll be heartbroken. Do you really want to know? She asked. Dom nodded eagerly. Yes, boss. Yes. Please tell me. Ketchup, cover your ears. Meow? Oh. Aye, mommy. Huh? Boss, why did you? The secret is that Liwei and I had sex this morning, Iris said in a straightforward manner before taking a sip of hot tea. Dom gasped dramatically, looking scandalized, even as his eyes were sparkling with endless mirth. As soon as Iris finished speaking, Jin Liwei started coughing violently all of a sudden, almost choking on a damn dumpling. Liwei, are you all right? Oh no. Iris freaked out beside him, but her body moved on instinct, quickly jumping down from her seat, ready to perform Heimlich maneuver. But before she could wrap her arms around his waist and do abdominal thrusts on him, the red-faced chef who was in the middle of serving them a fresh platter of scallion pancakes moved faster and handed Jin Liwei a glass of water. Jin Liwei immediately downed the water, flushing the damn dumpling down his throat. Finally, he was able to breathe again. Liwei, are you all right? Iris asked while rubbing his back and wiping his mouth with a serviette. He could only nod for now as he focused on breathing properly. When he finally felt like himself again, he held her cheeks and framed her beautiful face with his hands. Love. Yes? What's wrong? She felt worried and looked at him up and down, trying to see if he hurt himself somewhere. He ignored her questions and looked at her straight in the eyes with a serious expression. I would really appreciate it if you don't talk about our sex life so openly with others. She tilted her head to the side but failed because he was holding her head, so she gave that up and instead asked, why? Dom is not others. He's Dom, a member of our family. B-boss. Dom's eyes started tearing up. He felt touched by her words. Jin Liwei sighed. I know, but that's not what I mean. I just want to keep our sex life private between the two of us. Oh, are you feeling shy? He pinched her cheeks, but not too hard so as not to hurt her. Not shy, he denied, although he indeed felt a little shy sharing such intimate details about himself and his lover. But wasn't it normal to feel this way? His baby girl's way of thinking was really different from normal people, as expected of his genius wife. Her thought processes were always special. I feel uncomfortable, he told her. I don't want to share such intimate things about what we do during our private time. Oh, so don't tell others about our sex life anymore, all right? Fine. He sighed in relief. Besides Dominic and our doctors, did you talk about our sex life with anyone else? She hesitated, making him narrow his eyes. Feeling a little guilty, she confessed. Don't worry. I didn't tell too many people. Only my friends. Ingyu, Mimi, Clover, big sister Jean Jing, and Chin Fei. Oh, and also big brother Zaheo. You talked about our sex life with fifth brother? Jin Liwei was dismayed. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Don't worry. If you feel uncomfortable, I promise that I won't talk about our sex life with others anymore, Iris said. And regarding big brother Zaheo, don't mind it too much. He doesn't like listening to me talking about our sex life anyway. A vein throbbed in Jin Liwei's forehead as he restrained his temper. If he didn't love this woman like crazy, he would have probably strangled her already. But as soon as the thought entered his mind, he immediately sobered up. Even if it was just his imagination, he couldn't bear to hurt her. All he could do was sigh before pulling her head and punishing her with a rough kiss. Iris melted into the kiss, enjoying every second of it. But just as she was about to respond with more fervor, Jin Liwei already ended the kiss. What? It was over so soon. She yanked his necktie, trying to pull him down for another kiss, but he didn't grant her silent request. Let's finish eating. If we continue kissing right now, we won't be able to stop anytime soon. Then you'll be late. I know that you hate being late, he said. She pouted but still nodded. Then they resumed eating breakfast. Seeing his baby girl looking a little grumpy, Jin Liwei leaned closer and whispered to her ear in a pacifying tone. I'll give you another special wake-up service tomorrow morning. So, how about you give me a smile? Anticipation flickered in her eyes, just as he expected. Then he was blessed with her breathtaking smile. Ehehe. Dom's eyes twinkled while watching the lovey-dovey couple. Oh, right. Iris remembered something. I love you, Ketchup. I love you too, Mommy. Oh, and you too, Daddy. What's up, everyone? The cute and mighty Ketchup is back in the house. Meow. Once again, the two chatterboxes chattered throughout the remainder of the meal. After breakfast, everyone freshened up before heading to the grand foyer ready to leave. Since it was a little early for Jin Liwei, he had time to drop off Iris and Dom to their designated workplace today before heading to Jin Corporation. They used Jin Liwei's car with Iris and Jin Liwei sitting on the back seat while Dom sat in the front with the driver. Iris' executive van followed behind, including another car filled with her bodyguards. Just as they were about to leave, Iris received a call from her manager. While she was busy talking to Tang Yi, Jin Liwei took out his phone and did something. After the phone call, Iris noticed that she received a new notification. It was from the bank. She clicked the message and read it. Her eyes went wide. Then she whipped her head to Jin Liwei. What is this? Why did you deposit $30 million to my account? Did you make a mistake? She interrogated him. I'll return it right away. Don't. He stopped her. Why? I don't understand. You know that I don't like you gifting me large amounts of money or something expensive without any reason behind it. Love, I'm just honoring our prenup. Didn't we agree that I'll give you $10 million for every child that you give me? Yes. Ice cream, popcorn, and ketchup. We have 3 kids, so you get a total of $30 million. Just like when Jin Liwei declared that he would give all of his wealth to Iris during their prenup meeting, she was once again rendered speechless by him. On the other hand, Dom gasped dramatically as always, looking shocked in an exaggerated manner. Fortunately, he didn't hyperventilate this time. Oh wow, Ketchup has a share, too? Thank you, Daddy. I love you so much. Meow. The virtual white cat shook her fluffy butt and began jumping with great delight within the car's dashboard screen. That money is for your mom, not for you, Jin Liwei told Ketchup. Oh. But Ketchup remembers Mommy saying during the meeting with the 3 Stooges that she won't spend the money and will instead save and invest it before giving it to us. Meow. PFT. 3 Stooges. Dom snickered at the way the naughty white cat called Xiao Yu and the 2 lawyers. Did Ketchup get it right, Mommy? Meow. Iris opened her mouth and was about to reply, but Jin Liwei spoke first. Indeed. That's what your mom said, but don't forget that she also said that she'll only give the money to you and your siblings when you grow up and are responsible enough to handle it on your own. You're still a baby, and a naughty one at that. You're still not qualified to handle such a big amount of money by yourself. The virtual white cat pouted and curled herself into a ball, looking dejected. Why are you acting like that? Jin Liwei asked. Did you really want to have some money of your own? 4. What reason? Ketchup wants to start my own business and become a cool lady boss like mommy. But Ketchup doesn't have my own money to fund a business. Of course the cute and mighty Ketchup, could funnel funds from somewhere, but mommy's rules say that stealing and only bad kitties do that. Ketchup is a good kitty baby, so I'm not going to do bad things. Meow. Iris and Jin Liwei's eyebrows rose in surprise. This was the first time that they heard Ketchup's desire to start her own business. What in the world? They looked at each other with a mixture of wonder and amazement. Wow, baby Ketchup, you want to start your own business? That's amazing, Dom praised, causing the white cat to purr proudly. What kind of business are you planning to start? Ketchup isn't sure yet, but I compiled a list of different types of businesses that have the highest probability of successfully making a profit in the least amount of time. Meow? Jin Liwei asked. Are you really serious about wanting to start your own business? Yes, Daddy. Ketchup is super duper serious. Meow. Dad will test you first, then. Iris threw a questioning look at him. What do you mean? Jin Liwei gave Iris a let me handle this look before talking to Ketchup again. I'll give you some funds to start a small business and see how well you'll do. If you can make good, sustainable profit within a year, I'll allow you to continue running your business and even provide you with resources, staff, or whatever assistance you may need to grow it if that's what you want. Ketchup's green eyes widened and glowed even brighter in excitement. Wow, really, Daddy? You'll do that for Ketchup? Oh, thank you so much. You're the best daddy in the whole wide world. I love you. Meow. He nodded, feeling good at the adorable white cat's words of thanks and affection to him, but he still maintained a stern expression. However, when he turned his head to the side, he saw that his baby girl was glowering at him and throwing him a silent yet unmistakable, "What do you think you're doing?" look. Disbelief and disapproval were clear in her eyes. For a fraction of a second, he froze, realizing that he was in trouble with her. Then he calmed down and took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, silently reassuring her that everything would be fine and that she didn't need to worry too much. How could she not worry? Ketchup's existence must be kept a secret to outsiders at all costs. Didn't they already agree before that exposing the cat AI's existence to others, even if it was only by accident, was too dangerous? And Jin Liwei was still going to let Ketchup run her own business? Was he out of his mind? Did he forget that in order to run a legitimate business, legal registration was required? How could Ketchup do that? The virtual white cat had no legal identity. They could, of course, create a fake one for Ketchup, but that would mean that her business would already be disreputable. Right from the start. As someone who lived in an infamous criminal family in her past life, as Evelina, Iris would never allow her children to engage in blatant crimes, especially when it came to conducting business. She wanted to be a good role model, not a bad influence, to her children. Iris really wanted to scold Jin Liwei, but held her tongue instead because she didn't want to dampen Ketchup's happiness. She also didn't want to have an argument regarding Ketchup in front of others. Dom was all right, but the driver's presence made Iris hesitant. So all she could right now was glare at Jin Liwei, silently telling him with her fierce eyes that they needed to have an important talk later with just the two of them. Seeing his baby girl looking pissed off at him, Jin Liwei felt a little nervous. He raised her hand that he was holding and kissed it before attempting to coax her with a smile. It didn't work. She turned her head away and started to ignore him. His nervousness increased, but felt a bit better after noticing that she didn't yank her hand away, allowing him to continue holding it. Despite his baby girl's disapproval, he still intended to carry on with his idea of letting Ketchup run her own business, thinking that it would be a great way to divert the cat AI's boundless curiosity and impulsiveness into something more controlled and productive rather than deal with the aftermath of her innocent but troublemaking antics due to boredom. He would do his best to persuade his baby girl later, but for now, he needed to set the ground rules for Ketchup's test first. Ketchup, listen to me. Aye, Daddy. Ketchup is listening because I'm a good kitty. Meow. I'll give you 8,000 renminbi. Meow. Daddy, can you round it up to at least 10,000 renminbi? Pretty please. Are you complaining? All right, let's just forget about this. Meow. No, Daddy. Woo-woo. Ketchup won't complain anymore. Please don't cancel this deal. Woo-woo. Please, Daddy. Ketchup really wants my own business. Meow. Be good, then. The virtual white cat, whose glowing green eyes were flowing with tears, nodded and sat quietly on her fluffy butt. Satisfied of Ketchup's good behavior, Jin Liwei continued explaining the ground rules to her. Like I mentioned, I'll provide you with 8,000 renminbi worth of funds to start a business which you'll need to make profitable within a year. But before that, your mom and I need to approve what kind of business you want to start first. Okay, Daddy. Meow. Jin Liwei paused because he felt his baby girl digging her nails hard on his hand after hearing him involve her in the approval of Ketchup's business. He sighed and rubbed her hand, not minding the slight pain from her menacing nails. Then he pulled her all of a sudden, causing her to almost fall on his lap. This earned him another fierce glare from her. Trust me on this, love. He mouthed the words to her so that nobody could hear. I won't do anything to harm our children and our family. Iris continued glaring at him for a few seconds, but his sincerity made her decrease the intensity. She still felt unhappy, but was willing to give him the chance to explain his reasons for allowing Ketchup to run her own business, when he already knew the dangers of accidentally exposing her existence to outsiders. Pursing her lips, she mouthed back, I want a full explanation tonight. He nodded. Then she waved a hand, letting him talk to the excited Ketchup, before turning her head away and ignoring him again. Jin Liwei released a sigh of relief. Although things weren't resolved yet, at least his baby girl was open to reason and would defer judgment after an explanation. Feeling better, he was able to focus on speaking with Ketchup, who was listening to him attentively. If we approve your business, you have 1 year to show me results. If the results are good, you can keep the business. But if you fail, you won't be allowed to talk about starting your own business ever again. That's your test. Do you understand and accept my terms? Jin Liwei asked. Yes, Daddy. Ketchup understands and accepts everything Daddy said. Ketchup will do my super-duper best and make Daddy and Mommy very proud of me, so that you'll love me even more. Meow. The virtual white cat's dramatic tears from earlier had now stopped and were now replaced by delighted giggles instead. Despite the touching moment between the father and virtual daughter, the mother didn't react and ignored them. Ketchup was too absorbed in her excitement that she didn't notice her mommy's disapproval, and also because she was still unable to accurately read the nuances in other people's facial expressions and body language. At least for now. On the other hand, Dom and the driver had already noticed the tension between their employers. They kept quiet as much as possible. Yes, even the chatterbox Dom didn't open his mouth, afraid that any noise from them might irritate the couple and trigger an all-out fight between the two of them. In the meantime, Jin Liwei tried various ways of coaxing his baby girl out of her angry state during the rest of the car ride. She was unresponsive at first, determined to ignore him, but after a few nuzzles and kisses, she finally softened and leaned closer to him. But that was all. She still didn't talk to him. Later, the car arrived at Iris' designated workplace for today. The driver disembarked and moved to open the rear passenger door for Iris. When she was about to step out of the car, however, she found herself pulled back by Jin Liwei. Aren't you forgetting something? He asked. She pursed her lips and thought for a few seconds before giving a quick peck on his cheek. Then she pulled away but was pulled back again. This time, she scowled at him. I depleted a big amount of energy just to give you the special wake-up service this morning, he told her. If I don't recharge my energy, I won't be able to function properly at work today, and I have to finish a lot of urgent tasks in the company. I need a kiss and hug from my wife to recharge. You don't have a wife? Iris savagely replied before pulling away again. My soon-to-be wife, he corrected himself. Meow? Mommy, are you mad at my daddy? Why? Don't be mad, please. Daddy loves you very much. Daddy will be sad if you're mad at him. Meow. Ketchup interrupted her parents' conversation, finally noticing that something wasn't right between them, but not understanding the reason why. The virtual white cat still didn't know that she was the main reason why her parents were arguing, or more specifically, why her mommy was angry at her daddy. All Ketchup knew was that her daddy looked quite pitiful trying to beg her mommy for a kiss and a hug. Ketchup felt sorry for her daddy and inwardly sided with him, especially because he just gave her the amazing opportunity to start her own business. As for Jin Liwei, he was inwardly praising and mentally giving Ketchup 2 big thumbs up. Now he was starting to understand the term daddy's girl, which he never felt with Ice Cream, who preferred his wife, the mom, then him, the dad. It had always been like that, not only with Ice Cream, but also with the affectionate Popcorn. Perhaps it was because the two cats could still remember that it was his baby girl who first picked them up from a dirty, old box by the roadside and begged to bring them home. Listen to our daughter. Even she knows that I love you very much and that I'll feel sad if you're mad at me. My wife, why don't you help your husband recharge his depleted energy which he used up just for you? Iris wanted to stay angry, but her twitching mouth was already betraying her. Fortunately, she was able to stop the laughter from bursting out of her. This man was just too shameless. But what could she do about it? She also loved this shameless part of him to bits. It was still annoying, though. Fine, she said, playfully smacking him on the chest. Then she leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Jin Liwei's shameless arms wrapped around her waist, pulled her closer until she was almost sitting on his lap, and then deepened the kiss. Recharge. Recharge. Recharge some more. Jin Liwei could feel his body quickly being filled up with energy. Actually, it was his libido, but he chose to call it energy, so he increased the kiss intensity, making the scene very indecent to onlookers. As usual, the couple had already forgotten that other people were present. Kia, baby Ketchup, cover your eyes. Oh, and your ears too. Dom warned the virtual white cat who was staring at her parents with wide, glowing, green eyes. He covered his own eyes with his hands, but still made sure to peek between the spaces of his fingers. Meow? Why, Uncle Dom? Is it Mommy and Daddy's sleepy time again? But they just woke up. Poor Mommy and poor Daddy. They work so hard that they're always so tired lately. Yes, they should sleep more and rest. Meow? Just do it, baby Ketchup. Okay, Uncle Dom. Meow? As for the driver, he closed the car door again and stood guard outside, while scanning the surroundings to make sure that nobody saw the blush-inducing scene inside. Iris bodyguards had also disembarked from the other vehicles and stationed themselves at a respectable distance from the car. They threw a questioning look at the driver, wondering why their mistress wasn't stepping out of the car yet. The driver made a series of hand signs. Oh, the other bodyguards' expressions seemed to say as they nodded in understanding. It turned out that all of the subordinates had developed a special sign language exclusive to only them. The meaning of the driver's hand sign? It's lovey-dovey time. Or in short, in the subordinates' minds, do not disturb. Baby making in progress. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Later that night, Iris sat on the chaise longue in the bedroom with her arms crossed over her chest and a stern expression on her face, waiting for Jin Liwei's full explanation. He stood by the bed, his tall stature giving the illusion that the huge bed was smaller than it actually was. There was only the two of them in the room. Ketchup was told to stay away because Mommy and Daddy had something important to talk about. Jin Liwei originally wanted to sit beside his baby girl, but she told him to keep a distance because she didn't want him distracting him from their important talk with his kisses and hugs. It seemed that she had already seen through his plans. He was wearing a black satin sleeping robe with nothing underneath. The robe was open on top, revealing his muscled chest for his baby girl to see. Her eyes flashed with unmistakable desire, but unfortunately, it only lasted for a few seconds before she moved her eyesight upwards, not straying to anything below his neck. It's almost midnight now, Liwei. You and I are both tired. Hurry up and explain, she told him. Sighing at his failed attempt at distracting her through seduction, he nodded and sat down on the bed before explaining. He didn't notice that he went into professional businessman mode as he presented Iris various advantages of allowing Ketchup to run her own business. Long story short, the main point was to give the cat AI a productive outlet for her boundless energy, curiosity, impulsiveness, and desire to learn more. I only gave Ketchup 8,000 renminbi to force her to start small. This way, it would be easier for us to monitor what she can and can't do when running whatever business she wants to start, he told his baby girl. I spend a lot of time with her every day while she assists me at work, so I notice a lot of things about her. Love, Ketchup is growing at a fast rate. But it's not only her abilities that are growing quickly. She's also developing more and more human-like characteristics that I'm often left dumbfounded. I'm sure you've noticed it, too. Hey. Furrow formed between Iris' brows, but she still nodded. Indeed, she had already long noticed it, especially since she performed regular checks on Ketchup's system. After removing the corrupted part, which made Ketchup lose control during the bomb incident back then, Iris was sure that the cat AI system was running smoothly, and there was nothing wrong with it. As for the reason why Ketchup was developing more and more human-like characteristics, Iris also felt dumbfounded like Jin Liwei. And of course, proud because she was the one who created the cat AI. There were still many things that Iris needed to study and observe regarding Ketchup and her extremely powerful self-learning function despite being the cat AI's creator. Ketchup has become more obedient after you fixed her, but we can't grow lax just because of that, Jin Liwei continued saying. I'm afraid that with her increasingly human-like characteristics, she'll one day rebel if we try restricting her freedom too much. Even if she doesn't rebel, she might start developing feelings of resentment against us. And if that happens, who knows what she'll end up doing in the future? Iris froze when she heard his words. Her eyes and hands trembled, but Jin Liwei didn't notice. I know that Ketchup's existence is very special, and we need to keep her a secret because it's too dangerous, not only for her, but for all of us as well. But love, Ketchup isn't just an AI. She's our child. I don't know how you did it, but I really do feel like she's real. She's my daughter, and I'm her father. And as a parent, I don't feel comfortable caging my child forever and ignoring her aspirations. Unless we shut her down completely, which I'll never want to do because it'll feel like we're killing our own child, we can no longer stop her from developing her own aspirations. All we can do is guide her into the right path, so she won't be in any trouble or danger. That did it. Iris burst into tears, shocking Jin Liwei. She bit her lower lip hard to try to stop herself from sobbing out loud. What happened? What's wrong? Jin Liwei hurried towards her and pulled her into his arms. He wiped her tears, but they wouldn't stop flowing, making him panic a little. Don't cry. She grabbed the lapels of his robe and cried on his chest. Jin Liwei heard her say something, but couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say, love? I'm a hypocrite. Eh, what? She lifted her head and looked at him. Liwei, I'm a hypocrite. No, you're not. What are you talking about? He didn't understand why she was acting like this, making him feel confused and also worried because she still wouldn't stop crying. Did he say something that made her cry? Tell me what's wrong, love. He encouraged her, but she shook her head. He could only sigh and continue comforting her in his arms. Inside Iris' mind, images of her past life as Evelina began flashing. This was the first time in a long while that she remembered her past life's memories so vividly, as if they only happened yesterday. Her father always used to tell her, I know that you resent us because we're not allowing you to do many things that you want to do. But I can't stress this enough, my princess. The world outside is an extremely dangerous place for us Vetrovs, especially for you, my daughter. We're only doing this to protect you, my dear Evelinaka. So be a good girl and stay inside the estate. Hearing Jin Liwei talk about not wanting to restrict Ketchup's freedom and block her aspirations felt like a brutal arrow was shot and pierced Iris' heart. She wanted to protect Ketchup from danger, but wasn't that also the exact reason why the Vetrovs caged her in her past life? The tears stopped after some time. However, Iris continued to feel down and draw comfort from Jin Liwei. He didn't ask her what was wrong anymore or tried soothing her with words, but continued embracing her in silence instead. Iris pressed one side of her face against Jin Liwei's chest and listened to his strong, rhythmic heartbeat. It was able to calm her down and think about what she was feeling at the moment. What she felt was that she was a hypocrite. She harbored a deep-seated resentment against her family in her past life, the Vetrovs, and to a certain extent, even against her big brother because they were always overprotective of her. No, it was more like repressive, by keeping her inside the estate the majority of the year, surrounding her with an army of bodyguards at all times, and forbidding her to pursue her own dreams. She had always believed that they caged her, forced her to train in various combat skills even when she had no interest, and opposed her desire for independence and freedom, because that was the way the Vetrovs lived generation after generation, to showcase their tyrannical authority to everyone. Now, however, she was beginning to understand why they did all those things to her. Their reason was simple. They only wanted to protect her from the dangerous world outside the estate because the Vetrovs had countless enemies. She already knew that, of course, but her understanding of the matter was shallow until now. It took Jin Liwei's words to make her understand them on a profound level, making her realize how ignorant and hypocritical she had been acting all this time in regards to her hard feelings against her past life's family, the Vetrovs. She wasn't only ignorant and hypocritical, but also selfish. It felt like she had just been smacked in the face. She wanted to protect Ketchup, her most powerful and sophisticated creation so far, because exposing the cat AI's unique existence was very dangerous. At the beginning, she was mostly concerned about the danger to herself as the creator and to her loved ones. Now, however, her main worry was about protecting Ketchup herself because she and Jin Liwei had already grown to love the adorable virtual white cat as their daughter. She loved Ketchup and wanted to protect her from danger, so she disapproved of the white cat's aspirations of starting her own business to the point that Iris was ready to quarrel with Jin Liwei about it, not realizing that she was acting exactly like how the Vetrovs treated her in her past life as Evelina. I'm really my mother's daughter. She inwardly mocked herself. If Liwei's words didn't wake me up, will I turn exactly like mother in the future without noticing it? Will I also start suppressing my own children's freedom and dreams? Her eyes dimmed at these thoughts. Maybe I'm really not suited to be a mother. You're wrong. You're already a wonderful and amazing mother to our cats, and also as a godmother to little June. I'm sure that once we have human children, you'll become an even more wonderful and amazing mother to them. I just know it. Jin Liwei immediately replied, disagreeing with her words which she thought were only spoken in her mind. You don't know that, she argued. He framed the sides of her face with both his hands and forced her to look at him straight in the eyes, while at the same time wiping the tears remaining on her face. I know it, he told her in a firm voice. She looked at his serious eyes, wanting to believe his faith in her, but the fear of being a bad mother wasn't so easily erased in her heart. It must have shown on her expression because he tightened the hands sandwiching her face a little bit more, as if silently, rebuking her for not believing in him. If you don't trust yourself about this, at least trust in me, he told her. I also don't know how to be a good parent, but we'll learn together and correct each other's mistakes. His words began to persuade her. You're not alone, so don't be afraid and stop doubting yourself. I'm here with you, right beside you. For a few moments, she just stared at him, absorbing his words and using them to boost her confidence. Okay, he prompted her. She eventually nodded and even smiled a little. Yes, I trust in you, Liwei. Please take care of me, then. Always. And please take care of me, too. I'll do my best. He kissed her forehead and rubbed her back, feeling relieved that she had finally calmed down. Liwei. About Ketchup. Are you still against the idea of allowing her to start her own business? He asked. She paused and carefully chose her words first before answering. I'm still hesitant and even afraid for Ketchup's safety, but you're right. If we continue restricting her, she might begin to resent us and even rebel in the future. So, although I don't 100% approve, I won't try to stop Ketchup or you anymore from supporting her. Thank you, love. He gave her a soft smile before tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything and make sure that no harm or danger will touch Ketchup when she's working on her own business. Don't forget that I'm still Jin Liwei, the head of Jin Corporation. I have connections in the business industry that will help shield Ketchup and her business from any unwanted close scrutiny. Okay, I'll leave her to you. And I'll take care of our daughter. Jin Liwei was able to reassure Iris, but some nervousness still remained within her. Nevertheless, she trusted in him. He was a great father, so she would let him handle this matter, especially since she was still feeling a little insecure about being a bad mother. Now that they reached an agreement, they called Ketchup to have an important talk with her next. Ketchup, have you already decided on what kind of business you want to start? Yes, Daddy. Meow. Ketchup wants to start a cybersecurity company. Meow. Absolutely not. Iris shot down the idea without hesitation. Although she just told Jin Liwei that she wouldn't stand in the way of Ketchup starting a business, that didn't mean that she would just allow the virtual white cat to start a random business without careful consideration. Yeah? Why not, Mommy? I think Ketchup will be super-duper good in the cybersecurity business because I'm the cute and mighty Ketchup. Meow. Iris gave a strict look at Ketchup, who faced them on a large-sized tablet on the low table in front of the chaise longue. Never underestimate the field of cybersecurity, Ketchup. There are countless new threats popping up every day. Even the top hackers in the world aren't 100% invulnerable to some of these threats. Do you really think that at your current level, you can play with the big guys out there? Serious cybersecurity is not a simple children's playground. It's a huge jungle filled with wild and dangerous beasts and innumerable other dangers. Iris didn't mince her words in admonishing the virtual white cat's cockiness. When it came to anything related to the interconnected fields of computers, programming, the internet, cybersecurity, and hacking, Iris was always extremely serious and passionate. This was her specialty besides music. There was no way that she would allow anyone to belittle the field, not even her own daughter. Sitting beside her, Jin Liwei kept quiet and allowed his wife to lecture their virtual daughter. After all, his wife was the great hacker Draken. Her expertise in the field of cybersecurity was the real deal. Ketchup ought to listen to her mother. Meow. Ketchup's overflowing confidence from earlier deflated in an instant. Her cute, fluffy head drooped, and she looked dispirited. Seeing Ketchup looking pitiful, Iris softened her strict expression and sighed. I'm not saying that you can never start your own cybersecurity business. Just not now. Your skills are developing at a very rapid rate, but the way you utilize them still lacks considerable finesse, making your actions very predictable. Predictability is vulnerability in this field. Sure, anyone who knows what they're doing can start a cybersecurity business, but they need to offer something special to attract customers in order to compete with the established veterans in the industry. If you're going to enter the cybersecurity business, don't just carelessly jump in there and become average just like the others. I won't allow it even if you beg me. You are my daughter, Ketchup, the child of the hacker Draken. By creating you, I already passed down a great deal of my hacker skills into your system. But that's still not enough. Even I still need to constantly polish my skills and continue educating myself in order to keep up with the fast-paced cyber world. At least aim to reach the level of a top hacker first, and that means improving your skills more. Get to my level first. Or better yet, surpass me. Iris told the cat AI. Ketchup's disheartened mood disappeared. She puffed out her white, fluffy chest with pride of being the great Draken's child and determination to make her mommy proud. Aye, mommy. Ketchup will temporarily put aside my wish to create my own cybersecurity business until my skills reach mommy's super-duper high standards. Meow. Iris nodded and sighed in relief. Everything she told Ketchup was Iris' own true feelings, but the number one reason she gave a harsh reality check on Ketchup was because of her fear for the cat AI's safety. The field of cybersecurity was just not safe for the current Ketchup. She needed to mature first and develop the ability to protect herself from any danger because Iris might not always be there. To do it for her and save the cat AI's Fluffy, but whenever Ketchup landed herself in trouble. If something ever happened to Iris that would prevent her ability to protect Ketchup, then the cat AI needed to do it on her own, or all of them would be in danger once her existence was exposed to those who harbored greed and evil in their black hearts. Unbeknownst to Iris, her words spurred something in Ketchup's already powerful self-learning function. Ketchup clenched her fluffy paws as a new goal formed within her. Once Ketchup surpasses Mommy one day and make both Mommy and Daddy proud, Ketchup won't need to start a cybersecurity company anymore, because by then, I, the cute and mighty Ketchup, will be the cybersecurity, the ultimate one in this world. Then Ketchup will be able to protect my Mommy and my Daddy and our whole family forever and ever. Nobody would dare harm Ketchup's family, or else Ketchup will tear all of them down with my cute and mighty paws. Rio. Jin Liwei decided to interrupt at this point. Since you agree with your mom that you can't start a cybersecurity company for now, what's your next option? Ketchup didn't hold back and enthusiastically shared with her parents the other options that she had in her list of potential businesses that she could start. Both Iris and Jin Liwei went into business mode and discussed the pros and cons of each type of business. The cat AI had many ideas. Most of them were quite good to the point that they even elicited interest in her parents, who were both business people themselves. Some, however, caused Iris and Jin Liwei's mouths to twitch. Like, for example, a premium ice cream and popcorn stands to honor her older siblings, or a ketchup company to concoct and produce a wide variety of weird ketchup flavors for all kinds of taste buds. Let's put aside the ice cream, popcorn, and ketchup businesses for now, Jin Liwei said. You can start them as side projects in the future, but only when you establish yourself as a successful and seasoned business cat. Iris and Ketchup both giggled. After a long discussion that went way past midnight, they finally reached an agreement on what kind of business Ketchup would start. Wow, this is the perfect business for Ketchup. Thank you, Daddy and Mommy. You're the best. Meow. An unassuming company quietly launched a few days later. It was small, but had a domineering name. White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. Its registered owner was Dominic Chua and had, for now, 2 Filipino employees who were also Chuas. They were his cousins. However, it was interesting to note that the 2 employees called someone else their boss. Their cousin Dom said that he wasn't the real boss, but someone named Kitty Jean. Due to a special situation, he decided to lend his name and become the registered owner on paper of the virtual assistant company. The way their cousin described it sounded shady, so they couldn't help but worry at first. "You're not doing something illegal, are you?" they asked him. "Illegal? What are you talking about? Your gorgeous cousin will never do something like that." Dom denied in an overdramatic voice as usual. "Rest assured that this is a legitimate company. Don't worry about that. Do you think that I'll recruit you into something illegal? If I do that, my momsy together with your own momsies will surely murder me. I don't want to die yet without meeting my soulmate." His 2 cousins agreed with him regarding their frightening mothers. Their initial doubts about the job offer also started to disappear. "And I'll tell you something very important, but don't tell anyone else. It's a secret," Dom said in a conspiratorial tone. "What is it? Do you remember the real boss surname?" Dom quizzed them. "It's Jean, right? Her name is Kitty Jean, if I remember correctly," one cousin said. "Wait, isn't your Sir Boss surname also Jean? Are they related to each other?" the other cousin asked. "Bingo. White Tigress is actually backed by my Sir Boss Jin Liwei himself. That's why you don't need to worry about this being illegal. Remember that my Sir Boss is the head of Jin Corporation, one of the biggest companies in Asia that has influence all over the world. He won't risk his name and reputation to back a small, illegal company. Then why won't your Sir Boss just openly back this company, or maybe even take it as a subsidiary of Jin Corporation? Then White Tigress won't need to start from scratch like this. It's because Sir Boss wants baby Kitty to learn the value of hard work and not expect everything to be served to her in a silver platter." Dom told them. "Baby Ketch? Is that the real boss nickname? How cute." Of course Kitty is cute. But you have to be professional and don't call her by her nickname or you'll bring shame to me. Your most handsome, beautiful, and gorgeous cousin ever who recommended you. I recruited you not just because we're family, but because you also speak Mandarin. But if you don't do a good job, I'm sure I can find other more suitable candidates, even if they're not from our Chua family." In the end, the 2 cousins were persuaded to work for the small, startup company White Tigress after feeling reassured that Jin Liwei, President CEO of the Chinese giant Jin Corporation, was the one personally backing it. When they finally had the chance to speak to their new boss via voice call, they were very surprised at how young she sounded. She sounded like a child, for goodness sake. She was also very weird because she kept on meowing and purring. Maybe she had some issues in the mental department. That was why their cousin Dom was asked to lend his name as the registered owner. A boss like this who acted like a cat would definitely drive away potential clients no matter how adorable she was. Despite this, they still signed the contract and became the first employees of White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. Their initial impression of their boss Kitty wasn't good because of her childish voice and overall weirdness, but when they finally started working, they were shocked at her abilities. What the freaking fuck? Was she still human? She was like a freaking robot. Damn, I think our boss is a genius or something. Yeah, maybe she's one of those who has, what is it called again? Savage syndrome. Savant syndrome, you idiot. Yeah, that one. I agree. Come to think of it, doesn't our cousin Dom always brag that his boss, the goddess Iris Long, is a genius? She invents new musical techniques like nothing and can speak more than 10 languages, and I heard that her new business sells out all of its products in mere days. Maybe Boss Kitty is Sir Liwei and Goddess Iris' love child. Isn't her surname Jean? And if she's really a genius, then she must have inherited it from Goddess Iris. The 2 cousins laughed at the ridiculousness of the idea, treating it as a joke. They didn't believe that someone as young as Iris Long, who was only in her early 20s, would already have a grown child like their boss Kitty. If she did, then Iris Long gave birth when she was only a child herself. Ridiculous. Haha. Hashtag. Jin Corporation. It seems that Ketchup has been secretly learning from your lessons with Grandpa Lu. Jin Liwei told his baby girl while video chatting with her. He and Su Tian were currently eating lunch after The dishes Iris sent them arrived from Dragon Palace. On the tablet screen, he could see his baby girl also eating lunch in a hotel room with Dom and her glam team. She flew to another city 3 hours away by plane before dawn this morning to attend an event as Long Industries brand ambassador later tonight. Did she tell you that? Iris asked. No, but I discovered this morning that Ketchup used my important business contacts and reached out to them recommending her White Tigress company. When I caught her, she told me that she heard Grandpa Lou always saying that it's okay to be shameless with family when it comes to business. The people in my contacts aren't ordinary. What's even more amazing is that Ketchup was able to secure a couple of them as her clients. Ketchup, yes, Mommy. Please don't be angry at Ketchup. Woo-woo. Meow. You did a great job, Iris said in a low and soft voice so that her glam team wouldn't hear what she was saying inside the hotel room. She was also wearing earbuds to prevent them from listening in to her conversation with Jin Liwei and their virtual daughter. Aside from Dom, Iris didn't trust her glam team to know about Ketchup's existence. Meow? Really, Mommy? Ketchup's tears immediately stopped. Yes, I approve of your initiative in reaching out to potential clients and recommending your own company to them. That's one of the most important qualities a business person, or in your case, a business cat should have. Ketchup beamed with pride, her smile looking like the Cheshire Cat's mischievous grin in Alice in Wonderland. But, Iris continued in a serious tone, causing the smile on the white cat's fluffy face to falter. You still did wrong by not asking your dad for permission. It's his contact list, and you just disrespected your dad's privacy by accessing it without asking. Ketchup started crying again. Whoa, sorry, Daddy. Ketchup didn't mean to disrespect you. Ketchup won't do it again. Promise. Mio woo. All right, Dad will forgive you this time. Just don't do it again, Jin Liwei said. He wasn't really angry but felt amused instead. However, it was true that Ketchup needed to learn that what she did was wrong, so he controlled his expression so as not to show his amusement. Thank you, Daddy. Mio woo. Afterwards, the naughty white cat was told to play because her mommy and daddy needed to talk. Ketchup's cute and fluffy figure could be seen chasing virtual butterflies on the tablet screen. But make no mistake, because she was actually also working on her company, White Tigress 24/7. In just a few days, she had already impressed her current clients whom she stole from her daddy's contact list and proven herself as an insanely efficient virtual assistant. It was not very difficult for her because she had been doing the same tasks while assisting her daddy at work. In fact, the tasks she had been completing for her clients were so much easier compared to her daddy's, who was a president CEO. The two clients she stole from her daddy's contacts also worked in the corporate field. They had relatively high positions in other companies, but not at the executive level yet. Nevertheless, they were actually more swamped with work compared to the executives because their current positions didn't qualify them to have their own official assistants hired by their companies. They had to do all of the tasks assigned to them by themselves or ask their colleagues for help, which didn't always work out. This was why they wanted to delegate the bulk of the required trivial tasks dumped on them by their superiors to someone else, so that they could focus on the more important tasks that could actually advance their careers and let them climb the corporate ladder at a faster rate. When White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services reached out to them, they immediately hired them out of desperation. They figured that if the virtual assistant services did a poor job, they could just fire them at any time. Thankfully, it didn't come to that point. On the contrary, they were pleasantly surprised. No, actually, they were very impressed, especially by the virtual assistant named Kitty. Even though for some reason they weren't allowed to communicate directly with her and instead had to go through two other virtual assistants who acted as the customer service representatives, the two clients were still very satisfied because Kitty always completed the tasks that they assigned her in a very quick and efficient manner. Sometimes they suspected that the virtual assistant didn't sleep. She seemed to be always working even in the wee hours of the night. They were so satisfied and happy by Kitty's performance that they couldn't help but recommend White Tigress to their colleagues as well. Due to their enthusiastic recommendations, White Tigress clientele increased after just a few days. Back to Iris and Jin Liwei's video call conversation, they also talked about Ketchup's business. White Tigress already earned back the 8,000 renminbi capital that I gave to fund it in just a few days, Jin Liwei revealed. There was an unmistakable hint of pride in his tone. Iris smiled. Thank you for watching over Ketchup and her business. She's our child, so of course I'll watch over her. Don't worry, love. Leave everything to me. I still feel a little worried, though. So I'll work on strengthening her security system and her companies in the next few days when I have the time. A small furrow formed between Jin Liwei's brows. You're already very busy. We can't risk it, Liwei, she whispered. Securing Ketchup's safety also means our safety. His lips tightened into a thin line before sighing in resignation. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. You're now busier than me, so I always worry about you. Thank you. I'll take care of myself. Dom and my bodyguards are also with me. They take care of me and pamper me as per your instructions, she told him with a knowing smile. They should, or I'll give them hell if something ever happens to my wife during their watch. Nothing will happen to me, she reassured him. And I'll make sure nothing happens to you, he said before remembering something. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Second brother texted this morning to apologize because your next pregnancy test appointment with him will have to be delayed. The hospital scheduled a major surgery for him that day. She stiffened a little after hearing pregnancy test, but still nodded. Okay, no problem. Deep inside, she actually felt relieved that it was delayed. There was a confusing mixture of dread, fear, but also excitement roiling within her whenever she thought about the pregnancy test. Her gaze dropped to her flat stomach. I don't feel pregnant. Shaking her worries away, she smiled at her darling and continued chatting with him until they both had to go. As Long Industries' celebrity brand ambassador, Iris Long attended many events and performed a lot of marketing and PR duties for the company. Her circle of business acquaintances expanded a great deal during this short period of time as a result. She wouldn't be a student of the shameless business genius Sir Liu Jianhong if she didn't take advantage of this precious opportunity to meet important business figures from different fields on a regular basis. On the surface, she was diligent in fulfilling her commitment as Long Industries' brand ambassador, but on the side, she was gathering potentially lucrative business connections for her own companies. After attending these events, she would instruct Chen Fei, Orchidea Beauty, and Ho Liang, Planet Monkey, to contact selected personages she met through these events to form some sort of business relationship. There was no need to worry about her real estate company Gold Heights, because it was already well established even before she acquired it after Jin Liwei gifted it to her. In this way, Iris wasn't only increasing her personal influence in Long Industries, and in extension, in the Long clan, but also expanding her company's connections in the business industry. Also, she didn't forget her original goal of winning the Long's battle of succession and purging the cesspool of ancient prejudice and narrow-mindedness in the clan for the sake of securing a safe and bright future for her godson, Little June. It was difficult, but without a doubt a win-win solution, hence why she didn't mind spending a lot of time and effort in her brand ambassadorship, even though she barely had any time to rest and felt exhausted all the time. Fortunately, her hard work paid off. Long Industries' stock prices recovered and even exceeded its previous value before the overnight crash by a few points. There was no need for the contingency plans that Long Hui had been assigned to prepare in case Iris and Long Jin failed. To celebrate the happy occasion, President-CEO Long Tingfei threw a company-wide party. All employees were invited from the ones in the lowest rungs to the top level. The party had to be hosted in a rented convention center instead of a hotel hall in order to accommodate everyone. It wasn't very luxurious compared to previous parties, but it was appropriate given that they just survived a dangerous stock price crash. Iris attended the party without an escort, but still stunned everyone wearing an elegant emerald evening dress with a golden dragon embroidered on the entire back. The dragon depicted on her dress was rising to the heavens, the symbol of the Long clan. Seeing that she was wearing the clan's symbol with so much pride, many of the clan members who attended the party, especially the elders, couldn't help but nod in approval. Even Long Meng, Long Hui's #1 supporter in the clan, appreciated Iris' homage. The party seemed to freeze for a few seconds when Iris stepped inside the venue. Her entrance was silent, yet her presence was magnetic that almost everyone's heads turned towards her at the same time. Unlike those who held high positions in the company, most of the average employees in Long Industries didn't retain their prejudice against her from her past reputation as a spoiled, selfish, fame-hungry, and bitchy brat. In fact, there were quite a number of black stars among them. Kaya, Boss Iris is here. Thank you for saving our jobs, young Miss Iris Long. Thanks to you. We didn't have to be laid off. Boss Iris, please give me an autograph. Iris flashed them a breathtaking smile, dazzling them so much that they almost couldn't believe a human being could be so beautiful. They knew that Iris Long was beautiful and even caught sight of her multiple times coming in and out of the company recently. But there was just something about her at this moment that caused people to stare at her like dazed idiots. She seemed to radiate an extra brightness from within, greeting everyone, especially her fans. She interacted with them for a few minutes before Long Jin came to rescue her from the growing crowd. Sorry, please excuse me, she apologized to them. I need to greet my father, President Long, first. Her adoring fans didn't complain and waved her away with great reluctance. Many of them were happy because they got pictures and autographs from her. The evening was still young. There were plenty of opportunities to bump into her again later. You didn't bring anyone with you? Where are your bodyguards? Long Jin asked in a whisper as he steered her away. My bodyguards are here. You just don't notice them. Liwei won't let me leave the house without bringing bodyguards, especially after the bomb incident, Iris told him. Long Jin looked around, but the sheer amount of people milling about the convention center made him unable to guess where her bodyguards were positioned. He just nodded and continued leading her deeper into the party. It was interesting to note that even without an official announcement of segregation, the employees automatically divided themselves according to their positions in the company. Those belonging in the lower ranks were near the entrance where Iris was greeted with the greatest enthusiasm because a lot of them were her fans or admired her as a celebrity. The farther Iris and Long Jin walked, the higher the positions of the people in the company and the more elitist they behaved, with some ignoring Iris and Long Jin altogether as if the two were nobodies, despite already noticing them right from the start due to Iris Long's large and magnetic presence. Iris and Long Jin also didn't acknowledge those snobs, but made a show of reciprocating those who greeted them regardless of whether the greetings were sincere or not. This is so tiring. My lips are tired smiling and acting nice to all these people who are clearly talking trash behind our backs, Iris muttered while smiling. Long Jin smirked. You still have a long way to go, little sister. I told you that acting skills are important if you want to survive in the corporate world. Iris' smile turned wry, but only for a fraction of a second before reactivating her breathtaking smile as she and Long Jin greeted another department head or manager or whatever the person's position in the company was. It took some time before the two reached the top-level group where Long Tengfei, the COO, and the other executives congregated together. Long Hui was also there. If not for the cold glint in his eyes, the warm smile and friendly greetings coming out of his mouth almost made Iris believe that the man had turned over a brand new leaf. Almost, but not quite. Long Jin responded in kind, smiling and greeting even more warmly. The two half-brothers smiled and complimented each other, looking like they were almost flaunting their brotherhood to everyone, and eliciting a pleased expression from their father, Long Tengfei. Standing beside Long Jin, Iris fought the urge to snicker at the masterful display of acting skills of the two. Unlike Long Tengfei, who only chose to see the superficial interactions between his sons, Iris could feel the invisible sparks of hostility and resentment between Long Hui and Long Jin. When Long Hui turned his warm smile and friendly greetings to her, she also felt the same hostility and resentment being thrown at her. A wave of irritation rushed over her, so sudden and intense that she almost allowed it to completely overwhelm her. It took a great deal of control for her not to kick Long Hui in the balls and permanently end his ability to father other children after little June. She relished the image in her head and almost went ahead with her impulse. But fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on one's viewpoint, she managed to remember her original goal of why she was expending so much time, effort, and energy in Long Industries even. Though she had no interest in it at all. It was all for the sake of her godson little June's future. Thus, she forced a smile on her face and greeted the good-for-nothing scum, even when all she wanted to do at that moment was crush his balls. It was only a smile and a few short words, but Iris already felt drained. Now she understood Grandpa Lu's dislike towards what he called people matters, because it usually involved pretending to be nice towards people who might or might not be total assholes just to forge advantageous business connections. Long Huey's fake smile and words grated on her nerves, intensifying her irritation and causing a throb in her temples. She really felt at that moment that she might repeat history and punch the asshole in the face, just like how Grandpa Lou said he punched that asshole CEO back in the old days. Fortunately, Long Tingfei and the other executives distracted her from her growing irritation by chatting with her. She respected Long Tingfei as a businessman, although not so much as a father. And she also quite liked the COO who gave her a good impression when she pitched her Orchidia Beauty Company to them at Long Industries last year. Chatting with them somewhat eased her irritation. Miss Long, Deputy COO Long, both of you did an excellent job. The COO praised them before offering them a toast. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone else drank wine except for Iris, who opted for a warm, spiced apple cider drink instead. She noticed that Long Huey's pleasant expression cracked a little when the COO praised her and Long Jian. What a petty man. The party continued in a cheerful, albeit uneventful, manner so far. However, for some reason, Iris grew increasingly uncomfortable as time went by. The soft classical music felt too tacky, although she usually enjoyed listening to it on her own. The clinking and clanking of silverware were too loud, sounding like thunderclaps to her ears, and the noisy chatter as well. Everyone smelled bad, a mixture of sweat, heavy perfume, too much alcohol, or just plain body odor. Iris wanted to gag but quickly washed it down with the warm apple cider drink instead. She really wanted to go home as soon as possible and rush to her darling's arms to inhale his unique masculine scent that she loved so much in order to clean and freshen her entire olfactory system, which felt like it was being polluted the longer she stayed in this party. Are you okay? You look a little pale, Long Jian whispered. She took a few deep breaths to get a hold of herself. I'm just feeling a little tired. Busy schedule and not enough sleep. I'll be fine. He examined her for a few moments before saying, maybe you're low on sugar again. Stay here. I'll get you a slice of cake or something. Her eyes lit up. Yes, please. Thanks. I want the chocolate-flavored one. What a kid, he muttered, but still left and headed towards the closest buffet tables. When Long Jian was gone, Iris found a seat on a nearby table and gestured for a server to refill her drink. She turned her head when she noticed someone taking the seat beside her. Granduncle Jufeng, she greeted. Xiaolon, I noticed that you've grown close to that BAS. To your half-brother Jian, he said. Iris' eyes narrowed, knowing that the elder almost said bastard to describe Long Jian. She might not hold any love for Long Jian and only treated him as an ally, but the elder's prejudiced view regarding illegitimate children made her irritation return in full force. The elder's antiquated values and that of the majority of the Longs were some of the top reasons why she aimed to purge the entire clan from its disgusting old prejudices. Taking over Long Industries wasn't enough. She wouldn't allow her godson Little June to be bullied by these old coots. That asshole Long Hui couldn't protect his son from the clan, so she and Jin Liwei would do it. Although she was drowning in frustration, she still forced a smile on her face and nodded. Yes, granduncle. Brother Jian and I are siblings after all. Long Jufeng couldn't hide his disdain at Long Jian, but quickly covered it up with an insincere nod. Then he leaned closer to Iris, making her flinch backwards. He didn't notice her reaction because he was looking at another direction. If he noticed it, he probably would feel offended. Iris frowned and held her breath. Her lips pressed together into a tight line. The foul smell of alcohol, sweat, and old man body. Odor emitted by the elder assaulted her nose and almost made her faint on the spot. She was about to flee for fresh air when his next words stopped her. Look over there, Xiaolon. Long Jufeng whispered and used the jerk of his bearded chin to point at a group of people a few tables away. That old man owns 3% shares. His words temporarily distracted her from his foul smell. Immediately understanding why he was saying this, she focused on his next words. He pointed at another table. That madam owns 5% shares. That fella over there, 2%. She listened as he continued to point out a few other minor shareholders of Long Industries in attendance at the party. There were some names she recognized from the list Xiao Yu had, which the financial manager was using to contact the individuals and offer to purchase their shares. Xiao Yu's efforts were sadly lackluster so far. They refused to sell once they learned of his connection to her. Now it came to a point that she was considering of using another person to buy the shares for her and then transfer them to her name afterwards. As much as possible, she didn't want to use this method because she wanted to take over Long Industries in a transparent way to prevent any major repercussions against her reputation in the business industry, especially now that her Orchidia beauty was at an important stage where it was booming at an insane rate even though it just started this year. Jin Liwei also offered his help in acquiring the shares for her, but she wanted to do it herself. She didn't want other people to say that she used the Jin Liwei to take over Long Industries. Nobody would accept her as the true leader of the company in this way. This was why, although it was a big pain in the ass to do everything the proper way, or as close to proper as possible, she chose to do it in order to build a secure foundation for her future power and position in Long Industries, and an extension in the clan as well. However, if Xiao Yu's efforts to acquire shares continued to fail, then she would have no choice but to use other less proper ways to buy them, including asking Jin Liwei. After all, she wasn't the only one trying to purchase shares at the moment. There was no way she was going to allow Long Hui to maintain a big lead in terms of shares ownership in the company. It seemed that Long Jufeng was aware of her current difficulties. If you're interested, I could negotiate with those shareholders for you. Although the amount of shares I own is considered negligible compared to theirs, they still hold a certain degree of respect for me because of our acquaintance throughout the decades. If I make a tempting offer to purchase their shares, I have a higher chance of succeeding than if you did it on your own because they would give me face as an elder of the Long clan and also as a longtime fellow shareholder. Iris tilted her head to the side as she considered his logic. He had a point. He continued, "As for you, it's very unlikely that you'll be able to persuade them to sell their shares to you. First of all, your bad reputation in the past before the car accident is deeply ingrained not only in our clan, but also in the entire company. Even if you changed a lot for the better right now, most of the old fellows still don't believe in you. Secondly, you've never shown any interest in working for the company before, until now, that is. Being the brand ambassador isn't really considered as officially working for the company. At most, it's just an honorary position. It holds no administrative power, even though you're the one who solved the stock price crash caused by your brother and the reason why we're having this party tonight. Compared to you, I know that those shareholders will be more willing to sell their shares to your brother Hui because he's the deputy CFO, a position of legitimate power in the company. What's more, he has always been known as your father's successor before you were even born. Also, don't underestimate your brother's maternal family. The Zhengs are on par with us Longs. They'll do everything in their power to assist your brother Hui so that he could succeed your father as the next head. And lastly, people won't trust that you'll be able to successfully manage a big company like ours while at the same time continuing your work as a celebrity. Unless you quit showbiz and focus on being a full-time businesswoman, you'll find it very hard to gain the trust of the old fellows in the company. They'll only start believing in you if you can guarantee that you'll put in a large amount of time and energy into the company. So listen to me, Xiaolon. As your elder, I suggest that you stop playing around, quit showbiz, and start working on a serious career from now on. I'm only saying this for your own good." Iris' hands balled into tight fists as she fought the urge to punch something, or in this case, someone. Stop playing around, quit showbiz, start working on a serious career? Huh. What did this old coot mean? That being a critically acclaimed and multi-award-winning musician who composes her own music at a young age was just playing around? That it wasn't a serious career? The insult. A hand pressed down on Iris' shoulder, the firm yet gentle weight giving her a silent warning. Thanks to the sudden touch, she was able to regain control of her violent emotions which until a couple of seconds ago were in serious danger of erupting because of Long Jufeng's careless and insulting remark about her showbiz career. "Did you wait long, little sister? Here, I got you some cakes, mousse, and pudding. I got a little bit of everything that is chocolate," Long Jin announced from behind her before placing a big plate of various small slices of chocolate-flavored desserts on the table with his right hand while his left hand remained on her shoulder. Iris' eyes lit up, saliva immediately flooding inside her mouth as soon as she saw the plate of delicious-looking desserts. The sweet and rich chocolate aroma wafted to her nose and somehow masked the foul smell of everybody else in the party. "Thanks," she mumbled, unable to stop herself from taking the small spoon from Long Jin and starting to eat. Long Jufeng scowled, first at Long Jin's interruption, second at his presence, which the elder deemed horribly unpleasant because of Long Jian's illegitimate child status, and third at Iris' disrespect of prioritizing food over his sage words. Granduncle. Long Jian greeted the scowling elder with a nod, his expression cool and unreadable, before removing his hand on Iris' shoulder and taking a seat on her other side. Humph. Long Jufeng wanted to drive the bastard away and resume his conversation with Iris, but he sensed that Long Jian wouldn't comply. They were also in a public setting at the moment with many eyes watching them. As a proud Long, he wouldn't allow their noble clan to lose face by exposing his derision of his bastard grandnephew in front of everyone. In the end, he chose to ignore Long Jian's presence and turn to Iris. Remember my words, Xiaolon. You'll do well if you follow them. Iris paused eating. She finished swallowing before facing Long Jufeng. Her mood had greatly improved after tasting the mouth-watering chocolate desserts. Although she still felt insulted by the elder's disregard for her current showbiz career, she tamped the anger. Down. Granduncle, I'll think about your words, she replied. Well, it was true, to some extent. She would certainly think about what he said, but it didn't mean that she would follow his advice. Long Jufeng didn't know this, however. He thought that she was agreeing to obey him. A pleased expression appeared on his wrinkled face as he nodded. Very good. Is your offer to help me negotiate with the shareholders still available? She asked next. The elder's pleased expression changed into a sly one, while on the other side of Iris, Long Jian's eyes glinted with curiosity. Of course, Long Jufeng said. I'll gladly act as an intermediary for you. But I have a few conditions. Iris didn't reply right away, observing the elder's expression instead and trying to decipher his thoughts. Although her expression-reading skills weren't very skillful, she was certain that his motives weren't entirely pure. Despite this, she was still willing to cooperate with the elder in order to reach her goals. Finally, she nodded. I understand. What are your conditions, Granduncle? She asked in a solemn tone. Long Jufeng smiled in triumph. Let's talk more about this another time. It's not appropriate to discuss this kind of important matter in front of outsiders, he said before throwing a shady look at Long Jian. He didn't wait for them to reply before excusing himself and leaving. That nasty ancient fossil, Long Jian grumbled under his breath when Long Jufeng was finally out of earshot. Iris resumed eating. He watched her enjoying the desserts for about a minute or so before inquiring about Long Jufeng's offer to her. She didn't conceal the matter and told him about the elder's offer to act as intermediary between her and the shareholders in her mission to acquire more shares in Long Industries. Long Jian was quiet afterwards. A touch of envy flashed in his eyes before it was replaced by determination and self-confidence. The two didn't speak with each other for a few minutes. He was absorbed in his own thoughts while she was absorbed in finishing her desserts. Afterwards, the two of them stood up and began roaming around the party to chat with the other guests. Iris didn't want to do it at first, but Long Jian reminded her that if she wanted to grow her influence within the company, she needed to suck it up and follow his suggestion as an ally. In between chatting with other people, they also whispered to each other. Before I forget, let me you tell now that when I was getting you the desserts, I learned from a trusted source the punishment Father gave Long Hui, he said. She raised an eyebrow and waited for him to elaborate. No bonus pay starting right now for 2 years. No salary raises for 3 years. Plus cancellation of other perks. Iris frowned. Apparently, he'll also be sent to a tiny branch in a rural place somewhere up north where he'll stay until the remainder of the year. Iris' frown deepened. Long Jian sneered. Not enough, right? Except for reduced income for 3 years, this punishment won't actually affect him in a significant way. Even his supposed temporary exile to that tiny, rural northern branch will only last until the end of the year, which is basically just a couple of months or so. I already expected that Father would give that son of a bitch a light punishment, but I didn't expect it to be this light. This is so unfair. Indeed, she murmured. Tisk. Long Jian was pissed off, but he still managed to flash a bright smile whenever someone greeted them. Father doesn't have the heart to give a harsh punishment to his eldest son, so that means that it'll be up to us to mete out our own punishment to him, she said. I like the sound of that, Long Jian replied with a smirk. The harder Long Hui clashes against us will determine how harsh our punishment for him will be, Iris said. He snorted. You're being too fair, little sister. I know, she sighed. As much as I want to beat him up for all the horrible things he said and did because of his stupidity and insecurity, at the end of the day, he's still the father of my godson, whether I like it or not. Long Jin grunted. Iris wasn't sure if he agreed with her or not from his vague response, so she looked at him directly in the eyes with a serious expression. Our nephew, little June, is a very cute, sweet, and lovable child. I can't bear to do anything excessive that might scar him for life. That's why even though I'm furious at my godson's stupid father, I need to consider their parent-child relationship. We don't know what's going to happen in the future and what kind of relationship they'll have or how close or distant they'll be. If we destroy Long Hui to the point of no return now, but then in the future little June decides that his father has been wronged by us. Her eyes became troubled. I don't want my godson to hate me, she whispered. He didn't reply right away because he wasn't sure what to say. If this was before, he would probably have scoffed at his youngest sister's words for being overly emotional and dramatic. She had always been a drama queen since she was a little girl after all, taking after her mother Wei Lan. That was until the car accident. Now, however, for some reason, he no longer had the heart to dismiss her concerns like he had done before. He didn't have any special feelings for his nephew because there hadn't been a chance for him to form a meaningful relationship with the child, nor had the desire to form one. Or so he believed. This was why he couldn't really relate to Iris' deep love and affection for Long Hui's son. But seeing the sincerity of her protectiveness towards the child in her eyes, he couldn't help but become interested in their nephew. Could he also become close to the child like her? Even though the child was Long Hui's son, the man he considered to be his greatest rival in life? A furrow formed between his brows. How did his thoughts turn like this? It seemed that his relationship with his youngest sister had greatly changed without him noticing since they began their temporary alliance. Was this good or bad? He wasn't sure. Let's just go with the flow, he thought. We have a deal. As long as Xiaolan and CEO Jin help free my mother from jail, I'll fulfill my end of the bargain and help Xiaolan and the company. For now. He was still caught up in his own thoughts when he noticed that Iris stopped walking and was frowning at another direction. He thought that she was once again eyeing the buffet tables, so he backtracked to her side and asked, "What's wrong? Are you hungry again? I'm not going to interfere with your lifestyle or anything like that, but is it really okay for you to eat too much sweets? Aren't celebrities always on diet?" Iris rolled her eyes before gesturing for him to pay attention to where she was looking. He followed and saw Long Hui a few tables away talking with a group of old but distinguished people. It only took him a couple of seconds to recognize that some of them were minor shareholders in the company. He's expressing his interest to purchase their shares, and based on their pleasant conversation, it seems that he might just succeed. Iris murmured. How do you know that's what they're talking about? I'm reading their lips. Just now, they arranged a meeting to formally negotiate the matter in 2 days. Long Jian was speechless. He almost blurted out, "You're kidding me," but decided to hold his tongue instead after seeing that she was serious. Did she really have such an amazing ability? If it was true, then he could only envy her. He wished that he could also read lips from a distance. This kind of ability was a huge advantage for creating opportunities and also for protecting oneself. So when he looked at his youngest sister again, there was now a touch of genuine admiration in his eyes. As for Iris, she didn't notice Long Jian's admiring gaze because she was still focused on eavesdropping on Long Hui's attempts of courting the shareholders. The majority of them were the ones elder Long Jufeng pointed out to her earlier. He's working fast, she said. He's getting desperate, Long Jian corrected after recovering from his initial shock of her ability to read lips. True, but from what I'm reading from their lips, it looks like his desperation is quite effective. I think he's trying to gain as much advantage as possible before being exiled to the rural north. He can't afford to buy all those shares. He paused when he remembered something. Oh, right. He might not be able to afford those shares by himself, but the Zhengs and his fiancé's family, the Maos, are backing him. I also won't be surprised if Elder Meng and his other supporters in the clan will pitch in to help him buy more company shares. Although it's insanely reckless and expensive for him at this stage of his career, he still has the highest chance among us siblings to succeed in doing so. At this rate, he'll eventually become a major shareholder. He turned to her. So what are you going to do about it? I'll just have to move faster than him, she replied. How? With the help of Elder Jufeng? That ancient fossil is a scheming snake. Do you really trust him? She gave him a side eye. No, I don't. I also don't trust you, but look at us, allies. Long Jin was once again rendered speechless, but couldn't argue with what Iris said because it was the truth, plain and simple. Indeed, there was no genuine trust between them right from the start, and yet somehow they still ended up becoming allies. It would serve him well to remember that theirs was just a temporary alliance. Once they attained their own objectives, they would become rivals fighting against each other for the top position. That was how it should be. But why was it that right now he was thinking that it would be such a big shame to sever their pleasant relationship afterwards? They had only been working together for a short period of time, but they already developed a camaraderie that surprised him. He even started bringing little sweets in his pocket for whenever she had her childish cravings. For goodness sake. Was he raising a pet, or what? Before he could examine his own feelings about their alliance, the party's MC called everyone's attention to begin a round of important speeches from the company's key executives. The atmosphere was very festive, with a collective feeling of great relief after overcoming the nerve-wracking stock price crash. As the big boss, Long Tingfei was the last one to take the mic and give a speech. Truth be told, almost all the executives' speeches sounded the same, mostly boring. Fortunately, he kept his speech brief and concise. Tonight we celebrate our tenacity to survive despite all the odds against us, he said. We, Long Industries, are strong, dedicated, and tough. We don't give up. His passionate statement earned the cheers from everyone. He continued, we fell dangerously close to the bottom, but thankfully, we have talented individuals who quickly burst into action to solve our company's greatest predicament so far. And I'm proud to say that the leading figures who pulled us from drowning were two of my own children. The cheers immediately became louder, the loudest being the ones near the entrance. Everyone knew who Long Tingfei was talking about. The large group near the entrance may have low positions in the company, but they had the advantage in numbers. Many of them were black stars, so they couldn't help themselves but cheer with all their might. I would like to invite the deputy COO, who's also my second son, Long Jian, and of course, our company's current celebrity brand ambassador, and also my youngest daughter, Iris Long, to come join me on the stage. Amidst the almost deafening cheers and applause, mostly from the loyal black stars, two figures made their way to the stage to join their father. One was handsome, while the other was beautiful. Both were elegant in their own way. Together, they looked divine. If people didn't already know that the two gorgeous individuals were siblings, it wasn't far-fetched to think that they were romantically well-matched. Like a gentleman, Long Jian escorted Iris up the stage. They instantly became the center of attention. A famous celebrity like Iris Long was already used to this kind of environment, so there were no surprises there. It was Long Jian who surprised everyone with his poised charisma. He looked very natural being the center of attention, just like his sister. Long Tingfei commended the two siblings for their roles in solving the company's stock price crash. Although his praises for them were brief, there was no mistaking the pride in his voice. It was a refreshing sight for the employees because they were so used to seeing their president CEO always looking serious and strict. A few tables away from the stage, Long Hui plastered on a neutral semi-smile on his face while he followed along with everybody else and clapped. Only his rhythm was slow and weak, like a robot almost drained of its battery. Inside, he was seething as he watched his father sing the praises of Long Jian and Iris. Even with the loud cheering and applause, he could still hear snatches of mocking comments about him, causing the overnight stock price crash. He could feel the judgmental stares being thrown at him like arrows, deepening and widening the wounds on his pride and ego. The contrast in treatment tonight between him and his half-siblings didn't escape his notice. On the contrary, he could feel it like a huge mountain pressing down on him and suffocating him and making it difficult to live as he normally did. It was torture pretending to not be affected right now. He wanted to escape away from all the prying eyes, but forced himself to stay and maintain the fake semi-smile on his face. People were bound to notice if he left when his half-siblings were still on the stage. Endure. You'll be the one standing at the top in the end, he told himself like a prayer. Remembering the appointments he managed to arrange with some shareholders earlier, his mood improved. He became aware through talking to them that a representative of Iris was going around and making offers to them to purchase their shares, but was unsuccessful. He felt even better after thinking about her repeated failures in acquiring shares. Now you know it's not that easy to try and take over the company and contend against me." He watched the trio of Iris, Long Jin, and their father climbing down the stage. They were a picture of a harmonious family. An ugly feeling filled him to the point that his chest tightened so much that it literally hurt. The good mood he had flew away as quickly as it came. What happened? How did everything come to this? He, Long Hui, had always been there. Father's biggest pride among them siblings. He had been groomed to be the successor ever since he could remember. Yet now there was disappointment in their father's eyes whenever he looked at him. The thought of suffering the punishment his father gave him worsened the ugly feeling in his heart. He, the deputy CFO, temporarily exiled to some useless branch? Unable to take it anymore, he slipped away, walking aimlessly far away from everyone in order to keep his sanity. As the evening grew late, some people began to leave. There were those, however, who only became more spirited as the party went on. The festive atmosphere prompted many to drink more alcohol, becoming inebriated, although fortunately none acted too rowdy and ended up embarrassing themselves in front of their bosses and colleagues with any wild, drunken behavior. Some though lost a little of their inhibitions by becoming more extroverted, but thank goodness they didn't lose their good manners in the process as well. Iris, who for some reason had become oversensitive to smells lately, almost couldn't bear the nauseating mishmash of revolting scents wafting from everyone around her. She paled and stumbled a little on her feet, doing her best not to inhale too much of the polluted air while cold sweat beaded on her skin. She was roaming around by herself at the moment and interacting with some of her fans. Long Jin had long since left her to chat with his own circle of close colleagues. Everyone was busy doing their own thing at the party, either using it as an opportunity to network and advance their careers or simply treating it as a break from work to relax and have a good time. Iris adored her loyal fans, the Black Stars, and would always be grateful for their support, but right now, she could no longer take the sickening smells assaulting her. After signing what felt like the millionth autograph tonight, she excused herself and made a quick escape. In her peripheral vision, she noticed her bodyguards following her without acting too conspicuous, with the female bodyguard walking closest to her. "To the powder room," Iris said in a low voice, but then gasped when the surrounding smells almost choked her. She immediately held her breath while hurrying out of the main hall. Her desperate actions caused her to sway and almost fall down. Her female bodyguard reacted quickly and grabbed her arm to steady her. Iris allowed her bodyguard to guide her to the nearest empty powder room. It was fortunate that nobody noticed her discomfort because she still managed to look elegant as always. The female bodyguard entered with her inside. Iris felt weak and a little dizzy, but also relieved to be away from the suffocating jumble of smells at the party. Gradually, she managed to recover her bearings. "Let's go back," Iris said, planning to return to the main hall to bid goodnight to Long Tengfei and the others so that she could finally go home and rest. But before her bodyguard could respond, an insistent knocking interrupted them. Iris frowned, annoyed at the person who disturbed them. "Occupied," her bodyguard shouted at the door. "It's me," a familiar male voice replied. Iris' eyes lit up, her frown disappearing. The female bodyguard moved to open the door. Jin Liwei, still in his business suit, entered the powder room while the female bodyguard left and closed the door to give the couple privacy. He zeroed in on Iris and scowled after seeing her pale, unhealthy appearance. Her bodyguards needed some serious scolding because they didn't take care of his baby girl. It only took a second for him to reach her with his long legs. "How are you feeling?" he asked as he gathered her in his arms. His voice sounded calm, but his tight expression revealed deep worry for her and a touch of anger for those who caused her to become like this. "I'm fine now," she assured him with a smile, delighted that he came to pick her up when she didn't expect it. Her body melted in his embrace while she pressed her face against his chest and inhaled his scent, not caring that some of her makeup smudged on his white dress shirt underneath his business jacket. He smelled so good. She could feel her entire olfactory system being cleansed of the stinky pollution she suffered earlier at the party. He was like her very own personal air freshener, as expected of her darling. "Inhale, inhale, inhale some more." Sighing softly, she hugged his waist and pulled him closer. "What happened?" he asked in a gentle voice while rubbing her back and kissing the top of her head. Just exhausted. I want to go home now, Liwei." Now that he was here, She felt very comfortable and lazy to provide a detailed explanation. All right, we'll go home now. He didn't press her, but decided to interrogate her bodyguards later. For now, he needed to bring his baby girl home so that she could rest. The level of her exhaustion lately had become quite worrisome. He didn't want to interfere with her work knowing that she loved being busy. But if it started negatively affecting her health, then he would have no choice but to take a stand and stop her even if it resulted to them fighting. He couldn't bear for her to faint or go into coma again. Those experiences had traumatized him for life. While hugging her, he began remembering what she was like in the past couple of weeks or so. A suspicion bloomed in his mind. Once it took root, it started nagging at him without rest. He opened his mouth and was about to voice his suspicion to her, but then stopped himself. His baby girl was too exhausted at the moment. There was no need to agitate her tonight. He closed his mouth and sighed. He would have to talk to her about it when she was well rested, perhaps tomorrow. They left the powder room. Su Tian was outside the door with the bodyguards. Before Iris could say anything, Jin Liwei was already instructing his assistant to inform Long Tingfei that he would be taking Iris home. Su Tian immediately left to do his bidding. Is that okay? Iris asked. I'm Long Industries' brand ambassador. I should at least personally inform Father and the others before leaving. Don't worry about it. They'll recognize Su Tian and know that I sent him and took you away. Su Tian will tell them that it's me who stopped you from personally bidding them goodbye. Who among them has the guts to find fault with my decisions? Jin Liwei's domineering words made Iris chuckle. But he was right. Indeed, who among the people back at the main hall had the guts to find fault with Jin Corporation's president-CEO? Even Long Tingfei, the future father-in-law, showed respect to Jin Liwei and treated him like a superior in business. As for Iris, deep inside, she didn't give a whit about what those higher-ups at Long Industries thought about her. It was just that in order to build a strong and stable foundation in the company and the Long clan, she had to try to get along with most of them to gain their support and make the road towards achieving her goal a little easier. This was why she was working so hard and allying herself with people who she didn't particularly trust. Nevertheless, she felt relieved that Jin Liwei made the decision to take her home as soon as possible without needing her to personally bid goodbye to Long Tingfei and the others. She really felt too exhausted and had no desire to endure the overwhelming stink. Back at the main hall, even just remembering the revolting smells made her nauseous. What's wrong? Jin Liwei asked when he noticed her looking pale again. She didn't answer. Instead, she once again pressed her face against his chest and inhaled his masculine scent deeply as if her life depended on it. Talk to me, love. I'm getting worried. Giving a last big inhale, Iris kissed his chest before lifting her head up to look at him. Are you feeling very sick? He continued to ask. I'll take you to the hospital right now. No need. I'm fine. Just really exhausted. He examined her for a few seconds before nodding, but he still couldn't shake away his worry. Their group made a quick and quiet exit from the convention center. Ketchup coordinated with the bodyguards to lead the couple outside and evade the paparazzi and obsessive fans waiting to ambush Iris. Iris sighed in relief once they got inside the car. She stuck close to Jin Liwei's side and kept sniffing his neck. Her actions amused him, but of course, he was also loving it. I wore this suit at work for the entire day. I must be stinky right now. No, you're not, she immediately denied. You smell so good. The best. The corner of his lips curved into a smug smile. Yeah. Instead of replying, she nuzzled his neck and began sucking. The driver reacted quickly and activated the partition wall to give the couple privacy and also to shield his single dog eyes. New hickeys glistened on Jin Liwei's neck. Iris nuzzling and sucking turned hotter as she pulled his head for a deep kiss on the mouth. She became very aroused despite being bone-tired. Wanting more, she slid a leg up on his lap in a semi-straddling position. A pleased moan escaped her lips when her knee bumped against his erection under his trousers. Jin Liwei gasped and grabbed her knee, gently pushing it away from his hot, raging hard-on. You're killing me, he hissed through gritted teeth. His reaction only spurred her enthusiasm. She kissed him more passionately. When her hand began to move down his body and reached his belt, he had no choice but to stop her even though he was as aroused as her. He caught her naughty hand and fought the impulse to press it on his erection. It was a great struggle not to succumb to desire. All he wanted to do at the moment was to push her down the seat and pound himself deep and hard inside her wet heat. There was no way, however, that he was going to broadcast a live sex show to his subordinates even though they couldn't actually watch it with their own eyes. "Be good," he told her in a strained voice. "My men is on the other side of the wall." Iris glared at him. "Then stop seducing me." Jin Liwei was dumbstruck at her sudden accusation. He watched, speechless, as she pushed his chest hard while huffing before moving away to the opposite end of the back seat. She gave him another evil eye before turning away as if the mere sight of him was greatly offending her. What the hell was going on? Could someone explain? He felt utterly confused and unable to understand the current situation. He was just sitting there, doting on her even when she was acting all weird by sniffing at him like a dog. Then she was all over him the next moment, giving him new hickeys, touching his body with her naughty hands, and kissing his brains out. And she accused him of seducing her? How? The combination of confusion at her sudden bad mood, frustration due to his current unspent desire, and worry of her being angry at him was muddling his ability to think properly. But the one thing he knew that he should do at the moment was to coax her before the situation swirled even more out of his control and resulted into a full-blown fight between them. "Love," he called out to her. She ignored him. "Baby," ignored again. "Dear wife." "Don't talk to me," she snarled at him. He didn't give up. There was no way he was going to allow their night to end with them fighting, even when he had no idea why she was so mad at him in the first place. So he asked her directly, "Why are you mad?" Her eyes flashed with blazing fury, and she even bared her teeth at him. Then she stopped and frowned in confusion, her head tilting to the side as she thought about his question. "I don't know," she admitted. "I just feel angry all of a sudden. You must have done something to piss me off, though I can't remember what it was. But it must be your fault. Otherwise, why would I suddenly become mad at you?" "Yes, that's right. It must be your fault." Poor Jin Liwei felt like his brain cells were dying as he tried and failed to understand his wife's sudden anger. While Jin Liwei was still trying hard to comprehend why his baby girl became mad at him so suddenly, Iris' mood once again changed halfway through their journey home. It was as if her fierce anger from earlier had never happened in the first place. She returned to sticking close to him, grabbing his arm and placing it around her, making herself comfortable, and then snuggling as she resumed sniffing his scent. The only difference now was that she was no longer naughty, touching him everywhere and making both of them aroused. On the contrary, she was acting very docile, like a cat who just wanted a cuddle and a gentle petting session. Jin Liwei, of course, gave in to her silent demand and started cuddling and petting her. However, he still felt wary of her mood, expecting it to change again at any given moment. He sat very still and stayed quiet, afraid that any other actions would trigger her and again leave him helpless and confused out of his wits. It was only when they finally arrived home that he breathed out a huge sigh of relief. She had already fallen asleep. Not wanting to wake her up, he carefully carried her out of the car into the mansion. Everyone was quiet and didn't dare make any noise in fear of waking up their mistress and, in turn, trigger their master's rage. Jin Liwei carried her all the way to their bedroom suite. He was about to clean her up and get her ready for bed while she slept when her eyes opened. "Sorry, love. Did I wake you up? Go back to sleep." Iris yawned and gestured for him to put her down. "Have to wash up first," she mumbled with heavy eyes. She walked unsteadily to the bathroom without waiting for his response. He followed behind her. They helped each other wash up. Well, it was mostly Jin Liwei who was doing all the helping because Iris was too exhausted that she could barely stand on her own feet. Afterwards, she stumbled on bed completely naked. He also didn't bother putting on any clothing. Seeing her exhaustion, he felt sorry for her and also worried about her health. However, he wanted to test something first or else his mind wouldn't let him rest tonight. Why aren't you lying down yet?" she asked after noticing that he was still standing beside the bed and watching her. "Come on, let's sleep." He climbed on the bed, but instead of lying down, he leaned over her and began kissing her chin, neck, and the valley between her breasts. Then he cradled both of her soft mounds in his hands while examining them with a serious expression. "Liwei, what are you doing? I'm too tired and sleepy to make love tonight. Let's do it tomorrow morning instead." "Okay, I'll just have a little taste. Then I'll let you sleep," he assured her. She sighed and closed her eyes, surrendering to his small Request. With a gentle touch, he traced the distinct dark blue veins visible underneath the skin of her milky white breasts. Now that he looked carefully, they weren't like this before. Then he moved his head down and started licking her nipples while watching the changes of her facial expressions. She stirred and moaned, clearly liking it. Next, he closed his mouth on the nipple and sucked gently. Her eyes opened this time, and she looked at him with half-lidded eyes. There was a furrow between her brows. He stopped sucking and resumed the gentle sucking. It seemed that she preferred licking to sucking because her eyes closed and soft moans began escaping from her lips again. Still keeping a close watch on her expression, he moved to the next step of his test. Steeling himself, he sucked on her nipple. Hard. Ouch! Iris roared. She pushed him away with all her might, causing him to stumble backwards. It was fortunate that their bed was huge, or else he would have fallen to the floor. Iris' languid sleepiness was now gone. She glared at him with such fierceness and fury that she looked like she was about to murder him. Jin Liwei, how dare you suck me that hard, you asshole? Are you a vacuum cleaner? Ugh, it hurts so much. How dare you do this to me? Jin Liwei's serious expression only became more solemn after seeing her extreme reaction. If this was before, she would have loved it whenever he sucked her nipples that hard. In fact, it was a move that was guaranteed to make her more aroused and passionate during their lovemaking. He already expected this kind of reaction to some extent, and it only deepened the suspicion in his mind. Right now, however, there was no time to think about it more deeply because he needed to defuse the situation first and appease his once again furious baby girl. Although he felt guilty doing this test when she was so exhausted, he still did it to address his suspicion so that he could sleep tonight. Love, I'm sore. Shut up. He tried talking and showing with his expression how sorry he was, but she was too mad and refused to listen to him. I don't want to be with you tonight. Go sleep with the cats. Get out of here. He frowned, not liking that he was being kicked out of the bedroom. He opened his mouth to persuade her to retract her decision, but as expected of her current bad mood, she didn't allow him a chance to even say a word. She pointed an aggressive finger at the door and roared at him. Get out. Now. His lips pressed together in a thin line as he reined in his own temper. Although he suspected that he knew the true reason for her extreme mood swings tonight, it still wasn't a great feeling to be yelled at and kicked out of their bedroom. Patience, Liwei. Be patient. Don't face her anger with your own anger. He chanted to himself like a prayer. Jin Liwei watched as his baby girl gave him a final evil eye before dropping back on the bed like a heavy sack of potatoes and then pulling the duvet over her entire body up to her head until she was only a cute little lump under the covers. He was about to touch her, a subconscious move to appease her like always, but caught himself in time when his hand was only a couple of inches away from her covered body. His temper that he was doing his best to restrain at the moment protested against his usual tendency to be the first one to give in to her whenever they argued. Being yelled at and kicked out of his bedroom tonight had provoked him. If she was any other person and not the woman he loved the most in the entire world, he would have already snapped at her and showed her that Jin Liwei wasn't someone to be trifled with just like that. Although he knew that it was his fault for triggering her in the first place due to his suspicion, it didn't sit well with him that she didn't even give him a chance to apologize before roaring at him like a threatened tigress. Perhaps the accumulated exhaustion from his busy work schedule was beginning to affect him. He didn't feel like putting up with her extreme mood swings for the rest of the night. I'll make up with Shalon tomorrow. Tonight, I need to rest first, he decided. With a frustrated sigh, he climbed off the bed and donned his satin sleeping robe over his nude body. He kept his eyes away from his baby girl under the sheets to prevent himself from softening and returning to lie beside her despite being pushed away. Then he grabbed his phone and headed out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He stayed in their suite's living room instead of going to the cat's room like what she told him to. The lights were dim and the atmosphere was cozy. However, he felt cold and empty because he was used to sleeping with his beloved woman wrapped in his arms every night. Propping a couple of throw pillows under his head, he lay on the couch and shifted his body in a restless manner, trying to find a comfortable position but to no avail. How could he feel comfortable when his baby girl was only a door away and all he wanted was to lie beside her and hug her warm body to sleep? He groaned and cursed their blasted fight, but then remembered something. Ketchup, he called, making sure his voice was quiet to prevent his baby girl from hearing him on the off chance that she was still awake. The woman had the most insane hearing ability he had ever encountered in his entire life. Meow? What's up, Daddy? Ketchup is in the house. A white virtual cat appeared on his smartphone screen, shaking her fluffy, but in excitement at being summoned. Fortunately, Ketchup matched his quiet voice, albeit hers was more energetic. I need you to. It's so late already. Why isn't Daddy sleeping yet? Meow? Ketchup, let me finish. Why isn't Daddy sleeping in the bedroom with Mommy? Oh no. Did Daddy and Mommy fight? Please don't fight. Meow. Ketchup. Jin Liwei threw a stern glare at the overdramatic cat. If his baby girl didn't tell him that Ketchup was theirs, then he probably would have assumed that the cat AI was Dominic's soul child instead. Sorry, Daddy. Meow. He sighed and started massaging his forehead after seeing the virtual white cat's pitiful expression. Her cute head was lowered in a wounded manner while her eyes glistened with tears. When Jin Liwei spoke again, his tone couldn't help but become gentle. What could he do? He already claimed the naughty chatterbox cat AI as his child. He couldn't just treat Ketchup as someone insignificant. Call the butler, he instructed. Make it quiet. Don't wake your mom. Oh, and don't tell your mom about anything you'll hear from this conversation. Understood? Oh. A secret. Meow? Okie dokie, Daddy. The cute and mighty Ketchup won't tell Mommy. Promise. Ketchup will now call Uncle Butler in 3, 2, 1. The butler's polite, slightly cold tone answered after only 2 rings. He sounded like he always did, no signs of sleep in his voice, even though it was already so late in the night. Hello, young Miss Ketchup. How may I help you? It's me, Jin Liwei said. The butler didn't miss a beat and smoothly greeted Jin Liwei. Master, buy some home pregnancy test kits. Hand them to me when I return home from work tomorrow evening. Don't let your mistress know. Understood, Master. Consider it done. Good. After the call, Jin Liwei also bid goodnight to Ketchup, who sounded disappointed. The talkative cat AI looked like she still wanted to chat with him. Too bad that he was in no mood tonight to deal with her gossiping mouth that she inherited from Dominic Chua. With a last look at the bedroom door, he closed his eyes. It was difficult to sleep at first despite feeling exhausted because he was already missing his baby girl so badly and yearning for the feel of her in his arms. There were several times he almost stood up to return to the bedroom, but stopped himself. He still felt a little pissed off at her for roaring at him without giving him a chance to talk before kicking him out. Just you wait, woman. Don't think you can get away for yelling at me and kicking me out without paying the consequences. He smirked at the thought of what he was going to do to her the next time they had an alone time together. Tomorrow, maybe. But his smirk disappeared and his eyes darkened instead when he realized that a bulge was starting to grow and stiffen underneath his satin robe. Damn it. Jin Liwei forced himself to recite as many digits as he could in the value of pi in an effort to kill his raging erection. He only needed to think about his baby girl for a second, and his little brother down below was already rearing its hungry head in search for her sweet, wet heat. The power his woman had over his desire was no joke. His only consolation was the knowledge that she would also react the same way as him in the same situation. Reciting the value of pi once again proved its usefulness. It not only calmed his erection, but also lulled him to sleep after a few minutes. Its effect was even more potent than the traditional counting of sheep. When he reached a state between being awake and falling completely asleep, he became vaguely aware of the sound of a door being opened. There were other soft, quiet sounds, but he felt too sleepy to care. That was until he felt a dip on the couch directly beside him and a familiar touch on his chest. His baby girl's beautiful voice called for him softly. Liwei. He instantly awakened, but didn't open his eyes. He pretended to sleep, wanting to know what she was going to do next. Darling. It was torture not to respond to her when all he wanted was to grab and kiss her like a ravenous madman. He tamped his desire down and continued lying still. Despite all this, a sweet warmth which originated from her delicate hand pressing on his chest already began to seep straight to his heart and spread to his entire body. If he wasn't pretending to sleep, he would already be sporting a huge grin, knowing that she was the one who gave in first this time and not him. To be honest, he didn't expect that she would be the first one to seek him out after their fight earlier. He thought that she already fell asleep, yet now here she was, calling him and trying to wake him up with her sweetness. Then a thought entered his mind. Don't tell me this is one of her extreme mood swings again. I won't be deceived this time. He was solidifying his plan to continue pretending to sleep when he felt a finger poke his cheek. Wake up. He almost jumped out of his skin when he felt her warm breath tickle his ear, which also had a direct effect on his groin. It wasn't only that. Because she was bending, her soft breasts covered by satin, probably her sleeping robe, were pressing on his arm. His fingers twitched with the urge to grab them and play with his favorite pair of treasures. But he immediately sobered up upon remembering that it was this pair of treasures which caused their fight in the first place. They ought to be sore and sensitive right now. In short, off limits. Shit. This was torture. While he was mentally bemoaning his current plight, he felt the sweetest lips press a soft kiss on his own cold lips. He almost groaned, fighting against the instinct to deepen the kiss and feed his tongue inside her delicious mouth. He felt her nibble and suck on his lips, even sweeping her tongue over them, tickling them, and trying to get them to open up. Despite the pleasurable thrum of electricity her kiss was causing him, he still refused to give in and continued pretending to sleep. Annoyed that he wasn't waking up from her ministrations, she bit his lower lip. It wasn't hard to the point of bleeding, but it hurt enough for him to be forced to wake up. A look of joy lit up her face when he opened his eyes. But when he didn't say anything but only looked at her without giving away any emotion, her eyes dimmed and became contrite. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked. "It's already so late. Go back to the bedroom and sleep." Her eyes widened in slight disbelief at his cool tone. "You're not returning to bed with me?" "No." "Why? You kicked me out of bed, remember?" "I take it back. I want to sleep beside you tonight." "Still no? Go back to the bedroom. I'll sleep here. We're both tired. Let's talk tomorrow instead." Liwei. He closed his eyes, but not before seeing the look of hurt on her face. Pain also pinched his heart, but he didn't have the best temper at the moment. Perhaps after a night's sleep, his mood would improve and he could once again have his usual patience for her. Not perhaps. He was positive that he would return to the loving and indulgent partner to her tomorrow. But for now, he needed to rest. She sat up, but didn't leave or make any other movements. Silence descended between them. The long minutes ticked by. Jin Liwei became increasingly worried about her. Sunrise was only a few short hours away. He knew how exhausted she must be feeling right now, and yet she was still wide awake, staring at him while he pretended to sleep. Oh yes, he could feel her looking at him. Her gaze felt like a heavy weight slowly, making him sink to the bottom of a dark sea. He was about to end this standstill between them when he heard her whisper. It was so soft that he almost missed it, but there it was, like the light flutter of butterfly wings, seemingly insignificant at first, but had the power to cause hurricanes far away at a later time. "I'm sorry." Such simple words, but the emotions they carried were enormous. His eyes snapped open. He found her eyes glistening with tears, but she was rapidly blinking them away, trying not to let them fall. "I didn't mean to yell at you, or kick you out of our room." She grabbed his hand and held it against her cheek. I don't know what came over me. My emotions, they're all over the place, and it's so hard to control them." The expression on his baby girl's face made Jin Liwei feel helpless. He was still a bit pissed off at her, but his heart was already softening. Sighing, he pushed himself up to a sitting position so that they were facing each other. "Maybe I've become stressed out without me realizing it due to my heavy workload lately," she said while rubbing her cheek against his hand. "Believe me, I really didn't mean to snap at you like that. I would never deliberately treat you badly like that." His thumb caressed her cheek, causing a tentative smile to lift the corner of her lips. Seeing that he still didn't speak, her smile fell. "Are you still angry at me?" she asked. "A bit. Honesty was the best policy." She pouted, making her look so adorable that he almost leaned forward to kiss her. Almost. His remaining bad temper restrained him from giving in to her so soon. "Let's not fight anymore." "Okay." Her eyes implored him. "When you left the bed, I couldn't sleep. I want you beside me. No, I need you beside me. Please, darling." Instead of answering her plea, he touched her breast underneath her satin kimono sleeping robe with his other hand. His touch was light and gentle, making sure that it wouldn't hurt her. He traced the outline of one breast before moving to the other one. He didn't miss the spike in her breathing and the dilation of her pupils. His baby girl was becoming aroused. "Does it still hurt?" She shook her head before pausing. but it hurt when you sucked me hard earlier. He leaned forward and gathered her in his arms. A soft sigh escaped her lips when he nuzzled her neck. She bent her head to the side to give him more access. "My poor baby girl," he murmured. Then he licked her fragrant neck, smelling of delicate lavender, new Orchidea Beauty body wash scent, soon to be released. It made her moan and melt in his embrace. "Sorry for hurting you," he said while continuing to make her gradually hot and bothered with his soft caresses and gentle kisses. She pulled his head for a deep kiss, their mouths fastened together, and their tongues entwined in a sensual dance. It was her answer to his apology. There was no need for words. They kissed some more before their glistening mouths separated, their mutual desire reflected in each other's eyes. If only their energies could keep up. Unfortunately, both were too exhausted to do anything more than kissing and touching. Jin Liwei patted her butt and gave it a light squeeze. "Come on, let's go back to bed and sleep." "Really? You're coming back to bed with me?" Her face broke into a bright smile, almost blinding him with her beauty. No matter how many times he saw it, he always felt the same way, like a man whose heart had been pierced by the arrow of love, again and again towards the same woman. "And you're not angry at me anymore?" "Still a bit." Once again, her smile disappeared. "Still? What?" He tilted her head up by the chin so that they were looking at each other straight in the eyes. His expression looked dangerous. "Don't think that I'll let it slide when you yell at me and kick me out of our bedroom like that just because I love you." She gave him another contrite expression. He caught her lower lip and bit it. She yelped and threw him an accusing look. "That's payback for biting me earlier. Your bite was harder than mine, you know, so don't look at me like I killed your puppy." "I don't have a puppy." He chuckled and then bumped the tip of their noses. "I know. You paid me back for biting you. Do you also want payback for yelling at you and kicking you out of our room?" "Of course." She pouted. "You want to yell at me and kick me out of our room, too?" There was resignation in her eyes. "Fine. If that makes you feel better, go ahead and yell at me. Then kick me out. You go sleep on the bed and I'll sleep here on the couch instead, or maybe I'll sleep in the cat room. That fair enough for you?" His mouth twitched. He pressed his lips together to prevent the laughter from escaping. His baby girl looked so serious and cute at the same time that he wasn't willing to hurt or embarrass her by laughing. He was only trying hard not to laugh, hence he wasn't speaking. However, she probably thought that the reason why he wasn't talking was because he was still upset with her. He could read it as clear as day on her face. Amusement filled him. Yelling at her and kicking her out of the room as payback never entered his mind in the first place. He could only wonder at how her mind worked for her to arrive to that kind of conclusion. It seemed that his baby girl still thought of him as an asshole in the back of her mind. Well then, he wasn't going to make it easy for her. Mischief twinkled in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up with a hard expression. He held up 2 fingers for her to see. "2 things. Do 2 things for me, and I'll let you off. I won't yell at you or kick you out like you did to me." She didn't even think. "Okay, first." She leaned forward, attentive to what he was about to say, and ready to give him whatever he requested to the best of her ability. The idea of him yelling at her and kicking her out of their room depressed her, making her guilty again for doing it to him. "What is it? Tell me," she said, eager. "Call me husband." Iris tilted her head to the side and looked at Jin Liwei with an expression of puzzlement. "But we're not married yet." "So what?" He returned her puzzled expression with seriousness. "We're already married in my heart, since the moment you told me that you love me too in front of that winter waterfalls back in Cross Academy last year. A wedding is just a formality. Or do you still not think of me as your husband?" Her gaze dropped to the beautiful diamond engagement ring on her finger, causing her mouth to curve up and a tinge of pink to color both her cheeks. Then she looked at him straight in the eyes again. "You're right." His eyes narrowed. "I'm right that you still don't think of me as your husband?" "No," she quickly denied. "You're right that even if we haven't officially married yet, we're already living together as husband and wife, building our family and home, and also planning our future together." He nodded, pleased. "So call me husband, then." He raised both eyebrows and waited in anticipation. The blush on her cheeks deepened and her smile became shy. "Husband," she whispered. Louder. "Husband." Again. She giggled. "Husband." "Nice." Again. "Husband." He was now grinning. "Yes, wife. Is there anything this husband can do for my dear wife?" She wrapped her arms around his neck and nodded. There's something I really need right now. What is it, wife? Tell your husband. Don't be shy. He pulled her closer while maintaining eye contact to make sure that he caught all of her expressions. Kiss me. Ah, what a coincidence. This husband also needs a kiss from wife. Then he caught her lips and kissed her until she became a moaning puddle of hot jelly. They kissed for a long time, sometimes deep and fierce, sometimes gentle and sweet. It was something they both needed and comforted in after their fight earlier. When their mouths separated, they were both flushed and panting. Iris rested her head on his shoulder and inhaled the masculine scent of his neck, letting it wash over her. I hate it when we fight. Me too. He glided his hand up and down her spine, the satin material of her sleeping robe making his movements smooth and pleasurable to both of them. Let's not fight anymore in the future, okay? That's impossible, love. I'm sure that we're going to fight many times again in the future. But that's normal. Fighting is something all couples do and experience. It's part of life. He chuckled softly when he saw her displeased expression. And also, you know that the two of us have very distinct personalities, different from each other, but both are equally dominant. As individuals, we are very strong-headed and like getting our own way. She nodded. So you have to admit that if we didn't end up being lovers, based on our personalities alone, we probably would have ended up either simply avoiding each other, or worse, becoming enemies because we would be butting heads all the damn time. Think about it. He frowned afterwards. It was obvious that he didn't like these two possibilities either, even if he was the one who voiced it out. That's true. I really didn't like you at all when we first met. You were so pompous and irritating and so full of yourself, and he sighed. It wasn't a great feeling listening to his baby girl complain about him being an asshole in the past, but he couldn't refute her words because they were all true. So he stayed quiet and allowed her to continue complaining about his past bad attitude and behavior. He really had been an asshole before. Correction. He was still an asshole now, but only to others who he didn't give a damn about, like those shameless people with ulterior motives who thought that they could use him to climb the social ladder. And to those who he deemed as enemies, the foolish ones who dared harm his baby girl and threatened their family, being an asshole wouldn't cut it. To those kinds of people, he would become an avenging demon. Iris continued reminiscing about their interactions during the period when they first met. You always bothered me, calling and messaging me numerous times a day, even very late at night. So annoying. And what's more, you seduced me all the time, such a pervert. But you said that you liked it when I seduced you because I made you feel good. He interrupted. Don't lie to me. True. I like that you made me feel good, but that doesn't change the fact that you were such a pervert back then. Actually, you're still a pervert now. He gave her cheek a slight pinch. Complaining that your husband is a pervert? Do you prefer me to become a celibate monk instead? Oh God, no. Her horrified expression was a sight to see. Although it's difficult for me now, I've been celibate since birth until I met you. That's 3 decades worth of rich experience in the life of celibacy. If wife really wants it, then this husband could only endure and live the life of a celibate monk. Iris was aghast. Celibate monk? Are you insane? You know that I enjoy making love with you. You were the one who introduced me to the world of sexual pleasure and made me fall in love with you. So you have to take responsibility and make love with me whenever I need you. Do you understand, Mr. Jin Liwei? A celibate monk, what a thought. Loud laughter shook his entire body. She straightened and glared at him. Why are you laughing? I'm serious. He pressed a knuckle over his mouth in an effort to control his laughter. Once it was controlled, he leaned forward and spoke directly to her ear in a low, husky voice. I know that you're serious. Don't worry, dear wife. This husband takes full responsibility and will make sure to satisfy all your needs, most especially your carnal ones, to the best of my ability. Iris tried maintaining her glare, but failed as her mouth started twitching. What do you say, Mrs. Jin? Jin Liwei's eyes twinkled with amusement. She huffed, even though a smile was already forming on her lips. Good. He nodded. Of course, it goes both ways. Wife also has to take responsibility and satisfy your husband's needs. And you know that your husband has big, hungry needs. Naturally, she said in a wry tone. You're like a big, wild, hungry bear. You're lucky that I'm young and energetic and can keep up with you. And I'm the luckiest man in the world to have you. He caressed her cheek, his touch filled with tenderness. She began drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. You said that there are two things I can do for you so that you'll let me off for yelling at you and kicking you out of our bedroom. The first one is to call you husband. I already did that. What's the second one? He whispered directly to her ear and then leaned back to watch her reaction. The immediate confusion on her face looked adorable that he was tempted to feast on her sexy mouth again. But he restrained himself in order to wait for her response. A furrow formed between her brows as she mulled about what he whispered to her. He could almost see the gears turning inside her brain. You know what it is, right? He asked just to make sure. His baby girl might be a genius, but she was also very innocent in so many ways. This was one of the reasons why it was such a delight to explore both of their sensuality together as each other's first and last love. Yes, of course I know what it is, I think, she said. But I need to search it up first on how to do it properly. He chuckled, already expecting this kind of response from her. No need. I'll guide you on what to do. She scowled and growled at him. Have you had it done to you before? Of course not. I already told you that I had never been sexually attracted to anyone until I met you. No way that I allowed anyone to do that to me before. There were many who attempted to do it to him, though, but he wouldn't tell her that, or she might rage at him again. They just made up from a fight. He would be a stupid idiot if he triggered her again so soon. It was nice seeing her acting jealous, though. Then why do you want me to do that to you now? She asked. Because it's you. I want to try everything with you. Her expression became thoughtful. You really want it? Fine. You want it now. He smiled. Not tonight, love. It's too late. We're both tired and won't be able to fully enjoy it. Tomorrow night, then? No. Then when do you want it? Once again, he leaned forward and whispered directly to her ear. On our honeymoon night. Oh, all right. Then she nodded. That's good. I'll have time to search it up and figure how to do it properly, and maybe practice it, too. His eyes narrowed in warning. It's fine if you read about it, but absolutely no pictures or videos, and certainly no live demonstrations from other people allowed. But it's for research and learning purposes. I don't care. Not allowed. Any questions you have about it, you ask. Me. You just said that you've never had it done to you before, so how would you know how to do it properly? He smirked. I also never French kissed before, nor had I had a blowjob, and certainly never had sex until I did all of these things and so much more with you. But we did just fine without any prior experience, didn't we? That shut her up. So my dear wife, there's nothing to worry about, he told her in a teasing voice. Let instinct take over like we always do, and we'll be just fine. That makes sense. And if you really need a reference, remember when you practiced performing passionate flames in front of me? Just imagine doing something similar to that, but only sexier. Understanding dawned on her before she frowned again. But you always push me down to make love without even letting me finish the entire song. Because you're too sexy, so it's hard to control myself. Then you still won't be able to control yourself when I do something sexier on our honeymoon, she argued. What's the point of doing it then? I promise that I'll control myself and wait until you finish at least an entire song before I ravish you on our honeymoon, he said while trying to infuse as much seriousness in his expression and tone as possible. Okay. Remember what you promised. If you break it, I would never do it again in the future, even if you beg me. I promise. So you want me to do it with passionate flames? A dark scowl descended on his face. As soon as he heard the idea. Absolutely not. You want me to listen to my brother's voice during our honeymoon? No way. Her giggles eased his ferocious expression and replaced it with amusement. You naughty girl. You did that on purpose. He gave her nose a gentle pinch when he saw the mischief dancing in her eyes. So you agree to do it? She nodded. Desire quickly replaced his amusement. I can't wait. Then you forgive me now for yelling at you and kicking you out? She asked in a hopeful tone. The bright smile on her face made him catch a breath. In one swift and smooth move, he swept her up in his arms and carried her like a bride before standing up and heading to their bedroom. Time to sleep, wife. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, husband. His smile was equally as bright as hers. A sweet wet heat woke up Jin Liwei a couple of hours later. His mind was still fuzzy from sleep, but his body was already burning and thrumming with overwhelming desire. He gasped and moaned as a strong sucking force sent a delicious surge of electricity directly from his loins to the rest of his body. His hand fisted the long, soft hair above his groin and gently guided the head up and down, eliciting a deep groan from him. "You're killing me," he gasped, his voice raspy from sleep. A sexy hum answered him from below his waist. Iris tightened her grip around the bottom of his hard shaft while she increased the up and down pace of her mouth. Her hands and mouth coordinated with each other as she watched through half-lidded eyes his every little reaction in order to optimize the pleasure that she wanted to give him. When the hard muscles on his flat stomach and legs started clenching, she knew that he was close. The hand grasping her hair had also tightened, and his chest heaved with rapid breaths. But before he could reach his climax, she released his erection from her mouth and stopped what she was doing. His eyes flew open and a curse escaped from his lips. Ferocity flashed in his eyes like a predator sighting an escaping prey. He looked like he was ready to pounce on her and throw her down on her back to the bed so that he could finish what she started. However, she immediately saw his intention and moved faster than him, pushing her hands on his torso and warning him with her eyes to stay put. "Xiaolan," he growled. "So now I'm back to being Xiaolan?" Her hand began stroking his erection once again, but it was too slow and too light for his liking. "What happened to calling me wife or Mrs. Jean like you did last night? Did husband already forget about it?" He covered her hand over his hard length with his other hand and tried to move it according to what he wanted, but met with resistance. "Faster, wife. Harder. Mrs. Jean, have mercy on your husband. Since you asked so nicely, wife will do as husband wishes." Then she lowered her head and once again took him inside her mouth. Jin Liwei's head fell back on the pillow with eyes tightly shut as he released a loud groan. His hips thrust up in a rhythmic motion while his hand continued gripping her hair to lock her head into place. He heard her whimper from his increasingly vigorous movements, but when she didn't do anything else to stop him, he continued until he could feel the tip of his shaft touching the back of her throat. The sensation of her swallowing whenever his tip touched her throat almost proved too much for him. He clenched his jaw tight and did his best to control his impending orgasm, drawing it out as long as possible to savor it and imprint it in his memory forever. This was the first time ever that his baby girl allowed him to go this deep and rough inside her mouth. It felt, without a doubt, like heaven. And then she bared her teeth and scraped it along his hard velvet shaft, while at the same time sucked him hard with all she got. Her hands weren't idle either. They squeezed and rubbed him until he began to tremble. His control finally snapped. He pushed her head down hard, and his hips gave a final thrust upwards. Then he spilled a powerful gush of his hot liquid release inside her mouth. He could feel her swallowing everything as much as she could, prolonging his climax and making him moan and pant and twitch like an out-of-control wreck. Everything went white then black for a few moments afterwards. When he became aware of his surroundings again, his baby girl was now cuddling beside him. She looked messy and utterly spent, her lips a little swollen. He had never seen anything sexier than this sight. His mouth curved into a smug, rotten smile. "Wow," he breathed out. "That was an incredible way to wake me up." Her only response was a grunt before she burrowed closer to his body below his armpit. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but the alarm clock on his bedside table began ringing. Sighing, he turned it off before facing his exhausted baby girl. "Wake up, love," he said, nuzzling her forehead. "No," she whined. "I start late today, so let me sleep longer." "I know, but I want you to wash your mouth first before you go back to sleep. I don't want my semen sitting in your throat for too long. It might affect your voice." She opened her eyes and pouted, but still nodded. He helped her get up from the bed while listening to her complaining about him. "It's your fault," she muttered. "You released so much inside my mouth. It's not like I let you become too pent up these days. How do you expect me to react when you wake me up in such an amazing way? Baby, that was my way of thanking and appreciating you. It means that I love what you did. Really." And her expression improved and she stopped complaining. She even smiled. He was relieved and felt like he escaped an onset of one of her extreme mood swings. A big few. They headed to the bathroom, still wearing their satin sleeping robes, only they were loose and untied from their passionate activity a few minutes ago. He didn't immediately hop in the shower, choosing instead to watch his baby girl clean herself up on the sink. His mind was clear now that he was completely awake, so he was able to think about what just happened on the bed. When she was done gurgling, he asked, "Did you do that because we fought last night?" Her expression told him the answer. Jin Liwei sighed. The delight and satisfaction he felt from what happened on the bed decreased a little. I want to let you know that I don't expect you to pleasure me just because you feel guilty that we fought. Regarding my 2 requests as payback from last night, they're just my way of teasing you. If you really don't want to do any of them, I'll understand and respect your decision. I won't force you. You know that, right? I never want to make you feel obligated to pleasure me, especially if it's due to guilt. I want our pleasure to be mutual and natural. He saw her open her mouth, about to deny what he said, but thought better of it and closed her mouth. Good. His baby girl was always honest. She couldn't deny what he said. Okay, Iris said, her expression a little unhappy. Come here. He opened his arms, and she threw herself in his embrace. She rubbed her face on his chest and began inhaling his scent deeply. He held her tighter and kissed her forehead. Don't worry about it anymore, he told her. But let me just repeat myself so you won't misunderstand our conversation. I really enjoyed how you woke me up today. It was so hot. I love it. She lifted her face so that they were looking at each other. You want to do it again? By itself, the question sounded flirty, but when she asked it, there was a genuine, innocent curiosity in her tone and expression. It made Jin Liwei once again wonder how she could remain so innocent despite all of the carnal deeds they already performed together. His baby girl was indeed special, and he would do anything and everything beyond his power to keep her with him for the rest of eternity. Of course I want to do it again, he replied. Okay. His eyebrows went up in surprise. Are you sure? Isn't it too rough for you? It's okay if it's only sometimes. Excitement bubbled inside him. He almost couldn't wait until the next time she woke him up like that. His groin started to stir and stiffen at the mere thought of it. And of course she felt it. Speaking of pleasuring me, I haven't pleasured you yet, he said, his voice becoming husky. One of his hands was already trailing down her back and reached her buttocks. He palmed one of the plump cheeks and gave it a light squeeze through the thin satin robe. Liwei, I can't right now. I don't have enough energy. I want to, but I can't because then I won't be able to function properly when I go to work later. Her regretful tone sounded so adorable that he couldn't stop himself from giving her but cheek another squeeze. All right, I understand. Go back to sleep. I'll get ready for work now. She nodded with a yawn and was about to return to bed when he remembered something. Wait. She blinked sleepy eyes at him. Go home once you finish your photo shoot today. I know that you have plans on going to your companies later, but skip that for now. She frowned. Why? I'll go home early later today as well, before dinner. I want to talk to you about something. Her frown deepened. Talk about what? We'll talk about it later. Is it something bad? No, he assured her. It was something good. Not just good. It was something absolutely wonderful, if his suspicion was correct. The items he requested from his butler last night would hopefully give them an answer by tonight. He couldn't wait. And if his suspicion was indeed proven correct, his first order of business was to reassure his baby girl that everything would be all right and that she didn't need to fear anything. Although her curiosity was piqued, Iris still nodded and accepted his arrangement. Fine. I'll wait until tonight to discuss whatever you want to talk about. And I'll arrange lunch to be sent to you, as usual later. No need, love, he said. I won't be at the company at lunchtime. I'll be out of town to visit one of our construction projects for an official inspection, so I'll take our partners and the project leaders to a restaurant for lunch instead. Oh, okay. Then her brows drew together. Wait, construction site? Is it dangerous? There's no need to worry, love. Everyone wears protective safety gear before entering the site. I'll wear a complete set too, of course. Besides, I've visited many construction sites before for inspection and nothing bad happened to me yet. Still, you be careful, she insisted. Call me after you're done with the inspection. I want to know that you're safe. All right. She studied his face for a few seconds before reluctantly feeling reassured. He gave her a light peck on the lips and a pat on the butt before instructing her to return to bed and sleep. However, she didn't leave right away, waiting for him instead to shrug his sleeping robe off and taking it with her. He didn't think too much about it until later when he saw her sleeping on the bed after he finished showering. His baby girl had wrapped his robe all around his pillow and was hugging it close to her body. All of her limbs were coiled around the poor pillow, looking like she wanted to suffocate it to death. Her face was pressed on it, no doubt because she wanted to sleep while smelling his scent on the robe. This recent weird behavior of hers caused him to feel all warm inside. His wife was obsessed with his scent, so of course he was all for it. In addition, she had other little changes to her usual behaviors. It wasn't only her. Even their cats were acting unusually clingy to her lately, always wanting to stay by her side, especially the mercurial ice cream. All of these made him believe that his suspicion might just be for real. A smile formed on his lips at the possibility. Visiting a construction site for inspection was routine work for Jin Liwei. The moment he decided for himself that he really wanted to succeed as the next head of Jin Corporation back when he was still a teenager, he immediately became serious working for the company. He shadowed his father, the former president CEO, in order to learn how to run their company firsthand. The most valuable lessons that he learned about business came from Grandpa Lu, though, but only when the old man wasn't gallivanting around the world. Part of his learning experience was accompanying his father to construction sites for project inspections. It was something expected of the company head, so he had to train for it. He had inspected countless construction sites since he was a teenager that now it had become not that big of a deal, just part of work. This was why he wasn't worried at all when he traveled out of town to visit this particular construction site today with his assistant Su Tian and the other key figures that he assigned to manage the project. All of them wore safety gears as they toured inside the place and greeted all the workers who stopped what they were doing to stand in attention to him, the president CEO. At the moment, they were on the ground floor looking around the interior of the huge building currently being constructed. Everything still looked like a skeleton, but Jin Liwei could already imagine how it would look like once it was finished based on how the chief engineer and the project manager were explaining and describing the details to him. While they moved to another area, he turned to his assistant and asked in a quiet voice, "Any updates from Shilon?" Dominic texted just now saying that Miss Long is finishing up her photo shoot, Su Tian answered. "Young madam." Su Tian was confused. "Sir, address Shilon as young madam or Mrs. Jean. She's going to be my wife soon." "Understood, President. My apologies." Su Tian's phone lit up and vibrated. It was another message from Dominic. "Young madam just finished her photo shoot. It seems that she's on a roll today, so they wrapped up early. The photographer is very pleased with young madam. They're now preparing to leave." "Good," Jin Liwei said with a nod. "Ask Dominic how she's feeling." Su Tian typed quickly on his phone. Just a few seconds later, Dominic's reply arrived. "It says that the young madam is feeling a little dizzy because she didn't get enough sleep last night." "Oh," Dominic sent a photo. Jin Liwei took the phone and viewed the photo. It showed his baby girl curled on a sofa in what looked like a busy dressing room where various clothing, accessories, makeup, snacks, and other whatnot were strewn all over the place. But what caught his attention was the pillow she was hugging like a teddy bear. It was his pillow she wrapped with his sleeping robe this morning. Her nose was pressed against it, no doubt, taking comfort in smelling his scent. The sight made his mouth curve upwards, even as he worried about her dizziness at the same time. They now reached their next location, so he handed the phone back to Su Tian, but not before instructing him. "Remind Dominic and the others to take Shilon straight home and to take care of her." "Yes, President." "Also take some photos of me during today's inspection and send them to her. Then tell her that I'm safe, so there's no need to worry about me." Su Tian was a bit surprised by the first part of the instruction, so he was a couple of beats slow before responding. "Yes, understood, President." The inspection lasted well past lunchtime. They were a little behind schedule because Jin Liwei noticed some issues during the tour and had to discuss solutions with the team. While all of these were happening, Su Tian followed Jin Liwei's instructions and was taking candid photos of him from every angle. The others were all looking at him weirdly at first, but when they noticed that their president CEO wasn't reprimanding him but was even allowing him to take pictures, they stopped bothering about it. Su Tian then chose the best shots among the photos and sent them all to Miss Long. "Oops, it should be young madam now." Finally, the inspection was over. Everyone released a big sigh of relief. They were all tense the entire time due to the president CEO's presence. "Let's head out for lunch," Jin Liwei announced, prompting big smiles from everyone. Some stomachs even gave loud rumbles in response. Su Tian's phone vibrated again. He looked quite surprised when he read the message. Then he leaned closer to Jin Liwei and whispered, "The young madam says that since you didn't let her send you lunch today, she'll send lunches to all the construction workers here instead. She booked a couple of eateries nearby to deliver food for everyone. Oh, Jin Liwei raised both eyebrows before his usual icy expression melted a little to reveal a doting smile, causing the people around him to stare at him like idiots. Do we get a share of the lunch, too? No, sir. We don't get any. Only the construction workers. The young madam says that President already told her that you'll be treating the higher-ups in this project to a restaurant for lunch. Su Tian hesitated before asking, "Do I ask the young madam to give us lunches instead?" Jin Liwei chuckled. "No need. Tell Xiaolan I received her unspoken message and learned my lesson to not forget about the construction workers next time. And also, make sure that everyone knows that it's my fiancé who's providing them with lunch today." Su Tian obeyed and immediately worked on fulfilling his boss instructions, while the others remained in shock at seeing their president CEO not only smiling but also laughing today. It seemed that the rumors about him mellowing due to his celeb fiancée Iris Long was indeed true. Within the organized mess called the construction site, a new shipment of steel pipes had just arrived. They were in different sizes, from small, thin ones to huge, thick structural pipes. Individually, an average steel pipe was quite lightweight compared to its sturdy appearance. But since these pipes were packaged in huge industrial bundles, they weighed a few tons altogether. The foreman was in charge of ensuring that the correct sets of pipes were delivered to the right place within the construction site. He was almost finished giving out instructions when his full bladder complained, giving him no choice but to answer nature's call right away. He called another senior colleague to finish up the task. "These are the last bundles. They go to the ground floor. Just make sure that before they're moved there, you check that all the ties holding them together are secure so they won't fall all over the place while being transported." After giving instructions, the foreman rushed to the nearest portable toilet. His colleague was also experienced, so he took no issue in handling the task. He began checking the remaining bundles with an expert eye. But before he could finish checking the final bundle of regular plumbing pipes, another colleague called him for help. Seeing that all the other bundles had no problems, he only gave a cursory glance at the final bundle and deemed it safe before leaving to help his colleague. After he left, another group of construction workers arrived. Although the foreman was not present, they found the written marks on the pipes indicating that they had already been checked, so they didn't waste any time transporting the pipes to where they were supposed to go. Unknown to them, the final bundle of steel pipes began to loosen from their packaging. The ties holding the pipes together looked worn and in danger of breaking. The good thing was that the pipes only needed to be transported to the building's ground floor, so the distance was shorter compared to the other bundles, which needed to be lifted to the upper floors by crane. The ties held on and didn't break after arriving at their designated place in the ground floor. Even then, the ties continued to stretch, silently breaking apart little by little. But nobody noticed. ####. The food that Iris ordered for the construction workers started arriving by the time Jin Liwei and his entourage made their way back to the ground floor of the unfinished building. Delicious aroma permeated the air and made everyone salivate. There was nothing fancy about the lunch, but the portions were big and the dishes familiar. They were guaranteed to satisfy the workers' hungry stomachs. There was a selection of different types of desserts included as well. Su Tian stepped forward and announced that everything was ordered by President Jin's fiancée, which most of them already knew was the celebrity Iris Long. It caused an uproar not only among the construction workers, but also to the people in the middle of delivering the food. "Holy shit," one of the younger delivery guys exclaimed. "Don't tell me that the man my mom was taking the orders from on the phone earlier was the famous Dom Chua, boss Iris' best friend and assistant extraordinaire? If I knew, I would have snatched the phone from my mom and took the lunch orders myself so that I could brag about it to my fellow Black Stars online." Within minutes, the news that Iris Long ordered a generous lunch feast for all the manual workers who were working on a Gene Corporation project spread all over the internet. Once the Black Stars learned about it, they descended in droves and shared the news like crazy online. They were all very proud and couldn't stop praising their boss Iris to the heavens as the most generous woman in the world. The news spread so fast that even a few major news outlets decided to feature it, mostly because it involved not only Iris Long, but also Gene Corporation. Multi-award-winning musician Iris Long generously orders warm lunch for hundreds of construction workers. Iris Long serious about taking on role as next Madame Jin by feeding fiancé CEO Jin's employees. Celebrity Iris Long to leave showbiz career after marriage to focus on cementing position as CEO Jin Liwei's wife. Critic, what generous. Iris Long only putting up fake appearances to be worthy of Madame Jin title in public. Different speculations were being thrown around online about the real reason why Iris Long gave out lunch for hundreds of construction workers. Many praised her, but there were also quite a number of haters who accused her of having ulterior motives and only pretending to be generous for the sake of looking good to the public. It didn't take long before the Slipper Army was summoned among the Black Stars to scold and troll all those criticizing their boss Iris. Prominent troll leader Kitty Baby, who was quickly surpassing the original Slipper Army leader I Eat Slippers in infamy, led the charge online. Her precise and lightning-quick attacks silenced the critics in no time. Back at the construction site, the people weren't aware that all this drama was happening on the internet. They were busy feeling excited about the food. After learning from Su Tian that it was Iris Long who ordered the food for them, the workers thanked her in front of Jin Liwei, even though they were nervous of talking to him. Some even felt scared. But upon seeing his easygoing attitude and accepting their thanks, which was the complete opposite of his usual icy one, they couldn't stop themselves from being shocked speechless. Damn, this is unbelievable, they whispered among themselves. If I didn't see it with own eyes, I would say that you're lying if you told me that President Jin is capable of giving a sincere-looking smile. Now we know to use Iris Long's name the next time the president scolds us. Maybe he won't be as scary like usual. They nodded at each other in agreement. Jin Liwei didn't leave. Immediately, deciding to stay and watch for a little while until most of the workers received their lunch. Since he didn't move, the elite group accompanying him didn't dare rush him even though their own stomachs protested in hunger. Their eyes roamed, filled with envy, at the workers who were enjoying their delicious-smelling food before them. It was only when some of them could no longer conceal their loud, grumbling stomachs did Jin Liwei turn to them. My fiancée didn't reserve any shares for us because she knew that I have plans on taking you out for lunch, he said. Too bad. You're stuck going with me to another place. You'll need to wait a little longer before you can eat. A series of "that's okay, we can wait," and "no problem" answered him. He nodded and gestured for them to follow him. But before they could reach the exit, the loud screech of clanging metals assaulted everyone's ears. Jin Liwei's quick reflexes allowed him to save himself, but then he saw the slower Su Tian in danger. Not thinking about anything else, he returned and reached out to save his assistant. President! Shouts of warning and horror surrounded him, but all he could feel was immense shock and pain from the hard impact. Then it was chaos. Hashtag. Jin Liwei inhaled sharply as the doctor wrapped the final length of bandage around his torso. He clenched his jaw tight to prevent himself from cursing due to the pain. He was sitting on the edge of the bed inside the hospital's private room. The room was relatively quiet despite the number of medical staff going in and out of the room in an effort to take care of him and make him as comfortable as possible. Even the hospital director was informed of his presence and promised to drop by to visit him later before he left. On the sofa opposite him sat Su Tian, who was also being treated by a nurse. His assistant looked terrible with angry scratches and bloody scrapes all over his face, hands and legs because Jin Liwei pushed him face down to the ground when he saved the man from the falling metal pipes. Jin Liwei, on the other hand, looked better with very little external wounds on his body. He only had a couple of small scratches on his hands. His appearance, however, was very deceptive because he unfortunately took the brunt of the impact when the metal pipes landed on his back after shielding his assistant under him. The doctor told him that, medically speaking, his overall injuries were far worse compared to what Su Tian sustained. Unlike Su Tian's external wounds, his injuries were mostly internal. Before the doctor treated and bandaged him, his entire back down to his posterior hips and thighs were all swollen and covered with ugly, different-colored bruises. He wasn't going to lie. In all honesty, Jin Liwei felt like a truck had ran over him. He was bruised and battered, but thankfully still alive and kicking. That was the most important thing. You're lucky that the pipes didn't hit your head or break any bones, the doctor said after he was finished bandaging him. Your initial scans show that none of your organs have been injured. The safety protective gear and thick jacket protected you. No serious excessive internal bleeding either, which is very good, but those bruises are going to hurt like hell. Please excuse my language. So don't hesitate to take the pain medications that I prescribed you." Jin Liwei could only grunt in assent. It hurt like a son of bitch, but fortunately, he could feel that the pain meds were starting to slowly kick in. "Your second brother is in the middle of performing a surgery right now, but I already instructed someone to inform him when he's done that you're here. I'm sure that he'll see you later." "There's no need to do that, but thank you, doctor," Jin Liwei said, already feeling slightly better from the pain meds. "You're welcome. Rest here for now. I'll come back later after I receive the results of your other medical tests. You don't need to stay here at the hospital overnight, but you need to carefully follow my home care instructions if you want to recover as quickly as possible." Jin Liwei nodded and moved to lie down on his stomach on the bed while the doctor talked to Su Tian next. He couldn't wait for the doctor and nurses to leave so that he could call his baby girl, who was most likely freaking out right now. He needed to reassure her that he was now safe. Ketchup had immediately informed Iris right after he got injured, despite there having no surveillance cameras in the area where the accident occurred. The cat AI had her own unique methods programmed by her creator mother, the great hacker Draken. Right now, his company was investigating the accident. After all, the president CEO was injured. Even without being told, he was certain that his hacker wife and cat daughter were also performing their own investigation from afar. With two computer geniuses like them, he should learn about what really caused the accident soon. He also requested the hacker mother and daughter's help in suppressing the news about his accident from spreading to the public, in addition to his company's efforts to do the same thing. This was to prevent any hidden vultures from taking advantage of the situation and using his injury to pull him down from his lofty position. The malicious ones would probably even accuse Gene Corporation for not following proper safety protocols because of the accident and splash mud all over his company's reputation. As the company head, there was no way he was going to allow any of these to happen. He always ensured that all Gene Corporation projects followed strict safety protocols. Accidents happened in the past, but nothing major, and always through no direct fault of his company. He was hoping that this time was no different. There was no use fretting about the real cause of the accident at the moment. All Jin Liwei could do was wait until the investigation results were out. Only then could he decide what the appropriate thing to do next. When the accident happened earlier, everything was in chaos. The construction site was located in a rural area out of town. It was a place that Gene Corporation predicted would prosper in the future. So his company decided to spend an enormous fortune to develop it right now in the hopes of being the first ones to reap the biggest rewards when the time came. Because the area was so underdeveloped, there were no hospitals or any good modern clinics nearby. If this was a normal situation, there was no need to worry about it because there were always some medical practitioners hired to be on duty in all construction projects funded by Gene Corporation. The problem this time was that the one injured was Jin Liwei, the president CEO. The nurse on site immediately became intimidated in front of him, the big boss, that she almost forgot her medical training at the beginning. It was only when she calmed down a few minutes later that she started patching him up before recommending him to go to a hospital and see a doctor. Since there were no hospitals or clinics nearby, Jin Liwei decided to return to the city. It was a good thing that he took the helicopter to come to the out-of-town construction site. So he took it again to fly straight to the city hospital where his second brother Wang Ingjia worked. It was a painful ride, but nothing he couldn't handle. He knew that his baby girl experienced far worse injuries in the past, like that car accident that sent her into coma for the first time, and that bomb incident which almost sent his soul flying out of his body when he first heard about it. "President," Su Tian called, interrupting Jin Liwei's thoughts. From his position on the bed, where he was lying on his stomach, Jin Liwei looked at his assistant, who was still being poked and prodded by the doctor. "I'm so sorry, sir," Su Tian said, his face filled with guilt. "If you didn't save me, you wouldn't have been. You've apologized to me so many times already. I don't want to hear about it anymore. But, sir, it's my decision to save you, and I don't regret it. I know that if our situations were reversed, you would also save me. Of course, but don't disturb me anymore. I need to rest," Jin Liwei said before closing his eyes. Silence. After a minute, Jin Liwei heard Su Tian say, "Thank you very much for saving me, President. I owe you my life." This is a lifelong debt that I'll surely find a way to repay someday. Jin Liwei opened his eyes and was about to reply when the door opened with a bang and a frantic figure rushed towards him. He immediately tried sitting up, but froze and winced instead. However, he didn't give a damn about his pain at the moment. All he cared about right now was his baby girl who looked like she was about to rocket launch herself to him if she could. Slow down, love. She didn't hear him and even sped up. Don't run, he cautioned again. Liwei, Iris exclaimed when she finally reached the bed. She looked like she wanted to throw herself at him, but stopped after seeing the thick bandages covering his torso. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she was doing her best not to let them fall. She roved her eyes up and down his entire body, as if trying to make sure that all his limbs were still attached to where they were supposed to be. Jin Liwei tried sitting up again. Be careful. Iris' voice was shrill. She reached out and helped him sit up on the bed. I'm fine, love. Don't treat me like a fragile old man with creaky bones. She didn't speak, only giving out a pained sound from her tight throat. Behind her, Dom also entered the room and closed the door behind him. Jin Liwei only gave the also teary Dom a perfunctory nod before focusing his entire attention on his distraught baby girl. When Jin Liwei finally managed to sit on the edge of the bed, she framed his head between her hands, holding his face with extreme gentleness. His cheeks could feel the tremor of her hands. He placed both of his hands over hers, trying to calm her down with his touch. The rapid rise and fall of her chest and her pale complexion indicated how worried she was. And in turn, it worried him seeing her like this. But before he could once again reassure her that he was fine, she turned her head and spoke to the doctor who was still inside the room. Doctor, what's my fiancé's condition? Jin Liwei saw his baby girl visibly pale even further than she already was when the doctor explained everything to her without sugarcoating anything. He couldn't stop himself from interrupting because she looked like she was going to have a heart attack any moment now. It sounds serious with all the medical terms the doctor is using, he said. But actually, the bruises are the worst of it. I'll heal soon, so don't worry anymore. She turned her head back at him. Her nostrils flared as she glared. Don't worry. You're telling me don't worry? That's not what I already told you this morning before you left home to be careful, didn't I? Her voice became shriller and shriller the more words flew out of her mouth. You said that you'll be fine, but then I receive a call saying that you got into an accident. Do you know how frightened I was? And now that I see you, you're like a mummy covered in bandages. How can you tell me not to worry? Jin Liwei pulled his hysterical baby girl in his arms and wrapped her trembling body in a tight embrace. His face tightened to prevent himself from grimacing from the pain. He saw the doctor step forward, about to stop them from aggravating his injuries, but Jin Liwei shot a cold glare at the older man. The doctor sighed and shook his head before silently excusing himself and the nurse from the room to give the couple some privacy. Su Tian, with his ugly wounds, also followed suit and pulled Dom with him out of the room. SSSHH. Jin Liwei ran his hand up and down her back, trying to soothe her. I'm sorry for worrying you, but look at me. I'm safe and alive. That's what's important. His chest tightened in distress when he felt her tears soaking his shoulder. I'm okay. I'll be okay. So please don't cry anymore. You can't die, Liwei, she cried, her voice shaky. You can't. You're not allowed to die and leave me. Yes, I won't. I'll kill you if you die. His mouth twitched. I'm serious. Yes, of course, he quickly said. I know that you're serious. I don't want to be a widow. She was crying so hard now that she started to hiccup. He inhaled sharply, hearing her words which shot straight to his heart and filled it with a mixture of love and pain. Love, for positioning herself as his wife with such a serious and emotional tone even when they weren't officially married yet. And pain, for thinking of the possibility that he would leave her a widow so soon. I won't leave you, he swore to her in his most solemn voice. That seemed to finally calm her down. The trembling of her body eased, and she started to relax in his embrace. Her tears also slowed down, no longer soaking his shoulder so much. He could still hear small whimpers escaping from her lips, though. I'm sorry, she whispered. What for? You're the one injured, so I should be the one taking care of you. SSSHH, don't think too much. I'm fine. He kissed her hair. I love you. He smiled. I love you too. So much. She took a deep breath and inhaled his scent. Then she closed her eyes and melted in his arms. She now allowed herself to fully relax in their current position. He sitting on the edge of the bed, and she leaning on him in his embrace between his legs. She murmured something, but her voice was too soft for him to catch it. "Did you say something?" She didn't answer. Instead, her head lolled back at the same time her knees buckled. His arms caught her on instinct. "Xiaolon? Hey, what's happening to you?" His heart stopped for a few beats before it started galloping inside his chest like it wanted to jump out. He looked down, and her body sagged on him like a rag doll. "Don't do this to me. Wake up, baby." He shook her and patted her cheeks, but she didn't respond. His jerky movements caused his injuries to hurt, but he didn't give a damn. His heart continued hammering, even as he grew increasingly frightened seeing her pallor and feeling the cold touch of her skin. No, this wasn't happening. No, no, no. Not again. Xiaolon. ####. When Iris' eyes fluttered open, her mind felt hazy. She found herself lying on a bed and looking up at a white ceiling. Her brows furrowed in confusion at the unfamiliar place. "Where am I?" she croaked before noticing that she was hooked to an 4-drip. What happened? The small bag of clear fluid hanging above was almost empty, indicating that she had been unconscious for quite some time. A tiny prick of pain also caught her attention, from where a cotton ball and tape were stuck on her inner forearm. It looked like her blood was drawn. "You're awake." A shadow fell over her. "Thank God. I was so worried." She looked at the person sitting on the bed beside her. It took a few seconds before her memory returned. She remembered feeling upset and crying in her man's arms. After losing control of her emotions, which seemed to happen quite a lot lately, she somehow managed to calm down after being comforted by him. All she could feel after calming down was tremendous relief that her man returned to her safe and alive. As she relaxed in his embrace, the dizziness hit her and everything went black. Huh? What? Her wandering mind returned to the present upon noticing that her man was talking to her. "You said something just now when you woke up," Jin Liwei said. "It's in Russian, I think." Oh. She didn't realize that she spoke in Russian while her mind was not in a fully awakened state yet. Jin Liwei could already recognize the language even though he couldn't understand it. He already got used to hearing her conversing with either her big brother or Ketchup in Russian whenever they felt like it. When she didn't immediately answer, Jin Liwei didn't bother about it anymore. He was more concerned about her well-being. "How are you feeling? The doctor said that you only lost consciousness and that you'll soon wake up. But I thought that you fell into coma again." His voice was hoarse and his eyes reddened. Iris' chest tightened seeing him like this. She could feel the fear and worry for her emanating from him. What upset her even more was that he was supposed to be the patient today, yet here she was lying on his hospital bed. Why had she become so useless like this? It was so infuriating. Ugh. She wanted to punch something to ease her frustration. They were interrupted when the door opened. Both of them looked over and saw Wang Yingjie walk inside wearing his white lab coat and holding a folder. They greeted each other. Jin Liwei eyed the folder. "You have the test results?" Iris sat up on the bed beside Jin Liwei. Then she looked at the two men, confused at what they were talking about. "What test results?" "Liwei's. I want to know what his test results say. Is he really fine?" "No, not third brother's," Wang Yingjie replied. "His test results are all done, and my colleague already conveyed it to third brother earlier. Don't worry, because your man will be just fine after his bruises heal." "Oh, that's good." Relief flooded her. She had already forgotten that she was feeling frustrated and even wanted to punch something before Wang Yingjie arrived. It was as if it never happened. Now she smiled at Jin Liwei, who draped an arm over her shoulders. Wang Yingjie continued talking. "These are yours, Xiaolon. I'm glad that you're awake now because I prefer to tell the results to both of you together." She frowned, feeling more confused than ever. "Mine." Wang Yingjie gave her an apologetic smile. "I took some of your blood while you were unconscious to conduct some tests." "Why? Is there something wrong with me?" She paused and thought about it. "There must be something wrong with me, right? I've been feeling off lately, and I fainted just now. Second brother, what are my test results? Please hurry and tell us." Jin Liwei's arm tightened around her shoulders, but she didn't bother with it. Both of them leaned forward to listen to Wang Yingjie announce her test results, whatever they may be. Sensing the weird atmosphere, she began to feel nervous. Was something really wrong with her health? Wang Yingjie studied the two of them first. The couple felt too nervous that they missed the mischievous glint in their second brother's eyes before he quickly hit it. I'll announce the results later. Second brother, Jin Liwei growled. Wang Yingjie ignored his third brother's dissatisfaction. Let's do something else first. I'll remove your foredrip now, Xiaolon. Then I'll take you to another place in the hospital. What about my test results? Iris' curiosity burned, and in turn, worsened her nervousness into full-blown anxiety. I'll tell you later, Wang Yingjie said with his neutral doctor's smile. His smile failed to reassure her at the moment, especially with the way he was acting so mysterious and refusing to announce her test results. It was making her think of the worst-case scenario. Maybe she was terminally ill and was going to die soon? No, she had already died once before. She already accepted her tragic fate in her past life, but there was no way that she was going to accept dying so soon in her current life. Leave Jin Liwei and make him a widower? Over her dead body. That was not the correct expression she wanted to use right now. In any case, she didn't want to die just yet. She wanted to live a long life this time and enjoy a loving marriage with Jin Liwei and build a happy family together while also pursuing all of her dreams. Big dreams and small dreams. She was going to achieve all of them with Jin Liwei. After the four puncture on her hand was patched up, Wang Yingjie led the couple out of their private room. The hospital was big and busy, but this special wing ensured privacy for VIPs like them. They arrived at a smaller room that had a familiar machine with a monitor. Lay on the examination bed, Xiaolon. Wang Yingjie instructed before sanitizing his hands and snapping on a pair of gloves. Iris glanced at Jin Liwei, who somehow calmed down after entering the room and seeing all the equipment inside. He even looked like he already had an idea what was going on. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said of Iris. Her confusion and anxiety were only growing stronger by the second. Her voice was shrill when she said, "Tell me what's really going on." "Relax, Xiaolon," Wang Yingjie said as he tinkered the controls of the machine. "You'll be just fine. Love, lie down on the bed," Jin Liwei said next in a gentle voice. "Second brother is an excellent doctor. We can always trust him. Let's do as he says, all right." She opened her mouth to argue, but finally relented after seeing her man's expression, which oozed with reassurance. "Fine," she muttered before scolding Jin Liwei, who moved to help her. "I can get on the bed by myself. Don't move too much or you'll aggravate your injuries." Thankfully, he didn't argue and allowed her to get on the bed by herself. He held her hand after she took a lying position on the bed. Both of them watched Wang Yingjie finish preparing. "Uncover your stomach for me," he instructed. She obeyed and flinched a little when Wang Yingjie squirted a generous amount of gel on her flat stomach. Good thing that it had been warmed up beforehand. It lessened the uncomfortable feeling as Wang Yingjie used the ultrasound transducer probe to spread the gel all over. "I'll have to press a little hard," Wang Yingjie told her. "Bear with it for now. It'll be over soon." She nodded and felt Jin Liwei give her hand a comforting squeeze. Everyone was silent while Wang Yingjie glided the probe on Iris's abdomen down to her pelvis and clicked on the controls of the ultrasound machine. Iris waited with bated breath. "Look here," Wang Yingjie said, finally breaking the nerve-wracking silence for Iris. He pointed at what looked like two small beans on the monitor. "You have two growths inside, Xiaolon." Her eyes widened with dread. "Two. Are they dangerous?" "Second brother, you're a surgeon. Take them out of me." Jin Liwei remained quiet and instead waited for his second brother to clearly explain everything. Wang Yingjie gave another neutral smile. "I don't think you'll want me to take these two out. You can't take them out safely? They're that dangerous." Iris was now starting to freak out. "Second brother, you're scaring Xiaolon too much," Jin Liwei said. "Why don't you just tell us what's really going on?" Wang Yingjie chuckled. "I think you already have an idea, third brother." Iris looked back and forth between the two men. Seeing her man's demeanor, which was the total opposite of hers, she also started to calm down. If Jin Liwei wasn't worried, she didn't have anything to worry about. She trusted him more than anyone else. "Look here again." Wang Yingjie pointed at the ultrasound monitor. "This little bean here is baby A, and this other one is baby B." Then he once again faced them and gave a big smile. "Congratulations. You two are going to become parents to twins in a few months." Iris' mind went blank. What? Wang Yingjie was calm as he told her. "Xiaolon, you're pregnant. You're going to be a mother." Her breath caught in her throat. She stared wide-eyed at the two little beings shown on the monitor with a mixture of shock and wonder. Then panic and fear rushed in, overwhelming her until her chest tightened and she felt suffocated. Breathe, love. Come on. Breathe. Liwei swooped in and forced her to look at him with a firm touch. Everything will be fine. Believe me. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll be with you every step of the way. She nodded because, yes, she believed in him. And it was all she could do at the moment because she was frozen speechless. Jin Liwei looked very calm, so she focused on him until she no longer felt like having a heart attack. His mere presence alone centered her and lightened the heavy emotions currently shaking her entire being. Afterwards, she noticed that he wasn't showing any emotions except for utter calmness. Grabbing his hand, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you happy?" His lips only showed a small, restrained smile, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be faked. It lit up his entire face and shot straight to her heart. And he didn't add any other words, but that didn't detract from the delight and excitement emanating from him. His emotions were so infectious that Iris also started smiling. And when she finally smiled, Jin Liwei no longer restrained himself. He grinned like a man who just won the entire world and all the good things in it. They grinned at each other like two stupid idiots. Iris turned to look at the monitor again. The two little beings didn't resemble anything human just yet, but second brother said that they were her babies. Her babies. Hers and Jin Liwei's. It was as if the proverbial scales on her eyes fell off. All the signs and symptoms she had been experiencing in the past few days. Now everything made sense. Perhaps she subconsciously rejected the idea that she might be pregnant even after experiencing all the tiredness, cravings for sweets, breast tenderness, and mood swings because just the thought alone of becoming a mother was enough to make her tremble in fear. But now, her mind cleared. She now realized how her fear narrowed the scope of her usual logic and made her completely misread why she was feeling so off lately. The fear shut down the possibility in her mind that she might be pregnant. It made her attribute all the signs and symptoms as mere results of exhaustion due to her busy work schedule. She mentally berated herself for not realizing that she was pregnant sooner. Even when Dom, the household staff, and her bodyguards started treating her with extra care because Jin Liwei most likely hinted at them that she might be pregnant, she only brushed all these aside as her man acting overprotective and overthinking about her well-being as usual. Her thoughts were interrupted when Jin Liwei leaned over and kissed her on the mouth. It was a messy kiss, but she could feel his happiness through it. The kiss didn't last long because he once again forced her to look at him. His expression was serious when he asked, "How about you? Are you happy?" She didn't even think about it before nodding. "Really? Yes, really." She puckered her lips, asking for another kiss, hoping that it would make him stop, doubting that she was also happy. He complied with her silent request and dipped down his head to give her a sweet peck on the lips. "I'm glad," he murmured. "I'm happy because you're happy," she thought but didn't say out loud. His gaze at her was filled with tenderness. "This baby." "Babies," she corrected. "There are two of them." He chuckled. "Yes, indeed. There are two babies. They're blessings to us, love. We're going to become so much happier when they join our family, I promise." "I hate to interrupt your moment, but let's wipe the gel off from Xiaolan's belly and cover her up first," Wang Yingjie said. "I don't want her exposed to the cold, especially right now that we've confirmed she's pregnant. We need to be extra careful with her health because the first trimester is the most dangerous." Jin Liwei instantly became serious. He took the paper towel from his second brother and wiped Iris' belly himself. After he was done, he bent down and gave her still flat abdomen a loud, smacking kiss and a gentle rub. "Hello, babies. I'm your dad. Be good and grow healthy inside there. Don't bother your mom too much, all right? We're very excited to meet you." Iris' eyes reddened. Watching him talking to her belly like this, it was now beginning to really sink in that she was really pregnant, that she was going to be a mother. It was really happening. The fear was still there, but seeing her man's joy and excitement tamped the negative feeling down. With Jin Liwei beside her, she felt like she could do anything. And if she was going to be a mother, then so be it. ####. Chapter title, Pregnant. The three left the ultrasound room and returned to Jin Liwei's private room together. Wang Yingjie finally showed the couple Iris' positive pregnancy test result. "I guess your appointment with me on the weekend is no longer needed," Wang Yingjie said. Iris was too absorbed reading every word of her test result to respond, so Jin Liwei thanked his second brother on behalf of them. Second brother, we owe you one, he said. I know that your schedule is packed with surgeries, but you still made time for us. You're welcome, third brother. Don't worry about it. We're family. But from here on, it's best for an OBGYN to start looking after Xiaolan now that we've confirmed that she's indeed pregnant. I'm a surgeon, so prenatal care is not my specialty. Jin Liwei nodded. I understand. We'll do that. If you're not satisfied with Xiaolan's current OBGYN, given that you haven't seen that doctor, and came to me instead ever since you started suspecting that she might be pregnant, I can refer you to someone else who I'll guarantee will be very discreet. Iris replied before Jin Liwei could do so. Yes, let's do that. Thank you, second brother. Since he was already there, Wang Yingjie gave Iris a general checkup. She suddenly remembered something and brought it up with a concerned expression. I sensed that Liwei had been suspecting that I've been pregnant all along, but the idea was completely erased from my mind because I thought I menstruated last week. Yes, it was very light, but I still bled. It didn't concern me that time because my periods have been highly irregular since I woke up from my 1-year coma. Now that I know I'm pregnant, I'm worried that I bled like that. Wang Yingjie wrote on Iris' file. His calm demeanor didn't change as he reassured her. Your baby twins look healthy when we checked them via ultrasound earlier. There's no need to worry, Xiaolan. You and your babies are fine. Some women may experience light bleeding during pregnancy, especially in the first trimester, and it's usually not something to be too concerned about. But the next time it happens, have your OBGYN check to ensure that you and your babies are safe. Both Iris and Jin Liwei nodded. They listened like attentive students when Wang Yingjie began the mandatory doctor's lecture on the do's and don'ts during pregnancy. This was especially true for Jin Liwei. He even grabbed a hospital-provided notepad and pen on the bedside table to take notes. With how he was acting and asking all kinds of questions, it was as if he was the one who was pregnant and not Iris. Wang Yingjie had his professional doctor's expression, yet his eyes revealed his amusement at how his third brother was acting. He turned to Iris. How about you, Xiaolan? Do you have any questions that you want to ask? She thought for a moment. Is it safe to have sex during pregnancy? Jin Liwei froze, but quickly turned to face Wang Yingjie again and leaned forward on his seat towards him. It was obvious that he also wanted to know. Wang Yingjie had to take a few seconds to control his expression. Fortunately, his professionalism as a doctor kicked in, and he was able to prevent himself from snickering. This couple amused him to no end. First, his third brother was acting like he was the who was pregnant with all his fussy questions. These questions were typically asked by the woman. Not always, but most of the time. And then when Iris finally decided to open her mouth, she asked the one question that a man would usually ask. Their interesting role swap was tempting Wang Yingjie to tease the couple, but he eventually decided against it. He could sense the couple's nervousness, and in Iris' case, he could feel genuine terror. He didn't know exactly why. There could be a million reasons, but neither did he want to know. Yes, they were basically family, but it was none of his business. And he didn't want to pry. He was certain that the couple could resolve their own issues by themselves without needing other people's interference. When he was sure that he wouldn't burst out laughing, Wang Yingjie finally answered Iris' question. You have a tendency to faint, Xiaolan, so keep that in mind and be extra careful. But overall, you're quite healthy and fit, not to mention you're still young and have a lot of energy. So yes, it's safe to have sex while you're pregnant. Both Iris and Jin Liwei looked relieved, which only made Wang Yingjie more amused. Thank goodness, Iris said. I'll probably go crazy if you told us that we can't have sex. Now that I think about it, I noticed that my sex drive has increased recently. I find myself craving for Liwei in the oddest of times. It's terribly distracting, especially when I'm working. Jin Liwei cleared his throat and shifted on his seat. That's normal. Some women experience either a decrease or an increase in their libido during pregnancy. It looks like you're one of those whose libido spikes up. On the outside, Wang Yingjie maintained his professional yet casual tone, but on the inside, he was enjoying his third brother's discomfort at his pregnant fiancée's straightforwardness. But regardless of his close relationship to the couple, at the end of the day, he was still a doctor and one who was always serious at doing his job well. Thus, he needed to be thorough like always in advising his patients. And in this case, his patient was Iris. I see no reason of stopping your sex life. But you also must not forget that you're pregnant now, Xiaolon. You and third brother need to be careful. Just do it normally. Don't be too rough. Jin Liwei opened his mouth, but Iris beat him to it. She looked so serious when she asked, "Can you please be more specific on what you mean by too rough?" Xiaolon, I don't think we need to ask that question, Jin Liwei said in a low voice while shifting on his seat and looking absolutely uncomfortable. Iris faced him and tilted her head to the side. Why do you say that? Second brother said that we can do it normally, but also not be too rough. But that's the issue, isn't it? We normally do it rough. You're quite rough in bed, but we've always liked it that way. That's why we need to ask for clarification so that we know exactly how rough is too rough. The couple didn't see Wang Yingjia's startled expression at Iris' revelation. He wasn't surprised by her bluntness because he already got used to it. What he was surprised about was discovering how his third brother was like in bed. This time, it took him longer before his expression recovered. His gaze became pensive when he looked at his third brother again. As if not seeing Jin Liwei's stern warning glare at her, Iris faced Wang Yingjia again and insisted on continuing to talk about this topic. You see, second brother, Liwei is like a wild bear in bed, so I want to know. Xiaolon, stop it. Jin Liwei couldn't take it anymore. He pulled her to him and locked her in his arms before covering her mouth with a hand. Then he turned to Wang Yingjia. Second brother, ignore what she's saying. You don't need to concern yourself about this stupid topic anymore. I know what to do. Iris pulled his hand off that was covering her mouth and then glared at him. What did you do that for? I was just asking second brother, who is a doctor, a legitimate question. How rude of you to tell him to ignore my concern, which, by the way, is both of our concern. You even went so far as to cover my mouth. He didn't back down. I already told you that I don't like others knowing about our sex life. But second brother is a doctor. I don't care. The details of our sex life are private. Others aren't allowed to know about it except the two of us. Do you understand, Xiaolon? She pursed her lips and threw him an unhappy look. I see. So this is how you treat me after getting me pregnant. Do you intend to scold me all the time from now on? Jin Liwei looked up at the ceiling in exasperation. When he faced her again and saw her teary eyes, the exasperation turned to helplessness. Although he understood that her hormones were the main culprit for making her act this way, he couldn't help but dread how he was going to have to deal with these extreme mood swings in the foreseeable future. Patience, Liwei. You need patience and compassion. Remember that she's now carrying your babies. You need to be patient and understanding as much as possible. Repeating these words in his head helped him somewhat calm down, despite his own temper not being the best right now because of his body's current battered state. But first things first. Don't cry, love, he murmured as he loosened his locked arms around her into a gentle embrace. I'm not crying. My eyes are doing it on their own. This is so annoying. She huffed, but her body was already beginning to melt in his arms. I know. It's okay. Don't worry about it. He continued soothing her, doing everything he could to prevent this onset of another mood swing. His current energy reserves wouldn't be able to handle it if she raged at him right now. The two of them were interrupted when the forgotten Wang Yingjia cleared his throat to get their attention. Sorry that you have to witness us like this, second brother, Jin Liwei said. Wang Yingjia only waved a dismissive hand, gesturing for him not to worry about it. However, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about what he just heard. Even if he was a doctor, he admitted that it was still quite a shocker to discover this much information about how his third brother was like in bed. His third brother was like a wild bear in bed. Good grief. Jin Liwei certainly didn't look like it. Wang Yingjia always thought that his third brother would be a thorough yet restrained lover, focused more on calculating the best way to pleasure his partner, because that was the way he was in his life, cold and in control of himself. Wang Yingjia never imagined that his third brother would actually be so untamed and fierce in bed. It really was true that you discovered something new every day. Iris had also calmed after Jin Liwei's effective soothing. Yes, please don't mind how impolite we acted in front of you just now. Liwei is just being shy again. Jin Liwei's expression turned black, but he pressed his lips hard, together to prevent himself from retorting. He didn't want a repeat of the earlier scene in front of his second brother. Wang Yingjia didn't stop himself from chuckling this time. Before this, shy was never a word he would use to describe his third brother. But seeing him now, Iris had it right if the red tips of Jin Liwei's ears were any indication. Who would have thought? Although Wang Yingjie wanted to tease his third brother right now, they were still in his workplace. Iris' blunt and revealing words may be the most amusing thing he had heard today, but he still needed to do his job as a doctor. There's no need to go into further details about your sex life, he said to both of them, but was actually talking more to Iris. But since you liken third brother to a wild bear, I say that's too rough. To be on the safe side, I suggest no rough plays at all for your entire first trimester. Oh, okay. Iris looked disappointed, but she still turned to Jin Liwei. Darling, you heard second brother. He says you can't be rough with me during my first trimester. Jin Liwei's only response was a grunt. There was a part of him that wanted to argue against his baby girl's insistence that he was always rough in bed. What did she mean by that? It wasn't always, but most of the time. There was a difference. It seemed that she was already forgetting that he had been quite gentle with her during their recent bouts of morning sex, because he didn't want to exhaust her too. Much especially since she had such a busy schedule lately. Also, ever since his condom tore during their wild sex in his office, he had been extra careful with her not only in bed, but also in their regular daily lives, because of the possibility that he might have already impregnated her that time. And he was right. She indeed became pregnant. But if he argued with her right now using these points, she would probably just bring up what happened this morning when she woke him up inside her mouth. The scene of how rough he had her deep-throat him this morning in bed was still vivid in his mind. There was no way in hell that he would give her the opportunity to discuss such private details of their sex life in front of his second brother, even if Wang Yingjie was a trusted doctor and an extremely professional one at that. If it was only general details that would help in necessary medical evaluations, then fine. That was acceptable. It was in the name of good health, after all. But telling his second brother about deep-throating and other explicit information about their bedroom activities was just too much. Jin Liwei couldn't stomach divulging such details, but he knew that his baby girl would have no problems with it whatsoever. If she really wanted to talk about their sex life so much, then they could discuss it all she wanted, but only if they were alone. For him, it was their business and no one else's. Xiaolon, please. That's enough, he said in a strained voice. Then, he released a heavy sigh and began massaging his temples in exhaustion. Iris finally shut her mouth upon seeing him like this. Worry was etched in her brows. Now that his baby girl stopped talking about their sex life, Jin Liwei felt relieved. Good. The conversation finally seemed to be over. Or so he thought. Wang Yingjie, still wearing his neutral doctor expression, just had to say, I almost forgot to mention that since third brother is currently injured, absolutely no sex is allowed until he heals first. This way, you can be assured that both of you will be safe from accidentally harming yourselves while in the throes of passion. The couple froze. Iris looked crestfallen. Jin Liwei's expression wasn't any better. Will I heal in time for our wedding and honeymoon? Possibly, but only if you focus on healing, Wang Yingjie said. Iris butted in. Okay, that's it. You're taking time off from work, Liwei. Either you focus on healing or we'll cancel the wedding. No. Jin Liwei glared at her. Cancel the wedding? Absolutely not. Not cancel. Just reschedule it, maybe next year. No, we're not canceling or rescheduling it. We'll have our wedding on the day we planned it, and that's final. She pursed her lips at him. It's not only up to you. Both of us need to agree. And I say that you need to heal from your injuries first. If not, then no wedding this year. Xiaolon, he growled. My babies are not going to be born out of wedlock. Her face twisted in anger. She was about to call him out for being too old-fashioned when she remembered that she had an older brother who was much worse. So she closed her mouth and swallowed the words she was about to say. Seeing her restraining herself, Jin Liwei's face and tone gentled. Love, I want to give you a special and memorable wedding day. That's why we're having the ceremony and not just going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I don't want to delay our wedding any longer, especially right now that you're pregnant. It is best for us to marry before we welcome our twins to this world. Don't you think so too? She sighed, unable to deny him when he was so eager for them to marry. However, she still offered a compromise. Fine, we'll marry this year. But let's keep our wedding date flexible. I'm sure that you'll heal before the year ends, right? We can marry, then. There's no need to marry on the exact date we planned. We can delay it for a few days, even a few weeks, as long as it's this year. Happy. N. Sounds good, he told her, but inside, he thought, I don't want to delay it even for a few days. I'll make sure to heal in time for our original wedding date. I hate to interrupt again when you're having such a serious discussion, but we need to finish up soon. The forgotten Wang Yingjie said. Both of you need to rest. Xiulan, you're pregnant now. Remember that it's no longer just yourself you need to take care of, but also the babies inside you. Third brother, you need to focus on healing if you want to have your wedding as scheduled. And as for me, I honestly need to sleep soon. I have to wake up early because I have another big surgery scheduled tomorrow morning. Soon after, they bid goodbye to each other. Iris and Jin Liwei left the hospital through a secret entrance. They rode in the car's back seat while Dom sat in the front beside the driver. Jin Liwei had someone send Su Tian home earlier. He instructed his assistant to rest and granted him a temporary leave from work, paid, of course. Inside the car, Iris showed Dom the printed ultrasound photos. Her fear of becoming a mother was drowned by excitement. Look, these are my babies. I'm going to have twins, Dom. Can you believe it? These are our babies. We're going to have twins. Jin Liwei corrected Iris, but she and Dom didn't hear him in their excitement. Ignored to the side, Jin Liwei could only watch their lively interaction. Dom burst into tears upon looking at the ultrasound photos. Whoa, boss, I knew it. You're really pregnant. And with twins. Yua, I'm so happy for you and Sir Boss. Look at them. Your babies are so tiny and so cute. Where? Iris took the photos back from Dom and studied them carefully. She tilted her head to the side as her brows drew together in concentration. Even though she knew that they were her babies, all she could see right now were two indistinct little blobs. Tiny, sure, but cute? She failed to see that. At least right now. Still feeling confused, she showed them to Jin Liwei. Are they really cute? And he immediately said with a nod. Very cute. His response made her even more confused. Dom asked for the photos again, so she handed them to him. She contemplated on their reactions while Dom and Ketchup, who appeared on the car's dashboard monitor, oohed and awed together at the cute twins. Were they seeing something that she couldn't? Or was this proof that she was going to become a bad mother for failing to see the cuteness of her own babies? As if reading her mind, Jin Liwei pulled her close to him. Wait until they come out. Then you'll see how cute our babies are. They're going to be so cute and beautiful, just like you, their mom. His words immediately made her feel better. She nodded and smiled at him. Maybe they'll look like you. Maybe. His lips curved up. Or maybe they'll look like a mixture of the two of us. She nodded and felt her excitement increasing inside her. Or maybe one will look like you and the other will look like me. That's possible. Oh, Liwei. Now I really want to see what they'll look like. He kissed her forehead. Me too. We'll meet them by next year. We're going to have beautiful babies, love. I just know it. No matter what they'll look like, I'll love them, she swore. It's okay if they're not cute or beautiful. Even if they look like monkeys or bulldogs, I'll still love them because they're our babies. Yours and mine. Jin Liwei glazed over for a bit. Monkeys and bulldogs? What the? How could she say that about their babies? Even if it was only said in a hypothetical manner, it was still a bit too unkind. What they look like doesn't matter. Right, darling? Then she finally noticed his weird expression. Her face fell. Or do you care that much about their appearance? You won't love them anymore if they're ugly. Huh? What are you talking about? He demanded. Her words had forced him to regain his senses. Then he saw her sad expression. Was she going to have another mood swing? Shit. Of course I'll love them, he quickly said. You don't have to worry about that. I guarantee that I'll love all our children, both cats and humans alike, no matter what they look like. Even if they look like gorillas or warthogs, I'll love them all the same and raise them to the best of my ability as their dad. He observed her, waiting for her expression to improve. But contrary to his expectation, her lips began trembling instead. Why? You're so mean, Liwei. How could you say that our children might look like gorillas and warthogs? You can't say that. You'll hurt their feelings. He stared at her open mouth and in utter disbelief. How did their conversation devolve to this? How? Tears glistened in her eyes. Then she looked at him with fierce determination. I don't know how I'll perform as a mother, but I promise that I'll do my best to be a good one. I'm scared of failing, but I already know that I'll love our babies, even if you, their dad, think that they're ugly. What the hell? Jin Liwei couldn't believe what he was hearing. When did he say that their babies were ugly? Someone enlighten him, please. Wasn't he the one who said that their babies were going to be cute and beautiful? And correct him if he was wrong. But he wasn't the one who started this whole conversation about loving their babies even if they looked like monkeys and bulldogs. He only followed her example and mentioned gorillas and warthogs without much thought. But apparently that was totally unacceptable. And now he was being branded as a shallow father who only cared about having cute children and despised ugly ones. Also, why did she just focus on the part about the gorillas and warthogs? Did she not hear him declaring his love for all their children, cats and humans alike? Love, it's not like that at all. He needed to defend himself. There was no way he would allow her to think like this. A tear slid down from the corner of her eye, causing an immediate tightening in his chest. Shit, these mood swings were going to be the death of him. He thought that he was already experienced in dealing with his baby girl's mood swings, which happened a few times before when she had really bad cases of PMS. But starting from last night and today, her current mood swings went up on a whole another level. It was like expecting a fierce tigress, but getting a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex instead. Another tear slid down from her other eye. Shit. He pulled her to his arms and embraced her tightly. To hell with his injuries, which were starting to hurt like a son of a bitch again. What to do? His second brother said that upsetting a pregnant woman was a big no-no. He racked his brain, looking for ways to comfort her. Kiss her, a voice shouted inside his mind. Yes, finding the right words of comfort might fail, but seducing her with a kiss almost always worked in distracting her. Not wasting any time in thinking deeply about it. Jin Liwei kissed his baby girl on the lips and swallowed whatever weird grievance she had about him, which, by the way, he was sure he didn't do. She only froze for about a second in surprise before melting in his arms. He felt her sigh in satisfaction inside his mouth, prompting him to triple his efforts. The goal was to kiss her brains out until she forgot what she was crying about. And lo and behold, it worked. Hallelujah. There was a sweet smile on her lips when the kiss ended. Then she laid her head on his chest and cuddled with him. If she were a cat, Jin Liwei had no doubt in mind that she would be purring by now. Despite this, he didn't immediately relax. He was already learning quickly that mood swings came out of nowhere and smacked one in the face with vengeance when one least expected it. With a tense body, he sat still and waited for her to go off another weird tangent about an imaginary fault of his. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She took a deep inhale of his scent, closed her eyes with a satisfied expression, and went to sleep. It was only when her breathing became deep and regular that Jin Liwei released a huge sigh of relief. It was a crude method, but kissing her brains out to shut her up seemed very effective. This time at least. His lips curved up when he thought about it. He looked down at her beautiful sleeping face, and his smile deepened. Even though she almost drove him crazy with her wild mood swings in less than 24 hours, he couldn't help but love her even more. His gaze dropped from her face down her body. Unable to stop himself, he reached out a hand and touched her still flat belly. His babies were inside there. Holy shit, he was going to be a father. Unlike her, there wasn't an ounce of apprehension in him at the thought of becoming a parent. On the contrary, he felt extremely excited. He couldn't wait until his babies were born. He was looking forward to meeting them and learning if they looked more like him or her, or maybe a mixture both. His mind became filled with this kind of wonderful thoughts and somewhat numbed the deep, throbbing pain of his injuries. Dropping a kiss on his baby girl's forehead, his eyes drooped close, and he began sleeping as well. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Later that evening, Iris and Jin Liwei retired to their bedroom. Today was like a roller coaster ride for both of them, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Despite the bone-deep tired feeling weighing down on them, there was a lively excitement thrumming deep within themselves which gave them enough energy for a smile. Iris led Jin Liwei to the bathroom and looked at him with wide eyes filled with wonder. Twins, darling. We're going to have twins. And he reached out and tucked a lock of long hair behind her ear. Twins mean double the blessings. She nodded, which made him smile. He studied her expression and was glad to see no signs of fear anymore. Wonder and excitement lit up her face instead. This was good. He hoped that she would feel this way every day so that she could forget all about her fear of becoming a bad mother. Darling, your sperm, they're too dangerous, she said, which made him raise an eyebrow. It was only that one time that your condom broke, but here I am now, pregnant, and with twins to boot. He chuckled. Second brother said that it only takes one strong swimmer, or maybe in our case, two strong swimmers to accomplish the job. And tell me, who was it again who secretly hired a nutritionist and colluded with the chef since the summer to change my diet in order to improve the taste, quality, and volume of my semen? A lovely giggle flowed out of her upturned lips, sounding like the tinkling of crystal bells echoing inside the bathroom. The pregnancy glow made her bloom like the most beautiful flower. It distracted him. "You look stunning," he told her. "Thank you." Her smile became brighter. "And you?" Her smile faltered. "You look awful, darling." He could only sigh at her honesty. It wasn't like he was fishing for compliments from her, but did she need to be so honest, especially when the atmosphere just now was so nice and romantic? He grunted in regret at the lost romantic atmosphere. Then he began carefully taking off his clothes. "Don't move. I'll do it." She took over and unbuttoning his shirt. After taking all of his clothes except his boxers, she began removing the tight bandages wrapped mainly around his torso. Her movements were slow, cautious, and very gentle. Iris gasped in horror when his skin was revealed after the bandages were taken off. His entire back down to his posterior hips and thighs were covered with large, ugly, and swollen bruises. "Liwei, this," she choked and started trembling, her pain-filled eyes roving all over his bruised back. He was about to turn around and face her, but she stopped him. "Stay still. You must be hurting so much right now. Please don't make any unnecessary movements. How did you survive sitting in the car on our way home? Oh no, I shouldn't have slept on your chest and put my weight on you. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't expect your bruises to look this terrible. Love, listen to me." He turned around and faced her despite her protests. Then he held her shoulders firmly, forcing her to pay attention to him. "They look worse than they feel." She shook her head. "Trust me," he said. "Are they hurting now? Don't lie to me." He hesitated before sighing. "Yeah. Wait here. I'll get your medicine." She was already speeding off out of the bathroom before he could reply. "Xiaolan, don't run. You're pregnant." Thankfully, Iris stopped running and slowed down after Jin Liwei shouted warning. Otherwise, he felt like his heart would stop if she tripped and hurt herself and their babies inside her. She returned to the bathroom soon after carrying a paper bag containing all his medicines. Then she took a medicated gel and started applying it all over his bruises. Even though she was already extra careful in her application, he still had to stop himself from hissing in pain. His whole body was rigid, his expression like cold stone. "Does it hurt?" she asked in a small, worried voice. He could only grunt for now because if he opened his mouth, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't curse from the pain. "Endure it for now, darling. I'll be as quick as I can. Then I'll help you get ready for bed, okay?" Indeed, she did her best to be as quick and as light of hand as she could, but his sudden sharp inhalations now and then indicated how painful his injuries were. When she was done applying the gel, her eyes were filled with unshed tears. Both of them were silent as she helped clean the uninjured parts of his body with a warm, wet hand towel. Then she tucked him in bed before returning to the bathroom to clean herself. As well, he was lying on his stomach when she returned to bed wearing a rather modest night dress. As for him, he was wearing pajama pants but with no shirt on to allow his back injuries to breathe and also to prevent the cloth from hurting him if he moved while sleeping. It was the first time in a long while that they wore clothes in bed. They usually slept naked in recent weeks to make it easier for them to have morning sex the next day. This time, however, they had to abstain from sex as advised by Wang Yingjia, hence why they were wearing clothes tonight. It would help minimize the temptation. Iris leaned down and kissed Jin Liwei on the lips. "Good night, darling." "Good night, love." She continued staring at his face. Why aren't you lying down yet? Come on, love. Let's sleep." He reached over and tried to pull her down on the bed, but she resisted, taking his hand instead and kissing it. Then he panicked when her lips trembled and tears started streaming down her face. "What's wrong? Liwei, this must not happen to you again. You can't be injured like this anymore." He tried sitting up, but she gently pushed him back down. "Don't get up," she said. "Just please listen to me." "All right, I'm listening. Don't cry, love. I can't take it when you cry. I can't stop myself from crying." Annoyance was clear in her expression as she wiped her tears, but it was all futile because they just kept on flowing down her face. "Take deep breaths," he said in his calmest voice, trying to lead her out of her agitated state. His almost drained energy couldn't handle another mood swing tonight. Now tell me what you want to say. Take your time, love. I'm right here listening. You must be extra careful from now on, she said, her voice shaky. I'm pregnant now, Liwei. You can't die? I was so frightened when I heard that you had an accident. I already told you that I don't want to be a widow, but I don't want to become a single mother even more. Our babies need their father. I also need you, Liwei. You see, can't leave me, can't leave us. I won't allow you. He rose from the bed and pulled her in a tight embrace despite her protests. Her words triggered hard determination to fill his entire being and awakened a different level of protectiveness within him, not only towards her and their family, but also to himself. Indeed, she was right. He was now going to be a father. Now that she was pregnant, the responsibility on his shoulders just got heavier, but in a good way. He would take this kind of responsibility anytime. Thus, he needed to ensure that he was alive and well in order to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and father. Promise me that you'll always be careful, she cried. That you won't leave me and our children. Promise me, Liwei. He held her face between his hands and looked at her with a solemn expression. I promise. She looked relieved after he said this. Now you know how I feel whenever something dangerous happens to you, he said. So you also have to promise me to be careful. You're pregnant now, Xiaolon. She nodded. Say it. I promise, she said. Good. He gave a firm peck on her lips. Now let's sleep. They lay down together on the bed. He, on his stomach, and she, on her side, sticking close to him while being careful not to touch his injuries. Iris was the first one to fall asleep. Jin Liwei waited for a few minutes to make sure that she wouldn't wake up before calling for Ketchup. Meow, hi, Daddy. Ketchup's child voice whispered in the room. Jin Liwei asked her for updates regarding the investigation done on the accident at the construction site. Oh, Ketchup already finished investigating. Mommy gave me a head start before she rushed to the hospital to see Daddy. Ketchup planned on reporting to Daddy tomorrow morning, but since Daddy is asking, Ketchup will report everything now. Meow. The white cat AI revealed that it was a case of negligence in the part of the foreman and the colleague. He left the task of checking the bundles of pipes in his place before leaving to go to the toilet. After Ketchup anonymously blackmailed, persuaded them. The two workers immediately confessed and apologized to the project managers this afternoon, but they didn't report to Daddy yet because they knew that Daddy and Tian were still being treated in the hospital that time. Like the cute and mighty Ketchup, they are also planning to report everything to Daddy tomorrow. Meow. Jin Liwei released a relieved breath after hearing the investigation results. Thank goodness that the accident wasn't premeditated to specifically harm him. He didn't want to stress his pregnant woman any more than she already was right now. As soon as the relief came, however, it was replaced by cold-heartedness. What does Daddy want to do next? Meow. Ketchup purred, eager to jump into action. He thought carefully for a few moments. His emotional conversation with his baby girl just before she fell asleep played constantly inside his mind. She had been tearful, almost hysterical, while telling him that he couldn't allow himself to be placed in a harmful situation ever again. He couldn't die and leave her to be a widow and their children orphans so soon. She and their children, their entire family, should always be his #1 priority. And that also meant ensuring his own safety at all times. There was no denying that ever since he fell crazily in love with his baby girl and they got together, his own personality had mellowed quite a lot. He wasn't as ruthless as before compared to when he was still single. The people close to him certainly noticed the change, and so did his colleagues and employees at Gene Corporation. He wasn't against this change in him because he had never felt so alive as he did right now with the woman he loved. But after everything that happened today, he realized that allowing himself to mellow too much wasn't a good thing. Some of his old ruthlessness was still needed in his life, especially in protecting his beloved family and himself. If this was before his eye-opening conversation with his baby girl, he probably would just issue a reprimand to the ones at fault in the accident at the construction site, perhaps retrain them in security protocols for a few weeks, and then send them to work in other smaller construction projects for less pay for a set period of time. This was the type of merciful punishment the new and mellower Jin Liwei, who was so in love with his fiancée, would have given. But now? No way. He decided that he needed to be thoroughly merciless in this case. After all, If he wasn't so lucky and the pipes cracked his head instead of just bruising his back, he would have died, and those workers would be charged with murder. Then his pregnant woman would become a widow before they even tied the knot in marriage, and his human children would become orphans before they were even born. His heart froze as these thoughts appeared in his mind. With a hard expression, he finally gave instructions to Ketchup on what to do next. Use my name to inform the project managers to fire the foreman and the other worker. Give the two their final pay according to their work contracts. As for the ones who transported the pipes when the foreman was absent, their pay would also be deducted by 30%. In addition, I want everyone working in that construction project to undergo a mandatory safety protocol course again, including the leaders and the medical personnel. Nobody is exempt. If someone misses even a day of training, fire that person immediately. There are many capable people to replace them. This punishment had enough balance of mercy and ruthlessness. He didn't need to be inhumane, but neither would he be too lenient. Aye, Daddy. Ketchup is on it. Meow. Now that I think about it, inform my fellow executives to make everyone working in all Jin Corporation construction projects domestically and abroad to undergo a more intensive course in safety protocols. Accidents like this must not happen again. Okie dokie, Daddy. Ketchup will do as instructed. Meow. Good. That's all, Ketchup. Okay. Oh wait, Daddy. Meow. Ketchup still has something to say. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow. What is it? When Mommy was on her way to see Daddy in the hospital earlier today, she was really mad, like fuming mad. Ketchup hasn't finished investigating that time, so we didn't know yet who were the real culprits in Daddy's accident. The cute and mighty Ketchup felt a little scared of Mommy because she was crying so hard and being furious at the same time. Ketchup had never seen such a scary expression on Mommy's face before. Whoa, so scary. And then Mommy said that when she finds out who hurt Daddy, she would personally beat them all up and send them straight to hell. This is what Ketchup wanted to tell Daddy. Good night, Daddy. Sweet dreams. Mwah mwah. Sup sup. Meow. Ketchup left before he could reply. He didn't call her back to let her work on her assigned tasks. If he allowed her to think even for a second that he was available to idly chat, then she would immediately run her mouth and never stop gossiping about all kinds of things, most of them he didn't care about. The cat AI was an expert in finding entertainment both in the real world and in cyberspace, a trait largely inherited from Dominic. Good thing that she had become much more obedient and less reckless after her mother rebooted her. If not, then he and his baby girl would really have their hands full, especially now that they were expecting an addition of twins to their family in a few months. Thinking about what Ketchup said, he believed all of it. He looked at his sleeping baby girl's face beside him. She looked very peaceful, like a beautiful, gentle angel right now. But he had no doubt that she raged like an avenging demoness while on her way to see him at the hospital earlier today. She would have looked scary but still very beautiful. He caressed her hair, careful not to wake her up. Don't stress yourself out about the accident anymore. Leave everything for your husband to handle. Just focus on taking care of yourself and our babies inside you. Good night. I love you so much. His eyes closed, and he followed her to sleep. In the next few days, Iris had Dom reduce her workload so that she could stay at home and take care of Jin Liwei. Not that he needed a lot of taking care of. His injuries hurt a lot like a son of a bitch, especially in the first few days, but his meds helped manage the pain intensity to a tolerable level. Except for being careful in his movements so as not to aggravate his injuries, he was still fully capable of living his normal life. The only problem was that Iris had become quite paranoid about his safety ever since his accident. Perhaps it was the fear of losing him or hormonal changes due to her pregnancy, or maybe a combination of both, but she had become much more clingy to him. She watched over him like a hawk and followed him around wherever he went. It was similar to how Jin Liwei acted when she got injured in the bomb incident. Unlike him, however, she was acting too unreasonable that even Jin Liwei, who loved her more than the world, couldn't allow her to do everything she wanted. It came to a point that he had to secretly rally her friends to dissuade her from making him wear a helmet and bulletproof vest every second of the day inside their own home. The girl squad visited them at the mansion late afternoon weekend. Even Mimi, who was always busy working on her popular webtoon, came and almost turned to ashes from being exposed to the sunlight for the first time in a long while. They congregated in the living room of Iris and Jin Liwei's suite because she didn't want him tiring himself from walking too far to the other areas in the mansion where they usually entertained guests. When Shun Fei and Mimi heard that Iris wanted to make Jin Liwei wear a helmet and bulletproof vest inside their home, they laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. My God, Xiaolon. This is the first time I laughed this hard ever since you started working me like a dog for Orchidia Beauty, you bitch. Shun Fei doubled over on her seat and continued laughing loudly. It was the same for Mimi, who looked like a zombie. Only her laughter sounded like a last dying wheeze that couldn't get out of her throat. Sorry, Xiaolon. I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I can't help it because you're being so funny. Iris refused to look at them, but it was clear in her expression that she was sulking. Seeing her like this, Jin Liwei became unhappy as well. If he knew that these two would laugh at his baby girl so much, he wouldn't have invited them over. Dom walked over and pinched both Mimi and Shun Fei, even adding a twist until they stopped laughing and began howling in pain instead. Ouch! Dom, you bitch. You want to fight? Twin bro, stop. Humph. Dom let them go, but not before glaring and curling his lips at them. If you two weren't my friends, my gorgeous self would have already kicked your mean asses out of here with my new steel-toed, high-heeled boots. Compared to the two laughing women, Long Jinjing was more compassionate. She threw a pointed look at the two. Please stop laughing, especially you, Xiao Fei. Brother-in-law Liwei got hurt in an accident just a few days ago, so of course little sister Xiaolon will feel extra worried right now. That's right. Dom chimed in. Boss even fainted when she saw Sir Boss in the hospital. The three women all looked shocked upon hearing this. Shun Fei and Mimi both lost any desire to continue laughing and finally began to behave. They turned their contrite expressions at Iris, but unfortunately, she still refused to even look at the two of them. Little sister, you fainted? Long Jinjing asked, her tone full of worry. How are you feeling now? I'm fine, Iris said, but didn't offer any additional explanation. Although they were her friends, she didn't want to tell anyone outside their household that she was pregnant just yet. She and Jin Liwei already talked about it and decided that they would only announce her pregnancy to their relatives and friends after she reached her second trimester, when the babies had become stable inside her womb. Everyone in their household knew, of course, including Dom and Jiang Yingyu, but they were deeply loyal to her and Jin Liwei and wouldn't blab about her pregnancy to others without consent. Based on Dom's suspicious actions of avoiding their gazes and diverting the conversation to another topic, Mimi, Long Jinjing, and Shun Fei could feel that something important must have happened. However, the three could only stifle their curiosity for now and wait until Iris was ready to tell them. They couldn't make themselves ask her right now because of Jin Liwei's heavy, glacial look of warning. It felt like if they upset Iris today, he would forget that they were her friends and then torture them in cold blood. What the heck was this? They thought that it was Iris who was acting unreasonably paranoid and overprotective of Jin Liwei because he got hurt in an accident. It was the reason why they came over to help dissuade her from forcing her ridiculous safety ideas on her fiancé. But the scene playing in front of their eyes showed a different story. It seemed like Jin Liwei was the one who had become many times more protective of Iris than he already was before. It was making them more curious about what really happened. Their conversation was interrupted when Jiang Yingyu finally arrived to join them. She couldn't come earlier because little June was apparently having a tantrum and she had to calm her son first. What happened? Iris asked after hearing about her godson. It was very rare for the child to throw tantrums. Jiang Yingyu looked like she had a headache. He wants his dada. Everyone froze. Iris squeezed Jin Liwei's hand hard as she battled the suddenly raging emotions inside her. Jiang Yingyu told them that Long Hui video called to talk to his son, little June, because he was going to leave to the north in a few days and would be staying there until the year was over. He would only be returning next year. Long Hui said that he heard that the signal at the place where he'll be staying is terrible, so he might not be able to call our son as often as he wants. Iris nodded because she already knew about it. Long Jin told her during the Long Industries party that part of Long Hui's punishment was to send him to a tiny, rural branch up north. What with Jin Liwei's accident and learning about her pregnancy, Long Hui had slipped out of her mind these past few days. But he just had to pop up right now and cause her blood to boil. The spineless scoundrel. Shun Fei mock punched her other hand's palm while her face contorted in anger. How dare he upset our dear little June and cause our baby boy to have a tantrum? I'm gonna kick that man's balls the next time I see that son of a bitch. But eldest brother Hui is little Jun's father, Long Jin whispered in a sad voice. He has every right to talk to his own son. I'll never deprive Long Hui of his rights as my son's father, Jiang Yingyu said. Even if our relationship didn't work out in the end, I know that he loves our son very much. I'll never stop him from forging a close relationship with our son as long as he doesn't take little Jun away from me. That's where I draw the line. Tell us exactly what happened, Jin Liwei said while wrapping an arm around Iris' shoulders to keep her calm, because he could already sense her currently oversensitive emotions starting to destabilize again with the mere mention of Long Hui's name. Jiang Yingyu nodded and started telling them the details of what happened when Long Hui called. The two of them didn't speak much to each other, except for when talking about their son. They had been cold to one another. Jiang Yingyu's role was mostly holding the phone for little Jun so that the father and son could chat with each other. Thankfully, Long Hui didn't make any trouble or harass me. He just focused on talking to our son. It was just that little Jun is still very young with limited vocabulary, so their talk wasn't about anything substantial. The two of them just mostly looked and smiled at each other. Everyone relaxed a little after hearing that Long Hui didn't deliberately cause any trouble. Iris and Jin Liwei especially felt relieved because they had personal grudge against him. While little Jun was distracted playing with a toy, Long Hui asked if he could see our son before he leaves for the north, Jiang Yingyu said. Iris narrowed her eyes, and Jin Liwei had to tighten his arm around her, silently telling her to calm down. How did you respond, big sis you? Dom asked. Did you agree? Mimi asked next. I told him that he's free to visit our son anytime. I won't stop him. But he must come either here at Dragon Palace, or we'll arrange something at Gold Heights condo. Chen Fei asked, and how did that son of a bitch respond? Long Jinjing grimaced. Xiao Fei, could you tone your words down a bit? Fine, whatever. I'm already used to you always being kind to others anyway, especially to your Long relatives, even though most of them bullied you one way or another. Chen Fei threw a meaningful leer at Iris when she said this. Iris raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. She wasn't the least bit affected by Chen Fei's insinuation because it wasn't actually her who bullied Long Jinjing in the past. It was the original owner of the body, not her. Let the past stay in the past, okay? Mimi interrupted. Xiaolan and Jinjing's relationship is great now. Very great. There's no need to dwell on what happened in the past. Besides, aren't we talking about Big Sis Yu's matter right now? I want to know how she responded to Big Brother Huey's request. I don't want any more interruptions from any of you. Big Sis Yu, the stage is yours again. Jiang Yingyu smiled at her before continuing to speak. Long Hui wasn't happy. I'm assuming that he doesn't want to step foot anywhere near Xiaolan and Sir Liwei's territories. He wants to change the place of meeting, but I refused. It's only here at Dragon Palace and Gold Heights that I feel comfortable letting him see our son. These two places are filled with people I trust, and if something bad happens again like last time, I'm sure that my colleagues will be able to react more quickly and remove my son from the situation. Jin Liwei nodded in approval. I had my subordinates undergo extra training after that mess involving the three of you inside your Gold Heights unit. That will never happen again, but in the off chance that it does, my subordinates will know how to react more quickly and handle it more effectively than the last time. Thank you, sir. I personally know how hard the training here is, especially after joining your security team. It's many times harder than what I experienced in Bodyguard Academy. Actually, the new training regimen wasn't supposed to be that hard, Jin Liwei said in a wry tone. The difficulty level increased so much only after fifth brother Zaheo and his subordinates came and started staying here. I heard that watching his subordinates train ignited my subordinates' competitive spirit, so they requested to adapt some of fifth brother's unique training methods. Dom fanned himself dramatically with his hands. That's why Big Brother Boss Body became so big and so hot and so sexy. His training is insane. Ah, be still my maiden heart. I know, right? Mimi said next, her zombie-like eyes lighting up with life. Those muscles are so yummalicious. Dom and Mimi high-fived each other and started squealing together. They continued gushing about Lu Ziheo's big, muscled body and his sexy scars. On the other couch, Chen Fei elbowed Long Jinjing at the mention of Lu Ziheo's name. Long Jinjing threw her an annoyed look as she rubbed her waist that was elbowed. The other three watched their antics in amusement. Because of this light-hearted interlude in what was originally a serious conversation, Iris' unstable emotions due to Long Hui started to calm down a lot. Ingyu, what happened next? Iris asked when the four finally stopped horsing around. Long Hui didn't say if he's still going to see our son before he leaves, Jiang Ingyu said. But I have a feeling that he won't because I don't have any intention of changing the venue. He did say that he was going to send some presents for little June before he leaves, and maybe while he's up in the north. And of course, the child support will continue as agreed upon in court. The money will be deposited to little June's account as usual, and I'm not going to touch it until our son grows up. Iris nodded. Don't worry about little June's money. Xiao Yu is helping manage it. He'll make sure that a part of it is invested properly so that it'll grow until little June is mature and responsible enough to access it. Damn, lucky kid. Chen Fei gave a dry laugh. Investing a kid's money? Don't tell me that a toddler will soon become richer than I am. A COO? That's possible, Jin Liwei said in a very serious tone. Fuck. Chen Fei turned to Iris. Bitch, I want a salary raise. Iris gave her a side eye. You want a raise? Talk to the CFO first. Even I have to strong-arm big sister Jin Jing whenever I need her to release some money from our company budget to fund my new ideas. It isn't always easy because when it comes to Orchidia Beauty's money, she becomes like a fierce dragon protecting her treasure trove. Chen Fei turned to Long Jinjing next, her face filled with expectation. No, Long Jinjing said before her best friend could even speak. It hasn't even been a year yet since Orchidia Beauty launched. Giving salary raises shouldn't be our main priority right now. Our number one priority is to grow our company in the most sustainable way possible. We'll talk about salary raises when our company becomes truly stable. We haven't reached that point yet despite our brand's current explosive popularity. I'm especially concerned right now because little sister, President Long insists on sending Alona back to Germany to work on opening our first international branch in Europe. I still think that it's too soon. Iris switched to business mode. There's no need for you to be concerned about, CFO Long. First, I didn't use our company's existing funds for the European expansion. I used my own money which, by the way, was the only way that I could get you all to agree to my idea. Second, Alona isn't working on it alone in Europe. She has the support of some of my business connections to make sure that she won't run into too many troubles. The connections she was referring to were from Cross Academy's exclusive business network, but she didn't tell them that. She was able to successfully have two of her companies accepted as official members of the exclusive business network some time ago, namely Orchidia Beauty and Planet Monkey. Gold Heights wasn't eligible because it was already a successful business before Jin Liwei gifted it to her. Jin Corporation was also a member because both Grandpa Liu and the late Grandpa Jin were Cross Academy alumni. If in the event that Grandpa Liu passed away in the future, Jin Corporation's membership would be reviewed by the Exclusive Business Networks Committee. However, Iris wasn't worried about it because she would soon become Jin Liwei's wife. Their marriage would officially combine their respective wealth together according to what they signed in their prenup agreement. Her status as a Cross Academy student and the wife of Jin Corporation's president-CEO would protect the company and prevent it from being kicked out of the exclusive business network in case of Grandpa Liu's death. These thoughts flashed in Iris' mind before she returned to the present after a disgruntled Mimi interrupted their conversation. Ugh, how did our conversation become business talk all of a sudden? Have mercy on this poor artist who doesn't understand what you're talking about with all those business terms. You sound like you're speaking in a foreign language to me. Dom scoffed. Twin sis, you're too much. You still dare call yourself a poor artist when your webtoon has been sitting in the #1 spot for how many months now? Last time I heard, there's a plan for a live-action movie adaptation. Oh right, your merchandise products are also all sold out. How many zeros does your bank balance have now? You must be rolling in dough. Mimi became a little shy, but she didn't deny anything Dom said. Actually, my editor contacted me last night and told me that when my webtoon has enough chapters, it's guaranteed that they'll make an anime adaptation. I'm not sure though which one will come first, the live-action movie or the anime. The live-action movie has a lot of considerations and a big budget, so nothing is set in stone for it yet. But the anime will surely be made. I'm so excited. Everyone congratulated Mimi's success. She thanked them until her eyes became moist. She sniffled. Look what you did to me. I'm getting so emotional now. I don't want to cry. How about we return to our original topic of conversation? Big sis you. You said that big brother we didn't make any trouble or harassed you, but why did little June suddenly throw a tantrum if that's the case? The atmosphere turned serious once again, and everyone looked at Jiang Yingyu, waiting for her answer. Jiang Yingyu released a heavy sigh. Her usually stoic expression due to her bodyguard training cracked and revealed weariness. Long Huey's call went pretty well. At least, that's what I think. The problem started when the video call ended and little June couldn't see his dad's face on the phone anymore. My son started crying. Even I was surprised at how hard he was crying, so I tried calling Long Hui again, but I couldn't connect at all. The nanny told me that Long Hui turned off. He must have turned off his phone right after the call. That's when little June began throwing a tantrum. He was screaming dada at the top of his lungs. Our poor Junie boy, Dom exclaimed. The others revealed sympathetic expressions. Why didn't you call us, Yingyu? Iris asked. We could have helped you comfort little June. Jiang Yingyu shook her head. I didn't want to bother you because I know that you're filled with worry for Sir Liwei, especially right now that he's injured. Iris frowned. What are you talking about? You sound like a stranger. Little June is mine and Liwei's godson. He would never be a bother to us. Jin Liwei nodded in agreement. Thank you, Jiang Yingyu said and smiled warmly at them. I know how much you all love and care for my son. I'm forever grateful to all of you. She didn't just look at Iris and Jin Liwei, but the others as well. But I really didn't want to bother you, especially since our friends came over today. I didn't want to interrupt all of you with little June's tantrum. Besides, I figured that as a mother, I'm still capable enough to calm my own son. I don't want to always depend on you. You already gave so much to us, mother and son. You've given us such a wonderful, loving family and home. I know that if we ever need help, my son and I can always ask any of you for help. Damn right you can ask us for help, Chen Fei said in a domineering tone. And you should. We don't have any use for such a stupid thing as shyness among us, especially if we're having personal problems. If you don't ask us, your friends, for help when you need it the most, then you can watch me kick your ass. Mimi scoffed before snickering at Chen Fei. You kick Big Sis Yu's ass? Huh, you wish. Have you forgotten how strong she is? She can throw a man twice her size over her shoulders, and you think you can kick her ass? Your puny ass doesn't stand a chance against her. Mimi, you bitch. I dare you to say that again. Chen Fei snarled and waved her fist. And speak for yourself. Humph. Although my ass is puny compared to Yingyu's, at least I don't look like a skeleton unlike someone I know. All right, you two. That's enough. Long Jinjing interrupted the two women's increasingly caustic banter. Her voice was soft but firm. There's no need to make fun of each other like children. She turned to Jiang Yingyu. Sorry about that, Yingyu. Is little June okay now? Jiang Yingyu smiled at her. Yes, he is. Thank goodness. He eventually got tired throwing a tantrum and fell asleep. His cat cousins are watching over him right now. The cats helped out a lot in calming him. Actually, a lot of the household staff came over to help me calm down my son. Even the chef tried bribing little June with his favorite pudding. That made everyone chuckle, and the atmosphere lightened a great deal. Upon hearing the cat's role in calming down little June, Dom puffed out his chest and preened like a proud mama, looking extremely proud of the cats for being such responsible older cousins, as if he was the one who personally birthed them to this world. Little June throwing a tantrum just goes to show that we adults shouldn't underestimate a small child's sense of what's going on around them, Long Jinjing said, her voice sad. They might not have a full understanding of the situation, but they can still sense that something is off in their environment. In this case, little June must have already sensed that he won't be seeing his father on a regular basis anymore and became upset. That's why he threw a rare tantrum. Nobody replied to her, but they all knew that she was right. Long Jinjing especially felt affected because she could relate to the situation on a personal level. She could see herself in little June. They were both illegitimate children and didn't live with their fathers. Fortunately, little June also had a kind, loving, and devoted mother in Jiang Yingyu, just like how Long Jinjing had her own mother, Sun Jingfei. Jiang Yingyu would surely be able to raise and guide little June into an upstanding individual despite their non-ideal family situation. Besides, the mother and son had all of them to assist them in whatever way they needed. Watching all of these from her seat, Iris began to feel conflicted. She loved little June and would do anything to protect him. Her heart ached knowing that the child was longing for Long Hui in an intrinsic way a child needed his father. Am I doing the right thing? Her voice was a very soft whisper. The others didn't hear her, but Jin Liwei did. He instantly knew that she was referring to her current antagonism with Long Hui and their direct clash in the Long's battle of succession. Never doubt yourself, he whispered directly to her ear. Having a complete family with both a mother and father together is what society dictates as ideal, but it's not the best option for everyone. Not for many other people in the world, and especially not for our godson. Jin Liwei's voice turned severe even as he maintained a soft tone while whispering directly to Iris' ear. Remember how that man treated Jiang Yingyu, how he accused her of cheating on him and having an affair with eldest brother Yan, how he humiliated her and almost completely destroyed her reputation to the public eye when in fact, he was the one who cheated on her with that Mao woman who's now his new fiancée. Iris clenched her hands into tight fists as his words reminded her of everything Long Hui did like it was just yesterday. Her tense fists on top of her lap wrinkled the skirt of her dress. She didn't notice her own actions, but Jin Liwei did. He held one of her hands and gave it a gentle massage, trying to relax it, and then repeating it to the other hand. I don't want to make you upset by reminding you all of these, love, he whispered. But I just want you to know that there's no need to feel bad for such an unremorseful person. He never said sorry. Not once. If he did, it's likely that Jiang Yingyu would have given him another chance. She nodded, knowing that Jiang Yingyu probably would have done just that even if all of them disagreed. But he didn't. Jin Liwei continued. His pride is more important than having a complete family with his woman and their child. I don't have any respect for that kind of man. And also, you should know that I personally can never forgive him for insulting you in front of me. You're my bottom line in everything, Shilon. Nobody is allowed to bully my wife. Despite the unpleasant topic, warmth filled Iris' insides after hearing his protective words towards her. Her body leaned closer to him while being careful not to hurt his injuries. He nuzzled her ear, his movements gentle, yet his words couldn't be anything but domineering. So don't show him mercy now just because our godson threw a tantrum for him. But even if you did and you decide to let him off, which I hope that you won't do, I'll continue this fight in your place instead because I can't, for the life of me, let that man off for the simple reason that he insulted you. Those might just be words that he said to you out of spite, though I doubt it because he looked like he meant them. But to me, his words were no different from him pointing a gun at you and then shooting you repeatedly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, she understood all right. She felt exactly the same way if another person insulted him in front of her. That's why I can't forgive him for how he wronged you. Our godson and Jiang Yingyu, he said. Not until he gives a genuine apology to all of you, to us. But even then, we'll have to consider if it's too little, too late to accept his apology. Do you think he'll apologize? He curled his lip. Honestly, no. What are you two lovebirds whispering to each other over there? Mimi interrupted their quiet conversation. Chun Fei rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. Such a stupid question, Mimi. Look at how they're all over each other. I'm sure that they're just being lovey-dovey and shamelessly throwing dog food at us single dogs as usual. What else is new? Nothing. This triggered them to start bantering again. Iris shook her head, not at all interested in being the subject of their teasing. So she pulled Jin Liwei to their bedroom to reapply his pain gel all over his back. When they returned to their suite's living room, dinner was already being served. What's with tonight's menu? Chun Fei wrinkled her nose in distaste. Did you fire your usual chef? Does he think that he's feeding old people tonight? Why is everything so light and bland? Xiao Fei, you're complaining too much, Long Jingjing said. The food is fine. The dishes are simple, yet I can tell that they're all very nutritious. Sorry about her, little sister and brother-in-law. She doesn't mean to offend you. Iris shrugged. It's fine. Liwei and I are already used to her corrosive mouth. PFT. Mimi almost sprayed a mouthful of soup. Corrosive mouth. Nice one, boss. Dom gave double thumbs up to Iris before laughing at Chun Fei's face. Sir Liwei is currently injured, so his food needs to be lighter and more nutritious than usual in order to help facilitate a speedy recovery. Jiang Yingyu explained to the others, but didn't mention that the dishes also considered Iris' recent oversensitivity to smells due to her pregnancy. Iris threw a grateful smile at her. Chun Fei grumbled under her breath about how they all didn't need to eat the same food as Jin Liwei. He could have his own special meal, while they could eat the usual sumptuous dishes that they would usually have whenever they visited the mansion. My man is the master of this house, so what he eats, we all eat, Iris said in a final tone, effectively shutting up Chun Fei. The atmosphere didn't stay awkward for too long with Dom and Mimi's presence. Lively chatter started flowing while they ate. In addition, Clover video called Dom's phone and made their conversations even livelier. "How's everything there in France?" Iris asked. "I love studying about French perfumery. Boss, I think I found my real passion in life." Clover's excitement was obvious in her voice. Iris smiled. "That's good. Study well there, Xiao Chua." Clover beamed and saluted. "Don't worry, President Long. Leave Libert to me. I won't let you down." The call didn't last too long because Clover needed to attend her French language lessons. Professor Kalisha Schwartz helped arrange a private tutor for Clover in France, as requested by Iris. The tutor was also serving as Clover's personal interpreter during her stay in France until she became proficient in the language and could communicate comfortably on her own. After dinner, everyone chatted for a few minutes until they all noticed that Iris had fallen asleep on Jin Liwei's lap. He wanted to carry her himself to their bedroom, but the others stopped him because of his injuries. Jiang Yingyu stepped forward with the intention of carrying Iris herself, but Dom blocked her way. "Let me do it," Dom said while tapping his chest with his hand. "Big sis you. I know that you're physically the strongest among us friends, but as the only one who has a penis in our girl squad, I won't have any face left if I let a woman and a mother like you carry boss by yourself. I may be gorgeous and fabulous, but I'm still a man. Go, twin bro." Mimi cheered. Chun Fei scoffed. "Gorgeous and fabulous, says who?" Dom flipped his non-existent long hair over his shoulder. "Says the universe. It has been ordained since the beginning of time that I, Dominic Chua, shall be born Georgious and Fabulous. Be quiet." Long Jinjing whisper shouted and pressed her index finger over her lips to shush them all up. "You'll wake up little sister Shilon." Then she sent an apologetic look at Jin Liwei, who had turned cold when it got noisy. Fortunately, she noticed his dangerous aura just in time and managed to warn her friends, or else they would probably be kicked out of the place in an unsightly manner. The others stopped clowning around when they finally noticed Jin Liwei's scary expression. Dom didn't waste any more time and carefully lifted Iris in a princess-style carry. To his credit, he made it look easy as if she only weighed a feather. Nobody was surprised that he was actually deceptively strong because they all knew that he trained in Systema with Iris on a regular basis. Although he wasn't as skilled in the martial arts compared to a natural like Iris, he had trained his body enough to be physically stronger than most average people. It wasn't only Systema. From yoga to Pilates, Zumba, and Latin ballroom, whatever workout Iris decided to do, Dom was sure to join her as well. He might look skinny on the outside, but there were well-defined lean muscles underneath his clothes that others would envy. After depositing Iris on the huge bed, Dom and the others bid goodnight to Jin Liwei. Mimi, Long Jinjing, and Chun Fei didn't go home right away, though. Instead, they hung out with Dom and Jiang Yingyu in the indoor forest while enjoying a bottle of expensive champagne from Jin Liwei's incredible wine cellar. ####. The weekend passed by in a flash. It was Monday morning. Jin Liwei was having a leisurely walk in the hallways after breakfast, which was his way of keeping active without aggravating his injuries. He was already looking and feeling better compared to the previous days. His bruises had darkened and took on an uglier appearance, but they were healing properly. The pain had also become more manageable, either because his injuries were hurting less or maybe because he already got used to this level of pain, so he didn't feel it as much. In short, he was optimistic that he would heal in time for their wedding day and honeymoon at this rate of recovery. On the other hand, the groggy Iris felt like she wanted to strangle the sun for rising up too early for her liking. Her entire body seemed to be glued on the soft and comfy bed. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get up. "Ketchup, time," she croaked in a sleepy voice under the thick duvet. "Good morning, Mommy." "Meow." Iris grunted. "Current time is 10:47 a.m. Iris' eyes flashed open. "What time?" "Meow." "Oops. Time changed." It's 10:48 a.m. now, Mommy. Is there something wrong? Yes. Didn't I ask you to set an alarm for 5:30 a.m. because I have work that starts at 7 a.m. today? Why didn't you wake me up? Iris threw the duvet aside and tried to get up but failed. Annoyed at her lethargic body, she decided to roll off the bed instead. She eventually stopped rolling when she reached the edge of the bed. Even that simple action tired her. Answer my question. Why didn't you wake me up? Is there an error in your system? That's why the alarm failed. No, Mommy. Ketchup's system is running smoothly. No errors at all. Thanks to Mommy's regular and thorough scans. Meow. Then why? Daddy told Ketchup to cancel the 5:30 a.m. alarm and let Mommy sleep longer today. Meow. He did what? Iris' body finally shot up into a sitting position on the bed, her face twisted with fury. Ketchup released a whimpering mewl. "Mo, Mommy. Where's your dad? How dare he cancel my alarm? He knows that I have an important work commitment today. And you know about it too, Ketchup. Are you a daddy's girl now? Is that it? You no longer need me. That's why you're defying your mom now and obeying only what your dad tells you." Silence. Iris' rage intensified. "Ketchup? Where are you? Ketchup, you little kitten. How dare you run away from your mother? Come back here. Now. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Along a hallway in another part of the mansion, Jin Liwei was rushing back to the bedroom as fast as he could while listening to a sobbing Ketchup with a grim expression. Whoa, please hurry up, Daddy. Mommy is so scary. The area holding the complex emotional algorithms, which makes up Ketchup's personality and allows it to evolve, is shaking in terror right now. Mommy is Ketchup's creator and has the most direct effect on how my personality evolves. If Mommy continues scolding Ketchup in such a scary manner, Ketchup might evolve into a real scaredy cat. Whoa, I, the cute and mighty Ketchup, don't want to become a weak scaredy cat. Never. Please do something, Daddy. Me-oo. When Jin Liwei returned to the bedroom, he didn't see his baby girl on the bed. He paused for a moment by the doorway and straightened his spine, as if preparing himself for an upcoming battle. He heard noises from the walk-in closet, so he headed there. Iris' back was facing him when he entered, but she still heard him with her great hearing. She was in a half-dressed state and in the process of putting on a stylish, tailored jumpsuit. Without turning around, she spoke in a cold, flat voice. "I can't find my phone. Where is it? Ketchup isn't responding to me no matter how many times I call her. That brat. I need to contact elder sister E and apologize to her for missing my 7 a.m. work commitment today." She sounded like she was talking to a subordinate. Her tone irked Jin Liwei, but he tamped his own temper down. Patience, that was what he needed right now. And understanding. His woman was pregnant. His second brother already warned him that her emotions would be all over the place, possibly during her entire pregnancy. Sighing, he straightened his back once again before replying. He explained that she left her phone in their suite's living room when she fell asleep on the couch last night. It was already low on battery that time. He didn't bother bringing the phone with them when he had her transferred to their bed. The phone should still be in the living room, maybe already drained of battery. "I contacted your manager last night when you were asleep, so you don't have to call her again," he said. "She already knows that you're not coming today. We discussed about canceling most of your showbiz commitments and keeping them at a minimum while you're pregnant." She spun on her feet and finally faced him. Her eyes were blazing in fury. "Who's we?" "Because I don't remember being involved in that discussion." His eyes narrowed, but managed to keep his expression neutral and his voice calm. "I made the decision for you as your husband and the father of our children. It's what's good for you. Remember what second brother told us. You should scale back on your work now that you're pregnant. Exhausting yourself is not allowed anymore, Xiaolon. I'm pregnant, Liwei, not incapacitated. Second brother said that I should scale back, not completely stop working. There are many other pregnant women who's still fully capable of working like usual in their careers, and they're doing just fine. I can gather some confirmed data to prove it to you if you want." He didn't reply, but made it obvious to her from his rigid silence that he wasn't planning on backing down on his decision. He believed that he was correct. Her twisted expression indicated that seeing him like this was angering her even more. She pulled her eyes away from him and forced herself to take a few deep, shaky breaths. "I don't want to fight with you today, Liwei. My energy is very low right now. I can't waste it fighting with you. I'm going to Bright Summit to discuss my work schedule with elder sister E. Myself. You're not going out today, Xiaolon," he said in a hard tone. Didn't I tell you that I already took care of everything? Manager Tang will arrange a new, lighter work schedule for you. Just wait for her to present it to you when it's done. You. She pointed an angry finger at him. Do you even realize that you're starting to return to your old, controlling self when it comes to me? Have you forgotten what we've talked about before? I despise the feeling of being caged and controlled. It's what I hate the most. And right now, you're doing just that. Just because I'm pregnant now, you want to control everything about my life? I love you with my life. But if you continue doing this to me, I can't promise that I won't start hating you. I don't want that to happen. You're my lover and partner, Liwei, not my master. Remember that. His hard, unyielding expression cracked as her words shot straight to his heart like sharp arrows, making him bleed inside. Tears filled her eyes, but she wasn't letting them fall in front of him. She was also now trembling due to her unstable emotions. The sight caused him great anxiety. This was not good. He needed to calm her down first. He stepped forward towards her. Don't come close to me. She raised her hand in a stop motion. I'm too upset right now. Stay there. Love, I didn't mean to upset you. He made his tone as gentle as possible. I just did it for the sake of your health and that of our babies. Let's talk about it. All right. Please let me close, baby. I want to hug you. His last two sentences made her waver, but she avoided his gaze. She started opening drawers and rummaging inside, looking for a specific silk scarf that she wanted to wear today. A sound of frustration escaped her tense lips when she failed to find it. What are you looking for? Jin Liwei asked. I'll help you find it. She acted as if she didn't hear him and continued to open and close several drawers. In her current turbulent emotional state, she didn't realize that she had reached Jin Liwei's side of the walk-in closet and was now opening his drawers. When she opened a particular drawer which normally contained his neckties arranged in neat rows, an unfamiliar item caught her attention and pulled her mind back to the present. It was a bulky paper bag. The sight was glaring because it looked so out of place among the expensive neckties. She picked it up and was surprised at how light it felt. Without asking him what it was, she opened the paper bag and pulled out one of the items. She frowned, not immediately recognizing what it was. Then she read the label on the box. Easy to use. Fast results. Over 99% accurate. At-home pregnancy test. Iris was momentarily taken aback upon realizing what she was holding. She checked the other remaining items inside the paper bag and discovered that they were all home pregnancy test kits. Burning curiosity ignited inside her and pushed aside the anger and frustration. Directed at Jin Liwei. Why did he have these pregnancy test kits inside his drawer and yet didn't even tell her? Did he forget? How long did he have these in his possession? Many questions popped inside her mind. They made her finally stop ignoring him and look at him without wanting to spit fire on his face. Sensing her burning questions from her expression, Jin Liwei started explaining how he got the pregnancy test kits before she could even open her mouth and ask him. Wait a second. Did you just say that you sucked my breasts so hard that night because you want to perform your own weird pregnancy test on me? Her voice was filled with disbelief. She looked at him like he was a stupid idiot for doing that. Liwei, it hurts so much. Even just remembering it now is making my breasts hurt. We even fought because you did that. I know, he said, sighing. I'm sorry I hurt you that night. It was indeed stupid of me to have done that. Her lips curved down. Then she poured out all the contents of the paper bag on top of the nearest storage island. Despite her unhappy expression, her mouth still twitched seeing the number of pregnancy test kits. I'm not surprised that it was the butler who procured these, she remarked in a wry tone. He got so many in different types and brands. This reminds me of the time when he did the same thing and filled the entire bottom of your suitcase with more than 100 boxes of condoms. I never knew until that moment that condoms have so many types and flavors, just like candies. Kind of amazing, actually. They taste horrible, though. Ugh. A faint smile gentled his tight expression. Our butler is nothing but thorough. I noticed. He hesitated for a moment before going ahead and asking, Are you still mad at me? She stiffened. Yes. He sighed. Let's talk it out. Okay, love. Just like you, I don't want us fighting either. But before anything else, I want you to know that I never want to make you feel like I'm caging you or controlling your life. I feel terrible that I made you think like that with my recent actions. So you admit that you're wrong? His lips tightened, but he still managed to speak in a calm voice. I admit that I'm wrong in making a decision on your behalf regarding your work without consulting you first. That was a mistake on my part. I realize that now. But you must also know that I come from a good place, and I only want what's good for you and our babies inside you. I won't be sorry if it means keeping you and our babies safe and healthy, even if you think that my methods might be a little extreme." She didn't reply, but her expression indicated that she was listening to him. Her anger was still there, but it wasn't as volatile as earlier. This encouraged him. "That's why we need to talk, love. We'll discuss how much workload you can have while you're pregnant that is comfortable to both of us. Because to be honest, if it were up to me, I don't want you to work at all." She glared at him after hearing the last sentence. He held up a hand. "Hear me out first, okay?" She huffed at him, but still nodded and gestured for him to continue. "Thank you. As I was saying, I know that you don't like to hear me saying that I don't want you to work, but that's how I feel, especially after you almost scared the soul out of me when you fainted at the hospital last week. I thought that you fell into coma again. I'll be more careful next time," she said, her tone becoming softer. "But I was also frightened that day, you know. I thought that you— Why you?" He hurried towards her and had already enveloped her in his arms before she could even react. "I know, love. I know. Both of us weren't in our best states that day. But we're okay now, aren't we?" She only hesitated for a second before his masculine scent flooded her senses with warmth and comfort, causing her arms to instinctively wrap around his waist and return his embrace. "We might not always see eye to eye, but we'll still be okay in the end, I promise," he said. "Just like you said, we're lovers and partners in life. All the blessings, we'll cherish them together. All our problems, we'll resolve together. No matter what life throws down at us, no matter if they're good or bad, we'll face and tackle all of them together." She rubbed her face against his chest and took several deep inhalations of his scent that she loved so much. "Yes." Her soft answer made it feel as though a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. He dropped a kiss on top of her head and tightened his arms around her, pressing her closer to him as if wanting to merge her body into his own. "Don't forget that we still need to discuss the issue about my work schedule," she reminded him. "There's no way I'm going to completely stop working. I'll continue fighting with you if you still won't agree." "All right," he said, releasing another sigh. "But I also need to approve which work you're going to sign on. They must be reasonable and lighter than your usual. We need to be careful, love. Remember what second brother told us. You're carrying twins, so the danger risks are higher for you and our babies." "Fine." Then her head tilted to the side when she thought about something. "Speaking of twins, I'm curious about how we got them. Do you have twins in your side of the family?" "Not that I'm aware of," Jin Liwei said after some thinking. "You know what? I'll ask my grandmother and mother if they know of any twins from any branch of our family tree." "Okay," Iris replied. "How about in your side of the family? Do you know of any twins? I heard that the possibility of having twins is higher if it comes from the mother's side. But if it's from both sides, then it's even higher." She tilted her head to the side and started combing through the memories of the original Iris Long. It wasn't an easy task because the original Iris Long wasn't particularly close to any of her relatives, from both the Long and the Wei sides, making her not very knowledgeable about the specific details of her family tree. "It's fine," he said after seeing her difficulty in providing an answer. "We can investigate our genealogical records another day. Besides, even if there aren't twins in our bloodlines, so what? It just means that we're destined to have twins for our children." She nodded. Their fight wasn't completely resolved yet until they had their discussion about her revised work schedule, but for now, all she wanted to do was stay comfortable in his embrace. He smelled so good that she didn't want to leave his arms. Her head rested on his chest while she listened to his strong and regular heartbeat. Then she remembered the home pregnancy test kits. Curiosity once again ignited inside her. She pushed away from Jin Liwei's embrace and started examining all the different types of test kits. "I want to use these," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "But we already confirmed that you're pregnant. The hospital blood test and ultrasound are more accurate than those test kits." "I still want to try." A doting smile lifted the corners of his lips. "Okay." Iris randomly chose 5 of the test kits and headed to the bathroom. There was still a lot left. She didn't want to spend the next half an hour peeing just to use up all the test kits the butler bought. Jin Liwei waited outside the bathroom door because she didn't want him inside while she was peeing. 3 minutes passed with no word from her inside. He decided to knock on the door. "Love, are you okay in there?" No reply. His heartbeat sped up. Did something happen to her inside? Did she faint again? Oh no. As soon as the thought entered his mind, his body automatically moved and opened the door with a bang. Xiaolan. She was startled at his sudden entrance, but soon became amused and also touched upon seeing his panicked expression. I'm fine. Don't always think of the worst-case scenario, or your hair will turn white very soon. He responded with a grunt and looked around to make sure that she was indeed safe. Then he noticed the pregnancy test kits. You're still not done yet. I can't pee, she said in a sheepish tone. I was going to ask you to get me some drinking water, but then you suddenly barged in here. Oh, all right. Wait here. I'll be back. Less than a minute later, he returned with a bottle of mineral water from the mini fridge in their suite's living room. She thanked him and drank almost the entire bottle. Then she shooed him out of the bathroom again. He waited for about 5 minutes before she called him to come inside. The 5 test kits were all lined up on the sink countertop. The results weren't out yet. I bet $1,000,000 RMB that they'll all come out positive, he said. She elbowed him in the waist at his poor attempt of a joke. Then she realized what she had just done. Oh no. I'm sorry. I forgot that you're still injured. Did I hurt you? What she did only felt like a small nudge to him. He was about to tell her that he was fine, but when he saw her concerned expression, he changed his mind and then twisted his face in pain. He pretended to double over and even groaned in a convincing manner. Darling. She became flustered in an instant. Oh no. What should I do? Tell me. He continued groaning. Kiss. What? I need a kiss to stop the pain. Seeing the mischief twinkling in his eyes, she finally realized that he was just pretending and teasing her. She had the strongest urge to kick him in the balls, but managed to restrain herself. His balls were very important to their sex life. She couldn't hurt them. Lucky him. Congratulations. You have better acting skills than a showbiz celebrity like me. Go ahead and be proud of yourself, Mr. Jin Liwei. Keep it up. Maybe you'll win a Best Actor award next time, she said in a tone filled with sarcasm. Then she ignored him and concentrated on the test kits. He moved behind her and pulled her close to his body in a tight hug. Then he began nuzzling her ear while whispering, Wife, husband wants a kiss. She tried shaking him off, but that only made him hug her tighter. The atmosphere between them had lightened a great deal, so she wasn't that angry at him anymore. On the contrary, all his current teasing was bringing her into a playful mood as well. Despite this, she still pretended to be annoyed at him while teasing in return. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. He paused for a few seconds, unsure of what she meant. Then he leaned forward behind her and released one of the loudest laughter she had ever heard from him. His laughter flowed without any restraints. It sounded absolutely wonderful. She could feel his chest vibrating from laughter directly on her back. It was a surprisingly pleasurable sensation. She sent a quick mental thanks to Dom for the joke. This brief episode made her feel so much better. Her mouth curved up in a bright smile. Oh, look, she exclaimed in excitement. The results are coming out. The 5 test results all appeared one after another. All came out positive. I'm really pregnant. Iris grabbed one of the test kits while her other arm hooked around Jin Liwei's neck in a half hug. He glanced at the results. Of course you are. Second brother already confirmed that you're pregnant. A doctor of his caliber won't make such an amateur mistake, not to mention that we already saw our babies from the ultrasound. She nodded. Did the test kits satisfy your curiosity? It was fun. Then she paused before asking, do you think what I just did is pointless? If you had fun, then it's not pointless. It served its purpose. She blessed him with a bright smile which infected him and made him smile as well. Then his smile dimmed as he observed her expression. Are you still afraid? What do you mean? She tilted her head to the side in confusion. Afraid of becoming a mother, of carrying our babies inside you, and of giving birth. A little, she admitted. He nodded, and then he turned serious. I'll tell you a secret. What secret? He leaned his head down and whispered to her ear. The truth is, I'm also a little afraid of becoming a father. Her eyes widened. Really? But you told me that you're very happy and excited to become a father. Of course I'm happy and excited. I'm fathering the babies of the woman I love. I feel like the happiest man in the world right now. Then why? Shifting his body, he stood in front of her so that they were now face to face with their eyes locked on each other. Then he grabbed both her hands and held them tightly, but not hard enough to hurt her, just enough to convey to her the sincerity of his words. Because it's something that I've never experienced before, he said. We can only imagine what it's really like how to be parents, and we've also had some practice with our cats and little June. But having our own human children that we made ourselves is a whole different experience, don't you think? Our twins growing inside, you literally came from a piece of you and me. It's something new to both of us. She understood what he meant. His was more of an intrinsic fear of the unknown. Hers, however, was deeply rooted from her personal experiences with her own mother from her past life. Both of them were afraid of becoming parents, but for different reasons. She didn't tell him that, though. Maybe he thought that her fear was the same as his. Despite his misunderstanding, she still received his good intentions. Warmth filled her heart and made her stomach flutter with happiness. Before they met and got together as lovers, Jin Liwei was a cold, hard, dominant, controlling, and ruthless man. He didn't care much about other people's feelings. He only cared about getting what he wanted. Back then, his main priority was protecting the interests of the Jin family and continuing the legacy of Jin Corporation as the #1 company in the country. This kind of man was an alpha and would never show his vulnerable side to anyone else, even to his own friends and family, now demoted as relatives because she was now his main family. Hell would freeze over before that could happen. At least, that was what everyone believed back then, including him. Then he met her. Looking back now, both of them fell hard and fast for each other. He fell for her first, but she soon followed, especially after resolving the issue with the remnant's grudge inside her. Both of them experienced tremendous changes because of their relationship. He bared himself to her, showing his everything from his unexpected sides unknown to everyone else, and also his vulnerabilities. It was like ripping his own heart out of his chest and offering it to her. Her heart also belonged to him now, of course. She loved him so much that she sometimes felt in awe that she was capable of feeling this kind of strong, deep, and intricate love for another person. However, unlike him, she realized that she hadn't bared her everything to him yet. He knew some of her vulnerabilities and even caught glimpses of her deepest fears, but not everything. And she wasn't sure if she would reveal all her secrets to him. How would he react if he knew that she wasn't the original Long Xiaolan? That she was Evelina Vetrova, the sheltered princess of the most infamous criminal family in the international underworld? If her biggest secret only concerned her, then she might have already decided to tell Jin Liwei. Whether he believed her or not, they would work it out between them for sure. Unfortunately, her secret also involved her older brother. She could only imagine how Jin Liwei, and his other brothers for that matter, would react upon discovering that their happy-go-lucky fifth brother Liu Zihao was already dead, and that the crown prince of the Vetrov family, who could shoot a bullet in a person's head without batting an eye, now lived in their brother's body. Compared to a hidden figure like Evelina Vetrova, the notoriety of Nikolai Vetrov in the criminal world was close to legendary. He had frightening charisma that exceeded all the previous heads of the Vetrov organization. He was able to instill fierce loyalty from his own subordinates that was completely different from the mindless, robotic obedience programmed by the organization to its subordinates. Through special training. Perhaps one reason why their enemies decided to finally annihilate the Vetrovs once and for all was because Nikolai's growing power and influence was becoming too threatening, so they decided to cut the bud before it could blossom into its full potential. She didn't know for sure. There was a million reasons why their enemies wanted the Vetrovs dead, but this could be one. The Vetrovs, as a whole, were evil. She could never deny that fact. But to her, evil was not completely black and white. The gray areas allowed her to see the goodness within such a bloody organization, namely, her relationship with her big brother and coming to close second with their father. To others, Armin and Nikolai Vetrov might be the devil incarnate themselves, but to her, they were simply her father and older brother respectively. They slashed countless throats with their bare hands, but those same hands always held her with doting love. After their deaths, both she and her brother had been reborn into different bodies. And coincidentally, the two of them still crossed each other's paths in this second chance of life. They were no longer blood siblings, but their bond still remained as strong as ever. She was now Long Xiaolan, or more known as Iris Long, while her brother was now Liu Zihao. If Jin Liwei and his brothers ever learned that Nikolai Vetrov, such a dangerous and deadly man, now owned their fifth brother's body, would they still accept him? What about Grandpa Liu? For all his loud, booming laughter and ribald jokes. He was still a loving and protective grandfather. How would the old man react once he discovered that his real grandson died before him? All these thoughts circulated in her mind as she looked at Jin Liwei admitting his fear of becoming a father to her. It might be a normal fear compared to hers, but it was still a vulnerability that an alpha man like him was trusting her with. What about her? For the first time ever, she felt like a fake. She now lived as Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, and even completely owned the identity after facing off with the original's remnant. But the truth was that she wasn't really Long Xiaolan. In her deepest core, she was still Evelina Vetrova. But the love of her life, Jin Liwei, didn't even know anything about her. The real Evelina. Because she didn't tell him. Did she want to tell him? Oh yes. She wanted to tell him everything, just like how he would open himself up to her with full trust. But she couldn't. The secret that she and her older brother were keeping was too enormous, too heavy, too dangerous, and too deadly. Once it was known that the Vetrov siblings still existed, albeit in different bodies, it would cause a deadly worldwide manhunt and a gigantic tsunami of bloodshed that would destroy their current lives. Just imagining it made Iris tremble. If what happened to the Vetrovs the hellish night they were all annihilated also were to happen to Jin Liwei and their loved ones, she wouldn't be able to take it. The tragedy in her past life was, in a sense, a form of release for her. But if a similar tragedy were to befall her again in this life, she would fight to the very end to prevent it. What's wrong, love? Jin Liwei's worried voice interrupted the nightmare playing inside her mind. His warmth enveloped her and gradually eased her trembling. You must be cold wearing that thin jumpsuit. Come, let's get you changed into something warmer and more comfortable. He led her from the bathroom to the walk-in closet and proceeded to choose a set of knitted sweatshirt and simple lounge pants for her. She changed into the lounge pants, but rejected the sweatshirt. I want to wear your shirt. All right, he said with a smile and walked to his side of the closet, but was stopped. No, I want the shirt you're wearing right now. Take it off. He frowned. I already sweated in this shirt while taking my morning walk. It's stinky. I'll get you a clean one instead, okay? You're not stinky, she said while clasping the hem of his shirt. I already smelled you, and you smell good. I don't want a clean one because it doesn't smell like you yet. Please, darling. Your scent calms me down. For a man, his woman telling him that he smelled good after sweating felt awesome. Jin Liwei couldn't stop his mouth from stretching into a smug grin. Then she added, and it wards off the other stink from my surroundings. Ugh, they make me dizzy and nauseous. His smug grin fell a little after hearing her say that. Was his scent some sort of an anti-evil charm for her? Then he saw how serious she looked. Oh well, his woman was pregnant, and her new weirdness was surely from the hormones. If it made her happy, the least he could do was give her all his used shirts. Sighing, he pulled his shirt off and handed it to her. She happily wore it, but not before giving him a smacking kiss on the lips and an enthusiastic thank you, which instantly returned his smug grin. Do you want my used boxers too? He suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I'll take it off right now. Just say the word. My scent should be stronger on my boxers. She smacked his chest. You're so gross. He caught the hand she used to smack him and held it, not letting it go even when she tried pulling it away. What gross? You love the thing underneath my boxers. You love having it inside your mouth. He leaned forward and dropped his voice lower. And you love it whenever I pump it inside your wet heat again and again until you scream my name at the top of your lungs. Why you? A deep tinge of crimson colored her cheeks. The swift darkening of her eyes showed how much his words were affecting her. Whenever I come inside your mouth, you never say that I'm gross. You even swallow everything and beg me for more. Her breath hitched. She licked her lips because her mouth felt dry all of a sudden. Her mind only contained him right at this moment, him and their mutual desire, and kicked away all the nightmarish images she was imagining only a few moments ago in the bathroom. If she knew that Jin Liwei thought that she was using his scent as an anti-evil charm, then she most likely would have agreed, and perhaps even add that his very existence was an anti-evil charm for all of her deep-seated fears, most of which originated from her dark past life. She leaned forward and hugged his waist. Their earlier fight about his controlling tendencies now that she was pregnant wasn't completely resolved yet. The two of them still needed to have a serious discussion over it. But right now, she didn't give a whit about the fight. His seductive teasing awakened her desire to full blast in mere seconds. She had momentarily forgotten how upset she was that he made changes to her work schedule without discussing it with her first. At the moment, all she wanted was him. She wanted to touch and taste him all over, to feel his hard length filling her inside to the brim. A moan escaped her throat as she instinctively rubbed her body against him, which also caused him to release a guttural groan. She sought his mouth until he gave it to her. Their open mouths and hungry tongues devoured each other and transformed the blazes inside them into raging infernos. Her hands touched all over his chest before crawling to his back. Then she felt him flinch. It was a small movement, but to her, it felt like a bucket of ice-cold water was poured all over her head, dousing the flames of her desire in an instant. "Oh no, I'm sorry, darling." She took 3 steps away from him. One more, just to be safe and to avoid the temptation of jumping him again. "I've forgotten again that you're still injured. And also, second brother said no sex allowed until you're healed." "To hell with what second brother said," he growled. "Come here, Shilon. I want you." Her feet automatically moved 1 step towards him, but she caught herself in time. "No, we can't. You're too hurt to do it right now." His eyes were predatory. Since she wasn't returning to his arms, he moved towards her instead. "Stop. If you aggravate your injuries now and hurt yourself even more, we'll have to delay our wedding date until you're healed. That's our deal, remember?" That stopped him. He cursed and hissed in frustration. Then he rubbed his face with his hands in a rough manner, forcing his good sense to return to him. He felt like he shot himself in the foot by seducing her just now. It was easier for Iris to cool down than Jin Liwei. She only needed to visualize the patchwork of big, ugly bruises on his back, and her worry for him soon alleviated her desire. On the other hand, unlike her, he needed to deal with a massive, raging erection which didn't feel like it would be calming down very soon. At this rate, he would probably need to hop under an ice-cold shower to force it to behave. He couldn't bear to use his hand to give himself temporary relief when she wasn't able to do anything for her own desire. That wouldn't be fair to her, and he would only feel terrible about it. If both of them had to suffer from this abstinence until he healed, then so be it. However, he needed to think of something to tide themselves over during this period of time, because both of them would probably go crazy if they continued on like this. His woman was pregnant, and her out-of-whack hormones weren't only causing extreme mood swings, but increased sex drive as well. It wasn't only her. He felt like his libido had also shot off the roof after confirming that she was pregnant with his babies. His inner macho man was thumping his chest in triumph at impregnating her. In short, this abstinence was torture to both of them. His dark, frustrated thoughts were interrupted when she plopped herself down on the nearby chaise lawn all of a sudden, looking pale and weak. He immediately rushed to her and knelt in front of her. "What's wrong, love?" Cold sweat beaded her skin when he touched her. Anxiety made his heart hammer inside his chest. "Ketchup, get someone to prepare the helicopter ASAP. We're flying your mom to the hospital. Hurry, on it, Daddy." "Meow? Oh, Mommy, please be okay. Ketchup is very sorry for running away like a scaredy cat earlier this morning." "Whoa." Iris groaned and swatted Jin Liwei's hands when he attempted to lift her. "Stop it. Don't worry, love. I'll bring you to the hospital right away. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Don't panic." She glared at him with half-opened eyes. "Tell that to yourself," she muttered. And in a louder voice, she said, "Ketchup, call off the helicopter." "I'm okay." "Meow?" "But Mommy." "Call it off. Now, Daddy, should Ketchup call off the helicopter?" "Meow." Iris' expression turned black when she heard the cat AI that she created with great difficulty ask for Jin Liwei for clarification first instead of following her instruction right away. Her voice dropped to several degrees. "I see. Indeed, Ketchup has become a daddy's girl that she's now completely ignoring my words and only listening to her dad." "Whoa, don't be angry at Ketchup, Mommy. Ketchup listens to both Mommy and Daddy equally, just like how Mommy programmed my cute and mighty system." "Mio, whoa. Dear wife, that's not true." Iris raised a hand to stop Jin Liwei from speaking. "Oomph. Just call off the helicopter. I'm really okay. There's no need to take me to the hospital." His expression hardened. She knew that it meant he would stubbornly insist on taking her to the hospital no matter what if she failed to provide him with a valid reason. "I said I'm fine," she snapped. "I'm just too hungry that I feel dizzy." I need food, not the hospital. Ugh, you're all being so annoying. Jin Liwei's hard expression cleared in an instant. Right? You haven't eaten breakfast yet since you woke up. Sorry, love. I should have made you eat first before anything else, he said, his voice filled with guilt. Ketchup, quickly inform the chef to prepare a big meal for your mom and have it delivered to our suite. Aye, aye, Daddy. Meow. Iris mumbled something, but Jin Liwei failed to hear it. What did you say, love? I said I want something with chocolates, she said in a more irritated tone. He ignored her irritation. In fact, it was as if he didn't notice it. He was now looking at her with a gentle and doting smile. Ketchup, chocolates. Got it, Daddy. Meow. 5 seconds later. Mommy, Uncle Chef says there are chocolate brownies, chocolate fudge, and champoredo available. What does Mommy want from these 3 choices of desserts? What's champoredo? Iris asked. It's a sweet Filipino chocolate rice porridge, Mommy. Uncle Dom requested it, so Uncle Chef had to search for a recipe online because Uncle Dom is hopeless in the kitchen and couldn't teach Uncle Chef how to make it. Ketchup saw little Junjun enjoy champoredo this morning, so it must have tasted super-duper good. Uncle Dom also almost cried like a silly baby when he took a bite, saying that it reminded him of his momsy's cooking when he was a cute little boy. Meow. Oh, that made Iris curious. She turned to Jin Liwei. Did you taste it? He shook his head. I woke up very early today, so I ate breakfast alone. That champoredo must not have been ready yet at that time. I want all 3 desserts, Iris told Ketchup. Okie dokie, Mommy. Meow. Just. The thought of eating those delicious-sounding desserts was already making Iris salivate. Her mood also improved. She no longer felt as irritated at the Jin Liwei Ketchup duo as before. Looks like our twins have quite the sweet tooth, Jin Liwei commented. Iris subconsciously rubbed her flat stomach. You think that's the reason why I'm craving so much chocolates? You're normally very moderate on how much you eat, especially when it comes to desserts. She nodded, then sighed. I should have realized that I might be pregnant when my craving started, but I only thought that it was normal hunger pangs resulting from overwork. He moved to sit beside her. Now we know. She opened her mouth, about to say something, but was interrupted by Ketchup's overexcited child voice. Mommy, Daddy. Ketchup has something to report. Uncle Hao Hao is back. Yay yay. Meow. Iris froze. Then she panicked. Uncle Hao Hao's car just entered the main gates 1 minute and 3 seconds ago. There are 4 other cars accompanying Uncle Hao Hao, filled with unfamiliar people. Ketchup has no records of these scary-looking individuals, so they must be new recruits. Meow. Now searching for available information from different local and international databases. Creating new records. Complete. Meow. Oh, Uncle Hao Hao has recruited some foreigners this time. Amazing. Would Mommy and Daddy like to see the quick records Ketchup created about them? The records may still be incomplete, though. Some information had been tampered with and deliberately erased and hidden, so Ketchup or Mommy needs to dig deeper to create more accurate records. Meow. Iris stopped panicking for a moment to advise the cat AI. No need. Don't interfere with your uncle's business, especially if he doesn't ask for assistance. Just let him and his subordinates be. Jin Liwei had a different opinion. Send the records to me later. I need to know every single person who enters our property. But darling, his gaze was serious when he looked at her. I trust Fifth Brother, of course, but his subordinates are a different matter. I, Jin Liwei, am still the master of Dragon Palace number 10. I need to personally ensure that my wife, children, and everyone else under our protection are safe from any outsiders because at the end of the day, that's what Fifth Brother's subordinates are, outsiders. Although they assist in protecting you and in strengthening the security of our home, not to mention that they get along well with our household members and even help improve our security team's overall skills, they are still not our people. They aren't contracted under us, but to Fifth Brother. We don't even know who they really are or where they came from. If it wasn't that I trust Fifth Brother, I would never allow strangers like them who I haven't performed extensive background checks to enter our home. You didn't seem to mind their presence much before, she said. It's different now. You're pregnant. We need to be extra careful, love. She wanted to argue with him, but thinking more about it, he was correct, so she shut her mouth. Nevertheless, she still felt torn, especially since this involved her brother. I know that you trust Fifth Brother, he said, his tone becoming gentle. But I hope you understand where I'm coming from. My main priority will always be you and our family. I can't risk our safety just because of unknown factors. So if only for our peace of mind, I need to know more information about Fifth Brother's subordinates, especially these new foreign recruits that he brought today. Sighing, she nodded. I understand. Good. He smiled. Ketchup, she called. Do what your dad says. Aye aye, mommy and daddy. Now sending all files of Uncle How How's subordinates who come and go inside our home to daddy. Transfer complete. Meow. She closed her eyes and felt a faint, throbbing ache in her temples. We need to inform Big Brother about this, though I don't know if he'll like it. Naturally, we'll let him know, he assured. As for whether he'll like it or not, he just has to suck it up. Fifth Brother often disappears to who knows where for long periods of time. Anyway, it's very rare for him to stay here at home for a week straight. So he can't dictate what we, the master and mistress of this house, should or shouldn't do inside our own home. Remember, love, our home, our rules. She pouted at his words, but still nodded in agreement. Still, this was her brother they were talking about. Although she understood that things were different now than in her past life, it was still quite difficult for her to separate the domineering image of Nikolai Vetrov, which was stamped deeply inside her soul, from who he was now as Liu Zihao. In their past life, Nikolai Vetrov only followed the Vetrov laws. And if something fell through the cracks that the Vetrov laws didn't cover, then he would just make his own rules. This, our home, our rules, that Jin Liwei was saying would never apply to the Vetrovs. The Vetrovs didn't even give a damn about the laws governing sovereign states, so why would they care about individuals' personal rules? If someone told them, our home, our rules in the past, they would surely laugh before putting a bullet at the poor person's head. This is not the past. This is now, she reminded herself. Jin Liwei was right. Despite this, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. Perhaps her uneasiness wasn't really about interfering with her brother's business or respecting his privacy. Maybe it was more about her fear of what she would eventually unearth once she dug deep enough about what he really had been doing all this time. She knew deep down that her brother had an intense desire for revenge for the Vetrov's annihilation. And knowing him, he wouldn't rest until he achieved all his goals, even if he had to go through hell. This extreme direction of her thoughts filled her with great anxiety and foreboding. It felt like the dark past that she desperately wanted to escape from, and successfully did, was now creeping slowly closer and closer to her until it caught her again. All this stress was too much. A pained moan escaped from her cold, pale lips. Love, warm embrace enveloped her. Follow me. Breathe in, breathe out. That's it. Jin Liwei sounded calm, but still couldn't completely hide the strain in his voice. You'll be all right. I'm here with you. So hungry, food, chocolates, ugh. Her voice was weak. Huh. Jin Liwei released a helpless, yet relieved chuckle. Yes, love. Food is coming. And so are the chocolates. She moaned, sounding like she was going to die. The past catching up with her frightened her like no other. But right now, eating was more important. With a sudden burst of energy, she grabbed Jin Liwei's collar and begged him like a deranged woman. I swear, Liwei, if you don't feed me now, I'll eat your face. Thankfully, the food arrived before Iris could resort to eating Jin Liwei's face. Just the mere sight of food energized her enough that she could move by herself without relying on his assistance, despite feeling weak and dizzy due to hunger. He felt relieved at her great appetite. However, he had to order a couple of dishes to be taken away after she complained about their nasty smell. She hadn't reached the point yet of having morning sickness or vomiting, but her oversensitivity to certain smells was becoming more pronounced with each passing day. The chef also prepared food for Jin Liwei so that the couple could eat together. Brunch for her, lunch for him. After the food had been set up on the table in their suite's living room, Jin Liwei noticed that there seemed to be a big excess of food, enough for another person to eat besides the two of them. Mr. Liu Zihao called ahead and informed me that he would like to join the master and the mistress to eat lunch once he arrives, the butler explained. Therefore, I took it upon myself to have the chef prepare additional food for him. He should be here in a few more minutes. Big Brother must be tired, so he should rest first, Iris mumbled. We can see each other later. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow at her unusual behavior. If this was before, she would be bursting in excitement whenever Liu Zihao returned home from his frequent long periods of absence. You don't want to meet Fifth Brother? That's fine. You don't have to. We can have someone tell him that you're not feeling well right now, so he should visit you later instead. She looked tempted at his suggestion for a few seconds before eventually shaking her head. No, that won't work. If he wants to see and talk to us, nobody here can stop him. I can. Jin Liwei looked sure of himself. She threw him a sidelong glance which was suspiciously tinged with doubt. He narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Dear wife, what kind of expression is that? You don't believe your own husband. I believe you, she said, a little too hurriedly. Then she stuffed her mouth with food and paid him no more mind. Right now, the food was more attractive to her than him. He sighed and also began eating. But unlike her, food would never be more attractive than her to him. He enjoyed watching her eat with more enthusiasm than usual. Even though her table manners had become a little clumsy in her rush to put food in her mouth, in his eyes, she was still the most elegant woman in the world. She finished her plate in no time before quickly moving to the chocolate desserts that she had been eyeing since the food arrived. This time, she didn't rush eating but took her time. Ketchup, when is your uncle coming? She asked, her nervousness returning. Uncle Hao Hao has already entered the mansion. At his current walking pace, Uncle Hao Hao should arrive at Mommy and Daddy's suite in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Meow. Iris paled after hearing how soon her brother would be arriving. Too soon. Relax, love. Why do you look so nervous? It's just fifth brother. Or did you do something behind his back, and now you're feeling guilty? She threw him a sullen look. What? He was confused. Big brother is going to kill us, she muttered. Her words only made him more confused. Why? What did we do? You got me pregnant before marriage. He blinked. After a few seconds, he gave her a gentle smile. Love, I think you're overthinking. I'm not. Overthinking. Here, try this. He distracted her by placing a small bowl of champorado in front of her to prevent her from rocketing into another mood swing. Delicious. Her eyes closed as she savored the homely taste of the chocolate rice porridge. After a few mouthfuls, she remembered what they were talking about before he distracted her. You need to take this seriously. Big brother will really get mad at us. He only shrugged. No, he won't. But even if he does, so what if I got you pregnant? He already knows that we'll be marrying in less than a month. He knows that I love you and you love me. What's the problem? The order we did things might not be socially ideal, but so what? I don't see why it should be his business. But nothing, love. I've known fifth brother longer than you do. He might have changed a lot and have become more intimidating now, but I know that in his core, he's still the same fifth brother that I've known since we were children. I'm sure that he'll be happy for us and excited to become an uncle to our twins. No, you're wrong. I know him longer than you do, because he's not the same fifth brother that you know. These words whispered in her mind, but she didn't dare say them out loud. Jin Liwei asked, Does he even know that you're pregnant? It was Ketchup who answered him, chiming in on their conversation with her lively child voice. Yes, Daddy. Uncle Hao Hao knows that Mommy is pregnant. Remember when Daddy proudly announced to Uncle Butler and the key household staff that Mommy is pregnant, so they should all take good care of her? The word spread, and everyone at home soon knew about it. Uncle Hao Hao's subordinates immediately contacted him and told him that Mommy is pregnant. Ketchup heard their whole conversation. Would Mommy and Daddy like to hear the recording? Meow. Iris closed her eyes and groaned. Now we've done it. Instead of hearing it from us, he had to hear the news from someone else. He'll really kill us. Jin Liwei only chuckled, not at all concerned. Oh, Uncle Hao Hao's here. Meow. Before Iris could react, they heard 3 sharp knocks, and then the door opened. In strode Lu Zihao, looking somewhat different than the last time they saw him. Big brother. Iris stood up and greeted with a nervous smile. Lu Zihao stopped walking before he could reach them and just stood there, his heavy presence filling up the entire room in an instant. Jin Liwei frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, he moved to stand beside Iris and wrapped an arm behind her. Fifth brother, he greeted with a brief nod, no longer appearing as welcoming to Lu Zihao as when his fifth brother just entered the room. He didn't appreciate that his fifth brother was causing his pregnant woman to become jittery like this. Little sister, third brother, Lu Zihao drawled his greeting. His expression looked deceptively relaxed. There was even the usual faint devilish smile on his lips. However, his eyes had a sinister opaqueness that prevented others from reading his real emotions and deterred them from digging deeper. It was like a black hole existed within his pupils, sucking in those foolish enough to want to get to know the real him. There was something different about Lu Zihao this time, but Jin Liwei couldn't pinpoint it. It wasn't physical, or else he would have noticed it immediately. No, it was something more intangible. On the other hand, Iris knew exactly what was different about the Lu Zihao standing in front of them right now. She leaned closer to Jin Liwei, her palms starting to sweat. This Lu Zihao reeked of more danger and felt closer to how her big brother was, the Nikolai Vetrov she knew in her past life. It seemed that he was having more difficulty in concealing his true nature from leaking out in detectable waves. Sit down, fifth brother. Let's eat. Jin Liwei took over the situation because his baby girl was too nervous. After sitting down, Jin Liwei also led the conversation, asking Lu Zihao different questions. Lu Zihao didn't make anything difficult and responded in an easy manner while eating his meal. Soon, the heavy atmosphere lightened and Iris acted more like herself, even joining the conversation between the two men. She also snatched their portions of sweets without any shame, believing that all the desserts on the table belonged to her. The two men didn't say anything at her greedy display. Jin Liwei had a doting smile on his face and even assisted in serving more brownies and chocolate fudge slices onto her plate. As for Lu Zihao, his real emotions were unreadable as he watched the couple in front of him while eating his meal. After the meal was over, the three moved to the couches while the table was being tidied up. Then hot, digestive, herbal tea was served next. Iris felt content after filling up her stomach with delicious food. She was like a cat who wanted to curl up and sleep after a meal. The feeling was so nice and comfortable, but then her brother's next words made her stiffen. I heard that you're pregnant. Lu Zihao's tone was very casual, but she could feel the dangerous undertone in his voice. Iris shrank a little and pressed herself closer to Jin Liwei's side. He rubbed her waist before smiling at Lu Zihao. You heard correctly, fifth brother. Xiaolan is indeed pregnant. We are both very happy and excited to become parents soon. Is that so? Lu Zihao swirled the hot tea in his cup before taking a sip. His eyes moved from Jin Liwei and settled on his sister. She instinctively avoided his gaze, but then felt a firm pressure from Jin Liwei's hand around her waist. Just a simple touch conveyed a clear message. Don't be afraid. I'm here. A warm stream of courage flowed from Jin Liwei's hand pressing on her waist and filled her with a reliable sense of security, allowing her to lift her gaze and look at her big brother straight in the eyes. The apprehension of facing her brother's wrath was still there, but Jin Liwei's presence lessened the uncomfortable feeling inside her heart. Be big brother, she called. The pressure of Lu Zihao's gaze eyes on her became heavier, but she straightened her spine and spoke in a shy but upbeat tone. You're going to be an uncle to T-twins soon. In less than a year. He didn't reply right away, but his gaze dropped from her face to her flat abdomen. You're having twins? She nodded while Jin Liwei grinned with pride. Had twins, huh? Lu Zihao asked Jin Liwei. Do you have twins in your family? Jin Liwei said he didn't know, but would investigate his genealogical records. Lu Zihao looked at Iris, silently asking her the same question. She shook her head. Lu Zihao became pensive and no longer spoke as he withdrew inside his own mind. Iris didn't know what to make of his silence. It felt like the eerie calm before a disastrous storm. She almost hoped that her brother would rage at her and Jin Liwei to get it over with. She preferred an open reaction like that instead of this uncomfortable silence, which made her unsure of what her brother was really thinking. Sorry to interrupt. Daddy, it's time to take your medicine. Meow. Iris rose with Jin Liwei from their seat, but he gently pushed her down. I can take my medicine by myself. You stay here and relax. Chat with fifth brother and tell him how happy we are with the upcoming 2 additions to our family. I also need to make a few quick calls, but I'll be back soon. All right, love. Okay. She watched him go inside their bedroom, closing the door behind him. Then she looked at her silent brother whose eyes had once again focused on her after Jin Liwei left. Tell the white cat to stop eavesdropping, he said. Meow. Uncle Hao Hao, my name is Ketchup. It's K as in kiss, E as in elf, T as in kid. I know how to spell ketchup. Iris immediately instructed Ketchup to stop eavesdropping in this room and go find someone else to chat with before her talkative cat annoyed her brother. What did you want to tell me that you waited until you're sure nobody else will be listening in on us? Iris asked her brother after Ketchup left to gossip with her Uncle Dom somewhere in the mansion. Liu Zihao splayed his long arm over the back of the couch he was sitting on while his other arm lay loosely to his side, the fingers on that hand tapping rhythmically on his thigh. His entire posture looked relaxed, yet his gaze remained heavy and indecipherable on her. She waited for him to speak, no longer feeling as nervous as before. Since he hadn't turned violent or started beating up Jin Liwei yet, then she would just take that as a good sign that perhaps her brother might just accept the current situation without giving her too much grief. "Do you still remember what I told you before?" he asked in Russian, finally speaking after a long silence. She tilted her head to the side and also spoke in Russian. "Which one?" "The one about marriage and pregnancy." "Yes, I remember," she said, sighing. "And did you listen?" "No, you didn't. Because if you did, then you would have married first before letting a man impregnate you. Marriage first before pregnancy. I drilled that to you so many times, and yet look at you now." His tone was cold and flat. It was obvious that he was trying to intimidate her, and she would have felt intimidated if they spoke about this earlier at the height of her apprehension. But after stuffing her stomach with delicious food and feeling reassured by Jin Liwei, her nervousness regarding her brother was being replaced by the urge to relax and take a nap instead. She knew what her brother was like, how dominant and protective he was of her, and how scary he could be even to her. Right now, however, she was beginning to feel irritated at him. He continued to lecture her. "You assured me before that you're always taking proper contraceptive measures, that he's protecting you all the time, even when you yourself become careless and forget. What happened then? Why are you suddenly pregnant?" Pregnancy occurs when a man and woman have intercourse and the man's sperm cells fertilize the woman's egg cell. "Don't give me that attitude, young lady," he warned. "Don't treat me like a child," Iris retorted, keeping the volume of her voice low to prevent Jin Liwei, who was still inside the bedroom, from hearing them. "You're still calling me young, lady? I'm a grown woman, big brother. This body might be young, but you need to remember my real age. And you should remember yours as well. What fifth brother? Liwei and the others should be calling you uncle instead." His eyes narrowed dangerously at her. Her irritation at his bossiness was fueling her courage to run her mouth off against him. "What? I'm right, aren't I? There's a gap at the time of our Dita." She stopped after realizing what she was about to say. "Say it," he said, his voice so low that it was a whisper. Yet the sound made her shiver, finally reminding her that this was still her big brother, the former crown prince of what was once the most powerful criminal organization in the world. She was now regretting how careless she had been to start talking about this topic. "Evelina Armanovna Vetrova, say it." Her heart shook after he said her full name, the name she held in her past life. It was a name filled with immense power and wealth, but at the same time, it was also a curse which damned her into a life with no freedom since the moment of her birth. Feeling helpless, she closed her eyes and surrendered to the onslaught of vivid memories from her past life as a member of the powerful Vetrov family. This process only took a minute, but to her, it felt like a century. She felt utterly drained and exhausted afterwards. When she opened her eyes again, they were blank. In a voice devoid of any emotion, she continued the sentence she cut off earlier. "There's a gap at the time of our deaths and the time we were reborn into these new bodies." "That's right." His voice became colder and flatter. "You know what it means?" She only looked at him with a blank stare, not replying to his question. He didn't need her answer, anyway. "It means that we've been dead that long." Then his face twisted all of a sudden into something feral, something demonic. "It also means that those motherfuckers who murdered all of us and destroyed everything our family had built throughout the generations are still roaming free in the world and enjoying their fucking lives. They had enough time to destroy all evidence of their deeds, steal our wealth, and also make up complete lies about what really happened that night, about how we, the Vetrovs, disappeared." The blankness in her eyes cracked and revealed that his words was also affecting her. She wanted to forget so badly, but she couldn't. No matter how many times she rejected her identity in her past life, she had been born a Vetrov whether she liked it or not. Unless her past life's memories were erased, she would still feel a connection to the Vetrovs even when she was now living as Long Shalon. Liu Zihao seemed to finally realize the sudden dark turn of their conversation. Although his expression had turned frightening just a moment ago, He only needed a few deep breaths before making it disappear from his face. The usual devilish smile was back on his lips, and his posture returned to being casual. In an attempt to make light of the situation, he smirked and said, "Indeed, you're right. Our real ages are older than when we passed away back then, and certainly much older than our current bodies. Little sister must be enjoying pretending to be a young, fresh girl when the truth is that you're older than your man." She glared at him. "I'm not older than Liwei. What are you talking about, big brother? Even with my real age, I'm still younger than him by 2 years." Lu Ziheo's devilish chuckle made Iris realize that her brother was only teasing her. His closed-off expression finally revealed a trace of real emotion, which was a big brother's doting love and care for his beloved little sister. When she saw this, her eyes reddened. "I missed you so much, big brother," she said. "I haven't seen you in a while." He sighed and beckoned her by opening both of his arms. She didn't waste any time and jumped from her seat into her brother's embrace. His arms immediately wrapped around her, giving her the brotherly warmth that she always took comfort in. She took a deep inhale of his scent. Ugh! Her body stiffened before quickly pushing away from him. She covered her nose and mouth, and then ran to the farthest corner of the room. She used her hand to support herself on the wall, leaning weakly against it, as she took deep breaths in a pathetic manner. Lu Ziheo stood up, a concerned scowl on his face, and headed towards her. However, she raised her other hand to ward him off. "Stay there. Don't go near." His scowl deepened. "Tell me what's wrong first. If you don't, I'll haul you to the hospital right now whether you like it or not." The look she gave him was both sad and guilty. "Big brother, I'm sorry, but you stink." He blinked. 1 time, 2 times. "What? You're stinky." Lu Ziheo was displeased, but still went ahead and sniffed at his shirt and armpits. "I don't smell bad. I took a shower before heading here to Dragon Palace. Trust me, big brother. You really stink. I'm sorry, but I don't think you should come close to me for a while. Otherwise I'll feel, ugh." He didn't know how to react. He wasn't even sure if he should feel offended. His sister just called him stinky and was acting like he had the plague. Then he realized something. "Are you like this because you're pregnant?" She only hesitated for a moment before nodding. He felt relieved. At least, that proved that he wasn't really stinky. The fault didn't lie on him, but on her pregnancy hormones that were messing up with her sense of smell. Then his mood that just improved took a dive again, because this incident only cemented the fact that his beloved sister was indeed pregnant. He didn't give a damn what her real age was. No matter how old she was, she would forever be his precious baby sister. And that baby sister was pregnant. "You're like this to all people?" he asked. She shook her head. "It depends on the person. I feel okay with other people's smells, but for some, I find their scents revolting." "Like mine," he said in a flat voice. "I can't control it." He sighed once again. "How about your man? You were all over him earlier. You're okay with his scent?" "Oh, I love Liwei's scent. He smells so good. The best." Then her eyes lit up. She pulled the collar of Jin Liwei's shirt that she was wearing and began smelling it. "Ah, that feels better. I only need to take a sniff, and I'm already okay." "That's his shirt." She nodded and took a deeper inhale of the shirt. Lu Ziheo's mood worsened. He knew that she didn't mean to offend him, but it still didn't feel good hearing that she needed to smell another man in order to recover from smelling his stink. What was he? Some sort of pollution she needed to purify by using her man's scent? He couldn't help but release another sigh, the heaviest so far. "Sit down, Evelinka. You're pregnant. You shouldn't be standing for too long." She looked at him warily. He threw her a helpless look before glaring at her. "I won't come close to you, so come here and sit down." "Okay." She obeyed and returned to her original position on the couch. Then she told him, "You shouldn't call me Evelinka anymore, big brother. My sister is Evelinka, not Xiaolan." His expression became closed off again. She didn't have a retort to that because he was right. If she wasn't Evelina, or Evelinka as he liked to call her, then they wouldn't be siblings.